Paul Lafargue 1881. Bourgeois Sentimentalism. Source, Illegalite, December 25, 1881. Translated, from the French for Marxists.org by Mitch Abider. Copy left, Creative Commons, Attribute and Sharia alike, Marxists.org 2005. When it comes to beasts, the bourgeois have the tenderness of angels. They feel themselves to be closer relatives of beasts than of workers. In England, that official country of hypocrisy, everywhere there are societies for the protection of dogs, cats, sparrows, etc. All of these societies are speculations. A certain number of influential members, presidents, secretaries, agents, inspectors, etc., are lavishly maintained on the funds intended for beasts. They consider themselves to have all the qualities required to deserve the solicitude of the friends of animals. Of all these societies, the most bothersome, the most hypocritical, the most nauseating is the Anti-Vivisection Society. This society has been introduced into Germany, where it found many animal souls willing to sympathize with the pains of their four-footed like. It is attempting to slip into France. It's in the process of conquering the radicals, who are jealous to demonstrate that they have an excess of delicate sentiments. A radical journalist, M. Aurelian Scholl, has declared himself the champion of the anti-vivisectionists. And the newspaper of the chief of radicalism, La Justice, reproduces his articles intended to give hysterical bourgeois nervous attacks. The Society of Anti-Vivisectionist Animals of England has pulled so many strings that it has obtained from Parliament a law prohibiting physiological experiments on living animals without permission from the police. This is how the bourgeois treat their illustrious men. They degrade them to the point of putting them under the control of the cops even in the laboratory. But that society, which has so well succeeded in paralyzing the work of English physiologists, has no intention of intervening to trouble the pleasures of the rich. Pigeon shooting, where thousands of tamed pigeons are wounded and mutilated for the amusement of a few imbecilic aristocrats, is highly approved of by the Anti-Vivisection Society. Several of its most influential members are big pigeon shooters. This sentimentalism is so turbulent that at the International Medical Congress held in London last August, Virchow and John Simon felt the need to protest in the name of German and English science. John Simon is one of the official inspectors of English factories. He has seen and studied the tortures that the tender bourgeois inflict on children, women, and men of the proletariat in the capitalist prison in order to steal from them the fruits of their labor. He has denounced them with a courage the radicals will never know. In his speech to the Congress, he established that there exist two kinds of experiments, one practiced by physiologists on a few animals, the other practiced on thousands of men by speculators. As an example, he cites the classic experiments of Professor Tizek on a mouse in order to discover the means of propagation of Asiatic cholera, and the well-known popular experiments which, during the two cholera epidemics of 1848-49 and 1853-54 were practiced on 500,000 human beings of the southern districts of London by a certain commercial company which provided these neighbourhoods with corrupted water. At this time experiments are being done on the transmission of tuberculosis in order to learn if the milk of cows with phthisis communicates that disease. The physiologist is sacrificing to his experiments a few rabbits and dogs. The farmer who sells the milk of these sick cows sacrifices thousands of men. 2 years ago, a manufacturer of rice powder in London, Mr. King, falsified his merchandise with clay and arsenical dust. Babies whose delicate and porous skin had been sprinkled with his drug died poisoned by the cutaneous absorption of arsenical matter. The poisonings were noted in the autopsies and chemical analyses, and arsenic was found in sealed packets sold by grocers and pharmacists. King was brought before the courts. 12 jurors were found to acquit him. A few weeks ago, the English physiologist Ferrier, well known in the scientific worlds of Europe and America for his research on the localization of cerebral functions, was taken before a police court. He had neglected to obtain a police permit. The scientist was condemned to a fine. This is where hypocritical bourgeois sentimentality leads. Mr. Bright the radical was one of those who most energetically opposed the law that limited the labor of women and children to 10 hours a day. And Mr. Bright, a pious man, goes to read the Bible every Sunday with the workers that he tortures and steals from in his factory 6 days of the week. If he kills them with work on earth, he helps them to gain paradise in heaven. A poisoner of children is acquitted. A scientist is condemned. King, the manufacturer of arsenical rice powder, falsified his products in order to increase his profits, i.e., his thefts, and this is his excuse in the eyes of bourgeois law, promulgated and put into effect in order to protect the thieves. Ferrier, the scientific physiologist, is condemned for having experimented on monkeys and for having given as the goal for his experiments scientific knowledge, without any thoughts of lucre, and precisely this is his crime in the eyes of bourgeois law. In order to earn profits, the bourgeois are permitted to torture human beings in the capitalist prison and to poison them with falsified products. The end sanctifies the means. Paul Lafargue. Socialism and Nationalization. June 1882. From Socialist Standard, February/March, 1912. 1. Transcribed by Adam Buick. Marked up by Ida O'Callaghan for the Marxists' Internet Archive. At the present moment a kind of socialism for the capitalists is being created. It is very modest. It contents itself with the transformation of certain industries into public services. Above all, it does not compromise one. On the contrary, it will rally a good number of capitalists. They are told, look at the post office, that is a socialist public service, functioning admirably to the profit of the community, and more cheaply than if it were entrusted to a private company as was formerly the case. The gas supply, the railways, and the building of workmen's dwellings must also become public services. They will function to the profit of the community and will chiefly benefit the capitalist class. In capitalist society, the transformation of certain industries into municipal or national services is the last form of capitalist exploitation. It is because that form presents multiple and incontestable advantages for the bourgeoisie that in every capitalist country the same industries are becoming nationalist: army, police, post office, telegraphs, the mint, etc. Certain monopolist industries, indeed, delivered up to the greed of private companies, become instruments for the exploitation of other sections of the capitalist class, and so powerful that they disturb the whole bourgeois system. Here are a few examples. The electric telegraph, on its introduction into France, became a state service because the political interests of the government required it. In England and the United States, where the same political interest did not exist, the telegraphs were established by private companies. The English government was compelled to buy them out in the interests of all, particularly the speculators, who in the transformation found means of obtaining scandalous profits. In the United States the telegraph service is still in private hands. It is monopolized by a gang of speculators who control the entire press of the country. Those speculators communicate telegrams only to newspapers in vassalage to them, and which must pay such a heavy tax that many, being unable to bear such a burden, do without telegraphic news altogether. In America telegrams are the most important part of the newspapers. To deprive them of these dispatches is to condemn them to languish and die. In that Republican republic, which individualist liberals take as the ideal of their most daring dreams, the liberty of the press is at the mercy of a handful of speculators, without government force and without responsibility, but in control of the telegraph service. The railway monopoly is so exorbitant that a company can ruin at will an industry or a town by differential or preferential tariffs. The danger to which society is exposed by the private ownership of the means of transport is so keenly felt that in France, England, and the United States, many capitalists in their own interests demand the nationalization of the railways. In capitalist society a private industry only becomes a state service in order to better serve the interest of the bourgeoisie. The advantages which the latter obtain are of different kinds. We have just spoken of the social danger created by the abandonment of certain industries to private exploitation. dangers which disappear or are attenuated as soon as the state directs them, but there are others. The state, by centralizing administration, lessens the general charges, it runs the service at a smaller cost. The state is accused of paying everything more dearly than private enterprise. Nevertheless, such is not always the case when there is a question of the establishment of means of communication, one of the most difficult and complex enterprises in modern society. Thus the tramways constructed in France have, with rare exceptions, cost an average of 250,000 to 300,000 francs per kilometer as a first establishment charge. The railway from Alais to the Rhône has eaten up per kilometer of line a sum of about 700,000 francs. M. Freycinet, who is not a bourgeois director for fun, has established upon positive grounds that the state could construct railways at a cost of 200,000 francs per kilometer. The state can therefore sensibly diminish the prices of the services it exploits. It is the capitalists who profit by the reduction, because it is they, principally, who make use of them. Thus, what a number of workmen only use the postal service once or twice a year. And how very numerous are the commercial houses and industrial concerns which send out over 10 and 20 letters a day. State services become a means to politicians for placing their tools or dependants, and for giving good, fat sinecures to the sons-in-law of the bourgeoisie. M. Cosseret has accorded lucrative posts to Orleanists, among others, to the son of Senator Laboulaye, the man of the inkpot. Militants of the Parti ouvrier may and must, in their polemics against the public men and the politicians of the capitalist class, make use of this transformation of one-time private industries into state services, to show how the bourgeoisie themselves are led by the logic of events to attack their own principles, which demand that society, represented by the state, snatch no industry from private initiative. But they must not desire, and still less demand, the transformation of fresh industries into national services, and that for diverse reasons. Because it is to the interest of the Workers' Party to embitter the conflicts which lacerate the capitalist class, instead of seeking to pacify them, these antagonisms quicken the disorganization of the ruling class, because nationalization increases the corruptive power of capitalist politicians, because state employees, like workers in private employ, strike and engage in a struggle with the exploiters. The only socialist reason that one might put forward for that transformation is that perhaps it might simplify the revolutionary work of expropriation by the Workers' Party. We will examine this on another occasion. Part 2. In the last issue we were saying that the only socialist reason that might be given in favor of the transformation of certain private industries into services administered by state or commune, was that the transformation would simplify the revolutionary task of expropriation to be accomplished by the Workers' Party when masters of political power. But this reason has not a leg to stand on. The advantages of the changes would be far from balancing the many dangers presented, which we have already briefly mentioned. The first great revolutionary effort of the workers will be to seize the central power. So long as this capitalist stronghold will not have been captured, all proletarian measures will be refused, even urgent ones, or if accorded, it will be in such a form that they become illusory, and only benefit the capitalist class. When the bourgeoisie are dispossessed of political power, then only will the Workers' Party be able to commence their economic expropriation, but those who demand the nationalization of certain industries, even under present conditions, say that the task of the Workers' Party will be lightened because the bourgeoisie will already have been dispossessed of a portion of the social means of production. Not at all. The great organizations of communication and credit, such as the railways, the Bank of France, the Credit Foncier, and the like, which it is desired to put in the hands of the state, are already so admirably centralized that, in order to seize them, it would be necessary to give a kick to their directors and burn a few bundles of paper. It would be just as easy to take possession of the Bank of France and its provincial branches as it would be to take over the General Post Office and its branches. It would be needful to send 4 men and a corporal, and to put the high officials under lock and key, in order to paralyze their intrigues and obtain information, if need were felt even for this. Nationalization would not facilitate the revolutionary task, but it would give rise to financial swindles, and a fearful deterioration of the exchequer. In the second number of Illegalite and in the Review Socialist I have pointed out some of the scandalous robberies of public funds which took place on the state purchase of the smaller railways. All the political jobbers, the Freycinets, Gambettas, and Wilsons, their appetite whetted by the repurchase of the small lines, demand the purchase of the trunk railways. Although in a less degree, the expropriation of the great organizations of production, ironworks, mines, textiles, etc., will still be an easy matter. It will be a question of displacing and confining if needful, a few administrators or owners. But expropriation is only a part of the historic task of the Workers' Party. Those who busy themselves with state socialism, that is to say, those who demand the nationalization or municipalization of certain services, do not trouble at all about the lot of the workers engaged in them, but even admitting that they sought to improve the lot of those employed, would they be able to do so? If they can, let them begin by improving the conditions of the underpaid workers in the post office, in the state tobacco factories, railways, and state iron works. The workshops of the state and municipality are prisons quite as bad as private workshops, if not worse. The toilers are more greedily exploited in them than in private enterprise, they are bent beneath an authority that is more powerfully hierarchic, they can neither combine nor strike. And it could scarcely be otherwise, the state and municipality being only the official representatives of the capitalist class. But the revolutionary power which will socialize the instruments of labor taken from the capitalist class, will have to mount guard over the general interests of society served by the socialized industries, and in particular over the interests of those directly engaged in them. Suppose the party of the proletariat had sent Mr. Rothschild to Jericho to look for records of his ancestors, and had seized the northern of France railways, and let us further suppose that it either would not or could not establish gratuitous transport at the outset, it could arrange matters somewhat in this way. Out of each 100 francs of receipts, 10 francs are set aside for depreciation and general expenses, and 30 francs are distributable to share and debenture holders. Now shares and debentures being suppressed, the revolutionary government could divide the portion taken by the shareholders for doing nothing in 3 parts. 1/3 could be left to the workers, 1/3 go to cheapen freight, and 1/3 go as revenue to the state. Thus the revolutionary government could immediately increase the remuneration of the employees by nearly 16%. It would have to ensure that the remuneration were distributed in quite a different way from the present, where the less an administrator or high official works, the more he is paid. To remedy this, it need only leave those interested to apportion the amount according to services and talents. The revolutionary government would also have to obtain guarantees that the workers to whom it confided a social instrument, possessed all the requisite qualities for its good working, and that it did not become a means of exploiting certain grades of workers, as cooperative workshops have become in present-day society. This method of utilizing the social means of production could only be a passing one, imposed by the difficulties amidst which the Workers' Party will have to struggle on the morrow of the revolution. But we can perceive a period wherein, with the needs of consumption and the powers of production scientifically calculated, consumption as well as production will be free. There will be neither wages nor market prices. Human society will then once more enter the period of communism. Indeed, only a possibilist professor, ignorant of social conditions and steeped in bourgeois prejudices, could offer the nationalization of public services as the socialist ideal. Paul Lafargue. The Right to be Lazy. Preface. M. Thiers, at a private session of the Commission on Primary Education of 1849, said, "I wish to make the influence of the clergy all-powerful because I count upon it to propagate that good philosophy which teaches man that he is here below to suffer, and not that other philosophy which on the contrary bids man to enjoy." M. Thiers was stating the ethics of the capitalist class, whose fierce egoism and narrow intelligence he incarnated. The bourgeoisie, when it was struggling against the nobility sustained by the clergy, hoisted the flag of free thought and atheism, but once triumphant, It changed its tone and manner, and today it uses religion to support its economic and political supremacy. In the 15th and 16th centuries, it had joyfully taken up the pagan tradition and glorified the flesh and its passions, reproved by Christianity. In our days, gorged with goods and with pleasures, it denies the teachings of its thinkers like Rabelais and Diderot, and preaches abstinence to the wage workers. Capitalist ethics, a pitiful parody on Christian ethics, strikes with its anathema the flesh of the laborer. Its ideal is to reduce the producer to the smallest number of needs, to suppress his joys and his passions, and to condemn him to play the part of a machine turning out work without respite and without thanks. The revolutionary socialists must take up again the battle fought by the philosophers and pamphleteers of the bourgeoisie. They must march up to the assault of the ethics and the social theories of capitalism. They must demolish in the heads of the class which they call to action the prejudices sown in them by the ruling class. They must proclaim in the faces of the hypocrites of all ethical systems that the earth shall cease to be the vale of tears for the laborer, that in the communist society of the future, which we shall establish peaceably if we may, forcibly if we must, the impulses of men will be given a free rein, for all these impulses are by nature good. We have nothing to avoid but their misuse and their excesses, and they will not be avoided except by their mutual counterbalancing, by the harmonious development of the human organism, for as Dr. Beddoes says, it is only when a race reaches its maximum of physical development that it arrives at its highest point of energy and moral vigor. Such was also the opinion of the great naturalist Charles Darwin. This refutation of the right to work, which I am republishing with some additional notes, appeared in the Weekly Egalite, 1880, 2nd series. Paul Lafargue. The right to be lazy. Let us be lazy in everything, except in loving and drinking, except in being lazy. Lessing. Chapter I. A disastrous dogma. A strange delusion possesses the working classes of the nations where capitalist civilization holds its sway. This delusion drags in its train the individual and social woes which for 2 centuries have tortured sad humanity. This delusion is the love of work, the furious passion for work, pushed even to the exhaustion of the vital force of the individual and his progeny. Instead of opposing this mental aberration, the priests, the economists, and the moralists have cast a sacred halo over work. Blind and finite men, they have wished to be wiser than their God. Weak and contemptible men, they have presumed to rehabilitate what their God had cursed. I, who do not profess to be a Christian, an economist, or a moralist, I appeal from their judgment to that of their God, from the preachings of their religious, economics or free thought ethics, to the frightful consequences of work in capitalist society. In capitalist society, work is the cause of all intellectual degeneracy, of all organic deformity. Compare the thoroughbred in Rothschild's stables, served by a retinue of Bipts, with the heavy brute of the Norman farms which plows the earth, carts the manure, hauls the crops. Look at the noble savage whom the missionaries of trade and the traders of religion have not yet corrupted with Christianity, syphilis, and the dogma of work, and then look at our miserable slaves of machines. 1. When, in our civilized Europe, we would find a trace of the native beauty of man, we must go seek it in the nations where economic prejudices have not yet uprooted the hatred of work. Spain, which, alas, is degenerating, may still boast of possessing fewer factories than we have of prisons and barracks, but the artist rejoices in his admiration of the hardy Andalusian, brown as his native chestnuts, straight and flexible as a steel rod, and the heart leaps at hearing the beggar, superbly draped in his ragged capa, parleying on terms of equality with the Duke of Ossuna. For the Spaniard, in whom the primitive animal has not been atrophied, work is the worst sort of slavery. The Greeks in their era of greatness had only contempt for work, their slaves alone were permitted to labor, the free man knew only exercises for the body and mind. And so it was in this era that men like Aristotle, Phidias, Aristophanes moved and breathed among the people. It was the time when a handful of heroes at Marathon crushed the hordes of Asia, soon to be subdued by Alexander. The philosophers of antiquity taught contempt for work, that degradation of the free man. The poets sang of idleness, that gift from the gods. O melibi Deus nobis haec otia facit. Jesus, in his Sermon on the Mount, preached idleness. Consider the lilies of the field, how they grow, they toil not, neither do they spin, and yet I say unto you that even Solomon in all his glory was not arrayed like one of these. Jehovah the bearded and angry God, gave his worshippers the supreme example of ideal laziness. After 6 days of work, he rests for all eternity. On the other hand, what are the races for which work is an organic necessity? The Auvergnans, the Scotch, those Auvergnans of the British Isles, the Galicians, those Auvergnans of Spain, the Pomeranians, those Auvergnans of Germany, the Chinese, those Auvergnans of Asia. In our society, which are the classes that love work for work's sake? The peasant proprietors, the little shopkeepers, the former bent double over their fields, the latter crouched in their shops, burrow like the mole in his subterranean passage and never stand up to look at nature leisurely. And meanwhile the proletariat, the great class embracing all the producers of civilized nations, the class which in freeing itself will free humanity from servile toil and will make of the human animal a free being, the proletariat, betraying its instincts, despising its historic mission, has let itself be perverted by the dogma of work. Rude and terrible has been its punishment. All its individual and social woes are born of its passion for work. Paul Lafargue. The Right to be Lazy. Chapter 2. Blessings of Work. In 1770 at London, an anonymous pamphlet appeared under the title, An Essay on Trade and Commerce. It made some stir in its time. The author, a great philanthropist, was indignant that the factory population of England had taken into its head the fixed idea that in their quality of Englishmen all the individuals composing it have by right of birth the privilege of being freer and more independent than the labourers of any country in Europe. This idea may have its usefulness for soldiers, since it stimulates their valour, but the less the factory workers are imbued with it the better for themselves and the state. Labourers ought never to look on themselves as independent of their superiors. It is extremely dangerous to encourage such infatuations in a commercial state like ours, where perhaps 7/8 of the population have little or no property. The cure will not be complete until our industrial laborers are contented to work 6 days for the same sum which they now earn in 4. Thus, nearly a century before Guizot, work was openly preached in London as a curb to the noble passions of man. "The more my people work, the less vices they will have," wrote Napoleon on May 5, 1807, from Osterode. "I am the authority, and I should be disposed to order that on Sunday after the hour of service be past, the shops be opened and the laborers return to their work." To root out laziness and curb the sentiments of pride and independence which arise from it, the author of the Essay on Trade proposed to imprison the poor in ideal workhouses, which should become houses of terror, where they should work 14 hours a day in such fashion that when meal time was deducted there should remain 12 hours of work full and complete. 12 hours of work a day, that is the ideal of the philanthropists and moralists of the 18th century. How have we outdone this NEC plus ultra? Modern factories have become ideal houses of correction in which the toiling masses are imprisoned, in which they are condemned to compulsory work for 12 or 14 hours, not the men only but also women and children. And to think that the sons of the heroes of the terror have allowed themselves to be degraded by the religion of work, to the point of accepting, since 1848, as a revolutionary conquest, the law limiting factory labor to 12 hours. They proclaim as a revolutionary principle the right to work. Shame to the French proletariat. Only slaves would have been capable of such baseness. A Greek of the heroic times would have required 20 years of capitalist civilization before he could have conceived such vileness. And if the miseries of compulsory work and the tortures of hunger have descended upon the proletariat more in number than the locusts of the Bible, it is because the proletariat itself invited them. This work, which in June 1848 the laborers demanded with arms in their hands, this they have imposed on their families, they have delivered up to the barons of industry their wives and children. With their own hands they have demolished their domestic hearths. With their own hands they have dried up the milk of their wives. The unhappy women carrying and nursing their babes have been obliged to go into the mines and factories to bend their backs and exhaust their nerves. With their own hands they have broken the life and the vigor of their children. Shame on the proletarians. Where are those neighborly housewives told of in our fables and in our old tales, bold and frank of speech, lovers of Bacchus? Where are those buxom girls, always on the move, always cooking, always singing, always spreading life, engendering life's joy, giving painless birth to healthy and vigorous children? Today we have factory girls and women, pale drooping flowers, with impoverished blood, with disordered stomachs, with languid limbs. They have never known the pleasure of a healthful passion, nor would they be capable of telling of it merrily. And the children? 12 hours of work for children. 0, misery. But not all the Jules Simon of the Academy of Moral and Political Science, not all the Germanies of Jesuitism, could have invented a vice more degrading to the intelligence of the children, more corrupting of their instincts, more destructive of their organism than work in the vitiated atmosphere of the capitalist factory. Our epoch has been called the century of work. It is in fact the century of pain, misery, and corruption. And all the while the philosophers, the bourgeois economists, from the painfully confused Auguste Comte to the ludicrously clear Leroy Beaulieu, the people of bourgeois literature, from the quackishly romantic Victor Hugo to the artlessly grotesque Paul de Kock, all have intoned nauseating songs in honor of the god Progress, the eldest son of work. Listen to them and you would think that happiness was soon to reign over the earth, that its coming was already perceived. They rummaged in the dust of past centuries to bring back feudal miseries to serve as a somber contrast to the delights of the present times. Have they wearied us, these satisfied people, yesterday pensioners at the table of the nobility, today pen valets of the capitalist class and fatly paid? Have they reckoned us weary of the peasant, such as La Bruyere described him? Well, here is the brilliant picture of proletarian delights in the year of capitalist progress 1840, penned by one of their own men, Dr. Wilhelm, member of the Institute, the same who in 1848 was a member of that scientific society, Thiers, Cousin, Passy, Blanqui, the academician, were in it, which disseminated among the masses the nonsense of bourgeois economics and ethics. It is of manufacturing Alsace that Dr. Wilhelm speaks, the Alsace of Kestner and Dollfuss, those flowers of industrial philanthropy and republicanism. But before the doctor raises up before us his picture of proletarian miseries, let us listen to an Alsatian manufacturer, Mr. Th. Meeg, of the house of Dollfuss, Meeg & Co., depicting the condition of the old-time artisan, at Mulhouse 50 years ago, in 1813, when modern mechanical industry was just arising. The laborers were all children of the soil, inhabiting the town and the surrounding villages, and almost all owning a house and often a little field. It was the golden age of the laborer. But at that time Alsatian industry did not deluge the world with its cottons, nor make millionaires out of its Dollfuss and Coechlin. But 25 years after, when Wilhelm visited Alsace, the modern Minotaur, the capitalist workshop, had conquered the country. In its insatiable appetite for human labor it had dragged the workmen from their hearths, the better to wring them and press out the labor which they contained. It was by thousands that the workers flocked together at the signal of the steam whistle. A great number, says Wilhelm, 5,000 out of 17,000, were obliged by high rents to lodge in neighboring villages. Some of them lived 3 or 4 miles from the factory where they worked. At Mulhouse in Dornoch, work began at 5 o'clock in the morning and ended at 8 o'clock in the evening, summer and winter. It was a sight to watch them arrive each morning into the city and depart each evening. Among them were a multitude of women, pale, often walking barefooted through the mud, and who for lack of umbrellas when the rain or snow fell, wore their aprons or skirts turned up over their heads. There was a still larger number of young children, equally dirty, equally pale, covered with rags, greasy from the machine oil which drops on them while they work. They were better protected from the rain because their clothes shed water, but unlike the women just mentioned, They did not carry their day's provisions in a basket, but they carried in their hands or hid under their clothing as best they might, the morsel of bread which must serve them as food until time for them to return home. Thus to the strain of an insufferably long day, at least 15 hours, is added for these wretches the fatigue of the painful daily journeys. Consequently they reach home overwhelmed by the need of sleep, and next day they rise before they are completely rested in order to reach the factory by the opening time. Now, look at the holes in which were packed those who lodge in the town. I saw at Mulhouse in Dornoch, and the neighboring houses, some of those miserable lodgings where two families slept each in its corner on straw thrown on the floor and kept in its place by two planks. This wretchedness among the laborers of the cotton industry in the department of the Upper Rhine is so extreme that it produces this sad result, that while in the families of the manufacturers, merchants, shopkeepers, or factory superintendents, half of the children reach their 21st year, this same half ceases to exist before the lapse of 2 years in the families of weavers and cotton spinners. Speaking of the labor of the workshop, Villerm adds, it is not a work, a task, it is a torture, and it is inflicted on children of 6 to 8 years. It is this long torture day after day which wastes away the laborers in the cotton spinning factories. And as to the duration of the work, Villerm observes, that the convicts in prisons work but 10 hours, the slaves in the West Indies work but 9 hours, while there existed in France after its revolution of 1789, which had proclaimed the pompous rights of man, factories where the day was 16 hours, out of which the laborers were allowed only an hour and a half for meals. 3. What a miserable abortion of the revolutionary principles of the bourgeoisie! What woeful gifts from its God progress! The philanthropists hail as benefactors of humanity those who, having done nothing to become rich, give work to the poor. Far better were it to scatter pestilence and to poison the springs than to erect a capitalist factory in the midst of a rural population. Introduce factory work, and farewell joy, health, and liberty, farewell to all that makes life beautiful and worth living. 4. And the economists go on repeating to the laborers, work, to increase social wealth, and nevertheless an economist, Destutt de Tracy, answers, it is in poor nations that people are comfortable, in rich nations they are ordinarily poor, and his disciple Cherbuliez continues, the laborers themselves in cooperating toward the accumulation of productive capital contribute to the event which sooner or later must deprive them of a part of their wages. But deafened and stupefied by their own howlings, the economists answer, work, always work, to create your prosperity, and in the name of Christian meekness a priest of the Anglican Church, the Rev. Mr. Townsend, intones, work, work, night and day. By working you make your poverty increase, and your poverty releases us from imposing work upon you by force of law. The legal imposition of work gives too much trouble, requires too much violence, and makes too much noise. Hunger, on the contrary, is not only a pressure which is peaceful, silent, and incessant, but as it is the most natural motive for work and industry, it also provokes to the most powerful efforts. Work, work, proletarians, to increase social wealth and your individual poverty, work, work, in order that becoming poorer, you may have more reason to work and become miserable. Such is the inexorable law of capitalist production. Because, lending ear to the fallacious words of the economists, the proletarians have given themselves up body and soul to the vice of work, they precipitate the whole of society into these industrial crises of overproduction which convulse the social organism. Then, because there is a plethora of merchandise and a dearth of purchasers, the shops are closed and hunger scourges the working people with its whip of 1,000 lashes. The proletarians, brutalized by the dogma of work, not understanding that the overwork which they have inflicted upon themselves during the time of pretended prosperity is the cause of their present misery, do not run to the granaries of wheat and cry, we are hungry, we wish to eat. True, we have not a red cent, but beggars as we are, it is we, nevertheless, who harvested the wheat and gathered the grapes. They do not besiege the warehouse of Bonnet, or Jujurios, the inventor of industrial convents, and cry out, M. Bonnet, here are your working women, silk workers, spinners, weavers, they are shivering pitifully under their patched cotton dresses, yet it is they who have spun and woven the silk robes of the fashionable women of all Christendom. The poor creatures working 13 hours a day had no time to think of their toilet. Now, they are out of work and have time to rustle in the silks they have made. Ever since they lost their milk teeth they have devoted themselves to your fortune and have lived in abstinence. Now they are at leisure and wish to enjoy a little of the fruits of their labor. Come, M. Bonnet, give them your silks, M. Harmel shall furnish his muslins, M. Courtier his calicoes, M. Pinette his boots for their dear little feet, cold and damp. Clad from top to toe and gleeful, they will be delightful to look at. Come, no evasions, you are a friend of humanity, are you not, and a Christian into the bargain? Put at the disposal of your working girls the fortune they have built up for you out of their flesh. You want to help business, get your goods into circulation, here are consumers ready at hand. Give them unlimited credit. You are simply compelled to give credit to merchants whom you do not know from Adam or Eve, who have given you nothing, not even a glass of water. Your working women will pay the debt the best they can. If at maturity they let their notes go to protest, and if they have nothing to attach, you can demand that they pay you in prayers. They will send you to paradise better than your black-gowned priests steeped in tobacco. Instead of taking advantage of periods of crisis, for a general distribution of their products and a universal holiday, the laborers, perishing with hunger, go and beat their heads against the doors of the workshops. With pale faces, emaciated bodies, pitiful speeches they assail the manufacturers. Good M. Chagat, sweet M. Schneider, give us work, it is not hunger, but the passion for work which torments us. And these wretches, who have scarcely the strength to stand upright, sell 12 and 14 hours of work twice as cheap as when they had bread on the table. And the philanthropists of industry profit by their lockouts to manufacture at lower cost. If industrial crises follow periods of overwork as inevitably as night follows day, bringing after them lockouts and poverty without end, they also lead to inevitable bankruptcy. So long as the manufacturer has credit, he gives free rein to the rage for work. He borrows, and borrows again, to furnish raw material to his laborers, and goes on producing without considering that the market is becoming satiated and that if his goods don't happen to be sold, his notes will still come due. At his wit's end, he implores the banker, he throws himself at his feet, offering his blood, his honor. A little gold will do my business better, answers the Rothschild. You have 20,000 pairs of hose in your warehouse, they are worth 20 C. I will take them at 4 C. The banker gets possession of the goods and sells them at 6 C or 8 C, and pockets certain frisky dollars which owe nothing to anybody, but the manufacturer has stepped back for a better leap. At last the crash comes and the warehouses disgorge. Then so much merchandise is thrown out of the window that you cannot imagine how it came in by the door. Hundreds of millions are required to figure the value of the goods that are destroyed. In the last century they were burned or thrown into the water. 5. But before reaching this decision, the manufacturers travel the world over in search of markets for the goods which are heaping up. They force their government to annex Congo, to seize on Tonquin, to batter down the Chinese wall with cannon shots to make an outlet for their cotton goods. In previous centuries it was a duel to the death between France and England as to which should have the exclusive privilege of selling to America and the Indies. Thousands of young and vigorous men reddened the seas with their blood during the colonial wars of the 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries. There is a surplus of capital as well as of goods. The financiers no longer know where to place it. Then they go among the happy nations who are leafing in the sun smoking cigarettes, and they lay down railroads, erect factories, and import the curse of work. And this exportation of French capital ends one fine morning in diplomatic complications. In Egypt, for example, France, England, and Germany were on the point of hair-pulling to decide which usurers shall be paid first. Or it ends with wars like that in Mexico, where French soldiers are sent to play the part of constables to collect bad debts. 6. These individual and social miseries, however great and innumerable they may be, however eternal they appear, will vanish like hyenas and jackals at the approach of the lion, when the proletariat shall say I will. But to arrive at the realization of its strength, the proletariat must trample underfoot the prejudices of Christian ethics, economic ethics, and free thought ethics. It must return to its natural instincts, it must proclaim the rights of laziness, 1,000 times more noble and more sacred than the anemic rights of man concocted by the metaphysical lawyers of the bourgeois revolution. It must accustom itself to working but 3 hours a day, reserving the rest of the day and night for leisure and feasting. Thus far my task has been easy, I have had but to describe real evils well known, alas, by all of us, but to convince the proletariat that the ethics inoculated into it is wicked, that the unbridled work to which it has given itself up for the last 100 years is the most terrible scourge that has ever struck humanity, that work will become a mere condiment to the pleasures of idleness, a beneficial exercise to the human organism, a passion useful to the social organism only when wisely regulated and limited to a maximum of 3 hours a day. This is an arduous task beyond my strength. Only communist physiologists, hygienists, and economists could undertake it. In the following pages I shall merely try to show that given the modern means of production and their unlimited reproductive power, it is necessary to curb the extravagant passion of the laborers for work and to oblige them to consume the goods which they produce. Paul Lafargue. The Right to be Lazy. Chapter 3. The Consequences of Overproduction. A Greek poet of Cicero's time, Antiparos, thus sang of the invention of the water-mill, for grinding grain, which was to free the slave women and bring back the golden age: spare the arm which turns the mill, 0, millers, and sleep peacefully. Let the cock warn you in vain that day is breaking. Demeter has imposed upon the nymphs the labor of the slaves, and behold them leaping merrily over the wheel, and behold the axle tree, shaken, turning with its spokes and making the heavy rolling stone revolve. Let us live the life of our fathers, and let us rejoice in idleness over the gifts that the goddess grants us. Alas! The leisure, which the pagan poet announced, has not come. The blind, perverse, and murderous passion for work transforms the liberating machine into an instrument for the enslavement of free men. Its productiveness impoverishes them. A good working woman makes with her needles only 5 meshes a minute, while certain circular knitting machines make 30,000 in the same time. Every minute of the machine is thus equivalent to 100 hours of the working women's labor, or again, every minute of the machine's labor gives the working women 10 days of rest. What is true for the knitting industry is more or less true for all industries reconstructed by modern machinery. But what do we see? In proportion as the machine is improved and performs man's work with an ever-increasing rapidity and exactness, the laborer, instead of prolonging his former rest times, redoubles his ardor, as if he wished to rival the machine. Oh, absurd and murderous competition! That the competition of man and the machine might have free course, the proletarians have abolished wise laws which limited the labor of the artisans of the ancient guilds. They have suppressed the holidays. 1. Because the producers of that time worked but 5 days out of 7, are we to believe the stories told by lying economists that they lived on nothing but air and fresh water? Not so, they had leisure to taste the joys of earth, to make love and to frolic, to banquet joyously in honor of the jovial god of idleness. Gloomy England, immersed in Protestantism, was then called Merry England. Rabelais, Quevedo, Cervantes, and the unknown authors of the romances make our mouths water with their pictures of those monumental feasts too with which the men of that time regaled themselves between 2 battles and 2 devastations, in which everything went by the barrel. Jordaens and the Flemish school have told the story of these feasts in their delightful pictures. Where, oh, where, are the sublime gargantuan stomachs of those days, where are the sublime brains encircling all human thought? We have indeed grown puny and degenerate. Embalmed beef, potatoes, doctored wine, and Prussian schnapps, judiciously combined with compulsory labor, have weakened our bodies and narrowed our minds. And the times when man cramps his stomach and the machine enlarges its output are the very times when the economists preach to us the Malthusian theory, the religion of abstinence and the dogma of work. Really it would be better to pluck out such tongues and throw them to the dogs. Because the working class, with its simple good faith, has allowed itself to be thus indoctrinated, because with its native impetuosity it has blindly hurled itself into work and abstinence, the capitalist class has found itself condemned to laziness and forced enjoyment, to unproductiveness and overconsumption. But if the overwork of the laborer bruises his flesh and tortures his nerves, it is also fertile in griefs for the capitalist. The abstinence to which the productive class condemns itself obliges the capitalists to devote themselves to the overconsumption of the products turned out so riotously by the laborers. At the beginning of capitalist production a century or two ago, the capitalist was a steady man of reasonable and peaceable habits. He contented himself with one wife or thereabouts. He drank only when he was thirsty and ate only when he was hungry. He left to the lords and ladies of the court the noble virtues of debauchery. Today every son of the newly rich makes it incumbent upon himself to cultivate the disease for which quicksilver is a specific in order to justify the labors imposed upon the workmen in quicksilver mines. Every capitalist crams himself with capons stuffed with truffles and with the choicest brands of wine in order to encourage the breeders of blooded poultry and the growers of Bordelais. In this occupation the organism rapidly becomes shattered, the hair falls out, the gums shrink away from the teeth, the body becomes deformed, the stomach obtrudes abnormally, respiration becomes difficult, the motions become labored, the joints become stiff, the fingers knotted. Others, too feeble in body to endure the fatigues of debauchery, but endowed with the bump of philanthropic discrimination, dry up their brains over political economy, or juridical philosophy in elaborating thick soporific books to employ the leisure hours of compositors and pressmen. The women of fashion live a life of martyrdom, in trying on and showing off the fairy-like toilets which the seamstresses die in making. They shift like shuttles from morning until night from one gown into another. For hours together they give up their hollow heads to the artists in hair, who at any cost insist on assuaging their passion for the construction of false chignons. Bound in their corsets, pinched in their boots, decollete to make a coal miner blush, they whirl around the whole night through at their charity balls in order to pick up a few cents for poor people, sanctified souls. To fulfill his double social function of non-producer and over-consumer, the capitalist was not only obliged to violate his modest taste, to lose his laborious habits of 2 centuries ago and to give himself up to unbounded luxury, spicy indigestibles and syphilitic debauches, but also to withdraw from productive labor an enormous mass of men in order to enlist them as his assistants. Here are a few figures to prove how colossal is this waste of productive forces. According to the census of 1861, the population of England and Wales comprised 20,066,244 persons, 9,776,259 male and 10,289,965 female. If we deduct those too old of too young to work, the unproductive women, boys, and girls, then the ideological professions, such as governors, policemen, clergy, magistrates, soldiers, prostitutes, artists, scientists, etc., next the people exclusively occupied with eating the labor of others under the form of land rent, interest, dividends, etc. There remains a total of 8 million individuals of both sexes and of every age, including the capitalists who function in production, commerce, finance, etc. Out of these 8 millions the figures run. Agricultural laborers, including herdsmen, servants, and farmers' daughters living at home. 1,098,261. Factory workers in cotton, wool, hemp, linen, silk, knitting. 642,607. Mine workers. 565,835. Metal workers, blast furnaces, rolling mills, etc. 396,998. Domestics. 1,208,648. If we add together the textile workers and the miners, we obtain the figures of 2,208,442, if to the former we add the metal workers, we have a total of 1,039,605 persons, that is to say, in each case a number below that of the modern domestic slaves. Behold the magnificent result of the capitalist exploitation of machines. 3. To this class of domestics, the size of which indicates the stage attained by capitalist civilization, must still be added the enormous class of unfortunates devoted exclusively to satisfying the vain and expensive tastes of the rich dasses, diamond cutters, lace makers, embroiderers, binders of luxurious books, seamstresses employed on expensive gowns, decorators of villas, etc. 4. Once settled down into absolute laziness and demoralized by enforced enjoyment, the capitalist class, in spite of the injury involved in its new kind of life, adapted itself to it. Soon it began to look upon any change with horror. The sight of the miserable conditions of life resignedly accepted by the working class and the sight of the organic degradation engendered by the depraved passion for work increased its aversion for all compulsory labor and all restrictions of its pleasures. It is precisely at that time that, without taking into account the demoralization which the capitalist class had imposed upon itself as a social duty, the proletarians took it into their heads to inflict work on the capitalists. Artless as they were, they took seriously the theories of work proclaimed by the economists and moralists, and girded up their loins to inflict the practice of these theories upon the capitalists. The proletariat hoisted the banner, "He who will not work, neither shall he eat." Lions in 1831 rose up for bullets or work. The Federated Laborers of March 1871 called their uprising the Revolution of Work. To these outbreaks of barbarous fury, destructive of all capitalist joy and laziness, the capitalists had no other answer than ferocious repression, but they know that if they have been able to repress these revolutionary explosions, they have not drowned in the blood of these gigantic massacres the absurd idea of the proletariat wishing to inflict work upon the idle and reputable classes, and it is to avert this misfortune that they surround themselves with guards, policemen, magistrates and jailers, supported in laborious unproductiveness. There is no more room for illusion as to the function of modern armies. They are permanently maintained only to suppress the enemy within. Thus the forts of Paris and Lyons have not been built to defend the city against the foreigner, but to crush it in case of revolt. And if an unanswerable example be called for, we mention the army of Belgium, that paradise of capitalism. Its neutrality is guaranteed by the European powers, and nevertheless its army is one of the strongest in proportion to its population. The glorious battlefields of the brave Belgian army are the plains of the Borinage and of Charleroi. It is in the blood of the unarmed miners and laborers that the Belgian officers temper their swords and win their epaulets. The nations of Europe have not national armies but mercenary armies. They protect the capitalists against the popular fury which would condemn them to 10 hours of mining or spinning. Again, while compressing its own stomach, the working class has developed abnormally the stomach of the capitalist class, condemned to overconsumption. For alleviation of its painful labor, the capitalist class has withdrawn from the working class a mass of men far superior to those still devoted to useful production, and has condemned them in their turn to unproductiveness and overconsumption. But this troop of useless mouths, in spite of its insatiable voracity, does not suffice to consume all the goods which the laborers, brutalized by the dogma of work, produce like madmen, without wishing to consume them and without even thinking whether people will be found to consume them. Confronted with this double madness of the laborers killing themselves with overproduction and vegetating in abstinence, the great problem of capitalist production is no longer to find producers and to multiply their powers, but to discover consumers, to excite their appetites and create in them fictitious needs. Since the European laborers, shivering with cold and hunger, refuse to near the stuffs they weave, to drink the wines from the vineyards they tend, the poor manufacturers in their goodness of heart must run to the ends of the earth to find people to wear the clothes and drink the wines. Europe exports every year goods amounting to billions of dollars to the four corners of the earth, to nations that have no need of them. 5. But the explored continents are no longer vast enough. Virgin countries are needed. European manufacturers dream night and day of Africa, of a lake in the Saharan desert, of a railroad to the Sudan. They anxiously follow the progress of Livingston, Stanley, Duquesne. They listen open-mouthed to the marvelous tales of these brave travelers. What unknown wonders are contained in the dark continent? Fields are sown with elephants' teeth, rivers of coconut oil are dotted with gold, millions of backsides, as bare as the faces of Dufour and Girardin, are awaiting cotton goods to teach them decency, and bottles of schnapps and Bibles from which they may learn the virtues of civilization. But all to no purpose. The overfed capitalist, the servant class greater in numbers than the productive class, the foreign and barbarous nations, gorged with European goods, nothing can melt away the mountains of products heaped up higher and more enormous than the pyramids of Egypt. The productiveness of European laborers defies all consumption, all waste. The manufacturers have lost their bearings and know not which way to turn. They can no longer find the raw material to satisfy the lawless depraved passion of their laborers for work. In our woolen districts dirty and half-rotten rags are raveled out to use in making certain cloths sold under the name of Renaissance, which have about the same durability as the promises made to voters. At Lyons, instead of leaving the silk fiber in its natural simplicity and suppleness, it is loaded down with mineral salts, which while increasing its weight, make it friable and far from durable. All our products are adulterated to aid in their sale and shorten their life. Our epoch will be called the Age of Adulteration, just as the first epochs of humanity received the names of the Age of Stone, the Age of Bronze, from the character of their production. Certain ignorant people accuse our pious manufacturers of fraud, while in reality the thought which animates them is to furnish work to their laborers, who cannot resign themselves to living with their arms folded. These adulterations, whose sole motive is a humanitarian sentiment, but which bring splendid profits to the manufacturers who practice them, if they are disastrous for the quality of the goods, if they are an inexhaustible source of waste in human labor, nevertheless prove the ingenuous philanthropy of the capitalists, and the horrible perversion of the laborers, who to gratify their vice for work oblige the manufacturers to stifle the cries of their conscience and to violate even the laws of commercial honesty. And nevertheless, in spite of the overproduction of goods, in spite of the adulterations in manufacturing, the laborers encumber the market in countless numbers imploring, work, work. Their superabundance ought to compel them to bridle their passion, on the contrary it carries it to the point of paroxysm. Let a chance for work present itself, thither they rush, then they demand 12, 14 hours to glut their appetite for work, and the next day they are again thrown out on the pavement with no more food for their vice. Every year in all industries lockouts occur with the regularity of the seasons. Overwork, destructive of the organism, is succeeded by absolute rest during 2 or 4 months, and when work ceases the pittance ceases. Since the vice of work is diabolically attached to the heart of the laborers, since its requirements stifle all the other instincts of nature, since the quantity of work required by society is necessarily limited by consumption and by the supply of raw materials, why devour in 6 months the work of a whole year? Why not distribute it uniformly over the 12 months and force every working man to content himself with 6 or 5 hours a day throughout the year instead of getting indigestion from 12 hours during 6 months? Once assured of their daily portion of work, the laborers will no longer be jealous of each other, no longer fight to snatch away work from each other's hands and bread from each other's mouths, and then, not exhausted in body and mind, they will begin to practice the virtues of laziness. Brutalized by their vice, the laborers have been unable to rise to the conception of this fact, that to have work for all it is necessary to apportion it like water on a ship in distress. Meanwhile certain manufacturers in the name of capitalist exploitation have for a long time demanded a legal limitation of the workday. Before the Commission of 1860 on Professional Education, one of the greatest manufacturers of Alsace, M. Burckhardt of Guebwiller, declared, the day of 12 hours is excessive and ought to be reduced to 11, while work ought to be stopped at 2 o'clock on Saturday. I advise the adoption of this measure, although it may appear onerous at first sight. We have tried it in our industrial establishments for 4 years and find ourselves the better for it, while the average production, far from having diminished, has increased. In his study of machines, M.F. Passy quotes the following letter from a great Belgian manufacturer: Emotevaier, our machines, although the same as those of the English spinning mills, do not produce what they ought to produce or what those same machines would produce in England, although the spinners there work 2 hours a day less. We all work 2 good hours too much. I am convinced that if we worked only 11 hours instead of 13 we should have the same product and we should consequently produce more economically. Again, M. Leroy Beaulieu affirms that it is a remark of a great Belgian manufacturer that the weeks in which a holiday falls result in a product not less than ordinary weeks. 6. An aristocratic government has dared to do what a people, duped in their simplicity by the moralists, never dared. Despising the lofty and moral industrial considerations of the economists, who like the birds of ill omen, croaked that to reduce by 1 hour the work in factories was to decree the ruin of English industry, the government of England has forbidden by a law strictly enforced to work more than 10 hours a day, and as before England remains the first industrial nation of the world. The experiment tried on so great a scale is on record, the experience of certain intelligent capitalists is on record. They prove beyond a doubt that to strengthen human production it is necessary to reduce the hours of labor and multiply the pay days and feast days, yet the French nation is not convinced. But if the miserable reduction of 2 hours has increased English production by almost 1/3 in 10 years, what breathless speed would be given to French production by a legal limitation of the working day to 3 hours? Cannot the laborers understand that by overworking themselves they exhaust their own strength and that of their progeny, that they are used up and long before their time come to be incapable of any work at all, that absorbed and brutalized by this single vice they are no longer men but pieces of men, that they kill within themselves all beautiful faculties, to leave nothing alive and flourishing except the furious madness for work? Like Arcadian parrots, they repeat the lesson of the economist, let us work to increase the national wealth. Oh, idiots! It is because you work too much that the industrial equipment develops slowly. Stop braying and listen to an economist, no other than M. L. Raybaud, whom we were fortunate enough to lose a few months ago. It is in general by the conditions of handwork that the revolution in methods of labor is regulated. As long as handwork furnishes its services at a low price, it is lavished, while efforts are made to economize it when its services become more costly. 7. To force the capitalists to improve their machines of wood and iron it is necessary to raise wages and diminish the working hours of the machines of flesh and blood. Do you ask for proofs? They can be furnished by the hundreds. In spinning, the self-acting mule was invented and applied at Manchester because the spinners refused to work such long hours as before. In America the machine is invading all branches of farm production, from the making of butter to the weeding of wheat. Why? Because the American, free and lazy, would prefer 1,000 deaths to the bovine life of the French peasant. Plowing, so painful and so crippling to the laborer in our glorious France, is in the American West an agreeable open-air pastime, which he practices in a sitting posture, smoking his pipe nonchalantly. Paul Lafargue. The Right to be Lazy. Chapter 4. New Songs to New Music. We have seen that by diminishing the hours of labor new mechanical forces will be conquered for social production. Furthermore, by obliging the laborers to consume their products the army of workers will be immensely increased. The capitalist class once relieved from its function of universal consumer will hasten to dismiss its train of soldiers, magistrates, journalists, procurers, which it has withdrawn from useful labor to help it in consuming and wasting. Then the labor market will overflow. Then will be required an iron law to put a limit on work. It will be impossible to find employment for that swarm of former unproductives, more numerous than insect parasites, and after them must be considered all those who provide for their needs and their vain and expensive tastes. When there are no more lackeys and generals to decorate, no more free and married prostitutes to be covered with laces, no more cannons to bore, no more palaces to build, there will be need of severe laws to compel the working women and working men who have been employed on embroidered laces, iron workings, buildings, to take the hygienic and calisthenic exercises requisite to re-establish their health and improve their race. When once we begin to consume European products at home instead of sending them to the devil, it will be necessary that the sailors, dock handlers, and the draymen sit down and learn to twirl their thumbs. The happy Polynesians may then love as they like without fearing the civilized Venus and the sermons of European moralists. And that is not all. In order to find work for all the non-producers of our present society, in order to leave room for the industrial equipment to go on developing indefinitely, the working class will be compelled, like the capitalist class, to do violence to its taste for abstinence and to develop indefinitely its consuming capacities. Instead of eating an ounce or two of gristly meat once a day, when it eats any, it will eat juicy beefsteaks of a pound or two. Instead of drinking moderately of bad wine, it will become more orthodox than the Pope and will drink broad and deep bumpers of Bordeaux and Burgundy without commercial baptism and will leave water to the beasts. The proletarians have taken into their heads to inflict upon the capitalists 10 hours of forge and factory. That is their great mistake, because of social antagonisms and civil wars. Work ought to be forbidden and not imposed. The Rothschilds and other capitalists should be allowed to bring testimony to the fact that throughout their whole lives they have been perfect vagabonds, and if they swear they wish to continue to live as perfect vagabonds in spite of the general mania for work, they should be pensioned and should receive every morning at the City Hall a $5 gold piece for their pocket money. Social discords will vanish. Bondholders and capitalists will be first to rally to the popular party, once convinced that far from wishing them harm, its purpose is rather to relieve them of the labor of overconsumption and waste, with which they have been overwhelmed since their birth. As for the capitalists who are incapable of proving their title to the name of vagabond, they will be allowed to follow their instincts. There are plenty of disgusting occupations in which to place them. Dufour might be set at cleaning public closets, Galifet one might perform surgical operations on diseased horses and hogs. The members of the Amnesty Commission might be sent to the stockyards to pick out the oxen and the sheep to be slaughtered. The senators might play the part of undertakers and lackeys in funeral processions. As for the others, occupations could be found for them on a level with their intelligence. Lord Gerald and Irogli could cork champagne bottles, only they would have to be muzzled as a precaution against intoxication. Ferry, Freycinet, and Tirade might destroy the bugs and vermin in the departments of state and other public houses. It would, however, be necessary to put the public funds out of the reach of the capitalists out of due regard for their acquired habits. But vengeance, harsh and prolonged, will be heaped upon the moralists who have perverted nature. The bigots, the cantors, the hypocrites, plus and other such sects of men who disguise themselves like maskers to deceive the world. For whilst they give the common people to understand that they are busied about nothing but contemplation and devotion in fastings and maceration of their sensuality, and that only to sustain and aliment the small frailty of their humanity, it is so far otherwise that on the contrary, God knows, what cheer they make, et curis simulant, sed bacchanalia vivant. 2. You may read it in great letters, in the coloring of their red snouts, and gulching bellies as big as a ton, unless it be when they perfume themselves with sulphur +3 on the days of great popular rejoicing, when instead of swallowing dust as on the 15th of August and 14th of July under capitalism, the communists and collectivists will eat, drink and dance to their heart's content, the members of the Academy, of Moral and Political Sciences, the priests with long robes and short, of the Economic, Catholic, Protestant, Jewish, Positivist, and Free-Thought Church, the propagandists of Malthusianism, and of Christian, altruistic, independent or dependent ethics, clothed in yellow, shall be compelled to hold a candle until it bums their fingers, shall starve in sight of tables loaded with meats, fruits, and flowers, and shall agonize with thirst in sight of flowing hogsheads. 4 times a year with the changing seasons they shall be shut up like the knife grinders' dogs in great wheels and condemned to grind wind for 10 hours. The lawyers and legislators shall suffer the same punishment. Under the regime of idleness, to kill the time, which kills us second by second. There will be shows and theatrical performances always and always. And here we have the very work for our bourgeois legislators. We shall organize them into traveling companies to go to the fairs and villages, giving legislative exhibitions. The generals in riding boots, their breasts brilliantly decorated with medals and crosses, shall go through the streets and courts levying recruits among the good people. Gambetta and his comrade Casagnac shall tend door. Casagnac, in full duelist costume, rolling his eyes and twisting his mustache, spitting out burning tow, shall threaten everyone with his father's pistol for and sink into a hole as soon as they show him Lullier's portrait. Gambetta will discourse on foreign politics and on Little Greece, who makes a doctor of him and would set Europe on fire to pilfer Turkey, on great Russia that stultifies him with the mincemeat she promises to make of Prussia and who would fain see mischief brewing in the west of Europe so as to feather her nest in the east and to strangle nihilism at home, on Mr. Bismarck who was good enough to allow him to pronounce himself on the amnesty, then uncovering his mountainous belly smeared over with red and white and blue, the three national colors, he will beat the tattoo on it, and enumerate the delicate little ortolans, the truffles, and the glasses of Margaux and Wyquem that it has gulped down to encourage agriculture, and to keep his electors of Belleville in good spirits. In the barracks the entertainment will open with the plus electoral farce plus. In the presence of the voters with wooden heads and asses' ears, the bourgeois candidates, dressed as clowns, will dance the dance of political liberties, wiping themselves fore and aft with their freely promising electoral programs, and talking with tears in their eyes of the miseries of the people and with copper in their voices of the glories of France. Then the heads of the voters will bray solidly in chorus, Hi Han! Hi Han! Then will start the great play, the theft of the nation's goods. Capitalist France, an enormous female, hairy-faced and bald-headed, fat, flabby, puffy, and pale, with sunken eyes, sleepy and yawning, is stretching herself out on a velvet couch. At her feet industrial capitalism, a gigantic organism of iron, with an ape-like mask, is mechanically devouring men, women, and children, whose thrilling and heart-rending cries fill the air. The bank with a marten's muzzle, a hyena's body and harpy hands, is nimbly flipping coins out of his pocket. Hordes of miserable, emaciated proletarians in rags, escorted by gendarmes with drawn sabers, pursued by furies lashing them with whips of hunger, are bringing to the feet of capitalist France heaps of merchandise, casks of wine, sacks of gold and wheat. Langlois, his nether garment in one hand, the testament of Proudhon in the other and the book of the national budget between his teeth, is encamped at the head of the defenders of national property and is mounting guard. When the laborers, beaten with gun stocks and pricked with bayonets, have laid down their burdens, they are driven away and the door is opened to the manufacturers, merchants, and bankers. They hurl themselves pell-mell upon the heap, devouring cotton goods, sacks of wheat, ingots of gold, emptying casks of wine. When they have devoured all they can, they sink down, filthy and disgusting objects in their ordure and vomitings. Then the thunder bursts forth, the earth shakes and opens, historic destiny arises, with her iron foot she crushes the heads of the capitalists, hiccuping, staggering, falling, unable to flee. With her broad hand she overthrows capitalist France, astounded and sweating with fear. If, uprooting from its heart the vice which dominates it and degrades its nature, the working class were to arise in its terrible strength, not to demand the rights of man, which are but the rights of capitalist exploitation, not to demand the right to work which is but the right to misery, but to forge a brazen law forbidding any man to work more than 3 hours a day, the earth, the old earth, trembling with joy would feel a new universe leaping within her. But how should we ask a proletariat corrupted by capitalist ethics, to take a manly resolution? Like Christ, the doleful personification of ancient slavery, the men, the women, and the children of the proletariat have been climbing painfully for a century up the hard Calvary of pain. For a century compulsory toil has broken their bones, bruised their flesh, tortured their nerves, for a century hunger has torn their entrails and their brains. Zero laziness, have pity on our long misery. O laziness, mother of the arts and noble virtues, be thou the balm of human anguish. Paul Lafargue. The right to be lazy. Appendix. Our moralists are very modest people. If they invented the dogma of work, they still have doubts of its efficacy in tranquilizing the soul, rejoicing the spirit, and maintaining the proper functioning of the entrails and other organs. They wish to try its workings on the populace, in annunc civili, before turning it against the capitalists, to excuse and authorize whose vices is their peculiar mission. But, you, 3 philosophers, why thus cudgel your brains to work out an ethics the practice of which you dare not counsel to your masters? Your dogma of work, of which you are so proud, do you wish to see it scoffed at, dishonored? Let us open the history of ancient peoples and the writings of their philosophers and lawgivers. I could not affirm, says the father of history, Herodotus, whether the Greeks derived from the Egyptians the contempt which they have for work, because I find the same contempt established among the Thracians, the Scythians, the Persians, the Lydians, in a word, because among most barbarians, those who learn mechanical arts and even their children are regarded as the meanest of their citizens. All the Greeks have been nurtured in this principle, particularly the Lacedaemonians. 1. At Athens the citizens were veritable nobles who had to concern themselves but with the defense and the administration of the community, like the savage warriors from whom they descended. Since they must thus have all their time free to watch over the interests of the republic, with their mental and bodily strength, they laid all labor upon the slaves. Likewise at Lacedaemon, even the women were not allowed to spin or weave that they might not detract from their nobility. 2. The Romans recognized but two noble and free professions, agriculture and arms. All the citizens by right lived at the expense of the treasury without being constrained to provide for their living by any of the sordid arts. Thus, they designated the trades, which rightfully belonged to slaves. The elder Brutus, to arouse the people, accused Tarquin, the tyrant, of the special outrage of having converted free citizens into artisans and masons. 3. The ancient philosophers had their disputes upon the origin of ideas, but they agreed when it came to the abhorrence of work. Nature, said Plato in his Social Utopia, his model republic, nature has made no shoemaker nor smith. Such occupations degrade the people who exercise them. Vile mercenaries, nameless wretches, who are by their very condition excluded from political rights. As for the merchants accustomed to lying and deceiving, they will be allowed in the city only as a necessary evil. The citizen who shall have degraded himself by the commerce of the shop shall be prosecuted for this offense. If he is convicted, he shall be condemned to a year in prison, the punishment shall be doubled for each repeated offense. 4. In his Economics, Xenophon writes, the people who give themselves up to manual labor are never promoted to public offices, and with good reason. The greater part of them, condemned to be seated the whole day long, some even to endure the heat of the fire continually, cannot fail to be changed in body, and it is almost inevitable that the mind be affected. What honorable thing can come out of a shop, asks Cicero. What can commerce produce in the way of honor? Everything called shop is unworthy an honorable man. Merchants can gain no profit without lying, and what is more shameful than falsehood? Again, we must regard as something base and vile the trade of those who sell their toil and industry, for whoever gives his labor for money sells himself and puts himself in the rank of slaves. 5. Proletarians, brutalized by the dogma of work, listen to the voice of these philosophers, which has been concealed from you with jealous care. A citizen who gives his labor for money degrades himself to the rank of slaves, he commits a crime which deserves years of imprisonment. Christian hypocrisy and capitalist utilitarianism had not perverted these philosophers of the ancient republics. Speaking for free men, they expressed their thought naively. Plato, Aristotle, those intellectual giants, beside whom our latter-day philosophers are but pygmies, wish the citizens of their ideal republics to live in the most complete leisure, for as Xenophon observed, work takes all the time and with it one has no leisure for the republic and his friends. According to Plutarch, the great claim of Lycurgus, wisest of men, to the admiration of posterity, was that he had granted leisure to the citizens of Sparta by forbidding to them any trade whatever. But our moralists of Christianity and capitalism will answer, these thinkers and philosophers praised the institution of slavery. Perfectly true, but could it have been otherwise, granted the economic and political conditions of their epoch? War was the normal state of ancient societies. The free man was obliged to devote his time to discussing the affairs of state and watching over its defense. The trades were then too primitive and clumsy for those practicing them to exercise their birthright of soldier and citizen, thus the philosophers and lawgivers, if they wished to have warriors and citizens in their heroic republics, were obliged to tolerate slaves. But do not the moralists and economists of capitalism praise wage labor, the modern slavery, and to what men does the capitalist slavery give leisure? To people like Rothschild, Schneider, and Madame Boucicaut, useless and harmful slaves of their vices and of their domestic servants. The prejudice of slavery dominated the minds of Pythagoras and Aristotle. This has been written disdainfully, and yet Aristotle foresaw, that if every tool could by itself execute its proper function, as the masterpieces of Daedalus moved themselves or as the tripods of Vulcan set themselves spontaneously at their sacred work, if for example the shuttles of the weavers did their own weaving, the foreman of the workshop would have no more need of helpers, nor the master of slaves. Aristotle's dream is our reality. Our machines, with breath of fire, with limbs of unwearying steel, with fruitfulness, wonderful inexhaustible, accomplish by themselves with docility their sacred labor. And nevertheless the genius of the great philosophers of capitalism remains dominated by the prejudice of the wage system, worst of slaveries. They do not yet understand that the machine is the savior of humanity, the God who shall redeem man from the sordid arts and from working for hire, the God who shall give him leisure and liberty. Paul Lafargue 1884. A few words with Mr. Herbert Spencer. Source, Today, Jan-June 1884, pages 416 to 427. Transcribed, by Ted Crawford. Mr. Herbert Spencer, the English philosopher, of worldwide celebrity, has contributed to the April number of the Contemporary Review an article entitled The Coming Slavery, which commends itself to the attention of English socialists, because he predicates therein that the social changes made, the changes in progress, and the changes urged, are carrying us to the desired ideal of the socialists, that even the liberals, the worst enemies of socialists, are diligently preparing the way for them, and that nationalization of land, banks, railways, mines, factories, and other private instruments of production will be realized in the near future, and because this hopeful idea, entertained by so profound a philosopher, will put fresh courage into the hearts of militant socialists, and will encourage them to pursue with renewed ardor their propaganda of communistic theories. But the article has other claims to our attention. It professes to be a powerful and conclusive criticism of socialism, while it is, in effect, a mere summary of all the commonplace arguments habitually brought against socialism. That so illustrious a man as Mr. Spencer should fail to find more serious arguments against it, is a very conclusive demonstration, if that were wanted, of the soundness of socialism. That a thinker, like Mr. Spencer, one of the lights of the bourgeoisie, should think it worth his while to bring forward such arguments, makes it incumbent on his opponents to refute Thorne, how trivial and unworthy soever they may be. Mr. Spencer concludes his article by this wise axiom, intended to deal us a very ugly blow indeed: no political alchemy will get golden conduct out of leaden instincts, no well-working institution will be framed by an ill-working humanity. Hence mankind must abandon all hope of bettering our present system of society and of doing away with the wrongs and miseries of it. It was generally presumed that Mr. Spencer had understood the Darwinian theory, of which he had volunteered to be the propounder. The anti-socialist axiom cited above inclines us to think that the presumption was erroneous. For, according to the evolution theory, the organs of animals, their habits, and their instincts are not spontaneous growths, but the necessary results of the struggle for life under the conditions to which the animals have been exposed. The sharp teeth and ferocity of the tiger, the swiftness and timidity of the antelope have, no more than the wisdom of Mr. H. Spencer, sprung up spontaneously, but have been evolved more or less gradually by the actions and reactions of their milieu. Different conditions of life must consequently produce different instincts and habits in animals and men. For instance, one of the most powerful instincts met with in the whole animal kingdom, and without which the rearing of the young had been impossible, the maternal instinct, is utterly obliterated in certain insects living in communities. The queen bees kill their daughter queens, the desire to destroy instead of loving their nearest relations having been of service to the community. 1. Another instinct, perhaps still more important for the preservation of life, the instinct of self-preservation, is deadened in animals living in troops. The males are always ready to face danger and to give their lives in defense of the females, the young and the weak of the collectivity. These unmotherly and unselfish instincts, so unnatural, are like Mr. H. Spencer's pessimism, produced by the conditions of life to which their bearers have been exposed. A man, who in order to account for the creation of the world requires a God, maker of all things, may well believe that the cheating instincts of the shopkeepers, the lying habits of the diplomatist, the humbugging practices of the bubble company starters, the flunkeyism of the literary and philosophical defenders of the capitalist class are of divine origin, but for the communist of the materialistic school of Karl Marx, these bourgeois qualities are the necessary products of the bourgeois social milieu. These precious instincts will, as mildew forms on organic matter in decomposition, continue to make part and parcel of the bourgeois nature, so long as the economical milieu which gave them birth is not transformed. The history of mankind shows us that these bourgeois virtues have not always adorned human nature. In the early village communities of India where private property in land does not exist, we never meet with the parasitism which disgraces civilized England, good-for-nothing aristocrats and capitalists ministered to by a host of flunkies and prostitutes do not live on the good-for-somethings. There, every man is not the foe of his fellow man, he does not lay financial traps, nor lie and cheat to come into another man's property. The private interests of every member of these village communities are merged in the general interest of the community, so much so that a person aggrieved, writes H. S. Maine, complains not of an individual wrong, but of the disturbance of the order of the entire little society. To this merging of private in public interest, evolved out of the communal form of property, leads the Indian villager to sacrifice his private welfare to the general good. But under the system of private property the welfare of the community and of the individual are at war, and the instincts generated by the antagonism of interests leads every bourgeois to sacrifice the common good to his private ends. Mr. Holloway, the distinguished philanthropist and pill manufacturer, would have inflicted bowel complaints on the whole human race, not even excepting his own great philosopher, Herbert Spencer, with an eye to business. There is never a cotton spinner but would hail the fire that should burn to ashes all the factories of Lancashire and make him lord of the cotton market. There is never an English merchant who, in order to turn an honest penny, would not sell guns and powder to the Sudanes and Basutos fighting against his countrymen. There is not a financial man of the city who would not lend money to Russia, of course on good security and given large profits for the organizing and arming of the soldiers that should invade India. The ground out of which spring the leaden instincts of the man bourgeois, in England, as well as on the continent and in America, is private property. Selfishness, deceit, hypocrisy, and quackery are the indispensable qualities of the bourgeois. It is they that make him flush of money, and it is money that gives him all the joys of the earth, fat meats, fruity wines, finery, and respectability, the smiles of the fair, the blessings of priests and the flattery of philosophers, hence he develops these qualities. In savage tribes, courage, strength, and stoicism under pain are developed because these qualities are required in the long and continuous fight which is their life. The habits and instincts of man are shaped by the social milieu in which he lives. Private property perverts human nature. One of the most infamous of all crimes, branded by all mankind since it has come out of savagery, parricide, flourishes in countries wherein the system of peasant proprietary prevails. It is his fiendish love for land, his mad desire to inherit the small plot of ground of his parents, which arms the parricide's hands. Private property is the mother of the lowest and most sordid instincts, which no amount of virtuous and tedious preaching and no amount of brutal penalties will avail to eradicate. The leaden instincts deplored by the two evolutionists by half Mr. Spencer, are not the cause of the ill-working institutions which socialists seek to change, but so long as the social institutions shall continue to work ill, the instincts of man will be leaden. So long as private property shall stand, the capitalist will go on being the narrow-minded, selfish, and heartless brute he is. Cellulary confinement, the treadwheel and the lash patronized by the great philosopher, and applied so largely under our system will never get golden conduct out of man's leaden instincts. So long as misery and insecurity remain the lot of the hard-working masses, so long as they are surrounded and allured by the temptations of life and the luxuries of the good-for-nothing capitalists. Vitellit, one of the fathers of the science of statistics, has shown in his Physique sociale that from 1826 to 1844 the number of criminals has varied in France with the price of wheat. Because the great philosopher has overlooked the causes of the leaden instincts which he observes in the hearts of his fellow bourgeois and friends, because he misunderstands the evolution theory, he predicates that these instincts, the products of the private property system, will continue the same in the common property system. The great philosopher is as logical as a man who should maintain, on seeing a field covered with weeds and thistles, that no corn would grow on it, once the ground was overturned and sown with wheat. 2. Mr. Herbert Spencer has been mistaken for an evolutionist because he is in the habit of classifying natural and social phenomena according to their external appearances and coarsest features, without analyzing their internal properties and their external causes, without studying the action of the milieu on the phenomena and the reaction of the phenomena on the milieu. The great philosopher piles up his facts in evolutive series, much like a shopkeeper piles up his goods upon the shelves of his shop. According to their most obvious qualities, he puts pants with pants, socks with socks, shirts with shirts, etc., never caring one straw to know what materials his goods are made of, and how and where they were manufactured. In his Coming Slavery, Mr. Spencer gives an excellent example of his shopkeeper-like evolutionism, which, let it be said in passing, is the only kind of evolutionism known and practiced by a large number of Darwinian evolutionists. Mr. Spencer says, slavery, which is characterized by how much the slave is compelled to labor for other benefit than his own and how much he can labor for his own benefit, has been on the decrease since the time when the prisoner of war was made a slave, was converted into a serf attached to the soil, paying a fixed amount of labor and produce and then allowed to detach himself from the soil, as in Russia, but nevertheless bound to give the obrok or a certain amount of money. Because the obrok does not exist in England, and because the laborer is not fastened to the soil, Mr. Spencer concludes triumphantly that slavery is abolished, and that no Englishman is compelled to labor for other benefit than his own. 3. I cannot here stop to show how childish is this account of the evolution of compulsory labor, but I may say that the amount of labor extracted from the producing masses, slaves or serfs, does not depend upon the mode in which it is extracted, but upon the mode of production of the age and of the country under consideration. For instance, while the slave-holders and the feudal lords remained their lifelong on their lands, they claimed from their slaves and serfs a small amount of compulsory labor, but when instead of requiring agricultural and industrial produce for the maintenance of their families and retinue, they wanted marketable goods for bartering, the amount of compulsory labor increased considerably. This increase of compulsory labor marked, not the initial but the last stage of slavery. This method of connecting the social phenomena with their economical causes cannot commend itself to the metaphysical mind of Mr. Spencer, who prefers to soar above the clouds, pouncing upon whatever random facts come within his range of vision. His method has great advantages of its own, it is an easy one, does not necessitate much thinking, and allows a philosopher to prove anything he pleases. Thus, Mr. Spencer, after having shown, to his own satisfaction, that slavery, characterized by compulsory labor, does not exist in our capitalist society, demonstrates with equal ease that it will exist in the communistic society of the future. The capitalists are well advised in making a great philosopher of Mr. Herbert Spencer, for he is ready at any time to demonstrate by learnedly scientific and deeply philosophical reasonings, that if employers condemn men, women, and children to hard labor in mines and factories, they do so not for the extorting of compulsory labor, but from mere philanthropy. It is to prevent the poor from being idle, for they know that idleness is the mother of vices, and that he who works prays. Of course this giving of labor to the poor means profit for the capitalists, but the millions of pounds they pocket annually are the reward of their golden conduct. This Christian feeling impelled Mr. Bright and other leaders of the Liberal and Radical parties to oppose the 10 Hours Bill, and impels Mr. Spencer to denounce the factory laws which protect women and children against the pitiless greed of their employers. These laws are compulsory laws. They prevent capitalists from extorting from their hands as much free labor as they would wish. These laws are a scandal and a shame, a blot on liberal England, an outrage to capitalist liberty. If slavery is characterized, on that point we are at one, by compulsory labor for the benefit of others, in no society whatever, or at any time, whether in the feudal ages or in times of slavery, has a greater amount of compulsory labor been extracted from the producing classes. The slaveholder, even in the worst time of slavery, did not overwork his slave when young, because the slave was valuable cattle to him, not to he used up too quickly. The pious Brights have no such fear. The inquiry on children's employment has shown that before passing the factory laws, it was customary with manufacturers to keep children of 7 and 8 years old, during 12, 14 and more hours at work, resorting to the lash, to dippings into cold water and other such amenities, to prevent them from sleeping. These children being free-born Britons and not the property of any Bright or Cobden, it mattered little whether they lived or died. Slavery is a very rude system of extorting compulsory labor, which ceases to pay, when great industry makes its appearance. Whether the slave be young or old, in or out of work, his master is compelled to feed him. The capitalist is under no such compulsion. When work is slack he sends his hands into the streets to beg and fill their bellies with staring at the ribs of beef and legs of mutton in the butchers' shops. Although the philanthropists of our century have invented and applied the cellulary system of imprisonment, copied just now from civilized Europe by barbarous Russia, although great philosophers like Mr. Herbert Spencer, Pudroni's the lash and tread wheels, nevertheless, we may boast of living in a humane age. Working men, unlike slaves, are no longer compelled to work under the lash. This worn-out instrument of torture has been replaced by a more efficacious and refined one by hunger, that cat o' nine tails, which drives men, women, and children into the factories and mines. It is because Mr. Spencer belongs to the happy few who are not doomed to compulsory labor for the maintenance of the idle classes in luxury that he is so blind to the present slavery and so wide awake with regard to the coming slavery. Mr. Herbert Spencer denounces communism not only as the future restorer of slavery but as the inventor and introducer of bureaucracy. Is the great philosopher so hopelessly blind that when he cashes a check or takes a railway ticket he fails to catch sight of whole armies of clerks or bureaucrats? Does he believe that banks, railways, and other commercial and industrial enterprises can dispense with clerks and officials any more than the post, the telegraph, the naval and military establishments, and other industrial enterprises already carried on by the state? As far as bureaucracy is concerned, what is the difference between the enterprises of the state and those of limited companies? In both, part of the work is done by clerks, officials, or bureaucrats. The name will not alter the function. They are salaried workers equally with the carpenters, postmen, engineers, skilled and unskilled laborers employed in them. No more than the manual workers do they reap all the fruits of their exertions. They have to divide the same with the state or with the shareholders, whose duty does not consist in working but in confiscating the produce of others' work. What characterizes capitalistic production, whether done under the control of the state or of private capitalists, is that the producer, manual or intellectual, skilled or unskilled, has no interest in the prosperity of the enterprise in which he is employed. What interest has the engineer or ticket clerk of any railway that the expenses should be covered twice or thrice by the receipts? What benefit do the compositor and the penny a liner reap when the Daily Telegraph increases its sale from 1 to 10,000? When their salaries are paid, the employer thinks that nothing more is due to the employee. The capitalist system leaves to the producer one only interest in the production, his wages. So long as they are paid him, he does not care whether the business thrives or barely makes a shift to live. But if all the shareholders, landlords, and other drones of society were suppressed, then the producer would share the profits with no useless giver of work, no longer working as paid hands, but as joint partners. They would have an interest in the success of the undertaking. Even a bourgeois philosopher will understand that any enterprise is more likely to succeed when it is worked by its owners than by wage slaves. At present the producer works in a devil-may-care way, and he is right in doing so, but in a communistic society, his own interest will make him do his best. Self-interest, not to speak of nobler sentiments, ignored by bourgeois philosophers, will replace hunger and the lash employed till now for extorting compulsory labor. Self-interest is the alchemy that will get golden conduct out of the producing classes. Mr. Spencer complains of the expensiveness of maintaining the necessary officials and clerks when land, banks, factories, and other instruments of production shall be nationalised, but our present directors, managers, and other officials of banks, railways, &c., are they not maintained by us, notwithstanding that the instruments of production are not yet nationalised? But if the great philosopher is so bent on economy, why does he not complain of the cost of the ever-growing domestic class? Karl Marx, in his great work, Das Kapital, called attention to the importance of that class, analyzing the figures given by the census of 1861. He finds in Wales and in England, that the domestic class numbered 1,208,648 individuals. The agricultural class 1,098,261. Working men employed in textile factories 642,607. In mines 565,835. Total industry 1,605,440. In metalworks 396,998. Thus in 1861 the domestic class in England and Wales, that is the class doing no productive work but maintained for ministering to the private wants of the capitalist classes, was greater than the agricultural class and 3/4 of the number of the workers employed in 3 of the most important industries. Since 1861 the domestic class has been always on the increase. The following figures are for Great Britain. Classes 1861, 1871, 1881 rate of increase. In 10 years and decrease. In 20 years. Domestic 1,367,782, 1,633,514, 1,803,810 plus 10.4 plus 31.9. Agricultural 2,010,454, 1,657,138, 1,383,184 minus 15.9 minus 31.2. Industrial 5,184,201, 5,940,028, 6,373,367 plus 7.3 plus 22.9. In the 20 years from 1861 to 1881, the agricultural class decreased in the same ratio that the domestic class increased. This evil, the increase of the domestic class, is the magnificent result of the development of capitalist civilization. These figures ought to reassure the great philosopher, for no communistic society will have to maintain so numerous a body of officials as the present non-producing domestic class. In the Mutual Admiration Society founded by the Darwinians, Mr. Herbert Spencer is lauded as a great philosopher. All things being relative, he may be such for the evolutionists. The socialists neither purpose nor wish to disturb them in their Pickwickian performances, but if Mr. Herbert Spencer desires to have his philosophical merits uncontested, let him keep from meddling with scientific socialism and social questions, let him confine himself to the compiling of confused, ponderous and unreadable books, surcharged with unimportant facts, ill-studied and selected without discrimination. Socialists at all events, he may be sure, will not interfere with his self-imposed labor. On the contrary, they owe him all thanks for the services he has rendered and renders to the world at large in cudgeling the dull heads of his addle-brained friends and admirers, the middle-class men. Paul Lafargue. Paris, April, 1884. Paul Lafargue 1884. Peasant Proprietary in France. Source, Today, Jan-June 1884, pages 257-275. Transcribed, by Ted Crawford. In England, as on the continent, social questions are forcing their way to the front and are pushing into the background all political quackery, as a solution of the problem presented by the land question. Both in England and Ireland, statesmen, economists, moralists, philosophers, and penny-a-liners of every creed, of high or low degree, while shuddering at the bare thought of nationalising the land without compensation, have not shrunk from proposing the creation of a class of peasant proprietors and have dared to point to France as the El Dorado of the paysan proprietaire. Now, inasmuch as French matters are concerned, a Frenchman may perhaps be allowed to have his say and bring forward a few facts that bear upon the question. In order to a clear view of the subject, we must consider property in land, as we find it established in the social system of the bourgeoisie, one not as an ideal form that always has existed and always will exist, but as a transitional form that, comparatively recent as it is already entering on a new phase. The latest historical theory propounded by Maurer and introduced into England by Sir Henry Maine, shows us how peasant proprietary was evolved out of communal proprietary and is itself the stepping stone to the modern great estates. In this article, too short for such a subject, I shall endeavor, with a view to determining the value of the land doctor's panacea, to trace the origin of peasant proprietary in France and to give some notion of the social milieu in which it had existence and of its struggles and its sufferings when this social milieu changed and was converted into the present social system of the great machine industry and free trade. The system of land tenure in feudal society may be considered as a kind of peasant ownership. The large estates of the church and of the nobles were portioned out in parcels of which the peasants were the hereditary owners or the life tenants, cultivating the soil much as it is cultivated down to our own times in the more backward parts of France. The obligations of these peasants, serfs as they were limited to some compulsory labor, corvée, and to certain redevances, whether in kind or in money. By the side of the great landholders there lived a numerous class of peasant proprietors holding their land upon feudal service to the lord of the manor and to the village community. This peasant property had come to be subdivided so infinitesimally as to cause the despair of the agriculturists of the 18th century. "How can we expect," exclaims Du Monceau, "to have artificial pastures in countries where the land is so broken up and subdivided that most of the parcels have only a few perches in width, a perch is equal to 20 feet. It costs as much time to turn the plough and to transport it from parcel to parcel as to plough the land." 2F de Nuckiel, President of the Senate, found the land in Burgundy subdivided among the inhabitants, few are without some land. It is so absurdly apportioned that a territory, fineage, of 1,250 acres is generally broken up into 500 or 600 parcels belonging to 50 or 60 individuals, some of whom own as many as 20 separate lots. This subdivision results partly, if not wholly, from the division of the land, on successions, between brothers and sisters, which cause acting throughout centuries has given an acute form to the complaint. 3. In another passage he makes mention of a landowner who possessed 455 separate parcels in one commune. This disintegration of the land, the outcome of peasant ownership, renders all scientific agriculture impossible. It exists wherever small property prevails, in the Pays de Bray, situated on the borders of the departments of Seine-Inférienne and Oise, 354,745 acres of agricultural land were, in 1880, divided into 172,361 lots belonging to 26,572 inhabitants. In La Meuse 170 proprietors owned 5,893 parcels. The peasant proprietary met with in the north and center of France in the 18th century, traces back its origin to the old village communities, then in the last stage of decay. In 1844 a peasant community of Haute Auvergne, the last of its kind, could show title deeds of property handed down from Carolingian times. The peasant of the 18th century, in addition to the bit of land he owned, enjoyed certain rights in common with the other members of the community to which he belonged, and it is these rights alone that enabled him to retain property in land and hold his own throughout so many centuries and such dire political feuds. The two most important of these rights were the right of pasturage on large commons and forest land, and the right of vein patcher, the right, that is, of converting all arable land into common pasture. The vein patcher, now legally, if not as yet practically, wholly abolished in France, imposed a particular method of culture. Arable lands were submitted to triennial rotation, wheat or rye, spring crops, fallow, to admit of the fields, after the gathering in of the crops, being thrown into one and converted into pasture ground for the cattle of the village, the feudal lords having equal rights to pasture with the laborers and other inhabitants. For these rights were the mainstay of peasant proprietary. They enabled the peasant to have cattle and so provided him with milk, meat, wool, and manure. But these rights and in particular that of the vein patcher fettered the development of the large estates and stood in the way of all agricultural improvements. The landowners and agricultural writers of the last century attacked it bitterly. The right of vein patcher, says Ethys de Novian, infringes on the rights of property. Any estate burdened with this right becomes common property when the proprietor has removed his crops on the day assigned him. His property in it ceases from that moment, and is made over to the public. 5. There is no such thing as absolute property in Le Berry. The owner of a wood sees his neighbor's cattle break through the hedges. Any person that encloses his field encroaches on vested rights, the enclosure is destroyed again and the field is left open to plunder. A grazing ground laid out at the expense of one man will equally benefit his neighbor, and he that sows clover, lucerne, or grass in a field of his own, that is held to be common property, must expect to get only just so much for his share as his neighbors may feel disposed to leave him. 6. From the first the rights of the peasant proprietor had been antagonistic to those of the feudal lord. In the Middle Ages this antagonism, existing all over Europe, broke out in the bloody peasant risings. In the last half of the 18th century this antagonism had once again taken an acute form, and the hour had come for the abolition of the peasant rights and the transformation of feudal property. Manufactures had been developed throughout France, and division of labor had made the greatest progress. The industrial classes, concentrated in towns and no longer producing their own food, as heretofore, when every artisan possessed his bit of land, were dependent upon the agricultural classes. New roads were opened up by land and water, the bulky agricultural products, stationary hitherto and consumed where grown, now began to be carried hither and thither, from the country to the towns, and from province to province, while their prices went up extraordinarily. 7. It was necessary that agriculture to answer the requirements of the times should do away with the old methods of culture which, but slightly modified, continued identical with those described by Virgil and the Latin writers. But all radical change was out of the question so long as there stood in the way the rights of the peasant proprietor. These called for destruction, and the destruction of these rights was the work of the Revolution of 1789, the revolution which, according to Louis Blanc, Michelet, Victor Hugo, and the Legion of Democrats Vulgaires, was made for the peasant. Encroachments on the property of the peasant communities had begun centuries before. Indeed, the property of the feudal lord was almost wholly made up of the spoils of the peasant. The bourgeois revolution of 1789, directed ostensibly against the landed aristocracy, in effect legalized all its plunders, and in the name of the bourgeois trinity, liberté, égalité, fraternité, shamefully stripped the peasant of his rights. It decreed the division of the commons and the rights of enclosure, and prohibited the pasturing of cattle on other people's land, thus dealing a death blow to peasant proprietary. From the moment that the feudal and the peasant rights were abolished, property in land assumed the bourgeois form. If the feudal lord had rights, they were limited, and he had corresponding duties, whereas the bourgeois proprietor has unlimited rights and no duties at all. The abuse of these rights, conferred upon ignorant peasants and greedy speculators, has wrought ruin and desolation in the land. It has stripped the mountains of their forests, and has caused the rivers to overflow. 8. The bourgeois revolution in abolishing tithes and compulsory labor, re-established under the disguised and uglier form of government taxes and the conscription, and in confiscating the lands of the clergy and nobility, bought up wholesale by land jobbers and resold in small lots to the peasants with enormous profits, made believe that it established peasant proprietary, while in fact it cut away the ground from under it. We shall see how the economic forces of bourgeois society wrested the land from the clutches of the peasant, and flung him penniless among the proletariat of the towns. 2. In his Topographie du département du Gers, 1803, C. Drolet writes, a peasant proprietor lays out his property in such a way as to have pasture land for cattle, land for corn, wine, vegetables, and wood for fuel. He follows too closely the maxim of Columella, he is a bad husbandman who buys what he can get his land to supply him with. Some 25 years ago I had occasion to see this maxim put in practice in a wine-growing district, Le Bordelais. By the side of large properties, laid out as vineyards, were a number of small estates of 25 to 45 acres, owned by peasants or by bourgeois living in towns and employing métayers, peasants whose wages are a share in the produce, for the cultivation of their land. Irrespective of the size of the estate, the nature of the soil, the profits yielded by wine growing, these diminutive properties were cut up into small plots, like the squares of a draft board, for the production of corn, rye, hay, flax, and for woodland that should supply vine poles, resin, hoops for casks, etc., etc. As wine growing was beginning to yield great profits, one would have thought that the peasant proprietors would have enlarged their vineyards. Not at all. They had no mind to part with the hard cash they possessed, after land their dearest thing in life, for the wheat they wanted for their bread, and the resin they required for their candles, so they left their tiny cornfields and their wee pine woods intact. How absurd soever this mode of cultivating the land may appear from a commercial or scientific point of view, it is, nevertheless, the only rational one from the standpoint of the peasant proprietor. On no account whatever must he buy or sell in the open market where lurk his deadliest enemies, he is constrained to live on his own land and to find there all he wants. He must grow his corn, bake his bread, breed his sheep, and spin his wool himself. When forced to apply to others, say the weaver or the wheelwright, he must find such assistance close at hand and pay for it in kind and not in money, in corn or in field labor, as the custom is down to our own days in the Indian village communities. To these Indian communities we must turn if we would meet with true peasant ownership, but they too, like the Russian agrarian communities, are fast succumbing under the weight of government taxation and English misrule. In a bourgeois system of society, with its fully developed free trade in land produce and its great industry, the only possible property in land is the great estate or the small holding of the market gardener. The life of the peasant proprietor, as it was cut out for him by the bourgeois revolution, is one of misery ended by ejectment for debt. Let him who doubts or denies this study the history of peasant proprietary in France. Peasant ownership is thrice blessed, by the taxes of the state, the usury of the money-lender and the fees of the lawyer. How few are the peasants holding land free of mortgage? In 1875 such mortgages amounted to upwards of 3 millions of pounds sterling. The amount of debt on notes of hand is unknown, and the illegal interest of it quite unknowable. In the department of La Cruz, the country preeminently of small property, loans, according to the Comte d'Esterno, were contracted at 100%. 9. In this wise the land is held in pawn by the money lender. The peasant proprietor toils not only to maintain himself but to satisfy the claims of the usurer and the government. Both government and usurer have to be paid in money, and not as heretofore in kind. With the produce of his land the peasant must buy money. At all times in sorest need of cash, he is at the mercy of the corn merchant whose exact ions grow with the borrower's distress. Harvest time is the season for organized plunder on a large scale. No sooner is the corn housed, says the Comte d'Esterno, than the corn dealers, millers, and others go their rounds, and call upon the cultivators who, sunk in debt, sued and threatened with eviction, are compelled to make the poorest bargains. So general are these evictions and so numerous are the cultivators involved in debt that the price of corn falls for some 3 or 4 months after the harvest. Later on it rises again, but with no beneficial result to either cultivator or consumer, but only to some useless middleman. 10. To console him for the loss of the commons and the vain patcher, the French peasant is now given over to the usury of the moneylender and the sharp practice of the corn merchant. While the peasant had the benefit of the commons and the vain patcher, he merely required to eke out his means of existence by tillage of the soil. Deprived of these advantages he is no longer able to keep cattle, and must make up for the profits formerly accruing therefrom by wage labor. So that compulsory labor, so emphatically proclaimed as abolished by the great bourgeois revolution, has been re-established under a new name for the benefit of the large landowners and their farmers, who now find the laborers they want more easily and more plentifully than prior to the revolution. In the south of France the labor market is held every Sunday morning under the portals of the churches. Great and small proprietors meet there to make contracts of hire for so many days in the week. The peasant goes to church to transact business, not to hear mass. The religious feeling of the French peasant is one of the myths of Catholicism. Superstition he has, and to spare, but no religion. The gods of his divinity are his pig and bit of land. But agricultural labor on the property of others proving insufficient to gain them a livelihood, the French peasants have had to supplement it by industrial labor. In Auvergne and in the south they have found employment in the plaiting of straw hats, in glove stitching and lace making, in the Cevennes, the departments round Lyons, and in the north, in weaving and spinning. All such work, executed at their own fireside, was done to order for town merchants who supplied the raw material. This supplementary labor took also another form. The peasants migrated for a great part of the year and worked for wages at a distance from their homes. No sooner does the snow fall in the Pyrenees than the peasant leaves his mountains to labor in the vineyards. The peasants of the Cevennes come down in the summer months before their harvest season to cut and thresh the corn in Le Languedoc. In the department of Orme from 9,000 to 10,000 men migrate annually either to practice some trade in Paris or to ply the surrounding country as mole catchers, hawkers, etc. 11. La Marche et Le Limousin supply large numbers of masons. The number of masons supplied by the department of La Creuse alone was estimated in 1856 at 50,000, the total population being 287,000. The contingent thus furnished representing 1/6 or almost the totality of the male and valid population. 12. In the departments of the center the peasants were accustomed to work in kilns, glassworks, etc., in the mining districts of the Loire they worked in the mines and foundries. The country round Marseilles and Aix supplied the towns with the hands required for their soap and oil factories, the hard and unhealthy work in which was objected to by the workmen of the towns. I have not of course the slightest intention of invoking moral principles where economical phenomena are concerned, but I must state as a matter of fact that it is the male portion only of the population which migrates, and that it habitually brings back with it from the towns the filthiest diseases, which but for this migration would have remained unheard of in the country. And so it happens that small property, which is the basis on which rests the peasant family, cannot exist in a bourgeois society without introducing into the homes of the peasants the vices and diseases of civilization. Throughout France, wherever peasant ownership is met with, one or other of the different forms of compulsory labor is its concomitant, rendered inevitable by the fiscal claims of the state, and the exact ions of the money lender. The industrial labor of the peasant proprietor has, however, been profoundly modified by the progress of modern machinery. Domestic labor is daily losing ground. Hand spinning is altogether abolished. Lace, with but few exceptions for the finest kind of work, is manufactured by machinery. As regards silk weaving and the manufacture of velvets, the work for the most part is done in large workshops, plain tissues and foulard silks being the only ones still woven in the country. The hand weaving of flax and cotton has almost wholly disappeared, and for woolen tissues the power loom is everywhere replacing the hand loom. Periodical peasant migration from the country no longer answers to the requirements of our modern great industry. The working machinery set up on a colossal scale represents an enormous capital and cannot be stopped at given times in the year to suit the convenience of the peasants who have their crops to look to. Every idle day in a factory is a day of heavy pecuniary loss, for the interest on the capital sunk in the machinery falls due whether the machines are set at work or not, and their deterioration is greatest during inaction. The industrial population must cease to be a nomad one, it must remain upon the spot, even when out of work, in order that at all times may be had a full supply of hands, liable to be wanted at any given moment for the working of the machines. In the mining and industrial districts the population is no longer a fluctuating one, coming and going at stated intervals. There is a settled population exclusively devoted to industrial labor and divorced from all agricultural pursuits. The great change wrought in the supplementary labor of the peasants to some extent explains the rapid growth of urban agglomeration at the expense of the rural population. The following tables show the rate of progression during the last 30 years. Proportion of the urban to the rural population for each 100 inhabitants. 1846, 1851, 1856, 1861, 1866, 1872, 1876. URB. Pop 24.42, 25.52, 27.31, 28.86, 30.46, 31.12, 32.44. RUR. Pop 75.58, 74.48, 72.69, 71.14, 69.54, 68.88, 67.56. After having some 30 years ago formed 3/4 of the total population of France, the rural population in our day forms little more than 2/3 of it. So long as the commons and his fields supplied the peasant with everything that he required, it mattered little whether he applied spade labor to the land or whether he plowed it with asses, cows, or horses. 13 * It mattered little whether a bushel of corn cost him 1 day's or a dozen days' labor. All that he needed to make sure of was that the produce of his harvest would suffice to maintain himself and his family all the year round. But as soon as he is compelled to produce exchangeable commodities to buy money with, there is superad to the 3 primordial blessings already his, a 4th blessing in the shape of the corn dealer. When, finally, the peasant carries his crops to market, he meets there a new enemy, and then comes the tug of war. His bushel of corn competes with the bushel of corn of the great farmer. The price of sale is determined not by the peasant's costs of production but by those of the great farmers, and victory is with him who grows the cheapest. We have been thus far merely considering the process by which the peasant is cheated out of a portion of his earnings. People there are who still hug the illusion that evils such as these admit of remedy. Yet who shall control this economical fate, the struggle for low prices, the struggle between small and high farming? All things on the contrary tend to intensify the fierceness of the battle to be fought out between science, machinery, and capital on the one hand and ignorance, routine and poverty on the other. Capital is the sinews of high farming and poverty is the constitutional disease of peasant proprietary. And not money alone it is that the French peasant lacks, he lacks also the brains to apply the new processes of agriculture. Full of cunning as he is and able, as Balzac says, on any disputed point to out-Talleyrand all the Talleyrand's of diplomacy, the French peasant is, for all that, narrow-minded, obtuse and routinier. Moreover, he instinctively feels that to meddle with the established order of things is to indirectly attack his right of property. As a necessary consequence, he opposes to the uttermost all new methods of culture, his natural distrust of which has been aggravated by his own experience of failure where such methods have been imperfectly applied. And when in spite of himself he has been driven to make use of foreign seeds, guano, and chemical manures, his ignorance has caused him to fall so easy a prey to the fraud and quackery practiced upon him by the trade that his dislike of innovations has become inveterate. Liebig said that the cultivator ought to have an encyclopedisk Bildung, whereas in point of fact the class of peasant proprietors is the most ignorant of the nation. The inferiority of the peasant proprietors' small farming as opposed to high farming is best shown by a comparison of the official tables of wheat production. From 1872 to 1878 the average production of the whole of France was only 15 hectoliters, 6 centiliters per hectare, or about 17 bushels per acre. 14. The production of 31 departments out of the 87 departments of France was above this average: Seine, 28 hectoliters 81 centiliters. Seine-et-Oise, 23. 69, Nord, 23. 53, Oise, 21. 78, Seine-et-Marne, 21. 71, Pas-de-Calais, 21. 27, Aisne, 21. 16, Haute-Rhin, 19. 80, Loiret, 19. 72, Somme, 19. 45, Eure-et-Loir, 19. 13, Seine-Inférieure, 18. 37, Marne, 18. 16, Loire-et-Cher, 17. 61, Eure, 17. 56, Rhône, 17. 50, Ardennes, 17. 49, Mayenne, 17. 24, Calvados, 17. 08, Allier, 16. 53, Doubs, 16. 48, Côtes du Nord, 16. 37, Loire-Inférieure, 16. 23, Pyrenees Orientals, 16. 16, Aube, 16. 03, Maine-et-Loire, 16. 60, Annecy. Now a glance at the map will show us that these 31 departments are for the most part situated in the Aisne, where are found the great industrial centers. Here small property, except in the neighborhood of towns, where market gardening is carried on, has generally disappeared, the métayers having been replaced by farmers as in England. If we read the list of the 56 departments which in corn crops are below the average, we shall find that they are wine-growing countries like the Gironde, 14 hectoliters, 57 centiliters, Hérault, 13 hectoliters, 99 centiliters, Haute-Garonne, 13 hectoliters, 94 centiliters, and C, where wheat growing is of little importance, or that they are countries of peasant proprietary like Corse, 14 hectoliters, 26 centiliters, Corrèze, 13 hectoliters, 60 centiliters, Creuse, 12 hectoliters, 61 centiliters, Basses Alpes, 8 hectoliters, 7 centiliters, and C. Of these last three departments, the reports of the fire insurance companies state that only 1 out of every 4 houses is slate or tile covered, the roofs generally being of wood or thatched with straw. In 1851, according to the official census, France had the misfortune to boast of a population of 7,846,000 landed proprietors. Of this number 3 million paid no personal contributions on account of their acknowledged poverty, and 600,000 paid contributions amounting to 5 centimes, 1/2 penny. There remained therefore 4,246,000 great or small landowners properly so called. These 3,600,000 landowners paying no taxes or contributing the sum of 5 centimes are in the truest sense of the word rural prolétaires. Their strip of land is but a chain to bind them to the country in order that the great landed proprietor may find laborers, when he wants them, for the tillage of his fields. Léonce de Laverne, who was fairly well acquainted with the condition of the agricultural laborer in France and in Great Britain, says, although the French laborer is frequently proprietor of the land and thus adds a little profit to his wages, he does not live as well as the English farm laborer. He is not as well fed, not as well clothed, is less comfortably lodged, he eats more bread, but it is generally made of rye with the addition of maize, buckwheat and even chestnuts. He rarely eats meat. Alas! I am acquainted with part of France where the people live on 70 centimes, 70, a day. 15. The horrible disease la pellagra, the disease of agricultural countries, that for the last century has decimated the field laborers of Lombardy, at the terrible rate of 80 out of 1,000, has now likewise begun to ravage the richest countries of the south of France. In some parts of the Gironde there are found as many as 200 pellagraci for every 6,000 inhabitants, 16 most of whom are small landowners. La pellagra is the disease of persons overworked and underfed and fed on unwholesome food. Now let us see what has become of the 4,246,000 landowners existing in 1851. French official statistics are unique. While giving for each department the exact number of geese, ducks, and capons it contains, they would seem to be drawn up with a view to mislead as to the true condition of property. In the absence of official data that the government alone can furnish, writes B. Laverne, I shall describe what I have seen around me. As the causes are not local, as they spring from a common organization, I fear that in writing the history of that part of the country in which I live, I shall write the history of the greater part of the country, if not of the country at large. I have been in a position to study 5 adjoining communes of the department of Tarn, having an area of 21,011 hectares and containing 8,311 inhabitants. These 5 communes contain 304 estates, of which 197 were, 50 years ago, in the hands of peasant cultivators. At this day only 81 out of these 197 remain in the family of the old proprietors, 116 estates have been sold. Out of these 116 estates, 71 have been bought up by bourgeois who farm them, the remaining 45 have been sold to peasants and subdivided to infinity. 17 Thus by a slow but sure process does property pass out of the peasant's hands and go to swell the estates of the great landowner, while the land that remains in the possession of the peasant is so absurdly subdivided as to render the cultivation of it more and more laborious and unprofitable. The process observed by B. Laverne has been going on with varying degrees of intensity all over France, as can be demonstrated notwithstanding the intentional confusion of French statistics. In order that I may not be charged with making the figures say what I want them to say, I will take my facts from the République Française, the official organ of the late M. Gambetta, the professed friend of the French peasant. The philanthropic money-lenders of Paris, patronized by the opportunist patriot, being anxious to extend their speculations to the remotest rural districts, proposed to confer upon the peasants the blessing of agricultural banks and of the credit mobilier. To get at a knowledge of the number of small proprietors to whom credit was to be accorded, they consulted the statistics and so found that in 1874 there existed in France 2,826,000 landowners offering guarantees entitling them to share in the benefit of the golden shower. La République Française, 21 out, 1879. So that from 1851 to 1874 the number of landowners properly so-called had dwindled from 4,246,000 to 2,826,000, a reduction of 1,420,000. This credit was to be graciously, if not gratuitously, given in the name of the République démocratique, because, said the République Française, everything that stands in the way of the extension of the class of peasant proprietors fetters the development of national wealth. And what must be the upshot of this financial boon? To curb the peasants under the grinding domination of the great credit institutions of Paris and to accelerate the process, now slowly going on, of their expropriation, for with a view to granting this credit the money lenders demand the simplification and curtailment of the legal processes of ejectment. 18. It would be an error to believe that poverty and disastrous agricultural enterprise are the sole causes of this diminution in the number of landed proprietors in France. Many peasant proprietors, wrote the République Française, stimulated by the hope of gain, better acquainted than heretofore with the centers of activity, have sold their lands and taken the road to the towns. The peasant proprietor, grown a wiser, if a sadder man, has lost his love of land. He has become a bourgeois. He no longer hesitates between the industrial and financial profits that allure him and the dangers and difficulties of agricultural enterprise that ruin him. Instead of hoarding their half-crowns in queer money boxes for the purchase of land, all our small cultivators, writes Viscount d'Anthenis, hurry off to the railway stations to invest their savings in railway shares or government funds yielding 41/2 per cent without risk or trouble, which money sunk in the soil would not give such interest. 19. The conclusion that must inevitably be drawn from the history of peasant property in France, is that a peasant proprietary except under certain special conditions can exist only in a feudal system of society, but that in the social system of the bourgeoisie it forms, save in the environs of towns, an anachronism that all the forces of capitalist production are tending to wipe away. Large landed proprietors and men of science await the event impatiently, the former because the destruction of small property will enable him to swell his acres, the latter in order that scientific agriculture may be more generally introduced. It is with a view to hurry on the inevitable event that many great proprietors and most professors of agriculture openly demand free trade in agricultural products. Nor do they mince matters. M. Hamann, a large landed proprietor in the Calvados, writes in the journal d'Agriculture Pratique of May 8, 1879, the intelligent cultivator, in good average circumstances, and having at his disposal the necessary capital, has nothing to fear from American competition. Small farmers cannot struggle with it, because they cannot produce as cheap, being unable to use agricultural machinery and to give the earth the manure that the crops require. The Comte d'Esterno adds, if some cultivators are ruined and forced to sell, we have the consolation of knowing that the instruments of national production have been taken out of unskilled hands and been put into stronger and more judicious ones. And with those cultivators who fail to feel any joy in the beauty of a vigorous national production in other hands than their own, M. Biederol, professor of agriculture, argues, that in order to compete with American corn it is necessary to increase the national production, and to replace the scandalous crops of 10, 12, 14 hectoliters per hectare by crops of 30 and 35 hectoliters, like those of the Département du Nord, Journal d'Agriculture Pratique, August 7, 1879. But, retorts M. Lemoyne, in the following number, if we produced 30 hectoliters per hectare, we should have an average production of 200 million hectoliters, and France requires for her own consumption only 100 million. After having found the means to grow, we should have to find the ways to sell. 20. Small property in France is driven into a corner, and all the moral and political twaddle in the world will not avail to help it out thereof. 4. Note the dilemma. The competition of the great landowners of France and of the United States compels the peasant proprietor, in the face of overwhelming difficulties, to improve his method of culture. By improving these he increases the national production, swamps the market, and intensifies the agricultural competition. The philanthropists who, in utter disregard of economical phenomena, propose to bridge over the gulf that yawns between the laboring and the propertied classes by a class of small proprietors that shall, in times of revolution, form a bulwark for the ruling classes, give evidence of very good intentions and of much kind solicitude for the interests of their superiors, but at the same time lay bare their ignorance and incapacity to solve the problem. What they propose to do, although they know it not, would be to raise up against the landlords their worst of enemies. Through the length and breadth of France the peasant proprietor nurses an inveterate hatred against the large landed proprietor and his farmers. They are the men that undersell his products. Looking round on the broad acres of the great landowner, he points to the small farms that have one by one been sucked into the hungry maw of the great property, and he foresees the time when his own miserable patch of ground shall be swallowed up in its turn. The peasant was a Bonapartist in the past because Napoleon, to him, symbolized the revolution that had crushed the aristocracy and clergy. Today he is a Republican because the great landowners are Bonapartists, Legitimists, Orleanists, and priest-ridden. Socialist propaganda is barely beginning to reach our peasants, but once it shall have penetrated into their homes, in the perplexed mind of the peasant proprietor, harassed by economical difficulties, and embittered by his hatred of the great landowner, the socialist, like the revolutionist of old, will find a kindly soil, made ready to his hand, wherein to sow the seeds of communism. Paul Lafargue. Paul Lafargue 1885. The Tonkin War and Socialism. Source, Commonweal, May 1885, p. 34. Transcribed, by Graham Seaman, February 2022. The Tonkin War and Socialism. When the news reached Paris that the French troops were retreating before the Chinese, and that so hurriedly that the French army had abandoned a battery, and even graver fact for bourgeois troops the cash box of the regiment, Paris went mad. The Chinese, who till then had been only grotesque figures, now presented themselves to French imaginations as terrible warriors, armed with all the destructive inventions of civilization. There was but one cry, one spontaneous cry for the execution of Ferry, and thus poor Ferry, who had in spite of himself been dragged into the Tonkin War, was made the scapegoat. And such was the anger of the crowd waiting outside the Palais Bourbon, that the minister was obliged to wait for nightfall, to send for a ladder and escape from the Chamber of Deputies, across the garden, climbing over walls like a thief. The majority in giving up Minister Ferry to the indignation of the populace thought it had done enough, and reckoned on appointing the next ministry. During nearly 10 days they caused every combination in which they did not rule to fail. M. Clemenceau and the radicals under his orders on this occasion gave the full measure of their weakness and political imbecility. They remained in Parliament and looked on with perfect tranquillity at all the jobbery of the late Gambetta's followers. They proved themselves infinitely inferior even to the radicals who in England have attempted to agitate the public against the policy of the Gladstone cabinet. Nevertheless, the socialist parties offered to help the radical left in a campaign. Every night, and in almost every quarter of Paris, the socialists organized meetings in which they voted in favor of the demands of the extreme left, that is to say, the cessation of war and impeachment of the ministry. It is true they added the confiscation of the property of all deputies who had voted for the Tonkin War to cover the expenses of the war. On the initiative of the THIRD-WORLDISM, a meeting of delegates from the radical journals and the socialist groups of Paris was held, demanding a large open-air manifestation. In England and in America open-air meetings are common enough, and easy for an influential party to organize. But this is not the case in France, and especially in Paris. Popular open-air manifestations, because they deeply move an excitable population, have till now in France ended in revolutions, or they have prepared the fall of the governments under which they took place, as for example did the funeral of Victor Noir, assassinated by Pierre Bonaparte. Therefore the Gambettists have tried hard to make all street manifestations distasteful to the people, and to attain this end they have had recourse to the anarchists, who, egged on by the police, which always has numbers of agents provocateurs in its ranks, without any preparation called meetings in the street, and this by oceans of posters in which there was foolish talk of slaying and burning all and sundry. Naturally these mass meetings were characterized by the absence of the masses. And assuredly at these meetings where the people were called together no one but Parisian loafers appeared. Sightseers, French and foreign, rushed thither to see what was going to happen, and what did happen was that the police, bored at having nothing better to do, charged these sightseers. Hence at these meetings the greater number of persons arrested were newspaper reporters and good bourgeois, anything but revolutionists, who had to be discharged the next day. These ridiculous manifestations have disgusted the mass of the people with all open-air meetings. The socialists at the meeting called by the THIRD-WORLDISM, taking into account this feeling, thought that the only way to make the people come to an open-air meeting would be by inducing the deputies of the extreme left to convoke it. They therefore sent a delegation of 12 members to the Chamber of Deputies to try and make the radical deputies understand that since they were being made fools of by the majority of the chamber, they ought, together with the socialist groups, to appeal to the people, in order to acquire any strength in which they were wanting. But the radicals fear the people far more than they fear the opportunists, so they hasten to refuse any proposal of this kind. This refusal has exasperated not only socialists, but the groups of radical working men, who unfortunately are numerous in Paris and in France. The behavior of these deputies will open their eyes, and will destroy the prestige of Messieurs les radicaux. Moreover, if the radicals are not directly responsible for these international expeditions of brigandage that are called colonial wars, they are so indirectly. It is their narrow chauvinism, their love of militarism, their desire to find new openings for commerce and French manufactures, that drives governments to launch into foreign wars, certain that they will conquer all votes if these succeed. Socialists, on the other hand, since they have recommenced their agitation in France, that is to say for the last 6 or 7 years, have not ceased to protest energetically against all war adventures abroad, that could distract popular attention from social questions at home, and that might give prestige to the bourgeois government. Moreover, in France socialists have quite a special reason for holding these colonial wars in horror, for the generals in command of these expeditions act with a barbarity that even surpasses that of European wars. And in the civil wars of France, in June 1848 and in May 1871, it was from amongst these butchers that the reactionists selected the generals who pitilessly massacred the people of Paris as they had massacred the Arabs of Africa and the Mexicans of America. No capitalist nation can pretend to be safe from colonial wars, for the great question of modern industry is not to extend production, but to increase and to open up new markets. These wars are fatal for capitalist Europe. On the one hand they create and intensify the agitation in the interior, on the other they arm barbarians and the semi-civilist on the confines of civilization. Capitalist Europe will in the near future succumb. It will be crushed between these two contrary forces, set into movement by itself. Paul Lafargue. Paul Lafargue 1885. A Visit to Louise Michel. Source, Le Socialiste, September 26, 1885. Translated, for Marxists.org by Mitch Abider. Copy left, Creative Commons, Attribute and Sharia alike, Marxists.org 2005. But what's wrong with you? You look all upset, as if the sight of a prison troubles you, Louise Michel smilingly said to me as I entered. Citizen, it's painful for us to know you're imprisoned. But I didn't expect to see you behind a grill. I had hoped to talk with you in a room, to hold your hands. My dear Lafargue, she answered, there is no other parlor in this hotel where the bourgeois lodge me gratis. I'm not complaining. To tell you the truth, I've had to put up with worse. I've found a happiness in prison that I never knew when I was free. I have time to study and I take advantage of it. When I was free I had my classes, 150 students or more. It wasn't enough for me to live on, since 2/3 of them didn't pay me. I had to give lessons in music, grammar, history, a little bit of everything, until 10 or 11 o'clock in the evening, and when I went home I went to sleep exhausted, unable to do anything. At the time I would have given years of my life in order to have time to give over to study. Here in Saint Lazare I have time for myself, a lot of time, and I'm happy about this. I read, I study. I've learned several languages. A friend, G, gave me Russian lessons and I can already read it and even write it a little. You know that I have an excellent memory, the main thing needed for the study of language. I learned English all on my own. In order to undertake what I want to do when I get out of prison I have to know several languages. While waiting to reconquer my freedom of action, my freedom to propagandize, I write. I wrote some children's books. I teach them to think like citizens, like revolutionaries, while at the same time amusing them. In novels I realistically paint the miseries of life, and I try to breathe the love of the revolution into the hearts of men. We spoke for an hour and a half, forgetting about the place we were in, talking about everything, touching on all possible topics of current affairs, elections, realist literature, new novels, voyages. Don't feel sorry for me, I'm more free than many of those who walk about under the open skies. Their minds are imprisoned, they are enchained by their property, by their monetary interests, the sad necessities of their lives. They are so absorbed that they can't live like living, thinking beings. As for me, I live the life of the world. I follow with enthusiasm the revolutionary movements of Russia, Germany, and France, everywhere. Yes, I am a fanatic and, like all martyrs, my body doesn't feel pain when my thoughts transport me to the world of the revolution. Imprisoned behind these thick walls I see again my beautiful voyage to New Caledonia. My being was never so strongly moved by the spectacle of nature as when I sailed on the somber immensity of the ocean, than when on the South Pole I witnessed a snowstorm and saw the air white with snow and the Black Sea devouring the flakes that fell on its surface, while in my heart lived the bloody days of the defeat and the sublime explosion of March 18. I people my solitude with thousands of memories. And my beloved Kanakes. How barbarian the civilized are. I learned their language, their music, their songs. I lived among them and they loved me as if I belonged to their tribe. I founded a school, and in no time I had taught these little savages to read and to count, but I have to say that I invented a special method for their usage. Louise Michel elaborated at length on the pedagogical question that so interests her. I received a letter from the mayor of Noumea. He asks that I go there to found schools, and I will. It was moving to hear this heroic woman speak. Oh, citizen, how we miss you. Don't talk to me about a pardon. I don't want a pardon, never, at any price. It wouldn't be a pardon that the government would give you in returning to you the freedom it deprives you of by force. A revolutionary, and this is my carefully thought out opinion, should not recognize the bourgeoisie's right to condemn him. He cedes before the enormous force that crushes him, but doesn't abandon any of his rights, and if, after having locked him up, the bourgeois government opens the prison gates, it isn't pardoning him, it is restoring the freedom it robbed him of. It even owes him reparations for the months of prison they made him suffer. I just finished 8 months of prison and I count on receiving damages the day of the revolution. Think then, citizen, of the services you would render the revolutionary cause if you were free. No, I don't want a pardon. I will only leave prison if I'm given an amnesty. Let those who love me never speak of a pardon, this would dishonor me. No pardon will ever dishonor Louise Michel, who, the day after she leaves, will begin again her campaign of revolutionary struggle. Stop, I don't want to hear any talk about a pardon. Don't forget to bring me your anthropology books and Darwin's The Descent of Man, reading it will fortify my English. Tell my friends that I'm doing well. Adieu et au revoir. Paul Lafargue. The Decazeville Strike. 1886. From Commonweal, June 12, 1886, pages 85-86. Transcribed by Ted Crawford. Marked up by Inda O'Callaghan for the Marxists' Internet Archive. The strike at Decazeville, owing to the incidents and the complications it has brought about, and the influence it has exercised on the socialist movement in France, is one of the most considerable events of this 15 years of the Lower Republic. The strike opened with the execution of the engineer Woutrin, which was the explosion of a working-class population tortured and enraged by the injustice of the mining company. The workmen, mad with fury, hurled themselves upon one of the agents of the company, and after stunning him with blows from sticks flung him from the window. Similar revolts have occurred in the prisons against the warders. The government, among whom were 2 radicals, Messrs. Lacret and Genet, determined to bring the miners to reason. We have seen in Belgium the course of events. The workmen exasperated, with no idea but to destroy, to avenge themselves, ravage the country like mad bulls, burning factories, laying the bourgeois under tribute, and generally producing a hell of a funk. The army on the continent, always employed at once against workmen, mitrailleuses these poor devils, who made more noise than anything else, and at the end of a few days the glorious van der Smissen announces to the trembling bourgeois that he has saved society and re-established order. In fact, the Belgian miners and glass workers, severely and brutally repressed, have re-entered their industrial galleys, and the most perfect calm would reign in that El Dorado of bourgeois liberalism, if the organized socialists did not continue the agitation in transporting it to the ground of universal suffrage. This agitation, which neither burns factories nor lays the bourgeois under tribute, will not be suppressed by van der Smissen. The miners of Decazeville would have shared the fate of their Belgian brethren. Fusillades and cavalry charges would have driven them back into their pits, and order would have been established in the blood of the workmen, but for the energetic and courageous intervention of the socialist deputy, Basley. Monsieur Clemenceau and his radicals, who court the workmen in order the better to dupe them, had judged it politic to procure the election of two workmen, Basley and Camelinat. They pictured them as second Broadhursts and Berts, ready to serve them in all circumstances. They were deceived. Basley, without deigning to consult Clemenceau, left immediately for Decazeville, and after 2 days' inquiry he returned to Paris to accuse the government of having permitted a handful of thieving financiers to cynically exploit the mining population of Decazeville. Since 1848, no such indictment of the capitalist order had been heard at the Palais Bourbon. The effect was immense in Paris and in France. The miner Basley, for he had himself passed 18 years in the pits of Anzin, unhinged the parliamentary machine, tore the prestige of the radical party from the eyes of the working classes, and opened up a new path for socialist propaganda. For nearly 10 years we militant socialists have been working to spread the ideas of revolutionary socialism, by means of journals, meetings, etc., in Paris and the provinces, not excluding even the villages. We can say without boasting that we have done our level best, and notwithstanding this our action has remained limited to the narrowest circle, as was manifest at the election of last year. In fact, it was the already convinced who read our journals and pamphlets, and attended our meetings. Our propaganda penetrated slowly, very slowly. The masses are so slow to move. All agitators commencing a movement dash themselves against this impenetrability of the masses. But with Basley, with Camelinat, the socialist deputies, a new era commences. When a socialist deputy speaks in the tribune of Parliament he does not address himself to the more, or less bald heads of the chamber, but to the whole of France. His words penetrate to the smallest villages. The bourgeois journals are obliged, willy-nilly, to reproduce his words, to discuss and to attack them. Socialism thus spreads from the small lecture hall to the marketplace. In France it was 5 deputies who caused the rebirth of the republican idea under the Empire. When you have your Basleys and Camelinats in the House of Commons, you will appreciate like us, what powerful instruments of propaganda are socialist deputies. The bourgeois parties, without distinction of opinion, are leagued against Basley, Camelinat, and Boyer. All the journals, monarchist and republican, conservative and radical, abuse them. A little journal, the Proletariat, the organ of the possibilists, joins the bourgeois crowd. The radicals arranged a plot against Basley. Under cover of commercial interests, they convocate a great meeting, choosing the radical minister Lacroix as president. They hope to obtain a vote of censure upon Basley, and to force him to hand in his resignation. But the socialists, forewarned, invaded the hall and carried the meeting, which passed a vote of confidence in Basley by acclamation. The blow was terrible for the radical party. Basley left immediately for Decazeville, and interposed between the strikers and the troops. He declared he would place himself at the head of the workmen in his insignia of deputy, and that the first balls fired by the soldiers should strike himself. Never before had a deputy been known to regard his parliamentary mandate in this light. The government was intimidated. The mining company desired a massacre, to abruptly terminate the strike. The minister ordered the soldiers to make demonstrations but forbade them to use their arms. The capitalists, furious at being done out of their massacre of the miners, and being unable to touch Basli and Camelinat, whose inviolability as deputies protected them, turned their anger against Duke Corsi and Roche, correspondents of the THIRD Peuple and intransigent, whom they caused to be arrested and condemned to 15 months' imprisonment. Basli had been, with Fauvian, the organizer of the great strike at Anzin of 1884. He set to work at Decazeville. In a few weeks he disciplined and organized the miners. The bourgeois journals are obliged to confess that his influence with the strikers is immense. The workmen of Decazeville began by being merely rebels, today they are socialists, who know that they will not be emancipated until after they have expropriated the capitalists. The scenes of disorder which characterized the beginning of the strike have given place to order, to the great despair of the capitalists, who desire tumults in order to justify the intervention of bayonets and rifles. They have not even had recourse to the anarchist weapons, charges of dynamite, which displace innocent stones. But neither provocations nor dynamite plots of capitalists have shaken the strikers, who continue the strike in the most perfect calm. This firm and calm conduct of the miners has given to this economic quarrel between wage earners and masters a great social importance. The workmen of Decazeville are no longer simply strikers claiming some ameliorations in their social situation, but champions of the socialist idea, throwing down the gauntlet to capital in the name of the entire working class. And in this struggle they are sustained by all socialists and workmen. The journals have opened a subscription, and one journal alone, the THIRD Peuple, has already received more than 40,000 francs. Never before has an economic struggle assumed such a character. It has separated society into two classes, on the one side the workmen and the socialists, and even the small middle class, who are despoiled and crushed by the great companies, financial, industrial, and commercial, on the other the great capitalists, sustained by the government, the bourgeois press, and all political parties, from the monarchists to the radicals. At the recent May election the case stood thus: Gollier, the candidate of the government and of the great companies, was patronized by the radical press and supported with more or less of good grace by the opportunists and the monarchists. Roche, condemned to 15 months' imprisonment for defending the workmen, was supported by the socialists and revolutionary radicals. The Clemenceau radicals, furious at seeing the consolidation of the Revolutionary Party, attempted to sow division by running an opposition socialist candidate Subri. In this foul design they employed as tools the possibilists, who for some years post have occupied themselves with sowing division in the socialist ranks. But in spite of this perfidious manoeuvre, of an election agitation of only 8 days, and of an expenditure not exceeding £216, we succeeded in uniting under the name of Roche more than 100,000 electors. What do the good people who breakfast on dynamite and sup on nitroglycerin say as to the significance of these 100,000 voting papers? It signifies we have succeeded in penetrating the Parisian masses, in hurling them into a movement of social revendication, that we have beaten it into the heads of 100,000 electors that they are bound to protest against the present social order and its government. It is true all the voters were not socialists, but they have performed a socialist act. It is true these 100,000 voting papers are not the revolution, but they are a great step towards the revolution. The elections of 1866 dealt a mortal blow at the empire, from which it never recovered. The election of May has cut in two the radical party, throwing its bourgeois elements into the opportunist camp, and attracting to the revolutionary socialist party its working class and socialist elements. The election of May is the pickaxe laid at the foundation of the bourgeois republic, the trumpet call, rallying the socialists to the final battle. Paul Lafargue. Paris, May 22, 1886. Paul Lafargue 1887. The Boulanger Question. Source, Le Socialiste, July 23, 1887. Translated, by Mitchell Abider. Our era has seen many marvels: electric light, the telephone, the bourgeoisie represented by the ministry it deserves, the crooked trinity, Rivière Radii 1, and others still. But these extraordinary phenomena are surpassed, are erased by the stupefying popularity of the illustrious Boulanger, the great general who writes epic letters to while awaiting victory, the ebullient captain whose pistol missed the royalist Laurenti III, but whose sabre worked wonders against the Parisians in 1871. 4. The name of Boulanger is circulating around France, as once did that of the late Gambetta. The Caesar from Cahors 5 got into a balloon, happy as he could be to leave besieged Paris. The general, pale and undone by his triumph, leaves by locomotive without saying a word to the crowd that acclaims him. "I'm mistaken," he cried out, "give me something to drink," like Gargantua when he was born. Though it was less curious to hear a guy with hair on his chain call out, "Give me something to drink," nevertheless the Derouillists 6 and the Boulangists, in order to preserve that memorable phrase, on July 14 sang these words to the well-known tune. "It's a drink that we need." Boulanger's popularity is colossal and grows every day. We could be frightened by it if we didn't remember that the popularity of the man who for the opportunists incarnates national defense couldn't hold out against 2 months in power and a meeting in Belleville. 7 balloons are more quickly deflated than they are inflated. The true guilty parties for the extravagant and grotesque popularity of this general without victories are not those who are accused. Rochefort 8, Derould, Meyer 9 of La Lanterne, Lord 10 of La France, Laguerre 11 and others sang the praises of Boulanger, but the reactionaries of all colors and M. Bismarck, closely allied, invented this thunderbolt of war who faints, and loses his head and its footing when his admirers surround him. The general's titles to the admiration of his contemporaries don't take long to enumerate. He took a few measures which, if they displeased officers, satisfied the soldiers, who they think the officers think take sufficient care of when they are stupefied with the discipline of a lion tamer. He expelled the d'Orléans family, and finally, like the Prince President, he pranced about on his horse, who is almost as popular as him. These remarkable acts earned him well-deserved applause, which would nevertheless have gone unheard amidst the noise of Paris without the incomprehensible and unreasonable hatred of the royalists and opportunists. M. de Bismarck, who isn't naive and foolish enough to be frightened by a general from the Grand Duchy of Gerolstein 12 but who is sly enough to simulate fright in order to scare the Philistines of the Reichstag and have them vote as he wants, has enrolled in the anti-Boulangist camp with Grevy, Ferry, and the rest. And then came the Schnapp affair 13, the unheard of brutality of the Prussian government, capable of arousing the indignation of the most apathetic, awakens the patriotism that Derould and his pals were beginning to kill with ridiculousness. And Boulanger, who the soldiers love and who the opportunists and royalists hate, stoked by the radical and intransigent press, becomes the hero of the day, the idol of the braying and chauvinist crowd. The opportunists speak of Caesarism, and it is they who launched Boulanger, who only ever asked to be a useless minister and friend to all. The opportunists speak of Caesarism, but isn't the working class well and truly under the sabres regime? If the proletarians sit in motion in Anzin, Decazeville, Vierzon, or Montlucan, the Prétorian troops of the bourgeoisie hasten there with sabres and cannons to terrorize the country. This despotism against the workers is the good despotism, the liberal and bourgeois despotism that should be developed in order to keep the proletarian in a state of subjection. But the reactionaries only cry out about Caesarism through fear at seeing Boulanger play at radicalism. They benevolently impute evil intentions to this good sword-bearer who will make the radicals pay dearly for their enthusiasm. But while the opportunists scream before they are burned, they are organizing the military despotism. On July 14 Paris was already in a state of siege, the troops were already in position. Along the quays, on the bridges and public squares, platoons of infantrymen and cavalry were massed, sabres and rifles in hand, ready to charge. In that mixed crowd of women and children, what a frightful massacre they were determined to carry out. Why? In order to maintain in the presidency the old tightwad Grevy and the swindler Rivière. The bourgeois of France were incapable of establishing parliamentarism, the bourgeois governmental form par excellence. Since Napoleon's military dictatorship, constitutional regimes have been cooked up through the despotism of the sabre. Louis Philippe, issued from a parliamentary revolution, opened his reign with massacres in the middle of Paris. The provisional government, before founding the Republic, made sure to have a general in hand. It had Cavaignac 14 come, who distinguished himself in June. Napoleon III imitated the Republicans and drew from Africa the butchers he needed to make Paris bleed. The radicals of the day court Boulanger, while the opportunists have assured themselves Galifet 15 who is worth a half-dozen Cavaignacs. In times of peace it is impossible to establish and maintain a machine of oppression against the standing army without the political parties taking it over to turn it against their adversaries. The dangers of coups d'état and military despotism will only cease to exist when the standing army is abolished and the nation is armed. Paul Lafargue 1887. The Morrow of the Revolution. Source: Commonweal, July 9, 1887 and July 16, 1887. Transcribed, by Graham Seaman. July 9, 1887. The Morrow of the Revolution. Our friend, citizen Paul Lafargue, has communicated the following interesting article to us, which is surely well worth our attention. It is probable that his view of the question will be nearer to that taken by most of us in the League than that of our comrade Bax. Ed. Our friend Bax has treated this question, which we are very full of in France, the country of revolutions above all others, where, since the beginning of the century, with the regularity of a sidereal movement, a revolution breaks out every 18 or 20 years. Permit me to put before you our way of looking at this question. In 1871, the power fell into the hands of the people when they were not prepared to receive it. In a revolutionary period, to take the power is a thing relatively easy, to keep it, and above all to make use of it, is a thing far more difficult. The Commune, when master of Paris, was not able to take any really socialist measures. There are numerous causes which explain this helplessness towards socialism, but which it is not worth while going into at present. However, the bourgeois may be sure, that if ever events should bring the socialists into power again, the immediate measures which they will take will strike so much at the root of things, that even if the reaction should triumph, it would not be able to bring back matters to the state in which they were before the revolution. The morrow of the revolution the socialists will have, 1. To organize the revolutionary power and provide for its defense, 2. To satisfy the immediate needs of the people, and 3. To upset the capitalist order of things, and to lay the foundation of the socialist order. In France, the revolutionary party will find itself face to face with three classes, having different, and even opposing interests: the workman class belonging to the great industries, the peasant class, and the capitalist class with its hangers-on, the little bourgeoisie, industrial and commercial. In the industrial towns the working class will be master. They will become so many revolutionary centers, which will have to feed rate in order to gain the country for the revolution, and to overcome the resistance which may spring up in the commercial and maritime towns. In the industrial towns the socialists will have to get hold of the local governments, to arm and give military organization to the workmen, said Blanqui, he who has gunshot has bread, to open the prisons to let out the petty thieves, and put under lock and key the big ones, such as bankers, financiers, big manufacturers, landowners, etc. Not that one would do them any harm, but to treat them as hostages responsible for the good behavior of their class. The revolutionary government would constitute itself by simply taking possession, and it would not be till it was master of the situation that it would think of ratifying its acts by so-called universal suffrage. The bourgeois have so long kept the non-possessing classes out of the suffrage. They must not be over-astonished if all ex-capitalists are disenfranchised until the revolutionary party is absolutely victorious. Up till now in France it has been Paris which has given the word of command, and has made the revolution for all France. This concentration of the revolutionary movement has only been possible because the revolutions of the epoch have not been real revolutions but ministerial crises accompanied by barricades and musket shot, and pompous declamations on the great principles of liberty and justice, and other twaddle. The French are fond of melodramatic stage plays, and the new politicians give them their fill of these to their heart's content. But while the drama is being played out in the streets, these politicians slip into the yet warm places of their forerunners, and economic matters go on their usual road. But since the next revolution must be an economic one, and not a mere change of governors, it will not have just merely to spring up in Paris, but must break out in all the industrial centers, which as soon as the local revolutionary government is constituted, must organize by means of delegations or otherwise the central government charged with the function of taking general measures in the interest of the revolution, and of preventing the formation of a reactionary party. But in order that the revolutionary government may be supported by the mass of the working class, and in order that even if conquered it may leave behind it a work which no reaction can destroy, it is necessary that it should immediately satisfy the needs of the workers in town and country, and that it should begin the transformation of capitalist property. It would have to return to the primitive idea of society, and consider all its members as members of an immense family, which would have to provide for the first needs of their lives, until a redistribution of all products could be made on a basis of equality. The revolutionary government would in each city have to house, clothe, and feed all its inhabitants. To that end it would decree all house property national and would undertake the arrangement of lodging. It would drive the idle rich from their mansions to install the workers in them, reserving those best situated for families having many children. In Paris, while it would lodge women with child on the first floor, it would relegate to the fifth and sixth floors the big-bellied capitalists, so as to thin them down by staircase exercise. The unwholesome hutches of the poor would be demolished and their sites cleansed by fire. The revolutionary government would nationalize the big shops of the Peter Robinson and Moses kind, and would treat their proprietors as thieves if they dared to embezzle so much as a single reel of cotton. Commissions would be organized by streets and quarters to distribute the contents amongst the workers, who for the first time in their lives would be clad in the good and handsome stuffs which they themselves have made. But before lodging and clothing the working population it would be necessary to think about their food. The revolutionary government would set up great common restaurants in the various quarters, where a minimum of substantial nourishment would be given to the inhabitants every day. The cooking would be done in common, and those who wished to eat their meals at home could take away their food, but it would be good to encourage meals in common, so as to develop fraternity and equality. During the revolution of the last century, the Commune of Paris organized fraternal meals. Tables were spread in the middle of the streets, and each inhabitant brought his own food there, which was eaten in common. In order to feed the population, the revolutionary government would take over the provision stores, wine vaults, breweries, etc., and would at once organize a municipal catering service, which would put itself into communication with the market gardeners and small peasants of the suburban country. This service, which would suppress the middlemen between the buyer and the consumer, would allow the peasant to obtain a better price for his products. To gain the peasant over to the revolutionary cause is one of the first duties of the Socialist Party, and for that purpose, besides general measures, such as abolition of interest, of debts of all kinds, of taxes, and the conscription, etc., we must not hesitate to increase his gains, and make his labor easier by advancing to him seed and manure of the best quality and the most improved agricultural machines. The workers of 1848, to allow Louis Blanc, Gamir Pagcarrot, Lamartine, and the other bourgeois of the provisional government, to found their republic, put 3 months of poverty at their disposal. When at the dissolution of June the people came to claim the fulfillment of their promise, the bourgeois reaction answered them with grape shot. The socialist revolution will begin the foundation of the social republic by putting 3 months of comfort at the disposal of the workers. The party which will take these measures on the morrow of the revolution will be invincible. It will be supported by the mass of the workers, full both of enthusiasm and astonishment at finding a government which is occupying itself with their needs. Paul Lafargue. To be continued. July 16, 1887. The morrow of the revolution. Concluded from p. 220. One great idea which dominates all others has taken firm hold of the brains of all socialists, the suppression of individual property. The anarchists themselves, who are, without knowing it, the representatives of the laissez-faire, laissez-passer of property, are drawn into its current. The idea of the suppression of individual property is not one which has sprung up spontaneously in the human skull, it is the intellectual reflection of the economical phenomenon which is evolving in the capitalist world. What is the true characteristic of individual property? It is that the owner should work on his own property. This is so true that the peasant, the propertied animal above all others, when he grows too old to cultivate his land, rather than see it worked by hirelings, divides it between his children, although the surrender of his land, his only love, is as torturing to him as the tearing out of his entrails. The old French proverb, "Property is the fruit of labor," expresses this fact. Consequently, the only true property owner in the old sense of the word is the peasant who cultivates his own land, the landlord who inhabits and repairs his own cottage, the shopkeeper who buys and sells merchandise in his own shop, the carpenter who himself uses his own saw and plane. All that these property owners possess belongs to them in all justice, it is the fruit of their labor and not of that of others, for no wage earner has worked on their property. But is it the case that capitalist property presents this character? Are the owners of mines, of railways, of great warehouses, the landlords who own hundreds and thousands of acres, and whole quarters of towns, really property owners? Have they ever worked on their property? They only know it by the rent it brings them in. It is the wage earners and not the owners who work on their property. In the capitalist world we must correct the ancient proverb, and say, property is the fruit of labor, and the reward of idleness. The capitalists, by not working on their property, but by using it to lay hold of the fruit of the labor of others, have destroyed the essential character of individual property. The capitalist property owner is a being absolutely useless in the scheme of property. All the shareholders and bondholders of the railways might be drowned in the Channel, and yet the railways of Europe would go on carrying passengers and merchandise. The capitalist property owner is a useless mouth which consumes a terrible quantity. Everything that is eaten by a rich man, and the domestics and other folk who serve and satisfy his tastes and needs, is consumed in pure loss. It is as if instead of burning coal in a machine to transform its heat into force, one were to burn it in the open. The capitalist being useless therefore ought to be suppressed to lessen the expense of social production. The socialist revolution will be bound to accomplish this economical operation. It will not destroy property, it will free it from its parasites. The very day of the revolution, the first decree of the revolutionary government will be the confiscation of capitalist property, mines, spinning mills, foundries, railways, etc., and its transformation into social property. Bax and the English socialists think that the state will take the place of the capitalist property owners, and continue the exploitation of the great instruments of labor as in the past, but at the same time bringing in certain ameliorations in the lot of the worker, such as shorter hours and higher wages, etc. Their ideal is the capitalist public service, post office, telegraphs, police, etc., brought to perfection. But for us, we believe that as a consequence of the very fact of the establishment of the revolutionary government, the state with its public offices, post office, national debt, police, magistracy, army, etc., will disappear. The state is a machine cunningly organized to serve the interests of the capitalists, and to keep the proletarian mass in slavery. The revolutionary government which will temporarily replace it, will have to disorganize the bourgeois machine and to draw all its power from the proletarian mass, and so to lay the foundations of the new order. Instead of its being the state which will be the manager of the post office, and telegraphs, the minter of money, and director of the railways, as it is now in nearly all capitalist countries, instead of its being the state which will be the manager of spinning and weaving and director of the mines, etc., as Lassalle wished, and as the English socialists now wish, the revolutionary government will have to act in such a way that it will be the workers themselves who will become their own employers and their own directors. The revolutionary government will not have to impose on the workmen, their directors, the rules of their labor, or rate of wages on the workmen, the telegraphists, the employees of the railways, or the miners, foundrymen, etc. On the contrary, the workmen will come to an understanding among themselves as to choosing their engineers and foremen, and on the sharing of the gains of their business. The nation will put at their service the instruments of labor. Special commissions will be charged with drawing up a table of charges, that is to say, a rate of wages which can be claimed for services rendered, the sum which it will be necessary to set aside for the repairing and improving of the machinery, and the sum to be paid into the public treasury to assure to each member of society victuals, lodging, and clothing. On the morrow of the revolution, the work to be done will be so colossal, that it must not be increased still more by turning the revolutionary government into a director of spinning mills, or a shoe manufacturer. On the contrary, it must hasten in the masses themselves, the development of all the organizers and directors of social labor. Capacities towards direction exist, since it is the wage earners only who direct all production, and it is only a matter of grouping them to find those commissions which will be charged with regulating scientifically the production and equitable distribution of products. For the end of the social revolution is to work as little as possible, and to enjoy as much as possible, and that can only be attained by a continuous improvement of machinery and a scientific division of labor amongst all the members of society, and by ensuring a just proportion of production to the needs of society. But before arriving at this communist society, in which labor and pleasure will be free and in common, we must pass through a transitional period, in which it will be necessary to maintain wages and to keep the due proportion between them and the service rendered and the effort given. For our part, we believe that the workers themselves have more qualities to enable them to distribute the hours of labor and the gains, than the functionaries of any state would have. For the rest, we only formulate here the desiderata. Events will force us on the road to be followed, and it is more than probable that the two systems will be combined in various proportions. The morrow of the revolution, the revolutionists will have to arm the wage earners and organize them as soldiers, to lodge, feed, and clothe them gratuitously, and to confiscate and nationalize capitalist property. The nation which has once tasted this socialist regime, even if it were but for a month, will be gained forever for the social revolution. Paul Lafargue. Paul Lafargue. Reminiscences of Marx. September 1890. Written, 1890. Source, Marx and Engels through the eyes of their contemporaries, Progress Publishers, 1972. Online version, Lafargue Internet Archive, Marxists.org, 2002. Transcription/markup, Sally Ryan and Ida O'Callaghan for the Marxists Internet Archive. He was a man, take him for all is all. I shall not look upon his like again. Hamlet, Act I, Sc. 2. I met Karl Marx for the first time in February 1865. The First International had been founded on September 28, 1864 at a meeting in St. Martin's Hall, London, and I went to London from Paris to give Marx news of the development of the young organization there. M. Tolaine, now a senator in the bourgeois republic, gave me a letter of introduction. I was then 24 years old. As long as I live I shall remember the impression that first visit made on me. Marx was not well at the time. He was working on the first book of Capital, which was not published until 2 years later, in 1867. He feared he would not be able to finish his work and was therefore glad of visits from young people. I must train men to continue communist propaganda after me, he used to say. Karl Marx was one of the rare men who could be leaders in science and public life at the same time. These two aspects were so closely united in him that one can understand him only by taking into account both the scholar and the socialist fighter. Marx held the view that science must be pursued for itself, irrespective of the eventual results of research, but at the same time that a scientist could only debase himself by giving up active participation in public life or shutting himself up in his study or laboratory like a maggot in cheese and holding aloof from the life and political struggle of his contemporaries. Science must not be a selfish pleasure, he used to say. Those who have the good fortune to be able to devote themselves to scientific pursuits must be the first to place their knowledge at the service of humanity. One of his favorite sayings was, "Work for humanity." Although Marx sympathized profoundly with the sufferings of the working classes, it was not sentimental considerations but the study of history and political economy that led him to communist views. He maintained that any unbiased man, free from the influence of private interests and not blinded by class prejudices, must necessarily come to the same conclusions. Yet while studying the economic and political development of human society without any preconceived opinion, Marx wrote with no other intention than to propagate the results of his research and with a determined will to provide a scientific basis for the socialist movement, which had so far been lost in the clouds of utopianism. He gave publicity to his views only to promote the triumph of the working class, whose historic mission is to establish communism as soon as it has achieved political and economic leadership of society. Marx did not confine his activity to the country he was born in. "I am a citizen of the world," he used to say, "I am active wherever I am." And in fact, no matter what country events and political persecution drove him to France, Belgium, England, he took a prominent part in the revolutionary movements which developed there. However, it was not the untiring and incomparable socialist agitator but rather the scientist that I first saw in his study in Maitland Park Road. That study was the center to which party comrades came from all parts of the civilized world to find out the opinion or the master of socialist thought. One must know that historic room before one can penetrate into the intimacy of Marx's spiritual life. It was on the first floor, flooded by light from a broad window that looked out onto the park. Opposite the window and on either side of the fireplace the walls were lined with bookcases filled with books and stacked up to the ceiling with newspapers and manuscripts. Opposite the fireplace on one side of the window were two tables piled up with papers, books, and newspapers. In the middle of the room, well in the light, stood a small, plain desk, 3 foot by 2, and a wooden armchair. Between the armchair and the bookcase, opposite the window, was a leather sofa on which Marx used to lie down for a rest from time to time. On the mantelpiece were more books, cigars, matches, tobacco boxes, paperweights and photographs of Marx's daughters and wife, Wilhelm Wulff and Friedrich Engels. Marx was a heavy smoker. "Capital," he said to me once, "will not even pay for the cigars I smoked writing it." But he was still heavier on matches. He so often forgot his pipe or cigar that he emptied an incredible number of boxes of matches in a short time to relight them. He never allowed anybody to put his books or papers in order, or rather in disorder. The disorder in which they lay was only apparent, everything was really in its intended place so that it was easy for him to lay his hand on the book or notebook he needed. Even during conversations he often paused to show in the book a quotation or figure he had just mentioned. He and his study were one, the books and papers in it were as much under his control as his own limbs. Marx had no use for formal symmetry in the arrangement of his books. Volumes of different sizes and pamphlets stood next to one another. He arranged them according to their contents, not their size. Books were tools for his mind, not articles of luxury. "They are my slaves and they must serve me as I will," he used to say. He paid no heed to size or binding, quality of paper or type. He would turn down the corners of the pages, make pencil marks in the margin and underline whole lines. He never wrote on books, but sometimes he could not refrain from an exclamation or question mark when the author went too far. His system of underlining made it easy for him to find any passage he needed in any book. He had the habit of going through his notebooks and reading the passages underlined in the books after intervals of many years in order to keep them fresh in his memory. He had an extraordinarily reliable memory which he had cultivated from his youth according to Hegel's advice by learning by heart verse in a foreign language he did not know. He knew Heine and Goethe by heart and often quoted them in his conversations. he was an assiduous reader of poets in all European languages. Every year he read Aeschylus in the Greek original. He considered him and Shakespeare as the greatest dramatic geniuses humanity ever gave birth to. His respect for Shakespeare was boundless. He made a detailed study of his works and knew even the least important of his characters. His whole family had a real cult for the great English dramatist. His 3 daughters knew many of his works by heart. When after 1848 he wanted to perfect his knowledge of English, which he could already read, he sought out and classified all Shakespeare's original expressions. He did the same with part of the polemical works of William Cobbett, of whom he had a high opinion. Dante and Robert Burns ranked among his favorite poets, and he would listen with great pleasure to his daughters reciting or singing the Scottish poets' satires or ballads. Cuvier, an untireable worker and past master in the sciences, had a suite of rooms, arranged for his personal use, in the Paris Museum, of which he was director. Each room was intended for a particular pursuit and contained the books, instruments, anatomic aids, etc., required for the purpose. When he felt tired of one kind of work he would go into the next room and engage in another. This simple change of mental occupation, it is said, was a rest for him. Marx was just as tireless a worker as Cuvier, but he had not the means to fit out several studies. He would rest by pacing up and down the room. A strip was worn out from the door to the window, as sharply defined as a track across a meadow. From time to time he would lie down on the sofa and read a novel. He sometimes read 2 or 3 at a time, alternating one with another. Like Darwin, he was a great reader of novels, his preference being for those of the 18th century, particularly Fielding's Tom Jones. The more modern novelists whom he found most interesting were Paul de Kock, Charles Lever, Alexander Dumas Sr. and Walter Scott, whose Old Mortality he considered a masterpiece. He had a definite preference for stories of adventure and humor. He ranked Cervantes and Balzac above all other novelists. In Don Quixote he saw the epic of dying out chivalry whose virtues were ridiculed and scoffed at in the emerging bourgeois world. He admired Balzac so much that he wished to write a review of his great work La Comédie Humaine as soon as he had finished his book on economics. He considered Balzac not only as the historian of his time, but as the prophetic creator of characters which were still in the embryo in the days of Louis Philippe and did not fully develop until Napoleon III. Marx could read all European languages and write in 3, German, French, and English, to the admiration of language experts. He liked to repeat the saying, "A foreign language is a weapon in the struggle of life." He had a great talent for languages which his daughters inherited from him. He took up the study of Russian when he was already 50 years old, and although that language had no close affinity to any of the modern or ancient languages he knew, in 6 months he knew it well enough to derive pleasure from reading Russian poets and prose writers, his preference going to Pushkin, Gogol, and Shchedrin. He studied Russian in order to be able to read the documents of official inquiries which were hushed over by the Russian government because of the political revelations they made. Devoted friends got the documents for Marx, and he was certainly the only political economist in Western Europe who had knowledge of them. Besides the poets and novelists, Marx had another remarkable way of relaxing intellectually, mathematics, for which he had a special liking. Algebra even brought him moral consolation, and he took refuge in the most distressing moments of his eventful life. During his wife's last illness he was unable to devote himself to his usual scientific work, and the only way in which he could shake off the oppression caused by her sufferings was to plunge into mathematics. During that time of moral suffering he wrote a work on infinitesimal calculus which, according to the opinion of experts, is of great scientific value and will be published in his collected works. He saw in higher mathematics the most logical and at the same time the simplest form of dialectical movement. He held the view that science is not really developed until it has learned to make use of mathematics. Although Marx's library contained over 1,000 volumes carefully collected during his lifelong research work, it was not enough for him, and for years he regularly attended the British Museum, whose catalogue he appreciated very highly. Even Marx's opponents were forced to acknowledge his extensive and profound erudition, not only in his own specialty, political economy, but in history, philosophy, and the literature of all countries. In spite of the late hour at which Marx went to bed, he was always up between 8 and 9 in the morning, had some black coffee, read through his newspapers, and then went to his study, where he worked till 2 or 3 in the morning. He interrupted his work only for meals and, when the weather allowed, for a walk on Hampstead Heath in the evening. During the day he sometimes slept for an hour or two on the sofa. In his youth he often worked the whole night through. Marx had a passion for work. He was so absorbed in it that he often forgot his meals. He had often to be called several times before he came down to the dining room, and hardly had eaten the last mouthful when he was back in his study. He was a very light eater and even suffered from lack of appetite. This he tried to overcome by highly flavored food, ham, smoked fish, caviar, pickles. His stomach had to suffer for the enormous activity of his brain. He sacrificed his whole body to his brain, thinking was his greatest enjoyment. I often heard him repeat the words of Hegel, the philosophy master of his youth: even the criminal thought of a malefactor has more grandeur and nobility than the wonders of the heavens. His physical constitution had to be good to put up with this unusual way of life and exhausting mental work. He was, in fact, of powerful build, more than average height, broad-shouldered, deep-chested, and had well-proportioned limbs, although the spinal column was rather long in comparison with the legs, as is often the case with Jews. Had he practiced gymnastics in his youth he would have become a very strong man. The only physical exercise he ever pursued regularly was walking. He could ramble or climb hills for hours, chatting and smoking, and not feel at all tired. One can say that he even worked walking in his room, only sitting down for short periods to write what be thought out while walking. He liked to walk up and down while talking, stopping from time to time when the explanation became more animated or the conversation serious. For many years I went with him on his evening walks on Hampstead Heath, and it was while strolling over the meadows with him that I got my education in economics. Without noticing it, he expounded to me the whole contents of the first book of Capital as he wrote it. On my return home I always noted as well as I could all I had heard. At first it was difficult for me to follow Marx's profound and complicated reasoning. Unfortunately I have lost those precious notes, for after the Commune the police ransacked and burned my papers in Paris and Bordeaux. What I regret most is the loss of the notes I took on the evening when Marx, with the abundance of proof and considerations which was typical of him, expounded his brilliant theory of the development of human society. It was as if scales fell from my eyes. For the first time I saw clearly the logic of world history and could trace the apparently so contradictory phenomena of the development of society and ideas to their material origins. I felt dazzled, and the impression remained for years. The Madrid socialists had the same impression when I developed to them as well as my feeble powers would allow that most magnificent of Marx's theories, which is beyond doubt one of the greatest ever elaborated by the human brain. Marx's brain was armed with an unbelievable stock of facts from history and natural science and philosophical theories. He was remarkably skilled in making use of the knowledge and observations accumulated during years of intellectual work. You could question him at any time on any subject and get the most detailed answer you could wish for, always accompanied by philosophical reflexions of general application. His brain was like a man of war in port under steam, ready to launch into any sphere of thought. There is no doubt that Capital reveals to us a mind of astonishing vigor and superior knowledge. But for me, as for all those who knew Marx intimately, neither Capital nor any other of his works shows all the magnitude of his genius or the extent of his knowledge. He was highly superior to his own works. I worked with Marx, I was only the scribe to whom he dictated, but that gave me the opportunity of observing his manner of thinking and writing. Work was easy for him, and at the same time difficult. Easy because his mind found no difficulty in embracing the relevant facts and considerations in their completeness. But that very completeness made the exposition of his ideas a matter of long and arduous work. He saw not only the surface, but what lay beneath it. He examined all the constituent parts in their mutual action and reaction, he isolated each of those parts and traced the history of its development. Then he went on from the thing to its surroundings and observed the reaction of one upon the other. He traced the origin of the object, the changes, evolutions, and revolutions it went through, and proceeded finally to its remotest effects. He did not see a thing singly, in itself and for itself, separate from its surroundings, he saw a highly complicated world in continual motion. His intention was to disclose the whole of that world in its manifold and continually varying action and reaction. Men of letters of Flaubert's and the Goncourt's school complain that it is so difficult to render exactly what one sees, yet all they wish to render is the surface, the impression that they get. Their literary work is child's play in comparison with Marx's. It required extraordinary vigor of thought to grasp reality and render what he saw and wanted to make others see. Marx was never satisfied with his work, he was always making some improvements and he always found his rendering inferior to the idea he wished to convey. Marx had the two qualities of a genius, he had an incomparable talent for dissecting a thing into its constituent parts, and he was past master at reconstituting the dissected object out of its parts, with all its different forms of development, and discovering their mutual interrelations. His demonstrations were not abstractions, which was the reproach made to him by economists who were themselves incapable of thinking. His method was not that of the geometrician who takes his definitions from the world around him but completely disregards reality in drawing his conclusions. Capital does not give isolated definitions or isolated formulas, it gives a series of most searching analyses which bring out the most evasive shades and the most elusive gradations. Marx begins by stating the plain fact that the wealth of a society dominated by the capitalist mode of production presents itself as an enormous accumulation of commodities. The commodity, which is a concrete object, not a mathematical abstraction, is therefore the element, the cell, of capitalist wealth. Marx now seizes on the commodity, turns it over and inside out, and pries out of it one secret after another that official economists were not in the least aware of, although those secrets are more numerous and profound than all the mysteries of the Catholic religion. Having examined the commodity in all its aspects, considers it in its relations to its fellow commodity, in exchange. Then he goes on to its production and the historic prerequisites for its production. He considers the forms which commodities assume and shows how they pass from one to another, how one form is necessarily engendered by the other. He expounds the logical course of development of phenomena with such perfect art that one could think he had imagined it. And yet it is a product of reality, a reproduction of the actual dialectics of the commodity. Marx was always extremely conscientious about his work, he never gave a fact or figure that was not borne out by the best authorities. He was never satisfied with second-hand information, he always went to the source itself, no matter how tedious the process. To make sure of a minor fact he would go to the British Museum and consult books there. His critics were never able to prove that he was negligent or that he based his arguments on facts which did not bear strict checking. His habit of always going to the very source made him read authors who were very little known and whom he was the only one to quote. Capital contains so many quotations from little-known authors that one might think Marx wanted to show off how well-read he was. He had no intention of the sort. "I administer historical justice," he said. "I give each one his due." He considered himself obliged to name the author who had first expressed an idea or formulated it most correctly, no matter how insignificant and little known he was. Marx was just as conscientious from the literary as from the scientific point of view. Not only would he never base himself on a fact he was not absolutely sure of, he never allowed himself to talk of a thing before he had studied it thoroughly. He did not publish a single work without repeatedly revising it until he had found the most appropriate form. He could not bear to appear in public without thorough preparation. It would have been a torture for him to show his manuscripts before giving them the finishing touch. He felt so strongly about this that he told me one day that he would rather burn his manuscripts than leave them unfinished. His method of working often imposed upon him tasks the magnitude of which the reader can hardly imagine. Thus, In order to write the 20 pages or so on English factory legislation in capital, he went through a whole library of blue books containing reports of commissions and factory inspectors in England and Scotland. He read them from cover to cover, as can be seen from the pencil marks in them. He considered those reports as the most important and weighty documents for the study of the capitalist mode of production. He had such a high opinion of those in charge of them that he doubted the possibility of finding in another country in Europe men as competent, as free from partisanship and respect of persons as are the English factory inspectors. He paid them this brilliant tribute in the preface to Capital. From these blue books Marx drew a wealth of factual information. Many members of Parliament to whom they are distributed use them only as shooting targets, judging the striking power of the gun by the number of pages pierced. Others sell them by the pound, which is the most reasonable thing they can do, for this enabled Marx to buy them cheap from the old paper dealers in Long Acre whom he used to visit to look through their old books and papers. Professor Beasley said that Marx was the man who made the greatest use of English official inquiries and brought them to the knowledge of the world. He did not know that before 1845 Engels took numerous documents from the blue books in writing his book on the condition of the working class in England. 2. To get to know and love the heart that beat within the breast of Marx the scholar, you had to see him when he had closed his books and notebooks and was surrounded by his family, or again on Sunday evenings in the society of his friends. He then proved the pleasantest of company, full of wit and humor, with a laugh that came straight from the heart. His black eyes under the arches of his bushy brows sparkled with pleasure and malice whenever he heard a witty saying or a pertinent repartee. He was a loving, gentle, and indulgent father. Children should educate their parents, he used to say. There was never even a trace of the bossy parent in his relations with his daughters, whose love for him was extraordinary. He never gave them an order, but asked them to do what he wished as a favor or made them feel that they should not do what he wanted to forbid them. And yet a father could seldom have had more docile children than he. His daughters considered him as their friend and treated him as a companion. They did not call him father, but Moor, a nickname that he owed to his dark complexion and jet black hair and beard. The members of the Communist League, on the other hand, called him Father Marx before 1848, when he was not even 30 years of age. Marx used to spend hours playing with his children. These still remember the sea battles in a big basin of water and the burning of the fleets of paper ships that he made for them and set on fire to their great joy. On Sundays his daughters would not allow him to work, he belonged to them for the whole day. If the weather was fine, the whole family would go for a walk in the country. On their way they would stop at a modest inn for bread and cheese and ginger beer. When his daughters were small he would make the long walk seem shorter to them by telling them endless fantastic tales which he made up as he went, developing and intensifying the complications according to the distance they had to go, so that the little ones forgot their weariness listening. He had an incomparably fertile imagination. His first literary works were poems. Mrs. Marx carefully preserved the poetry her husband wrote in his youth but never showed it to anybody. His family had dreamt of him being a man of letters or a professor and thought he was debasing himself by engaging in socialist agitation and political economy, which was then disdained in Germany. Marx had promised his daughters to write a drama on the Graecke for them. Unfortunately he was unable to keep his word. It would have been interesting to see how he, who was called the Knight of the Class Struggle, would have dealt with that terrible and magnificent episode in the class struggle of the ancient world. Marx fostered a lot of plans which were never carried out. Among other works he intended to write a logic and a history of philosophy, the latter having been his favorite subject in his younger days. We would have needed to live to 100 to carry out all his literary plans and present the world with a portion of the treasure hidden in his brain. Marx's wife was his lifelong helpmate in the truest and fullest sense of the word. They had known each other as children and grown up together. Marx was only 17 at the time of his engagement. 7 long years the young couple had to wait before they were married in 1843. After that they never parted. Mrs. Marx died shortly before her husband. Nobody ever had a greater sense of equality than she, although she was born and bred in a German aristocratic family. No social differences or classifications existed for her. She entertained working people in their working clothes in her house and at her table with the same politeness and consideration as if they had been dukes or princes. Many workers of all countries enjoyed her hospitality, and I am convinced that not one of them ever dreamt that the woman who received them with such homely and sincere cordiality descended in the female line from the family of the Dukes of Argyll, and that her brother was a minister of the King of Prussia. That did not worry Mrs. Marks. She had given up everything to follow her Karl, and never, not even in times of dire need, was she sorry she had done so. She had a clear and brilliant mind. Her letters to her friends, written without constraint of effort, are masterly achievements of vigorous and original thinking. It was a treat to get a letter from Mrs. Marks. Johann Philipp Becker published several of her letters. Heine, a pitiless satirist as he was, feared Marx's irony, but he was full of admiration for the penetrating, sensitive mind of his wife. When the Marxes were in Paris, he was one of their regular visitors. Marx had such respect for the intelligence and critical sense of his wife that he showed her all his manuscripts and set great store by her opinion, as he himself told me in 1866. Mrs. Marks copied out her husband's manuscripts before they were sent to the print shop. Mrs. Marks had a number of children. 3 of them died at a tender age during the period of hardships that the family went through after the 1848 revolution. At that time they lived as emigrants in London in 2 small rooms in Dean Street, Soho Square. I only knew the 3 daughters. When I was introduced to Marx in 1865, his youngest daughter, now Mrs. Aveling, was a charming child with a sunny disposition. Marx used to say his wife had made a mistake as to sex when she brought her into the world. The other 2 daughters formed a most surprising and harmonious contrast. The eldest, Mrs. Longuet, had her father's dark and vigorous complexion, dark eyes, and jet black hair. The second, Mrs. Lafargue, was fair-haired and rosy-skinned. Her rich curly hair had a golden shimmer as if it had caught the rays of the setting sun. She was like her mother. Another important member of the Marx household was Helene de Muth. Born of a peasant family, Sight entered the service of Mrs. Marx long before the latter's wedding, when hardly more than a child. When her mistress got married, she remained with her and devoted herself with complete self-oblivion to the Marx family. She accompanied her mistress and her husband on all their journeys over Europe and shared their exile. She was the good genius of the house and could always find a way out of the most difficult situations. It was thanks to her sense of order, her economy and skill that the Marx family were at least never short of the bare essentials. There was nothing she could not do. She cooked, kept the house, dressed the children, cut clothes for them and sewed them with Mrs. Marx. She was housekeeper and major domo at the same time. She ran the whole house. The children loved her like a mother, and her maternal feeling towards them gave her a mother's authority. Mrs. Marx considered her as her bosom friend, and Marx fostered a particular friendship towards her. He played chess with her and often enough lost to her. Helene loved the Marx family blindly. Anything they did was good in her eyes and could not be otherwise. Whoever criticized Marx had to deal with her. She extended her motherly protection to everyone who was admitted to intimacy with the Marxes. It was as though she had adopted all of the Marx family. She outlived Marx and his wife and transferred her care to Engels' household. She had known him since she was a girl and extended to him the attachment she had for the Marx family. Engels was, so to speak, a member of the Marx family. Marx's daughters called him their second father. He was Marx's alter ego. For a long time the 2 names were never separated in Germany, and they will be forever united in history. Marx and Engels were the personification in our time of the ideal friendship portrayed by the poets of antiquity. From their youth they developed together and parallel to each other, lived in intimate fellowship of ideas and feelings, and shared the same revolutionary agitation. As long as they could live together they worked in common. Had events not parted them for about 20 years they would probably have worked together their whole life. But after the defeat of the 1848 revolution, Engels had to go to Manchester, while Marx was obliged to remain in London. Even so, they continued their common intellectual life by writing to each other almost daily, giving their views on political and scientific events and their work. As soon as Engels was able to free himself from his work, he hurried from Manchester to London, where he set up his home only 10 minutes away from his dear Marx. From 1870 to the death of his friend not a day went by but the two men saw each other, sometimes at one's house, sometimes at the other's. It was a day of rejoicing for the Marxes when Engels informed them that he was coming from Manchester. His pending visit was spoken of long beforehand, and on the day of his arrival Marx was so impatient that he could not work. The two friends spent the whole night smoking and drinking together and talking over all that had happened since their last meeting. Marx appreciated Engels' opinion more than anybody else's, for Engels was the man he considered capable of being his collaborator. For him Engels was a whole audience. No effort could have been too great for Marx to convince Engels and win him over to his ideas. For instance, I have seen him read whole volumes over and over to find the fact he needed to change Engels' opinion on some secondary point that I do not remember concerning the political and religious wars of the Albigenses. It was a triumph for Marx to bring Engels round to his opinion. Marx was proud of Engels. He took pleasure in enumerating to me all his moral and intellectual qualities. He once specially made the journey to Manchester with me to introduce me to him. He admired the versatility of his knowledge and was alarmed at the slightest thing that could befall him. "I always tremble," he said to me, "for fear he should meet with an accident at the chase. He is so impetuous, he goes galloping over the fields with slackened reins, not shying at any obstacle." Marx was as good a friend as he was a loving husband and father. In his wife and daughters, Helene and Engels, he found worthy objects of love for a man such as he was. 3. Having started as leader of the radical bourgeoisie, Marx found himself deserted as soon as his opposition became too resolute and looked upon as an enemy as soon as he became a socialist. He was baited and expelled from Germany after being decried and calumniated, and then there was a conspiracy of silence against him and his work. The 18th Brumaire, which proves that Marx was the only historian and politician of 1848 who understood and disclosed the real nature of the causes and results of the coup d'état of December 2, 1851, was completely ignored. In spite of the actuality of the work, not a single bourgeois newspaper even mentioned it. The Poverty of Philosophy, an answer to the philosophy of poverty, and a contribution to the critique of political economy were likewise ignored. The First International and the first book of Capital broke this conspiracy of silence after it had lasted 15 years. Marx could no longer be ignored. The International developed and filled the world with the glory of its achievements. Although Marx kept in the background and let others act, it was soon discovered who the man behind the scenes was. The Social Democratic Party was founded in Germany and became a power that Bismarck courted before he attacked it. Schweitzer, a follower of Lassalle, published a series of articles, which Marx highly praised, to bring capital to the knowledge of the working public. On a motion by Johann Philipp Becker, the Congress of the International adopted a resolution directing the attention of socialists in all countries to capital as to the Bible of the working class. After the rising on March 18, 1871, in which people tried to see the work of the International, and after the defeat of the Commune, which the General Council of the First International took it upon itself to defend against the rage of the bourgeois press in all countries, Marx's name became known to the whole world. He was acknowledged as the greatest theoretician of scientific socialism and the organizer of the First International working class movement. Capital became the manual of socialists in all countries. All socialist and working class papers spread its scientific theories. During a big strike which broke out in New York, extracts from Capital were published in the form of leaflets to inspire the workers to endurance and show them how justified their claims were. Capital was translated into the main European languages, Russian, French, and English, and extracts were published in German, Italian, French, Spanish and Dutch. Every time attempts were made by opponents in Europe or America to refute its theories, the economists immediately got a socialist reply which closed their mouths. Capital is really today what it was called by the Congress of the International, the Bible of the working class. The share Marx had to take in the international socialist movement took time from his scientific activity. The death of his wife and that of his eldest daughter, Mrs. Longuet, also had an adverse effect upon it. Marx's love for his wife was profound and intimate. Her beauty had been his pride and his joy. Her gentleness and devotedness had lightened for him the hardships necessarily resulting from his eventful life as a revolutionary socialist. The disease which led to the death of Jenny Marx also shortened the life of her husband. During her long and painful illness, Marx, exhausted by sleeplessness and lack of exercise and fresh air and morally weary, contracted the pneumonia which was to snatch him away. On December 2, 1881, Mrs. Marx died as she had lived, a communist and a materialist. Death had no terrors for her. When she felt her end approach, she exclaimed, "Karl, my strength is ebbing." Those were her last intelligible words. She was buried in Highgate Cemetery, in unconsecrated ground, on December 5. Conforming to the habits of her life and Marx's, all care was taken to avoid her funeral being made a public one, and only a few close friends accompanied her to her last resting place. Marx's old friend Engels delivered the address over her grave. After the death of his wife, Marx's life was a succession of physical and moral sufferings which he bore with great fortitude. They were aggravated by the sudden death of his eldest daughter, Mrs. Longuet, a year later. He was broken, never to recover. He died at his desk on March 14, 1883, at the age of 64. Paul Lafargue 1890. Darwinism on the French stage. To what base uses we may return, Horatio. Source, Time, February 1890, p.149-156. At this period, 1890 to 1897, Time was being edited by Belfour Bax. Copyleft, this text is free of copyright restrictions. Transcribed, by Ted Crawford. Alas for Darwin! If he were alive, he would experience the drawbacks of popularity. Frenchmen are just now fathering on him a new race of small carnivora, that avail themselves of the excellent invention of the struggle for life, as a scientific excuse for every sort of villainy. When applied, says M. Daudet, these theories of Darwin are wicked, because they resuscitate the brute in man, and cause the quadruped, that has learned to stand upright, to walk on all fours again. The men who utter these enormities, on and off the stage, are by no means fools or persons of little consequence, but men of mark and wit. Neither do they publish these views, by way of airing a paradox, or to amuse themselves at the expense of the Philistines. In sober seriousness, and with all possible gravity, they have for the last few weeks put forth these astonishing truths. Woe to the scientific theory that finds its way into the ignorant and narrow brains of the French novel writers and journalists of the day. Our men of letters have not become acquainted with the Darwinian struggle for life, by reading the works of the great naturalist. They are not used to such brain work. No, their knowledge of it has dawned upon them through the wisdom of a penny horror. Some 10 years ago an old milkwoman was killed. Her murder, from the circumstances attending it, produced so deep an impression, that it is remembered to this hour. The discovery of the murderers was made in a curious way. Barr, the old woman's broker, offered to assist the judge in his inquiry. Everybody knows that in France the judicial inquiry is not made in public before a jury, but in private, before a single judge. Barr volunteered full particulars as to the habits and circumstances of the victim, and as to the shares and securities in which she had invested her small fortune, £400 scraped together during a life of hard toil. He had several interviews with the judge, who thanked him for his willingness to help in the discovery of the culprit, when it happened, upon a certain occasion, that the judge, on conducting him to the door of his room, remarked innocently, "You once wore your full beard, M. Barr." On hearing this simple observation, Barr trembles, and turns livid. The judge immediately claps his hand on his shoulder, and says, "I hold the murderer." Barr, utterly lost, confessed that he and his friend Leibniz, a medical student, had committed the crime. The two murderers were intelligent and educated young men of 4 or 5 and 20 years of age. Leibniz was one of the most distinguished students of the medical school of Paris. His professor, Dr. Vulpian, and his comrades, believed there must be some gross mistake when they heard of his arrest. A few days after the murder, Leibniz had lectured on Darwinism, and had been at great pains to explain the theory of the struggle for life, and the law of the survival of the fittest. On learning he had been betrayed, Leibniz did not deny his crime, but proceeded to explain the theory of it. The milkwoman had deposited £400 in the hands of his friend Barr, who, instead of buying securities with the money, had spent it. This sum of money could at any moment be asked for, and Barr, unable to refund it, would be prosecuted and condemned for breach of trust. He, Leibniz, had therefore to choose between the social ruin of his friend, a man of respectable birth and great promise, and the death of an old woman, very useless and uninteresting. He never for a moment hesitated to devote himself to his schoolfellow, killed off the old milkwoman, and scientifically cut up the body, in order to rid himself of it, piecemeal. This murder was something out of the common. Leibniz was not an impulsive brute, killing in self-defense, when found out, but a cool and calculating man, deliberately planning his action, carrying it out with the utmost determination, and coloring it with a scientific theory. He died bravely. Barr had to he carried up the scaffold, whereas Leibniz ascended the steps with a firm foot. After his head had been passed through the hole of the guillotine, and just as the knife was about to drop, somebody in the crowd cried out, "Bravo, Leibniz!" He raised his head, and turning his eyes in the direction of the voice, said distinctly, "Adieu." There was long and lively debate on the subject of this murder. Here was a chance for the anti-Darwinians. They were numerous and highly respectable, and took care not to lose so good an opportunity of falling foul of the scientific theory of which Leibniz had been an advocate. French freethinkers had been in the habit of charging religion with all the crimes committed by religious people. The religious folk now retaliated, and accused the new theory as a school of crime. They were strongly supported by the men of science that considered Darwin as a scientific revolutionist, deserving of almost as rough handling as the revolutionists of the Commune. An archbishop, Monseigneur Dupanloup, if I remember rightly, went so far as to advocate Leibniz's pardon, on the ground that he was a victim of the Darwinian theory, and that it was the duty of society to grant him time for repentance and the redemption of his sins. Albeit France was the birthplace of the theory of evolution, Haeckel and the German Darwinians, not to speak of the French, have made good the claims of Buffon, Lamarck, and Geoffroy de Saint-Hilaire, too deliberately ignored by the English Darwinians. It was in France that the recognition thereof encountered the greatest difficulties. French science appeared to be ashamed of its offspring, which had been adopted by, and found a home in, England. The Academy of Science, with the octogenarian Flourens at the head of its old and fusty members, made war against the transformation of species. Animals and plants had been created as they were, and as they were, they would continue to be in secu una secularum. This was the law they would maintain until their dying day, sirs. It was necessary for Haeckel to come from Germany to Paris, for him to group and stimulate the young men who had given in their adhesion to the evolution theory. Since that day, Flourens and many of the old academicians have died, and younger and bolder naturalists have sprung up, but the victory is not yet completely won over official science. Dr. Jard, for instance, a man well known for his numerous scientific discoveries, had to wait a number of years before he was elected professor at the Museum of Paris, because he was notoriously an evolutionist. Now, although French writers are wont to ridicule the Academy, and to make fun of its antiquated notions, you will never meet people more ready to accommodate themselves to the prejudices of the past, or to bow down before the Academy and the opinions it hallmarks for circulation in the present. I must add that the refined public shares the spirit of officialism and routine with the writers who prepare intellectual food for its digestion. The murder of the old milkwoman popularized the Darwinian theory among the journalists and romance writers, who, in France, are distinguished by their want of scientific and philosophical culture. M. Daudet was one of those who, on this occasion, became acquainted with the theory of the struggle for life. Of course, like the rest of his fellow novelists, he conceived it after a much clearer and simpler fashion than Darwin. More individuals are born than can find means to live. Do away with me, or I must do away with you. Here you have the whole Darwinian theory in a nutshell. According to the discerning M. Daudet, it is the man of science of his play who expresses this fine formula. In the preface to his Struggle for Life, M. Daudet tells us that he had begun to write a book, half ron raris and half history, called Libéis and Bar, two young Frenchmen of the period. He had been working at it for some 2 months, when there appeared in France, a translation of The Admirable Crime and Punishment, of Dostoevsky. The Libéis of the Russian novelist is Rodion. He reasons out his crime, he assassinates an old hag, a pitiless usurer, baneful to everybody, while her gold would bestow joy and health on his mother and sister, whom he loves tenderly. Instead of delivering a lecture on the struggle for life, like Libéis, Rodion writes an article for a review on the right to murder, and demonstrates philosophically that it is allowable to deliver the world from persons who stand everybody's way. M. Daudet understood that it would be impossible for him to rival the morbid genius of Dostoevsky, possessed of an unsurpassable faculty of psychological analysis, and he gave up his historical romance. But the idea of the struggle for life appeared to him too luminous to be abandoned. He seized the first opportunity of turning it into a play, and on the 30th of October last, there was produced at the Gymnase Dramatique of Paris, a play in 5 acts and 6 tableaux, by Alphonse Daudet, entitled, The Struggle for Life. M. Daudet is not a professional playwright. It is only of late that he has turned his attention to the stage, and it is but fair to acknowledge that his play has much to recommend it. Some of the situations are dramatic, and the character of Mariantu is delicately drawn. Paul Auster, the son of an academician, is a rising architect, who, whilst restoring an old historical palace, wins the heart of the owner, the Duchess Padovana, Mariantu, immensely rich, but on the wrong side of 50, whereas, Auster is young, covetous, and keeps moving. Darwin is his favorite author, but like M. Daudet he has found in The Origin of Species, only the false law of population of Parson Malthus. More individuals are born than can find the means to live, whence it follows that a part of the human race must die of starvation, 3 order that the rest may live in comfort. And, logically, Auster decides in favor of comfort. His motto is, the strong eat up the weak. The false Tichborne, who was not particularly bright, had a cleverer axiom. The world, he wrote in his notebook, in very bad English, here translated, is composed of 2 sorts of men, the fools and the sharpers, and the one must prey on the other. Auster's ambition is to become a prime minister. He is already a member of parliament, and an influential person whose opinion is taken, but in the space of 2 years, he has squandered the whole of the Duchess's fortune, and is on the verge of ruin. He wants to get divorced from his old wife, and to marry an extremely young Jewess. Marriage is his road to fortune, and women are his stepping stones. He manages matters so well that his jealous Mariantu catches him en flagrant délit in her own house. But the Duchess, who is a zealous Catholic, considers a divorce as a shame and a sin, contents herself with dismissing Auster's sweetheart, a girl in her service, and retiring to the country. Auster follows her thither, plays the hypocrite and the lover, obtains her pardon, and brings her back to Paris, where he hopes eventually to get her consent to a divorce. But time presses, for the young Jewess waxes impatient, and threatens to flit with her gold. Auster tries to hasten the denouement. In the midst of a feast he offers a glass of poisoned water to his wife, but struck with terror, arrests her arm as she carries the glass to her lips. The Duchess guesses his intention, and knowing him capable of a crime, she consents to a divorce in order to save him from temptation. The scenes between Auster and Mariantu are very fine. In the last scene of all, Austere is shot down by the father of the girl he had seduced, just as he is at the height of happiness and on the eve of his wedding with the Jewess, who is to make him a millionaire. M. Daudet kills Austere, he writes in his preface, because he, M. Daudet, is a good man, and cannot bear wicked people, ever since he ceased to be private secretary to the Duke of Morny, one of the foulest scoundrels of the Bonapartist clique. And his play is written with the purpose of showing his abhorrence of the strug-lifers, as he calls them in his beautiful English, who being Darwinians to the backbone, are devoid of superstitions and of scruples, do not believe in God, and do not fear the policeman. This pooh-poohing of the police, that last stronghold of morality, is another grand discovery of M. Daudet. He traces it back to Berkeley, the Scotch philosopher, who, doubtful of the correctness with which our senses represent the external world to our minds, and considering the mind as something immaterial, that is incapable of forming a conception of material objects, declared that the external world did not exist, and M. Daudet, consequently, concludes that the policeman is to Darwinians a mere fiction. What to us appears incredible is that writers, like M. Daudet and others, should seriously make Darwin and his theory responsible for the Libis, bars, and other beasts of prey let loose in our society. Prior to the publication of The Origin of Species, we lived in a world wherein theft and murder were unknown, and had it never been published we should have continued to live in a society in which people thrive on the good and not on the evil fortune of their fellow creatures. Doctors and chemists would cease to pray for consumptions and fevers, boils and broken hones, for their daily bread. Heirs would no longer impatiently await the opening of the wills of their dearly beloved relations, financiers would not fill their money bags with the spoils of their brethren of the stock exchange, tradesmen and manufacturers would not undersell and ruin one another, employers would not flourish by starving their hands, if Darwin had not produced his Book of Evil Omen. Let us have the courage to acknowledge that we live in a wolfish society. Civil war rages from door to door, in the very hearts of our families, alike in town and in country. This savage war of commercial and industrial interests is the very condition of existence of our social organization. The Giffins and Levies of the day, the Seniors and Smiths of the past have sung this civil war to all sorts of heirs, as the cause of progress and the motive power of civilization. They have given it the true name, they have called it industrial and commercial competition. The struggle for life is, after all, but an application to vegetal and animal life of the economical competition. Darwin himself has stated that his theory had been first suggested to him by Malthus' law of population. We shiver as we read of crimes like these of Libis and other murderers, but we walk unmoved in the midst of the atrocities committed, daily and hourly, by competition. How insignificant would the crimes tried in the law courts appear if we took into account the wholesale poisoning caused by the adulteration of food. At about the same time that Barr and Libis were murdering the old milk woman, a London manufacturer was tried for mixing violet powder with arsenic and other dangerous substances. Packets of powder containing arsenic were produced, cases of baby poisoning as consequences were proved, and yet a jury of British Philistines was found willing to discharge the manufacturer. To adulterate all industrial products, and turn what should be wholesome food into deadly poison is only to obey the law of competition. The misery and suffering engendered by economical forces are more endless than the pebbles on the shore. In this terrible game of competition the factories and workshops devour each other, the bigger capital swallows the smaller. In the blind struggle of wild and uncontrollable forces, men are whirled like bits of straw. Some few, a very few, are carried to the pinnacle of fortune, but the great mass are brutally thrown down and trampled underfoot. The vanquished in the economical struggle, more terrible than the fury of war, are condemned to mercenary labor, to wage slavery, to misery and starvation. And in this battle of interests it is to no purpose to appeal to the sentiments of religion, justice, humanity, love, or friendship. The one thing recognized is the right of the strongest, vi victis, the weakest to the wall. Capital, for all the blood and filth from which it is built up, is sacred, it is the sovereign power that opens the gate of every earthly paradise. From the cradle to the grave we are enveloped by this atmosphere of a pitiless battle of conflicting interests. This sad and stern reality, it is, and not scientific theories or religious creeds, that molds human clay, that sharpens and exacerbates egotism. Every man for himself is our law. Implanted in man's heart and brain, this impels him to succeed by all means, to conquer or to die, to crush others so as not to be crushed himself. Given these conditions of environment, one is justified in wondering that the increase of crime in France, since 1840, and the same fact is true of other countries, is not more considerable than it is. But modern life tends to break men's animal spirits, to impoverish their blood. It transforms impulsive brutes into reflecting and calculating beings. In capitalistic societies it is generally the very young who furnish the contingent of the murderers. Civilization puts into the hands of the more experienced an infinite variety of legal, if not less cruel, means of acquiring fortune, the one aim in life of civilized nations. Baudelaire, the mystic poet of realism, is right when he says, "If rape and fire, the knife, and poisoned dart, have with their pleasant patterns broidered not the colorless canvas of our piteous lot, 'tis that we're craven-souled and lack the heart." Paul Lafargue. Paul Lafargue. The Myth of Athena. September 1890. First published in Time, London, September 1890, pages 916-28. Transcribed and marked up by Ida O'Callaghan for the Marxists Internet Archive. Thanks to Fritz Keller. Pausanias, in whose description of Greece we find the popular legends unsophisticated as yet by the philosopher and the Grammanan, after relating how Rhea gave to her cannibal mate, Cronus, a foal to eat instead of the little Poseidon, and afterwards in lieu of Zeus, a stone wrapped up in swaddling clothes, goes on to say, "As to these fables, I considered them childish when I began this work, but when I got as far as this book, the 8th, I formed this view, that those who were reckoned wise among the Greeks spoke of old in riddles, and not directly, so I imagine the fable about Cronus to be Greek wisdom." 8. The myths of the Greeks are riddles for us still, but they were not intended as such. They expressed the childish conceptions of the world formed by savages. They were the records of their daily lives, embellished by so uncontrolled and fiery an imagination that, as Morgan says, all primitive religions are grotesque, and to some extent unintelligible. But what is fabulous and unintelligible to people that take a sober view of nature, appears, on the contrary, simple and natural enough to young and uncultivated minds. The Scandinavian Viking had as firm a belief in the power of the spells of witches to raise storms as the French paysan has in the efficacy of his prayers to produce rainfall for his own, and hailstorms for his neighbors' vineyards, as the little English boy has in the incidents of the drama of the death and burial of Cock Robin, a nursery tale that modern mythologists might, without any excessive strain of imagination, transform into a solar myth of Hindu origin. It is only in the course of time, and when the phenomena which had produced them have passed away, that early popular productions of the intellect are converted into myths. This holds good also of hieroglyphics. At first they were simply meant to express the animals and objects they represented, but the scribes having modified the drawings for convenience sake, they ceased to be intelligible to all but the initiated. It is precisely because the true popular legends are naive and spontaneous productions of the intellect that we are enabled by their study to reconstruct the customs and the ideas of prehistoric men. The study of the Vedas, like new wine, has intoxicated many a Sanskrit scholar. It is their boast to have found the magic key that shall unlock the secrets alike of the riddle that puzzled Pausanias and of numberless others. Resuscitating a very old theory, they affirm that almost all myths are meteorological allegories. There are, however, more things contained in a myth than the motions of celestial bodies or changes of the atmosphere. Bachofen, in his work of genius, Das Mutterrecht, has unraveled in the Greek myths the ancient forms of the family, which the great American thinker, Lewis Morgan, succeeded in tracing among the savages of America and Polynesia. Mr. Andrew Lang has, with equal wit and humor, shown that the gross fables of the Greeks owed their origin to the modes of thought habitual to savages. The myth of Athena, some peculiarities of the origin of which I here propose to examine, is one of supreme importance, not only because Athena was the tutelary goddess of the city that has played so unique a part in the history of mankind, but also because the legends that have grown round her name in the course of time may, if rightly interpreted, afford us an insight into the prehistoric times of Greece. 2. The epithets bestowed upon Athena for her manifold qualities and functions were easily understood, with the exception of one that has been, and is to this day, a riddle to ancient and modern etymologists. This unintelligible epithet is met with in the oldest poets. Homer calls Athena Dios Kagathrakudis Tritogenia 1, daughter of Zeus, terrible Tritogenia. Hesiod, Theogony 895, gives her the same epithet, which recurs in the Orphic hymns. XXXI, 3. Athens had a war dance in honor of the goddess called Tritogenia. The early Greek poets were wont to incorporate with their verses words and entire sentences that were traditional and bore a sacred meaning. Clemens Alexandrinus tells us that Homer had taken much from the Thracian poets, and embodied it in his work. Van Lennep does not accuse Hesiod of plagiarism when he finds him reproducing Homer, but observes that probably both poets follow a common and earlier version. It is for the same reason that Aeschylus is so rich in old legends and archaic forms of language. When tradition had crystallized a story, the poet was bound to reproduce it faithfully. Herodotus, 7:6, informs us that Onomacritus Vats banished by Philipparchus for having made an interpolation in a passage from Musaeus, a sacred poet. In Iceland, not so very long hack, it was held a grave offense to public morality to modify a saga or to recount it untruthfully. If in Homer and in Hesiod so inexplicable and singular an epithet as Tritogenia recurs persistently, the inference is that the word is not an indifferent one, employed solely for the sake of the verse, but that it belonged to a popular tradition, and had an important and intelligible meaning. That the significance of this did not escape the Greeks, is proved by the contradictory explanations given to the word Tritogenia. The word Tritogenia, if we apply the ordinary rules of etymology to it, is simple enough. It signifies thrice born, at first sight a meaningless epithet. There are many words in the Greek language constructed in a similar way: tritosporos, of the third generation; tritostats, placed in the third rank; tritoninus, third day of the month, etc., and Tritogenia, triad, ternary number of the Pythagorean doctrine. But those who ignored the primitive meaning of the epithet given to Athena could not admit the absurdity of the ordinary etymology. Some affirmed that it was derived from Tritonus, a Boeotian river, because Athena was said to have been born on its banks. Others derived it from an ancient Aeolic, Cretan, or Boeotian word, tritw, head, because she had sprung from the head of Zeus in Olympus. Homer, Hesiod, and Aeschylus, though they call Athena the daughter of Zeus, make no mention of the manner of her birth. The tradition which makes her jump out of the head of Zeus, split open by Hephaestos, seems to be posterior to Homer. Later on, the poets, improving on the original story, said that she stood in a war chariot on springing from the head of the father of gods and men. But Hesiod tells the story in a different way. Here is a literal translation of the passage: and Zeus, king of gods, made Metis first his wife. When she was about to give birth to Athena, allied goddess, having by deceit beguiled her mind with flattering words, he hid her within his own belly. In fact, his pregnancy manifested itself in the ordinary way and not in the swelling of the head or thigh as in the case of Dionysius. Thus, when Homer and Hesiod use the one Tritogenia, it cannot mean sprung from the head. Diodorus Siculus, not satisfied with the etymological explanation, gives a meteorological one. The Egyptians called the air Athena, whom they believed to be the daughter of Zeus and always a virgin, because the air is incorruptible and reaches the summit of the universe, for Athena had issued from the head of Zeus. She is also called Tritogenia, from the three changes experienced by nature in the three seasons of the year: spring, summer, and winter. She bears the name of Glaukopes, not because her eyes are blue, as certain among the Greeks believed, but because the immensity of the atmosphere has a bluish tint. 12. The reading of the Vedas has not helped the modern mythologist to anything particularly new. Let us see if it be possible to recover the lost meaning of Tridogenia, Turinata, thrice-born. 3. Dionysius, surnamed Demeter, having two mothers, has the epithet of Trigonos, Turinatus, thrice-born, given him in the Orphic hymns, XXIX, 2, because after Dionysius, son of Persephone, had been torn to pieces by the Titans, Zeus burned his heart to ashes and gave them to Semele to drink, who grew pregnant of Dionysius, the latter, on the death of his second mother, being enclosed in the thigh of Zeus. Athena shared a similar fate. According to Hesiod, Metis, when pregnant with Athena, was swallowed by Zeus, but before descending into the divine stomach of the father and mother of gods, she gave birth to Athena, and Zeus, in order to make good his claim to the titles of father and mother, made believe to have been delivered of her. The eastern frontispiece of the Parthenon that represented the scene has been so mutilated that the most important personages, Zeus and Athena, have disappeared, but in the University of Bologna there is a bronze Etruscan mirror, on the back of which exists a representation in intaglio of the accouchement of Zeus, which enables us to form an idea of the antique conception of this famous scene. Zeus appears to faint away with pain, writes M. Buell in his description of the mirror. Venus supports him in her arms. Diana Lucina delicately extracts from his brain the little Athena shaking her lance. Hephaestos contemplates the group with an air of satisfaction. In fact, the birth of Athena was an ordinary Basque kavod. Hatching the father, plays the mother's part, goes to bed, fills the room with his cries and groans, and swears he has been delivered of the newborn baby. This grotesque farce, which has a great historical importance, has been enacted all over the world. Mr. Tyler, in his early history of mankind, gives a long but incomplete list of peoples among whom this curious custom has been traced. In Hesiod, Metis is the mother of Athena, but according to other traditions, she is described as the daughter of Tritonus by Poseidon, and of Coryphe, daughter of Okeanos, by Zeus. Dionysius also had its superfluity of mothers, Demeter, Persephone, Dione, Amalthea, etc. This uncertainty respecting the parentage proves that in the popular mind the tradition was doubtful, either because there was a multiplicity of Dionysiuses and Athenas who contributed to build up the Athena and Dionysius of later days, or because Athena was one of those primitive divinities of savages, living in a social state, in which, the family not being as yet constituted, the children call mother all the women of the tribe belonging to the same generation as their real mother. We know positively that Athena belonged to a generation of divinities anterior to Zeus, Apollo, and the other new gods as Aeschylus calls them in the Eumenides. Athena in all likelihood is one of those goddesses who, according to the popular belief, had neither father nor mother, but had sprung from that profound abyss from which everything comes and to which everything returns, like Ghe the antique mother of gods and men, like Tanith, the Phoenician goddess, like the Egyptian Netha, the mother of Ra, the sun, worshipped at Sais. If it could be proved that Athena belonged to this very antique generation of divinities, then the meaning of Tridogenia would be clear. In order to do that, we should have to show how Athena, before she became the mens divina of the philosophers, the perfect incarnation of intellect and of power, the masterpiece of Greek sculpture, had been the goddess of savage peoples, worshipped under the form of a log of wood, how, like the butterfly, that does not turn into a winged flower before having crawled in the shape of an ugly worm, she has undergone a series of metamorphoses, was thrice born and remodeled periodically to suit the progressive ideals of more advanced states of civilization. 4. A great diversity of opinion prevailed with regard to the birthplace of Dionysius and Athena. Wheresoever a river or a fountain was discovered that bore the name of Tritonus, as in Crete, Thessaly, Arcadia, Boeotia, the inhabitants maintained that Athena was born there. Not a few mythographers believed that Boeotia had serious claims to such an honor, and that the worship of the goddess had spread over Attica from the banks of the river Tritonus, which flows into Lake Copaeus. Strabo, Pausanias, and other writers record a tradition preserving the memory of two small towns, Athens and Eleusis, situated on the borders of Lake Copaeus, that were swept away by a winter flood. Considering that incessant warfare was carried on by the savage tribes of primitive Greece, that the towns, in consequence, were built like eagles' nests, high up amid the rocks, and hence could not easily have been stormed, it is improbable that these two towns should have been built on the borders of a lake. It is true that the towns may have been built on the lake itself, as was the case with the lake habitations of prehistoric Switzerland and New Guinea, the likelier that Herodotus, v. 16, mentions such a city built on Lake Prasius by the Poionians, who had their women in common and fed their horses on fish. Very possibly the Boeotian Athens, and Eleusis were two lake cities, the rather that sick Lake Copaeus was rich in fishes, and that in the time of Aristophanes and Pausanias its eels were considered very delicate eating. These towns, whose savage inhabitants very probably had their women in common, as had the Libyans living around Lake Tritonus, in Africa, Herod 480, were a suitable birthplace for such a goddess as Athena. The Greeks, not unlike other nations, looked upon themselves as being the center of the universe, whence learning and civilization flowed over the rest of the world. They held that the arge of King Apis, who gave his name to Peloponnesus, once called Appia, land of Apis, had colonized Egypt and imported there the arts of civilization, in recognition of which the Egyptians worshipped him under the name of Serapis. 2. When we bear in mind that the worship of Isis, Osiris, and Apis is as old as the oldest monument of Egypt, and that their names occur in the times of the IVTH dynasty, i.e., more than 5,000 years before Christ, the probability is that it was Egyptian art which civilized primitive Greece, and Egyptian religion which has had an influence on the formation of the Greek divinities. The Egyptians having a superstitious horror of the sea, this action was not a direct one, but exercised through the medium of the Phoenicians, Carians, Causites, Libyans, and other Mediterranean peoples. Dr. Schliemann, in his excavations at Tyrius and Mycenae among other objects of Egyptian origin, discovered a number of golden masks in the tombs. Homer and later writers who abound in descriptions of funeral rites, make no mention of the use of such masks so common in Egypt. 3. The soil of Greece bears everywhere the traces of the influence of Egypt. In Acrocorinthus, the ancient Acropolis of Corinth, situated further inland, there were two temples of Isis, one styled Pelasgian and the other Egyptian, and two temples of Serapis, one of the name of Canobus, the town where Menelaus is said to have been wrecked on his return from Troy. Pausanias Cor 4, among the ruins of the ancient city of Hermione, Pausanias found, contiguous to the sanctuary of Athena, the temples of Isis and Serapis, and a ring of huge unhewn stones, in the interior of which the sacred rites of Demeter were performed. Cor. Thirsiv. Serapis had a temple at Copi, a small town on the banks of Lake Copaeus, mentioned by Homer. Tell 2, 503, Paus. Be it, Thirsiv, on the top of Mount Pontinus, near Lerna, was the temple of Session Athena, built by Danaus. Ancient tradition described Athena as a foreign goddess. The Phoenician Cadmos, the founder of Thebes, imported into Boeotia the worship of Athena Anga, a word of Phoenician origin, the sense of which is lost. For at Delphi and elsewhere she was worshipped under that name. Another tradition has it that the daughters of Danaus, on their flight from Sais, on the 50-oared vessel built by their father, under the guidance of Athena, had introduced her worship into Lindus, in the Isle of Rhodes, where they landed on their way to Lerna, in the neighborhood of Mycenae and Tyrius. When the Greeks of historic times came into contact with Egypt, they identified Athena with the great goddess of Sais, Neith, or Netha, by inversion Athena, whose emblem was the ewe. No ewe lamb was sacrificed to Athena. Netha was the mother of Ra, the sun, Athena was the mother of Apollo, the Greek sun god. 5. A weaver's shuttle was employed to express the name of Netha, because, like Athena, she was supposed to have invented the art of weaving. Athena is admittedly not a word of Greek origin. Mch. Lenormant, in his Gallery Mythologique, compares the name of Athena with that of Tanith, the Phoenician goddess with whom she has much in common. Netha and Tanith belong to the primitive group of goddesses who were self-born. The Egyptians and Phoenicians may have had a part in the formation of the myth of Athena, but the decisive influence was that exercised by the Libyans. How the savage tribes of Africa came into contact with the prehistoric Greek remains to this day an unsolved historical problem. The Greeks could not but recognize the resemblance which their own goddess bore to the divinity worshipped on the banks of the Libyan river, Tritonus, and that this region was considered as the birthplace and abode of Athena. 6. Herodotus tells us that Athena was a goddess held in high honor among the Libyans. The country girls had the manners and customs of Amazons, just as Athena had before she grew to be the personification of wisdom. They indulged in rough sports among themselves, fighting with stones and sticks. Those who died of their wounds were reputed false virgins. The Libyan women, like the Australians, studied by Messrs. Feazan and Howitt, had for husbands all the men of their marital group, the children being reared by the mothers 7, when grown up they were taken to the assembly of the men held every month. Herod, the man whom a child resembled, was considered his father. Probably when the Greeks came into contact with the Libyans they were greater savages than the African tribes. According to Herodotus they borrowed from them the costume and the aegis of Athena, with this difference that the fringe of their aegis consisted not of snakes but of thongs of leather. The Libyan women wore over their clothes hairless goat skins, bordered with red fringe, and it is from those skins that the Greeks have drawn the name of aegis. I believe also that the piercing shrieks heard in the temples of this goddess derived their origin from Libya. 4. 189. The Libyan Athena is the daughter not of Zeus, but of his brother Poseidon, but having quarreled with her father she goes to Zeus and is adopted by him. 4. 180. On a closer study of the history of Athena we find that she is characterized by certain features which render her the fitting goddess of a savage people, like the prehistoric Greeks. A legend preserved by Tzetzes represents Athena killing her father Pallas, in order to escape his lust, flaying his corpse and decking herself with his skin, after the manner of Heracles with the hide of the Nemean lion. During the long period of Athena's infancy the women were doubtless constantly exposed to the danger of violation, as indeed were all the women of these savage tribes in which marriage by group obtained. Numberless nymphs and goddesses had fallen victims to such a fate, nor did Athena escape it. She was violated by Hephaestos and bore Erichthonius, whom Ghe was good enough to go pregnant with for her. The fact of having borne a child or two in no way nullified the claim to the title of virgin. Her temple in the Acropolis of Athens, the Erechtheum, was consecrated to the Virgin Mother. 8. There is nothing calculated to shock the savage mind in this confusion of virginity and motherhood, and the prerogative of being a virgin mother Athena shared with many Asiatic and Egyptian divinities who gloried in their power to conceive children without the cooperation of the male. Sacred animals shared the same privilege. The divine bull Apis was born of a virgin cow impregnated by the rays of the sun, vultures were rendered fertile by the wind, and Oripoio informs us that the vulture stands for the hieroglyphic symbol of motherhood. The costume of this primitive Athena no doubt resembled that of the Juno of Lanuvium, as we find it represented on medals and as it is described by Cicero, Donat. Dr. I. 29. It was composed of the skin of a goat, covering the head and falling over the back, drawn in at the waist, and there tied into a knot formed by the forelegs of the animal. We may presume that her aegis, which has so greatly exercised the minds of the German and French Sanskrit scholars, was nothing else than a goat's skin wound round her left arm in the way that the Spaniards wrap their cloaks about their arms in their duels with the navaja, bowie knife. To impart a character of ferocity to this aegis, a border formed of serpents' heads was added to it, and from the center of it hung a human head horribly mutilated. The Lexicon of Greek and Roman Mythology, now in course of publication under the direction of W.H. Roscher, reproduces an antique Gorgon's head having the lips and nose cut off and stretching out its tongue. The later poets and artists, forgetting or disregarding the earlier conception of the aegis, represented it as a breastplate covered with metallic scales and extending from shoulder to shoulder. If this coarse and ferocious costume was little worthy of the Athena destined to become the goddess of divine wisdom, the primitive religious images of her were equally unworthy of that perfect work of art which the Greek statuary was ultimately to produce in representation of her. The statue of Athena, left by the daughters of Danaos at Lindus, was, if we credit Callimachus, Frag 105, a mere log of wood. The oldest statue of Athena Polias, namely protectress of the city, which was preciously preserved at Athens, and which was said to have fallen from heaven on the day of the foundation of the Acropolis, was like the Athena of Lindus, a shapeless block of wood. 9 At Mantinea Athena was represented by an erect quadrangular stone, to which were added 2 stumps of arms. 10 rude images of a similar kind were used to represent other primitive divinities. The Hera of Pharos was a lump of wood, the renowned Aphrodite of Cyprus was represented under the form of a stone pyramid, Tacitus, History 2:3. The Dionysius worshipped at Thebes was a piece of wood ornamented with brass, Pausanias, Bod 12. The prehistoric Greeks, like other savages, did not worship mystic gods personifying the hidden forces of nature. Stones, bits of wood or bones endowed with magical properties were the gods of their divinity. It required long ages of development before man gave to his superior beings the animal or human form. The worship rendered to the savage Athena was in keeping with the coarseness of her images. In the Troade she was a sanguinary divinity, and human blood was spilt upon her altars, yet an object of such profound veneration was this Trojan Athena, that Alexander stopped at Ilios to bring offerings to her, and that Xerxes sacrificed to her a holocaust of 1,000 bulls. Porphyrius recounts that it was customary to immolate virgins to the Athena of Laodicea, in Syria, de Abs 2. 56. And not only to her, but to her companion Agroilos, daughter of Cecrops, were human sacrifices offered. In the temple she inhabited at Salamis, together with Athena and Diomedes, a man was immolated to her. Before taking up her habitation in the towns, and dwelling in the temples, Athena had climbed the mountain tops, and lived in caves, in attestation whereof we have her epithet Agroilos, wild, rustic, and the Orphic hymn. She was then the goddess who strikes doubt and terror into the souls of men. She resembled the Eumenides, these antique goddesses who, later on, were to choose her for umpire in their quarrel with Apollo, the new god, who violated the ancient usages. Aeschylus, Eumenides. Zeus and the gods of the new Olympus had for predecessors other divinities that successively had been dethroned and consigned to inferior functions or simply suppressed. The savage Athena and the Eumenides belonged to those antique divinities that had been compelled to submit to Zeus. Hesiod relates that when Zeus married Metis, and gave birth to Athena, he was already the uncontested lord of the heavens. Popular traditions describe Athena as taking part in the struggle with the Titans, burying Enceladus under a rock, and helping Zeus to triumph over his enemies. The childbed scene, played by the master of men and gods, was but the shamming of his adoption of her, after which Athena consents to recognize his patriarchal authority. It is because Athena belonged to this antique class of divinities that she possessed such virile qualities, and that, according to the Orphic hymn, XXXII, 10, she was Arson Kythelis, male and female. Though it is impossible to identify Athena with Dionysius, we cannot help remarking the curious analogies of the two myths. Not only is Dionysius thrice born like Athena, but like her he has a double nature, Diphys, Orphic hymn, XXX, 2. Furthermore, Dionysius was bull-headed, Toropo, and as Schliemann concludes, from certain idols found at Ilios, that Glaucopes Athena does not mean blue-eyed, but owl-headed. We may infer that she was a totem goddess of a savage tribe, whose women had the habits of Amazons, and who recognized the owl for its ancestor. The epithet Tritogenia meant that Athena was thrice born, for she belonged originally to the group of antique self-born goddesses, but, in the course of time, when her savage adorers reached the stage of development in which the matriarchal family was constituted, she was endowed with a mother, who bore different names, according to the people who worshipped Athena, and at last, when on earth, and afterwards in heaven, man bade become the ruling power in the family, she consented, to the great joy of the gods, to recognize the authority of Zeus, who went through the ludicrous ceremony of giving her birth, as was the custom in case of an adoption. Hera, to adopt Heracles, went to bed, hid the child under her clothing, and let it drop as in a natural accouchement. Diod. Sic 4, 39, 11 Savages and barbarians always want to have the material scene reproduced. Plinius, in Paneg. 8, relates that even in his time adoption was made in front of the nuptial bed, in order to make believe that the adopted person was the real offspring of the conjugal bed. Thus, the epithet Tritogenia not only takes us back to the remotest times of Greek history, but marks three most important epochs of human prehistoric evolution. Philosophers and grammarians of antiquity have diverted themselves by transfiguring Athena into a divinity as imponderable as wisdom and as impalpable as the air, but the popular traditions, the coarse fables, the meaningless epithets which cling to her, enable the unbiased student to reconstruct a primitive Athena adapted to the character of a savage tribe, war-loving and ferocious, who sent colonies from Africa to Greece and Asia Minor. The myth of Athena was not produced all of a piece, nor does it present the immutability of mathematical formula. In common with all things, both in the natural and the intellectual world, it has been subject to the laws of evolution. Athena had the same fate as other supreme beings who evolve as their savage creator evolves, and are informed with a higher life as man advances in civilization. Like the soul in the Egyptian hell, she has passed through so many states that the goddess of the savage tribes is barely discoverable in the divinity of the poets and in the Agia Sophia of the philosophers. Paul Lafargue. The Chino-Japanese War. 1895. From Justice, June 1, 1895. Translated from La Petite Republique. Transcribed by Adam Buick. Marked up by Inda O'Callaghan for the Marxists' Internet Archive. The governments of all the capitalist countries are much concerned with the treaty of peace which concludes the war between China and Japan. All of them want to prevent Japan from reaping the results of her victories. Russia, France, and Germany are united to tear to pieces the Treaty of Simonosaki just as the Treaty of San Stefano was torn to pieces by England, Austria and Germany. The trouble into which the European nations have been thrown by the events which have unrolled themselves in the extreme East and in countries almost unknown in the last century indicates that we are in the presence of phenomena of extraordinary import. In short, the Chino-Japanese War, and the international socialist movement are two of the most important events of the latter half of this century. Both are preparing the destruction of capitalist society. When 30 or 40 years ago, China and Japan sent their young men to England to study the arts and sciences of Western civilization, they were received with interest and curiosity. These little yellow beardless men, with lithe limbs, placid gestures, and a delicate nature were taken for some rare specimens of an inferior human race. There was a touch of scornful pity in the cordial welcome with which they were received, a sentiment analogous to that with which the red men of America were received in England and France in the 18th century. Out of sympathy for these good-natured yellow men their artistic productions became the fashion. Japanism was for a short time a mania among the refined and select souls of England and France. Lacs, cabinets, porcelain, and pictures of Chinese and Japanese design were eagerly purchased. People were surprised to find in the Chinese and Japanese instructed by Europeans a bright and subtle intelligence, and an extraordinary capacity for making themselves masters of the science and arts of the West. But no importance was attached to these facts. The secular immobility of China was well known, and it was imagined that the Oriental peoples would remain plunged in the same social lethargy. People would admire the Europeans, Japanese and Chinese, but would think that their new mental acquisitions were only skin deep, and that when they returned to their native lands, they would fall back again into their old semi-barbarity. They were compared to young orangutans, gentle and teachable, in whom the ancestral savagery would come to the front when they arrived at maturity. China remained closed to outside influences, and her children, returning to their mother country, were encompassed by ancient routine and ceremony, but it was not the same with Japan, who introduced Europeans and Americans to implant the sciences, the industries, and the military organization of capitalist civilization in the heart of the country. Japan, with a marvelous rapidity, in a few years modified her industries, adopted mechanical tools and appliances, accomplished a political revolution, introduced a feudal militia, an attenuated copy of the parliamentary regime, organized, equipped, and armed in a European fashion her army and fleet. Without a shadow of doubt the engineers, the literati, the industrial organizers, and the officials who had participated in this sudden transformation, understood the situation, but Europe, on the whole, was in ignorance of these singular events which were passing in Japan, when out broke the war. People pitied this little nation for having the hardiness to attack the Chinese giant, but that opinion was soon changed. The Japanese fleet blocked the Chinese ports, and her armies, with victory after victory, marched on Pekin, which city, at the commencement of the war, was preparing to celebrate the birthday of the Dowager Empress. The civilized nations then understood that in the extreme east there had arisen a great power which would dominate the Pacific, and whose vassal China would become unless she took immediate steps to pull herself together. Everybody rejoiced at the defeat of the Chinese. Her ports would be opened, and an immense market, quite as important as that of all Africa, would be at the disposal of European industry. The Lyons Chamber of Commerce proposed to send over a mission. Profits to the extent of millions danced before the delighted eyes of the manufacturers. Their intoxication made them lose sight of the fact that Japan would demand her share of the Chinese cake, and that she would prepare to industrially conquer China after having militarily invaded it. This disillusion arrived when the public clauses of the Treaty of Shimonoseki were known. Japan placed her feet on the continent, the possession of the islands which assured her the supremacy of the Chinese seas, and imposed her machines and industries on the vanquished nation. If she did not want to annex it, she at least wanted to make sure that she should exploit it. It is true that, to make a show of magnanimity, Japan demands the admission of Europeans. She is convinced that her industrial products will reduce them to powerlessness, and that she can oust them without difficulty. In short, how can European and American industries compete with products manufactured on the spot, with the most improved machinery, and with workers paid at a ridiculously low wage? At first iron, machines, and a few other articles will be wanted in large quantities, but in a short time these products will be driven out by those manufactured in Japan and China herself. There is also another consequence. In the United States and Australia the Chinese have been imported to lower the wages of the workers. A dozen years ago the Society of Political Economy at Paris discussed the necessity of their introduction into Europe. This philanthropic prayer of the official economists may be realized. Hundreds of thousands, even millions, of these emigrants may crowd into the ports of the littoral as soon as the economic revolution will begin in China. But before the coolies will arrive, the commodities of China and Japan in Europe will, by the shock of their low price and great quantity, cause an industrial downfall, just as there was an agricultural disaster caused by the grain from India, Australia, and the United States invading the European market. Russia, flanked by Germany and France, sinking their patriotic quarrels for the sake of their commercial interests, has endeavored to modify certain clauses of the Treaty of Shimonoseki, but the coalition of the whole of the European powers will be powerless to arrest the course of events let loose by the Chino-Japanese War. This war will precipitate the crisis in which capitalist society is struggling. Paul Lafargue. Idealism and Materialism in the Conception of History. 1895. Extract from a lecture to the group of collectivist students of Paris, 1895. From Socialist Standard, May 1915. 1. Transcribed by Adam Buick. Marked up by Ynda O'Callaghan for the Marxists' Internet Archive. Man and the animals think only because they have a brain. The brain transforms sensations into ideas as dynamos convert into electricity the movement supplied to them. It is nature, or rather, the natural environment, not to use an expression that would idealize nature as a metaphysical entity, as did the philosophers of the 18th century, it is the natural environment that forms the brain and the other organs. I say intentionally the other organs because, just as the spiritualists separate man from the animal group in order to set him up as a miraculous being, for whom God comes to earth to be crucified, in the same way the idealists isolate the brain from the other organs in order to subject its function, that is to say thought, to magical causes. The natural environment that created the organs and the brain of man has brought them to such a degree of perfection that they are capable of the most marvelous adaptations. Thus, for centuries Christians and civilized man carried off Negroes from the coast of Africa to sell them as slaves in the colonies. These blacks were barbarians and savages, separated from civilized man by thousands of years of culture, and yet, at the end of an extremely short time they learned the trades of civilization. In Paraguay the Jesuits had a social experience, the most remarkable known to me, which for us socialists, is of first-rate importance, because it shows with what extraordinary rapidity a nation is transformed after being transplanted in a new social environment. The Jesuits, those incomparable educators, those learned exploiters of labor, formed with savages a civilized people of more than 150,000 individuals. The Guaranis whom they sequestered in the pueblos of Paraguay had wandered naked in the forests, their only arms the bow and wooden club. Their knowledge of agriculture being merely rudimentary, they cultivated only maize. So little developed was their intelligence that they could only count up to 20, and still were obliged to count on their fingers. One finger was 1, 2 fingers were 2, one hand was 5, one hand and a finger of the other hand were 6, 2 hands were 10, 2 hands and a toe were 11, 2 hands and a foot were 15, 2 hands and 2 feet were 20, anything more was a great deal. It is always by using their fingers and their toes that the lowest savages count. Thus the figure, the most abstract idea that exists in the mind of the civilized, was at first, in the mind of the savage, the reflex of a material object. When we say or think of 1, 2, 5, 10, we see no object at all, the savage sees a finger, 2 fingers, a hand, 2 hands. It is more than probable that the little children of the civilized as well as savages, still picture to themselves material objects when reckoning up numbers. So true is this that the Roman figures, used by civilized peoples for so long, before the introduction of the Arabian figures, were shaped after the hand. I is 1 finger, 2 are 2 fingers, V are a hand, of which the 3 middle fingers are lowered while the thumb and the little finger are held up, X are 2 Vs or 2 hands reversed. Of these Paraguayan savages the Jesuits made clever workmen, capable of executing the most difficult tasks. This is what Charlevoix says of them. The Indians of the missions possess in the highest degree the faculty of imitation. It is enough, for example, to show them a cross, a candlestick, a censer, for them to reproduce them, and it puzzles one to distinguish their work from the model. They make their musical instruments, most complicated organs, at a single inspection, as well as astronomical spheres, Turkey carpets, and the most difficult things in manufacture. Xavier de Charlevoix, Histoire de Paraguay, Paris, 1757. The materialist d'Orbigny, who in 1832 visited the pueblos of Paraguay, disorganized and ruined after the expulsion of the Jesuits, marveled at the churches that these savages had constructed and decorated with paintings and sculptures in the style of the Middle Ages. Now, these trades and these arts, as well as the ideas corresponding to them, were not innate in the hand and the head of the savage Guaranis, they had been put in, so to speak, as an air of Verdi is put into a barrel organ. It is through the education that the Jesuits gave them that they acquired these divers trades and diverse thoughts. Here we see a case of direct action of man on man. But are there not other means by which the organs and the brain of man may be perfected? Do not the phenomena of the natural and of the social environment, does not experience develop the technical capacity of his organs and modify his thoughts? The idea of justice which, according to Jors, lies dormant in the mind of the savage, did not creep into the human brain until after the institution of private property. Savages have no idea at all of justice, they even have no word to designate such an idea. At the most are they acquainted with the lex talionis, the blow for a blow, the eye for an eye, which after all is merely another form of the reflex movement that makes the eyelid blink when an object threatens the eye, or at limb become slack when it is struck. Amongst barbarians even, living in well-developed, but communist social environments, where in consequence private property has hardly had a beginning, the idea of justice is very vague. In this connection I will quote you Sumner Maine's opinion, the high philosophic value of which will not be disputed by Jors. Nor, in the sense of the analytical jurists, says Maine, is there right and duty in an Indian village community. A person aggrieved complains not of an individual wrong but of the disturbance of the order of the entire little society. More than all, customary law is not enforced by a sanction. In the almost inconceivable case of disobedience to the award of the village council, the sole punishment, or the sole certain punishment, would appear to be universal disapprobation. H. S. Maine, Village Communities in the East and West. Locke, who, like the philosophers of the 17th and 18th centuries, used the deductive method employed in geometry, came to think that private property engendered the idea of justice. In his Human Understanding he expressly says that, "Where there is no property there is no injustice," is a proposition as certain as any demonstration in Euclid, for the idea of property being a right to anything, and the idea to which the name injustice is given being the invasion or violation of that right. An Essay Concerning Human Understanding, Book 4. Chap. 3. If the idea of justice, as Locke thought, can only appear after and as a consequence of private property, the idea of theft, or rather the tendency to take unthinkingly what one needs or desires, is on the contrary, well developed, before the institution of private property. The communistic savage and barbarian behave in regard to material goods as our savants and writers do in regard to intellectual goods. Whenever they find them they take them, to use Moliere's expression. But this natural custom becomes theft, crime, from the time when common property is replaced by private property. Into the head and heart of savages and barbarians common property put ideas and sentiments which bourgeois Christians, those sad results of private property, will find very strange. Heckwelder, a Moravian missionary who in the 18th century lived 15 years among North American savages, not yet corrupted by Christian and bourgeois civilization, said, "The Indians believe that the Great Spirit created the world and all that it contains for the common good of men. When he stocked the earth and filled the woods with game, it was not for the advantage of some, but of all. Everything is given in common to the children of men. Everything that breathes on the earth, everything that grows in the fields, everything that lives in the rivers and waters, belongs jointly to all, and everyone has a right to his share. With them hospitality is not a virtue but an imperative duty. They would go to rest without eating rather than be accused of having neglected their duties by not satisfying the needs of the stranger, the invalid, the necessitous, because these have a common right to be helped from the common fund, because the game with which they are nourished, if it was taken in the forest, was the property of all before the hunter captured it, because the vegetables and the maize that are offered grew in the common land." On his part, the Jesuit, Charlevoix, who also had lived among savages ungoverned by the virtues of Christian and property morality, says in his Histoire de la Nouvelle France, "The fraternal disposition of the Redskins doubtless comes in part from the fact that mine and thine, those icy words, as St. John Chrysostom calls them, are as yet unknown to the savages. The care that they take of orphans, widows, and the infirm, the hospitality they practice in so admirable a manner, are but a consequence of their view that everything ought to be common for all men. Private property, in establishing the distinction of mine and thine, not only insinuated the idea of justice in the mind of man, but slipped into his heart sentiments which have so rooted themselves there that we believe them innate, and which I should scandalize you by mentioning. However, it is well established that jealousy and paternal love are unknown to man so long as he lives in a communist state. Women and men are then polygamous. The woman takes as many husbands as she pleases and the man as many wives as he can, and travelers inform us that all these good folks live content and more united than the members of the sad and egoistic monogamic family. But from the time when private property is instituted, the man buys his wife and reserves for himself alone the enjoyment of his reproductive animal. Jealousy is a property sentiment transformed. Not until there is private property for him to transmit does the father think of troubling about his child. The ideas of justice which encumber the minds of the civilized, and which are based on mine and thine, will vanish like a bad dream when common property shall have taken the place of private property. Jors has told us that the ideas of justice and fraternity, coming into contradiction with the social environment, produce the movement of humanity, but if that were true there would have been no historic evolution, for man never would have emerged from the primitive communist environment, in which the idea of justice does not and cannot exist, and in which the sentiments of fraternity can manifest themselves more freely than in any other social environment whatever. Paul Lafargue, September 1897. Socialism in France 1874–1896. Source: Paul Lafargue, trans. Aveling, Socialism in France 1874–1896, 19th century, Sept 1897, pages 445–458. Transcribed, by Ted Crawford. Scientific socialism in France dates from the War of 1870–71. That war, which involved defeat and the ravaging and pillaging of one-third of the country by the Prussian troops, the loss of the two provinces in which industry had been most highly developed, the loss of their 2 million inhabitants and of the milliards swallowed up by the defense and the war indemnity, so far from ruining France, gave her a commercial activity until then unknown. Hence, only a year or so after the fall of the Commune, a renewal of agitation amongst the working classes made itself felt. Paris, however, had just lost a revolutionary battle, which had drained her of her lifeblood. Those who had taken part in the insurrection and had not fallen fighting, were in exile or in prison. A great mass of workers had fled from the capital to escape the mad fury of the victorious reactionaries. A few months after the fall of the Commune it was estimated that Paris had lost more than 100,000 workers of all trades. But, although the massacres of June, 1848, had been succeeded by 18 years of benumbed silence, within 5 years of the butcheries, transportations, and emigration en masse of 1871, socialism began to show signs of life. A political movement which has been in a state of suspended animation never begins again exactly where it stopped. The men who take it up afresh are like children repeating their lessons, they must go back to the beginning and run rapidly through the stages already traversed. Instead of carrying on the movement initiated by the International, the Paris workers went back to cooperation. The first Congress held in Paris, 1876, was exclusively a Congress of cooperators. In spite of its reactionary character, this Congress must be regarded as the point of departure of the present socialistic movement in France, although there was, in Paris, a certain amount of working-class agitation at the time of the election of delegates to the Vienna Exhibition of 1876. This reawakening of the labor movement was fomented by the Republican bourgeoisie, who were afraid that a republic proclaimed amidst the turmoil of defeat might be overturned by a monarchical conspiracy, for the elections of 1871 had filled the Chamber of Deputies with ghosts of royalists long since dead and buried. The bourgeois republicans, knowing that in the workers lay their only hope of defending the republic against the ever-advancing royalist reaction, helped and encouraged them in their first attempts at organization. The Workers' Congress of 1876 was the work of the bourgeois republicans. The Reform, a radical journal, started the idea of a Congress, and Crémieux, the ex-colleague of Gambetta in the government of national defense, found the money for the expenses of the provincial delegates to Paris. THIRD government had not yet finished its work, and was still engaged in shooting the defenders of the Commune at Satoy, when the Congress of 1876 opened its sittings. All such workers as had concerned themselves with politics under the Empire, or had borne arms under the Commune, were dead or exiled or in hiding, and anxious not to attract the attention of the police. Under these circumstances the delegates to the Congress could only be quite young people, people who knew nothing of socialism or of the International. Hence they proposed to avoid the rocks of socialism by advocating such methods of ameliorating the lot of the workers as cooperative production, mutual credit, and people's banks. They trotted out again all those small shopkeepers' utopias which Proudhon had advocated before 1848. The institutions that the Congress of 1876 wished establish were the equitable labor exchanges, which had been started at Bray's instigation in the year 1840, in London, Sheffield, Leeds and other towns, and which, after absorbing vast capital, had gone bankrupt under scandalous circumstances. But Bray, in his remarkable work, Labour's Wrongs, and Labour's Remedy, Leeds, 1839, had at least refrained from calling these exchanges a solution of the social problem. They might be that to Proudhon, to Bray they were only a means of smoothing over the transition from the capitalist to the communist regime. This Ayabuer movement, begun so modestly, was soon to come under the influence of a man destined to turn it out of the beaten track, and to abandon the utopian ways of philanthropy for the path revolutionary socialism. That man was Jules Guesde. He had just returned to France after an absence of 5 years, rendered necessary by his desire to escape a sentence of 5 years' imprisonment for taking the side of the Commune in the journal Le Droit de l'Homme, which he was editing at Montpellier. He had been in exile in Switzerland and Italy, where he came into contact with the men of International, who inspired him with his first socialist ideas. Guesde, gifted with literary and oratorical talents of the highest order, became at once the leader of the reviving socialist movement, and may be called the founder of the French Socialist Party. He soon gathered around him some of the young folk and certain foreign refugees. With their help he started the Egalite, the first socialist journal published in France since 1849. The ideas that the Egalite propagated were novel and ran counter to the philanthropic phrase-making which constituted the whole socialist stock in trade, the bourgeois radicals and of the workers under their influence. They frightened the good cooperators of the Congress of Paris, who did not, however, dare to come to an open rupture with Guesde and his friends. Nevertheless they began an underhand campaign against them, treating them as ambitious carpetbaggers, whom the men with blouses and horny hands ought to distrust, whilst they themselves were bona fide working men, manual laborers, true representatives of their comrades of the workshop, the practical men who demanded only such reforms as could be carried out without attacking anyone's interest and without any disturbance of society. The anarchists, who have not even the merit of having invented their own stupidities, have dug up out of the vocabulary of the cooperators many of the imbecile slanders that they cast in the teeth of the socialists. The propaganda of the Egalite bore fruit. A party was founded whose influence made itself immediately felt, as is proved by the following quotation from the Berlin Correspondence, one of Bismarck's organs, January, 1878. Out of the chaos of news from France one fact stands out more and more clearly, viz., that the socialist democracy of France has already become a power. Undoubtedly the chiefs of the socialist movement in France, who are displaying so much zeal in their correspondence with the German socialist organs, may have exaggerated the facts a little, but there is no denying the existence of the movement, and it cannot be killed by silence. This movement, when it was checked in Paris by the failure of the Commune, and was under the rigid surveillance of the police, had to shift its sails and tack, but for 6 months back the socialists have been openly at work again. It is interesting to see that in France, as in Prussia, the socialist chiefs use every means to get their people returned upon all kinds of elective bodies. The socialist movement, which had been developing in the shade, blossomed out freely at the Lyons Congress, February, 1878, summoned by the organizations that had attended the Congress of Paris. At first this Congress threatened to be a mere replica of the Congress of Paris. During its earlier sittings the praises of liberty were chanted in every possible false key. All that was necessary was to give the workers freedom to form trade unions, cooperative societies, credit banks, and the like, and then all misery would vanish into thin air. But the apparition of collectivist delegates, with Guesde at their head, threw the apple of discord into this amiable conclave of the gods of liberty, and, to the huge scandal of the cooperators, there was actually a minority vote of 20 for the following resolution proposed by 2 delegates from Paris. Seeing that the economic emancipation of the workers can only be brought about when the workers enjoy all that is produced by their labor, the workers in order to gain this end, must themselves become owners of the elements of production, raw materials and the instruments of labor. Therefore the Congress invites all workers' associations to study the methods of putting into practice the principle of collective ownership of the soil and the instruments of labor. This appearance of collectivism was the event of the Congress. Gambetta's organ, the République Française, was filled with rage and fury, and declared that the partisans of the reactionary regime of collective property, preached for some time past by certain will-o'-the-wisps as a sort of social panacea, met, at the Workers' Congress of Lyons, opponents thoroughly imbued with sound French common sense. In like manner we were assured that the sound common sense of the English workers would guard them against the follies of socialism, which at most could only appeal to continental workers. But sound French common sense appeared insufficient for the defense of the sacrosanct doctrine of capitalist property. The government commenced prosecutions against the will-o'-the-wisps of the Egalite. They were persecuted in every possible way, but when the government saw that it could not intimidate them or force them to stop their propaganda, it resolved to suppress the journal by inflicting fines and terms of imprisonment impartially on the contributors. Before the Egalite ceased to exist it raised its battle cry in the concluding issue. We shall reappear very soon, not more earnest, but more powerful, in the work we have undertaken, a work, let no man mistake us, which is the constitution or the reconstitution of the French Revolutionary Party. And that is the reason why we say to our readers, au revoir et à bientôt. The movement had begun and nothing could stop it. The collectivist propaganda went on with renewed vigor in spite of the imprisonment of Guesde, Deville, and many of their friends. And it bore fruit. At the Congress of Lyons only a minority of 20 delegates voted for a resolution asking that the collectivist solution of the social riddle should be studied. The Marseilles Congress, held the following year, October, 1879, carried by an immense majority and with acclamation a resolution in favor of the collectivist theory. The Marseilles Congress is the most important of all the congresses which were held in France prior to 1889, both on account of the number of its delegates, and on account of the resolutions passed, as well as the effect produced by them upon the constitution of the Socialist Party. The French people have a harmless mania for trying to find a solution once and for all kinds of questions, in order to formulate a sort of creed which may serve as a guide to their conduct in everyday life. Thus the agenda paper of the Marseilles Congress was crammed with innumerable questions bearing more or less upon the social problem, which would have required months for discussion and study. They were settled in a week. Nevertheless some of the resolutions, summary as they were, wrapped up in the antiquated phraseology of Proudhon, and encumbered with liberty, equality, justice, and the like entities of political metaphysics, breathed a new spirit that had never before appeared in France. Collectivism, for instance, is asserted in no measured terms in the resolution on property. Property is the one social question. Seeing that the present system of property is opposed to those equal rights that will condition the society of the future, that it is unjust and inhuman that some should produce everything and others nothing, and that it is precisely the latter who have all the wealth, all the enjoyment, and all the privilege, seeing that this state of affairs will not be put an end to by the goodwill of those whose whole interest lies in its continuance, The Congress adopts as its end and aim the collective ownership of the soil, the subsoil, the instruments of labor, raw materials, and would render them forever inalienable from that society to which they ought to return. This resolution, the most characteristic one passed by the Marseilles Congress, drawn up by Guesde, then in prison, moved by Parisian delegates, and opposed by a certain number of the other delegates, was carried by a large majority, and its adoption greeted with prolonged applause. It was the first time that the nationalization of property had been inscribed upon the flag of the French proletariat. When we remember that at the congresses of the International the majority of the French delegates had always declared for individual ownership of the land, when we call to mind the timidity of the revolutionaries of the Commune in the matter of economic reforms, it is really surprising that, within 8 years of their defeat in Paris and the massacres of the Bloody Week, there should have been a majority vote at the Congress of Marseilles for the nationalization of the instruments of production. The socialist movement had started with the cooperators. These were soon joined by the anarchists, for cooperators and anarchists, although they appear to be as far asunder as the poles, are really as a matter of fact only representatives of different capitalist ideas. The cooperators represent the benevolent notions of the philanthropists, who attempt to lull the awakening spirit of the working class by measures not of a very compromising nature. The anarchists, when they are neither wittingly nor unwittingly police agents, represent the ideas of the laissez-faire economists and push these ideas to their ultimate logical conclusion. The Marseilles Congress declared itself openly opposed both to cooperation and to anarchy. Hence it rejected cooperation as a means of emancipation, and, on the other hand, declared plainly for political action, for the entrance of socialists into elective bodies, and for the moral obligation of, at any rate, running socialist candidates at all elections where this was possible. But before beginning its struggle in the political arena, the Congress recommended as a preliminary step, that the proletariat should absolutely sever itself from all bourgeois political parties, and form a separate party under the name of the Socialist Workers' Party of France. The Marseilles Congress, in a word, revived the tradition of the International, which had advised the proletariat to form a distinct political party in order to seize political power, and to bring about the transformation capitalism into nationalism. The International Socialist Congress held last year in London, was a proof that every one of the 20 countries represented had of its own accord, under the compulsion the daily and hourly struggle, put into practice the advice of the International. And the London Congress, whose business was neither to discuss theories nor formulate doctrines, but to bring face to face and to unite in fraternal and international bonds the socialistic parties of the Old World and the New, defining the theories and practices held in common, that Congress, I say, in the name of the socialist parties thus gathered together from the Eastern and Western hemispheres, reaffirmed the resolutions of the International. Although the collectivist resolutions had been carried by a large majority, they had also been most vigorously opposed at the Marseilles Congress. The vote on property produced an uproar. The minority protested noisily against having a resolution which seemed to them madness forced upon the Congress by a few delegates from Paris. The Republican press, which up to that time had patted the workers' congresses on the back, suddenly changed its tone. It had been friendly and even patronizing. Now it became hostile. The necessity of an organ to answer the bourgeois press and to maintain the victory won at Marseilles was evident, and the Égalité came out again with a staff reinforced by certain communist refugees. This, Égalité No. 2 played a very considerable part in the spreading of the economic and historical theories of Marx and Engels, and in the formation of the French Workers' Party. But socialism in France could not develop as long as no amnesty had been granted to the communists. No holidays or fêtes until the amnesty is granted, was the refrain of a popular song sung everywhere and at every opportunity. The writers on the Égalité, whilst they never ceased to propagate their socialistic theories, devoted themselves especially to the task of bringing about this amnesty. Deville was amongst the promoters of the candidature of Blanqui, who had been in prison without having been tried ever since the 18th of March, 1871, and his election at Bordeaux threw open the gates of France to the men condemned. They came back again in triumph. The reception given by the populace to the first batch of criminals who landed from New Caledonia was a scene of delirious enthusiasm. As soon as the emotion and commotion caused by the amnesty and the return to France of the combatants of March 18 had subsided, the socialist propaganda could be resumed. The Marseilles Congress had clearly marked out the goal towards which all the efforts of the proletariat should tend. It only remained to draw up a definite program for use at electoral contests. At the house of Frederick Engels, where Marx, Guesde, and Lafargue met together, this program was drawn up, a program which afterwards gave rise to so many quarrels and divisions. Marx himself dictated the various preambles, so notable for their clearness and conciseness. They were followed by a series of immediate political and economic reforms, such as liberty of the press and of public meetings, doing away with the national debt, abolition of standing armies, a general arming of the people, the reduction by law of the working day to 8 hours, and the like. The preamble presented socialism in quite a new light. We saw above that in the resolution about property the delegates to the Marseilles Congress took as their basis the injustice and inhumanity of the regime of property as it exists today, in order to demand collective property in the name of those equal rights which will be the expression of the society of the future, that is to say, in the name of rights which as yet only existed in the minds of those present at the Congress. The preamble took quite a different point of view. It said, in so many words, that capitalist society, which by its industrial progress eliminates more and more completely small individual holders of property, bears in its own bosom a new collectivist society. The elements of this society, whether material, factories, mines, railways, banks, or intellectual, the manual and intellectual proletariat dispossessed of all property, are brought into being by the very development of capitalist society. Socialism must therefore seek to drive capitalism onto its doom, and to give birth to the collectivist society as yet imprisoned within the womb of capitalist society. This manner of regarding history and the historical problem of our time could only be understood and accepted by minds that had broken away from subjective and idealist methods of thought. So when this program appeared in the Egalite of June 30, 1880, it caused much outpouring of vials of wrath on the part of those whose interests were adversely affected by it, and also of those whose ideas were upset by it. Reactionaries, radicals, cooperators, anarchists, all attacked it ad libitum. This scientific socialism, formulated by the London Programme, as its adversaries called it, in order to show that it could not possibly be of French but was of foreign extraction was, as a matter of fact, a great novelty. The men who had fought in the Commune and returned to France after the amnesty, and looked upon themselves as the real representatives of the Holy French revolutionary tradition, declared against collectivism. Its program was violently attacked by the Commune, edited by Félix Piat, ex-member of the Commune, in which Émile Gautier wrote. Gautier was then the orator and leader of the anarchist party. Today he is a journalist of all work for the opportunist press. It not infrequently happens that ferocious anarchists end by becoming quite model reactionaries. The attitude of the communists is quite intelligible. The insurrection of March 18 was far from being a socialist movement. Patriotism, humiliated by defeat and anger at the treason of Jules Favre, Jules Ferry, and other members of the government of national defense, had stirred up the mass of the Parisian population against M. Thiers and his government. But when the Commune had been vanquished by M. Thiers, and insulted and calumniated by all the capitalist newspapers, it was defended by the General Council of the International, in which Marx and Engels were the leading spirits. The manifesto of the Civil War drawn up by Marx for the General Council invested the Commune with a socialist character that it had certainly not possessed during its ephemeral existence. The communist refugees thereafter took themselves quite seriously as representing a socialism of which they did not know a single letter. When they came back to France, after the amnesty, they founded the Socialist Republican Alliance, under the direction of two members of the Commune, Longuet and Jurdy, in opposition to the Working Class Party, then in course of formation. After some years of an obscure and checkered existence, the alliance vanished, leaving behind it nothing but its name. The Working Class Party, therefore, was born and grew up in the very midst of difficulties. Whilst it was assailed by adversaries from without, it was torn by quarrels from within. But gifted with a vitality capable of triumphing over all obstacles, it developed like an organic cell, by a double process of assimilation and excretion. The collectivist ideas of its program drew to it adherents from every point of the political compass, and, on the other hand, repelled all those who were attracted to it by mere enthusiasm or by ambitious hopes. The Workers' Congress of Havre, November 1880, voted the program of the party by a great majority. The minority, made up of trades union delegates, under the patronage of Gambetta and the Opportunist Party, withdrew with much declamation and noise, in order mark their horror of the absurd and criminal theories of collectivism. 2 years later, at the Congress of Saint-Étienne, September, 1882, there was a much more important schism. Some of the cooperators of the Paris trade unions and of the revolutionists, with Brousse and Allemand at their head, rose in rebellion against the program which they said had been forced upon them. They ranged altar against altar, and drew up a new program more radical than socialist. The men who gathered themselves together round this hybrid program fluctuated, driven by the wind and tossed now upon this current now upon that, sometimes allying themselves with opportunists, as at the time of the Boulangist crisis, sometimes making common cause with the anarchists, just as their successors did recently at the International Congress of London. After having tried to found a party, they split up into groups, which only had an existence in Paris, and whose influence never extended beyond the narrow limits of their own circle of action. Now that socialism had drawn up its program and mapped out its tactics, the next work to be done was to enroll the socialist army, to teach it to march and counter-march on the political battlefield, and to train it so to use universal suffrage so as to get hold of political power. The propagandists of the earlier movement, reinforced by many valuable recruits, set themselves bravely to work, publishing weekly newspapers and pamphlets in Paris and in the provinces and delivering lectures. The spoken word is par excellence the special weapon of socialist propaganda. For years and years the commercial travelers of disorder, as the reactionaries called them, were ploughing the fields all over France, preaching to the multitude the new gospel, and challenging the defenders of the faith to meet them in discussion. These meetings for debate quite won the hearts of the French people, who, as all the world knows, are lovers of the duello. Active propaganda began first in the industrial centers, and for many reasons. Industrial progress has despoiled the producers of the instruments of their labor, in order to centralize them in the workshops or the capitalist, where the producers work hand in will with the machines which belong to their employer. In the workshops all those instincts of the small proprietor which the producers retained as a memory of the individual property or their forefathers are swept away from them. Living in the very presence of the colossal machinery which employs them, they understand instinctively that they can never possess it as individuals, that its collective possession is the only thing possible. Mechanical production has cleared completely out of the proletarian head all idea of individual property, and has fixed firmly there the idea of collective property. This cerebral transformation has been effected quite independently of the work of collectivists. It is the result of mechanical production organized under the direction of the capitalist class. When the working class party had obtained a certain power in the towns, it began to bethink itself of attacking the country districts which the reactionaries declared were impervious to socialism. It had been said that the common sense of the French workers would never accept the erroneous theories of collectivism. It was repeated again and again that the common sense of the peasants would make them reject any proposal of communal or national property, which could only appeal at most to the proletarians of modern industry, and that the peasants would receive with pitchforks any apostles of socialism who might venture into the villages. Socialism has no message for landowners. Now, in France there are, in the country districts, more than 7 million owners of land. It is true that 29,000 of these own themselves 30 million acres, i.e., about 1/4 of all the cultivable land, whilst, on the other hand, 5 million peasants only possess about 6 million acres, an average of a little more than an acre apiece. Since this scrap of land is not sufficient for them and their families to live upon, they are obliged to go to work upon the land of the large proprietors, who only leave them this microscopic piece of property in order to keep them in the country and to have at all seasons day laborers on hand. 30 million acres are owned by 3,180,000 proprietors, whose holdings range from 2.5 to 122 acres. These men are so burdened with debts and mortgages that they are only nominal owners. Their land is really in pawn to the banker and the usurer. This financial situation, although it differs from the situation of industrial property, is, nevertheless, favorable to socialist propaganda, which, as soon as it begins, makes rapid progress wherever propagandists can be found who know how to talk to the peasants about the way in which all their interests are sacrificed, and about the evils they undergo when they try to contend against the large landowners. The French Parti ouvrier drew up an agricultural program which was received with joy by those peasants who came across it, and this program, at the municipal elections of May, 1896, was adopted by municipal councillors who were elected even in the smallest villages. Dr. Delaune, who lives, at Nîmes, in the department of the Gard, represented at the London International Congress the municipal council of a small commune in the Gard, consisting of 97 inhabitants who, although they are all small proprietors, are all socialists, and who, says Dr. Delaune, understand that peasant proprietorship is doomed, and must vanish because the means of production in agriculture becoming more and more expensive, and necessitate the possession larger and larger capital. The socialists have been helped in their propagandist work by the French government, which was simple-minded enough to think that it could stop the progress of socialism by persecuting its apostles. It distributed amongst them terms of imprisonment with a free hand, with the sole result of kindling their ardor, which, perhaps, without this persecution, might have cooled down, and indicating them to the workers as men in whom they might place confidence. Carret and Dormoy, at the present moment the mayors of Roubaix and Montlucan, became the leaders of the socialists in their respective towns from the hour that the government thought fit to send them to prison. Lafargue was in prison for a year. This was the third time that the Republican government was good enough to provide him with lodging gratis, when the workers of Lille chose him as their representative in the Chamber of Deputies. The masters, on their side, did what they could in the way of persecution. Every working man known as a socialist was dismissed from the workshop and blacklisted to all the other masters of the locality, which sooner or later he had to leave, as he was unable to get any work. These persecutions, more dangerous than those of the government in that they deprived the whole of the workers' family of bread, were no more effective than the government persecutions in taking the linchpin out of the wheels of socialism. The socialists, obliged to quit their own town, carried socialist ideas away with them, and spread them abroad in the places where they went to seek for work. It was Bismarck who sent socialism to the United States, for every socialist whom he expelled from Germany carried socialism to America. The brewers of the northern district of France, although capitalists and reactionaries of the extremist type, took the working men under their wing when they were driven out of the workshops on account of their socialism. And for the following reason, anyone can, without any license, set up as a seller of beer and liquors. The brewers, who own numberless small cabarets, placed the socialist victims in them as managers. Solambier, mayor of Calais, Delory, mayor of Lille, and many others, were set up in this way by brewers anxious to get a good sale for their beer. The number of socialist cabaretiers in the north was so great, that the Temps christened the Socialist Party the Party of Cabaretiers. The Catholic clergy also lent indirect aid to the propagandists of collectivist theories. When the priests saw the success of the socialists among the working classes, they thought that they had only to imitate them to reconquer for the Church the ancient influence she possessed over the people of the Middle Ages. It was at this time that Pope Leo XIII sent out his encyclical upon the condition of the workers, and upon his the priests ventured into public meetings in order to contend with the socialists for the workers who were becoming converts to collectivism. They manufactured a sort of Christian socialism with variations corresponding to the particular surroundings in which it developed. When the Christian socialist found himself in a working class meeting, face to face with socialist opponents, he talked like them, and railed against the rich with as much fury as St. John or Chrysostom and other holy demagogues of the early church who courted the favor of the plebeians of Constantinople and Alexandria. But when, on the other hand, he laid down his doctrines in a meeting of masters, he became gentle as a lamb, and confined himself to giving the rich such wise and philanthropic advice as not to excite the envious desires of the poor. He only asked them to give to the worker a necessary wage, which in the industrial district of the north the learned doctors of Christian socialism actually raised to the fabulous amount of 10d for a family of 5. As the priests called themselves socialists, the word socialism became quite respectable, a word which to many had hitherto signified robbery, arson, murder. And by being present at the meetings and willing to discuss and debate the real merits and demerits of Christianity and socialism in getting rid of the evils of society, it almost always happened that they were compelled to admit that, after 18 centuries of the gospel, Christianity had culminated in a capitalist society, which they themselves admitted was intolerable for the workers. The Christian socialists arrived at a result so opposite to that which they were aiming at, that the bishops and archbishops had to stay this crusade, and to forbid the priests to attend these discussions. But by the time they retired from the contest the mischief was done. Boulangism, which failed to compromise the existence of the Republic, did for one moment put a spoke in the wheel of socialism. Boulangism was the trade union of the discontented. The discontented workers, seeing their lot grow worse and worse with the progress of industry, the radicals discontented at the failure to realize the reforms promised, the businessmen and the artisans discontented with the stagnation of business, the small capitalists and the thrifty folk discontented at having lost their beloved money in Panamas, Portuguese loans, and the Bonapartists and monarchists discontented at seeing the ragbag, as they called the Republic, hold on, turned pell-mell towards General Boulanger and his black horse, as if the rider were in very truth Messiah. Since general discontent is the vivifying force of socialism, if everybody was contented with their lot, there would be no need either of socialism or a Messiah, and Boulangism enlisted all the discontented. It was a terrible rival to socialism. But when the brave general took to his heels at the first threat which Constans made of throwing him into prison, the workers and the radicals, seeing that his competition had been of a disloyal nature, and that he was not the hero they had fancied him, turned again towards socialism, which, not being embodied in a god or a miraculous man, could never disappoint them in like fashion. Then followed the Panama and other financial scandals, which decapitated all political parties by compromising their leaders to a greater or less extent, and so threw the workers and the small shopkeepers again into the socialist ranks. The masses of the town and country populace, deeply stirred by these events, bore witness to their discontent by voting for the socialists at the election of 1893. Some 40 socialist candidates were elected, and even those who did not obtain an actual majority of votes were in a minority so large that it foretold a victory in the near future. At this moment collectivism made 2 invaluable recruits, Jors and Milrand, whose social position and oratorical talents were sure to make collectivism penetrate into circles which had not yet been touched by the militant socialists. The socialist group in the Chamber of Deputies, with its extremely clever parliamentary tactics, became a dangerous party to be reckoned with, a party which overturned certain ministries and at least one president of the Republic, and which, by its benevolent neutrality alone, gave the bourgeois ministry a chance of continuing to hold office. Indeed it would have been still in office despite the Senate and the President Felix IV, but for the cowardice or bourgeois, who turned tail at the very moment when his adversaries were about to lay down their arms. The immense success of these parliamentary tactics more than counterbalanced the horror and terror caused by the anarchist outrages, which were more imbecile than criminal, and gave an extraordinary impetus to socialism, since it could now no longer be confounded with anarchism. The elections of May, 1896, revealed the immense progress that socialism had made in all lands since the year 1893. Towns as important as Lille, Roubaix, Calais, Montlucan, Narbonne, re-elected socialist majorities to administer their affairs, and even where there was only a socialist minority, a socialist mayor was elected, as in the case of Dr. Flessiers at Marseilles, and Cousteau at Bordeaux. But in the small towns and the villages our victories have been especially remarkable. The Parti ouvrier alone can reckon more than 1,800 municipal councillors elected upon its collectivist program, and at the Lille Congress, which was held a few days before the International Congress in London, 38 socialist municipal councils and 21 socialist minorities of municipal councils were represented by their mayors or by delegates chosen by party. It is impossible to exaggerate the importance of this municipal victory, which the ostrich-like policy of M. Mellin has tried to minimize by certain fantastic statistics. He has proved that, as clearly as 2 and 2 make 4, socialism has lost ground since the municipal elections of 1892. This is a form of ophthalmia not confined to the French. Those municipal councils which have been conquered by the socialists have given them valuable lessons in administration. By learning to manage the material interests of a single town, they are preparing themselves for the administration and direction of the affairs of the whole of France. The administrative capacity of the socialists has astonished their foes as much as it has delighted their friends. Workers like Dormoy, a metal worker, and Carret, a weaver, who in the whole of their lives had never been masters of £20, between 1892 and 1896 were at the head of the administration of towns whose yearly budget ranged from £80,000 to £200,000, and who have managed to effect economies and to bring about reforms. For example, at Roubaix all the children of the communal schools, some 11,000 in number, are in part given free food and clothing by the socialist municipality. They receive their dinner at the school, which consists of soup, as much bread as they want, a dish of vegetables, an ounce of meat, boiled or roast, and a glass of beer, and they are given a complete suit of clothes at the beginning of winter and summer. Carret and his municipal councillors have found means to meet the expense of these cantines scolaires without at all increasing the taxes that weigh upon the workers. 10 or 15 years ago the government thought that it must teach people to trust the socialists, then only known for the countless number of crimes of which they were accused, by sentencing them to terms of imprisonment. That day is over. The socialists, whom their most courteous adversaries treat as utopians quite incapable of any practical action, no longer need this benevolent intervention on the part of the government. They are even now showing their true value in the municipal councils, are enlisting the sympathies of the workers and of the small shopkeepers, and are even winning the respect of those capitalists who are not absolutely blinded by their own interests. The confidence that the socialist mayors and councillors have inspired in the men they direct will play a great part in the elections of May, 1898. In the small commune it often happens that the vote of the mayor, or even of one councillor, carries in its train the votes of the majority of the electorate. In my opinion the elections of 1898 will be a victory for socialism, and will prepare its final triumph. Paul Lafargue, translated by Edward Aveling. Paul Lafargue. The Origin of Abstract Ideas. Inquiries into the Origin of the Idea of Justice and the Idea of Goodness. 1900. Written, 1898, published in German as Ursprung der abstrakten Ideen in die Neuezeit, Volume 18/2, 1898/99. Source, Social and Philosophical Studies. First published in English, Charles Kerr & Co., Cooperative, 1906. Online version, Lafargue Internet Archive, Marxists.org, 2000. Transcription/markup, Sally Ryan and Inda O'Callaghan for the Marxists Internet Archive. I. Contradictory opinions regarding the origin of abstract ideas. It often happens in the history of thought that hypotheses and theories, after having been the object of study and discussion, disappear from the field of intellectual activity to reappear only after a season of oblivion more or less prolonged. Then they are examined anew in the light of the knowledge accumulated during the interval, and sometimes they end by being included in the baggage of acquired truths. The theory of the continuity of species, unconsciously admitted by the savage, who takes for his ancestors plants and animals endowed with human qualities, scientifically foreseen by the thinkers of antiquity and the Renaissance, brilliantly defined by the naturalists at the close of the 18th century, had sunk into so deep an oblivion after the memorable debate between Geoffroy Saint-Hilaire and Cuvier that its conception was attributed to Darwin when he revived it in 1859 in his Origin of Species. The proofs, which in 1831 had been lacking for Geoffroy Saint-Hilaire to bring victory for his thesis, unity of plan, had been accumulated in such abundance that Darwin and his disciples had been able to complete the theory and impose it on the scientific world. The materialistic theory of the origin of abstract ideas had a similar experience, put forth and discussed by the thinkers of Greece, taken up in England by the philosophers of the 17th century, and in France by those of the 18th century. It has since the triumph of the bourgeoisie been eliminated from philosophical preoccupations. Alongside of the ideas which correspond to things and persons, there exist others which have no tangible counterpart in the objective world, such as the ideas of the just, the true, the good, the evil, of number, cause and infinity. If we are ignorant of the cerebral phenomenon which transforms the sensation into an idea, just as we do not know how a dynamo transforms motion into electricity, we have no trouble in taking account of the origin of the ideas which are the conceptions of objects apprehended by the senses, while the origin of the abstract ideas which do not correspond to any objective reality, has been the object of studies which have not yet given definite results. The Greek philosophers, whom we meet at the entrance of all the avenues of thought, have stated and tried to solve the problem of abstract ideas. Zeno, the founder of the Stoic school, looked upon the senses as the source of knowledge, but the sensation became a conception only after having undergone a series of intellectual transformations. The savages and barbarians, who were the creators of the Latin and Greek languages, anticipating the philosophers, seemed to have believed that thoughts proceeded from sensations, since in Greek eidos, the physical appearance of the object, that which strikes the view, signifies idea, and in Latin sapientia, the taste of an object, that which strikes the palate, becomes reason. Plato, on the contrary, thought that the ideas of the good, the true, the beautiful, were innate, unchangeable, universal. The soul in its journey in the track of God, disdaining what we improperly call beings, and raising its glances toward the one true being, had contemplated it and remembered what it had seen. Phaedrus. Socrates had also placed apart from humanity a natural right whose laws, nowhere written, are nevertheless respected by all the world, although men may have never assembled together to enact them by a common agreement. 1. Aristotle does not seem to have so robust a faith in natural right, which he jests at pleasantly when he assures us that it was inviolable only for the gods. However, the immortals of Olympus were quite at their ease with this natural right, and their doings and practices were so grossly shocking to the morals current among mortals, that Pythagoras condemned to the torments of hell the souls of Homer and Hesiod for having ventured to relate them. Right, Aristotle said, was not universal. According to him it could only exist between equal persons. The father of a family, for example, could not commit an injustice toward his wife, his children, or his slaves, nor toward any person in dependence on him. He could strike them, sell them, and kill them without thereby departing from the right. Aristotle, as is usually done, adapted his right to the manners of his epoch. As he did not conceive of the transformation of the patriarchal family, he found himself obliged to erect its customs into principles of right. But instead of according to right a universal and immutable character, he conceded to it only a relative value and limited its action to persons placed on an equal footing. But, how is it that his teacher Plato, whose mind was so subtle, who had under his eyes the same customs and who had no idea of their abolition, since in his ideal republic he introduced slavery, had not the same opinions regarding the relativity of justice. A word dropped by Aristotle gives room for the theory that Plato, like the priests of the sacred mysteries and a majority of the sophists, had not explained in his writings the whole of his philosophy, but had revealed it only to a small number or trusted disciples. He might have been intimidated by the condemnation of Socrates and the dangers incurred at Athens by Anaxagoras, who had imported thither from Ionia the philosophy of nature, and who escaped death only in flight. This opinion is confirmed by an attentive and comparative reading of the dialogues of Plato, who, as Goethe remarks, often makes game of his readers. In any event, the teacher of Socrates and several of the disciples of the latter had but a slender idea of the immutability of justice. Archelaus, who merited the surname of naturalist, Physikos, and who was the teacher of Socrates, denied natural right and maintained that civil laws were the only formation for the notions of the just and the unjust. Aristippus, who, like Plato, was the disciple of Socrates, declared his profound contempt for natural and social right, and professed that the wise man ought to put himself above civil laws and permit himself to do all they forbid when he could do so in safety, the action which they forbid being bad only in the vulgar opinion, invented to keep fools in check. To Plato, without having the boldness to put forth such doctrines, showed by his acknowledged respect for pederasty, the little importance he attached to the laws of natural right. This love against nature, forbidden to slaves, was the privilege of free citizens and virtuous men. In the Republic, Book 5, Socrates makes of this one of the rewards for warlike courage. The quarrel over the origin of ideas was rekindled in the 17th and 18th centuries in England and France when the bourgeoisie was setting itself in motion and preparing to grasp the dictatorship of society. There are no innate ideas, declared Diderot and the encyclopedists. Man comes into the world as a blank tablet on which the objects of nature engrave their impressions as time passes. The sensationalist school of Condillac formulated its famous axiom, "Nothing exists in the understanding which has not originally been in the senses." Buffon advised the gathering of facts in order to procure ideas, which are nothing but compared sensations, or more accurately, associations of sensations. Descartes, reviving the method of introspection, and the know thyself of Socrates, and bringing again into use the Chinese puzzle of the Alexandrian school, given the self, to find God, isolated himself in his ego in order to know the universe, and dated from his ego the beginning of philosophy, for which he is reproached by Vico. As in his ego purified from beliefs that have been taught, or, so to speak, from the prejudices conceived from infancy by the senses, as well as from all truths taught by the sciences, Descartes found the ideas of substance, of cause, etc., he supposed them to be inherent in the intelligence and not acquired by experience. They were, according to Kant's expression, universal and necessary ideas, rational concepts whose objects cannot be furnished by experience, but existing incontestably in our mind, whether we know it or not. We hold at every moment certain necessary and universal judgments. In the simplest propositions are contained the principles of substance, cause and being. Leibniz replied to those who with Locke, affirmed that ideas were introduced by way of the senses, that in fact nothing existed in the understanding which had not originally been in the senses, except the understanding itself. Man, according to him, brought with him at birth certain ideas and conceptions concealed in his understanding which the encountering of exterior objects brought to light. The intelligence is preformed before individual experience begins. He compared the ideas and conceptions anterior to experience to the different colored veins which streak a block of marble, and which the skillful sculptor uses to adorn the statues he chisels from it. Hobbes, who, before Locke, had said in his treatise on human nature, that there were no ideas which had not previously existed in sensation, and that the sensations are the origins of ideas, reproducing the thesis of Archelaus, maintained in his Decisive, that we must turn to the civil laws to know what was just and what was unjust. They indicate to us what must be called theft, murder, adultery, or injury to a citizen, for it is not a theft simply to take away from someone that which he possesses, but that which belongs to him. Now it is for the law to determine what is ours and what is another's. Likewise, not every homicide is murder, but rather when one kills one whom the civil law forbids putting to death, nor is it adultery to lie with a woman, but only to have to do with a woman whom the law forbids approaching. 3. The patricians of Rome and Athens committed no adultery in having connection with the wives of artisans, in quas stuprum non committitur, against whom a crime is not committed, said the brutal legal formula. They were consecrated to the aristocratic debauch. In our days the husband who in England should kill his wife, taken in the act of adultery, would be summarily hanged as a vulgar assassin, while in France, far from being punished, he becomes a hero, who has avenged his honor. The course of a river suffices to transform a crime into a virtuous act, so said, before Pascal, the skeptic Montaigne. Book 2, Chapter 13. Locke maintained that ideas came from two sources, sensation and reflection. Condillac apparently deprived the English philosopher's doctrine of one of its sources, reflection, leaving only sensation, which was transformed into attention, comparison, judgment, reason, and finally into desire and will. His ex-disciple, Maine de Biron, casting sensation to the winds and restoring to honor the method of Descartes, who drew everything from his ego as from a well, found in the understanding the point of departure of his ideas. For the concepts of cause and substance, he said, are antecedent in our mind to the two principles which contain them. We first think these ideas within ourselves, in our knowledge of the cause and the substance that we are. Once these ideas acquired, induction carries them outside of us and makes us conceive of causes and substances wherever there are phenomena and qualities. The principle of cause and of substance reduces itself to nothing but a phenomenon, or rather a fiction of our understanding, to use Hume's phrase. The introspective method of Descartes and Socrates, which the bourgeois spiritualists abused so liberally, leads on one side to skepticism and on the other to impotence, for, to pretend to illuminate the depths of psychological activity by means of the individual consciousness is like wishing to light the universe with a match, says Maudsley. The final victory of the bourgeoisie in England and in France impressed a complete revolution upon philosophic thought. The theories of Hobbes, Locke, and Condillac, after having occupied the center of the stage, were dethroned. People no longer deigned to discuss them, and they were never mentioned unless truncated and falsified, to serve as examples of the wanderings into which the human spirit falls when it abandons the ways of God. The reaction went so far that under Charles X even the philosophy of the sophists of spiritualism fell under suspicion. An attempt was made to forbid their teaching in colleges. 5. The triumphant bourgeoisie re-established on the altar of its reason the eternal truths and the most vulgar spiritualism. Justice, which the philosophers of Greece, England, and France had reduced to reasonable proportions, which suited it to the conditions of the social environment in which it was manifested, became a necessary, immutable, and universal principle. Justice, cried one of the most academic sophists of the bourgeois philosophy, is invariable and always present, although it arrives only by degrees in human thought and in social facts. The limits of its field of action are ever extended and never narrowed. No human power can make it leave ground once acquired. The encyclopedists threw themselves with revolutionary enthusiasm into the quest of the origin of ideas, which they hoped to find by questioning the intelligence of children and savages. 6. The new philosophy scornfully rejected these inquiries, which were of a nature to lead to dangerous results. Let us set aside in the first place the question of origin, exclaimed Victor Cousin, the master sophist, in his argument on the true, the good, and the beautiful. The philosophy of the last century was too complacent to questions of this sort. To what purpose shall we call on the region of darkness for light, or on a mere hypothesis for the explanation of reality? Why go back to a pretended primitive stage in order to account for a present stage which can be studied in itself? Why inquire into the germ of that which can be perceived and which needs to be known in its finished and perfect form? We deny absolutely that human nature should be studied in the famous savage of Aveyron or in his peers of the islands of Oceanica or the American continent. The true man is man perfect in his type, the true human nature is human nature arrived at its full development, as the true society is also the perfected society. Let us turn away our eyes from the child and the savage to fix them upon the actual man, the real and finished man. 15th and 16th Lessons. The ego of Socrates and Descartes could not but inevitably lead to the adoration of the bourgeois, the man perfect in his kind, real, finished, the type of human nature arrived at its complete development, and to the consecration of bourgeois society, the finished social order, founded upon the eternal and immutable principles of goodness and justice. It is time to inquire into the value of this justice and these eternal truths of bourgeois spiritualism, and to reopen the debate on the origin of ideas. 2. Formation of the instinct and of abstract ideas. We may apply to the instinct of animals what the spiritualist philosophers call innate ideas. Beasts are born with an organic predisposition and intellectual preformation, according to Leibniz's phrase, which permits them to accomplish spontaneously, without going through the school of any experience, the most complicated acts necessary to their individual preservation and the propagation of their species. This preformation is nowhere more remarkable than in the insects, which go through metamorphoses, as the butterfly and May-bug. According to their transformations, they adopt different kinds of life rigorously correlated with each of the new forms which they take on. Sebastian Mercier was altogether right when he declared that instinct was an innate idea. 7. The spiritualists, not having the idea that instinct might be the result of the slow adaptation of a species of animals to the conditions of its natural environment, conclude stoutly that instinct is a gift of God. Man has never hesitated to put out of his reach the causes of the phenomena which escape him. But instinct is not like the justice of the sophists of spiritualism, an immutable faculty, susceptible of no deviation, no modification. Domestic animals have more or less modified the instincts which God in his inexhaustible goodness bestowed on their savage ancestors. The chickens and ducks of our backyards have almost lost their instinct of flight, which became useless in the artificial environment in which man has placed them for centuries. The aquatic instincts has been obliterated in the ducks of Ceylon to such a degree that they have to be pushed to make them go into the water. Different varieties of chickens, Houdans, La Flèche, Campine, etc., have been robbed of the imperative instinct of maternity. Although excellent layers, they never think of sitting on their eggs. The calves in certain parts of Germany for generations have been taken from their mothers at birth, and among the cows a notable weakening of the maternal instinct has been observed. Jard thinks that one of the prime causes of that instinct in the mammals might be the organic need of relief from the milk, which makes the breasts swollen and painful. 8. Another naturalist shows that the nest-building instinct of the stickleback must be attributed not to the deity, but to a temporary inflammation of the kidneys during the mating season. No very long time is necessary to reverse the best-rooted instinct. Romain cites the case of a hen which had been made to sit 3 times on duck's eggs and who conscientiously pushed into the water the true chickens which she had been permitted to hatch. Man has overturned the instincts of the canine race. According to his needs he has given it new instincts and afterwards has suppressed them. The dog in the savage state does not bark. The dogs of the savages are silent. Civilized man has given the dog the instinct of barking and has afterwards suppressed it in dogs of certain breeds. When the hound encounters the game, he leaps upon it barking loudly, while the sight of game makes the setter mute and nails him to the spot. If the setter is of a good breed, he needs no individual education to manifest this instinct, which is relatively a new acquisition. The young dogs hunting for the first time stop mute and motionless in their path at the sight of stones, sheep, etc. The tendency is implanted in the brain, but it is blind and requires a special training. Since to modify or suppress the instincts of an animal and to develop new ones in him, it is only necessary to place him in new conditions of existence. The instinct of the wild animals is then only the result of their adaptation to the conditions of the natural environment in which they live. It is not created all at once, it is developed gradually in the animal species under the action and reaction of external and internal phenomena, which may be unknown but which necessarily have existed. Man can study in himself the formation of instinct. He can learn nothing mentally or physically without a certain cerebral tension which relaxes in proportion as the object of study becomes more familiar. When, for example, one begins to play the piano, one must watch attentively the movement of the hands and fingers in order to strike exactly the note desired, but with habit one reaches the point of touching it mechanically without looking at the keyboard, and while thinking of other things. Just so when one studies a foreign language one must constantly keep his attention on the choice of words, articles, prepositions, terminations, adjectives, verbs, etc., which come to mind instinctively when one becomes familiar with the new language. The brain and the body of man and the animal have the property of transforming into automatic actions what originally were voluntary and conscious, and the result of a sustained attention. Without this property of automatizing himself, man would be incapable of education, physically or intellectually, if he were obliged to watch over his movements in order to speak, walk, eat, etc., he would remain in everlasting childhood. Education teaches man to dispense with his intelligence. It tends to transform him into a machine more and more complicated. The conclusion is paradoxical. The brain of an adult is more or less automatized according to the degree of his own education and that of his race. The abstract elementary notions of cause, substance, being, number, justice, etc., are as familiar and instinctive to him as eating and drinking, and he has lost all remembrance of the manner in which he acquired them, for civilized man, like the setter, inherits at birth the traditional habit of acquiring them at the first occasion. But this tendency to acquire them is the result of a progressive ancestral experience prolonged through thousands of years. It would be as ridiculous to think that abstract ideas germinated spontaneously in the human head as to think that the bicycle or any other machine of the most improved type had been constructed at the first attempt. Abstract ideas, like the instinct of animals, were gradually formed in the individual and in the race. To seek their origin it is not enough to analyze the manner of thinking of the civilized adult, as Descartes does, but also, as the encyclopedists would have had it, to question the intelligence of the child and to retrace the course of the ages to study that of the barbarian and the savage, as we are obliged to do when we wish to find the origins of our political and social institutions, of our arts and our sciences. 9. The sensationalists of the 18th century in making of the brain a tabula rasa, which was a radical way of renewing the purification of Descartes, neglected this fact of capital importance, namely, that the brain of the civilized man is a field worked for centuries and sown with concepts and ideas by thousands of generations, and that, according to the exact expression of Leibniz, it is preformed before individual experience begins. We must admit that it possesses the molecular arrangement destined to give birth to a considerable number of ideas and concepts. Some such admission is required to explain that extraordinary men, like Pascal, have been able to find out for themselves more than one series of abstract ideas, such as the theorems of the first book of Euclid, which have only been elaborated by a long procession of thinkers. In any case the brain possesses such an aptitude for acquiring certain concepts and elementary ideas that it does not perceive the fact of the acquisition. The brain is not merely limited receiving impressions which come from outside, by way of the senses, it, of itself, does a molecular work, which the English physiologists call unconscious cerebration, which enables it to complete its acquisitions and even to make new ones without passing through experience. Students utilize this precious faculty when they learn their lesson imperfectly and go to bed leaving to their slumber the duty of fixing them in memory. Indeed, the brain is full of mysteries. It is a terra incognita which the physiologists have scarcely begun to explore. It certainly possesses faculties which often find no outlet in the environment in which the individual and his race are evolving. These dormant faculties cannot therefore result from the direct action of the exterior environment upon the brain, but rather from its action upon other organs, which in their turn react upon the nervous centers. Goethe and Geoffroy Saint-Hilaire called this phenomenon the balancing of organs. Here are two historical examples. Savages and barbarians are capable of a far greater number of intellectual operations than they accomplish in their daily life. During hundreds of years the Europeans have transported from the coast of Africa into the colonies thousands of savage and barbarian Negroes, removed from civilized men by centuries of culture. Nevertheless, at the end of a very short time they assimilated the crafts of civilization. The Guaranis of Paraguay, when the Jesuits undertook their education, were wandering naked in the forests, armed only with a wooden bow and club, with no knowledge, except how to cultivate maize. Their intelligence was so rudimentary that they could not count beyond 20, using their fingers and toes. Nevertheless, the Jesuits made these savages skillful operatives, capable of difficult works, such as complicated organs, geographical spheres, paintings, and decorated sculptures. These trades and arts with the ideas corresponding to them did not exist in the inborn state in the hands and brain of the Guaranis. They had been, so to speak, poured into them by the Jesuits as new airs are added to a street organ. The brain of the Guaranis, if it was incapable of discovering them by its own initiative, was at least marvelously predisposed or preformed, according to Leibniz's phrase, for acquiring them. It is equally certain that the savage is as foreign to the abstract concepts of civilized men as to their arts and crafts, which is proved by the absence in their language of terms for general ideas. How then did the abstract ideas and concepts which are so familiar to the civilized man slip into the human brain? To solve this problem, which has to so great an extent preoccupied philosophic thought, we must, like the encyclopedists, start on the path opened up by Vico, and question language, the most important if not the first mode of manifestation of sentiments and ideas. It plays so considerable a role that the Christians of the first centuries, reproducing the idea of primitive men, said, the Word is God, and that the Greeks designated by the same term, logos, the word, and thought, and that from the verb phraso, to speak, they derived phrasemai, to speak to oneself, to think. Indeed, the most abstract head cannot think without employing words, without speaking to himself mentally, if he does not do so really, like children and many adults who murmur what they think. Language holds too great a place in the development of the intellect for the etymological formation of words and their successive meanings to fail of reflecting the conditions of life and the mental state of the men who created and used them. One fact strikes us at the outset: often one and the same word is used to designate an abstract idea and a concrete object. The words which in European languages signify material goods, and the straight line, have also the meaning of the moral good and right, justice. Ta agatha, Greek, goods, wealth, to agathum, the good. Bona, Latin, goods, bonum, Latin, the good. Les biens, French, goods, les biens, the good. Orthos, Greek, rectum, Latin, derecho, Spanish, droit, French, etc. have the double meaning of being in a straight line and that of right, justice. Here again are other examples chosen in the Greek language: kalon, arrow, javelin, beauty, virtue, phrin, heart, entrails, reason, will, kakos, man of plebeian origin, base, wicked, ugly, kakan, vice, crime. The word kakos contributes to the formation of a series of terms, employed for what is vile and evil: kak, excrement, kakia, vice, baseness, kakothios, impious, cacophonia, unpleasant sound, etc. The fact is worth attention, although little noticed. This is the way with daily phenomena: because they fill the eyes they are not seen. Nevertheless, it is worth considering how the vulgar tongue and the philosophic and legal tongue have joined under the same term the material and the ideal, the concrete and the abstract. Two questions are raised at the very outset. First, have the abstract and the ideal been degraded into the concrete and into the material, or have the material and concrete transformed themselves into the ideal and abstract? And how has this transubstantiation been accomplished? The history of successive meanings of words solves the first difficulty: it shows the concrete meaning always preceding the abstract meaning. Isa, Greek, used at first for the lot or portion which falls to any one in a division, ends by meaning a decree of destiny. Moira, at first the portion of a guest at a banquet, the lot of a warrior in the distribution of booty, then one's portion in life, and finally the goddess Destiny, to whom gods and mortals are equally subject. Nomos begins by being used for pasturage and ends by meaning law. The link which attaches the abstract meaning to the concrete meaning is not always apparent. Thus it is difficult at first glance to perceive how the human mind could have linked pasturage to the abstract idea of law, the straight line to the idea of justice, the share of a guest at a banquet to immutable destiny. I shall show the links which unite these different meanings in the article on the origins of the ideas justice and goodness. It is only important at this moment to point out the fact. The human mind ordinarily employs the same method of work in spite of the difference in the objects on which it operates. For example, the road which it has followed to transform sounds into vowels and consonants is the same as that which is traversed in rising from the concrete to the abstract. The origin of letters appeared so mysterious to the Bishop Mallinckrodt, that in his De Arte Typographica, to put his mind at rest, he attributed their invention to God, who was already the author of instinct and abstract ideas. But the researches of philologists have torn away one by one the veils enveloping the alphabetical mystery. They have shown that letters did not fall ready-made from heaven, but man arrived only gradually at representing the sounds by consonants and vowels. I shall mention the first steps traversed, which are useful for my demonstration. Man begins by picture writing. He represents an object by its image, a dog by drawing of a dog. He passes then to symbolical writing, and pictures a part for the whole, the head of an animal for the entire animal. Then he rises to metaphorical writing. He portrays an object having some resemblance, real or supposed, with the idea to be expressed, the forepart of a lion to signify the idea of priority, a cubit for justice and truth, a vulture for maternity. The first attempt at phonetics was made by Rebuses. The sound was represented by the image of an object having the same sound. The Egyptians, calling the pig's tail Deb, represented the sound Deb by the picture of the curled tail of a pig. Finally, a certain number of pictures are preserved more or less modified, no longer for the phonetic value of several syllables, but for that of the initial syllable, etc., etc. 11. Writing had inevitably to pass through the metaphorical stage, since primitive man thinks and speaks in metaphors. The redskin of America, to indicate a brave warrior, said he is like the bear; the man with piercing glance is like the eagle; to affirm that he forgives an outrage he declares he buries it in the earth, etc. These metaphors are for us sometimes undecipherable. Thus, it is difficult to understand how the Egyptians came to represent in their hieroglyphics justice and truth by the cubit, and maternity by the vulture. I shall disentangle the metaphor of the vulture. In the next article I will explain that of the cubit. The matriarchal family had in Egypt an extraordinary longevity, as is shown in its religious myths by numerous traces of the antagonism of the two sexes, struggling, the one to preserve its high position in the family, the other to dispossess it. The Egyptian, like Apollo in the Eumenides of Aeschylus, declares that it is man who fulfills the important function in the act of generation, and that woman, like the pistil of a fruit, only receives and nourishes his germ. The Egyptian woman returns the compliment and boasts that she conceives without the cooperation of man. The statue of Neith, the mother goddess, the sovereign lady of the upper regions, bore at Sais the arrogant inscription, "I am all that has been, all that is and all that shall be. No one has lifted my robe. The fruit I have borne is the Sunday." Her name, among other signs, has for its emblem the vulture and the first letter of the word mother, Ma. 12. Now the hieroglyphics of Horapollen teach us that the Egyptians believed that in the species of vultures there were no males and that the females were fertilized by the wind. They attributed to that bird, everywhere else regarded as ferocious, a motherly tenderness so extreme that it tore its breast to nourish its little ones. So, after having made of it, by reason of its strange generative property, the bird of Neith, the mother goddess, who herself also propagates without the cooperation of the male, they made of it the symbol of the mother, then of maternity. This characteristic example gives an idea of the twists and turns through which the human mind passes to picture its abstract ideas through the images of concrete objects. If in the metaphorical and emblematic writing the image of a material object becomes the symbol of an abstract idea, it is seen that a word created to denote an object or one of its attributes ends by serving to denote an abstract idea. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. In the mind of the child and of the savage, that child of the human race, as Vico calls him, there exist only images of definite objects. When the little child says doll, he does not mean to speak of any doll no matter which, but of one certain doll that he has held in his hands and that has already been shown him, and if another is offered him it results in his rejecting it with anger, so, every word is for him a proper name, the symbol of the object with which he has come in contact. His language, like that of the savage, possesses no generic terms embracing a class of objects of the same nature, but one series after another of proper names. Thus the savage languages have no terms for general ideas, such as man, body, etc., and for the abstract ideas, time, cause, etc. There are some which have not the verb, to be. The Tasmanian had an abundance of words for every tree of the different species, but no term for saving tree in general. The Malay has no word for color, although he has words for every color. The Abipan has not words for man, body, time, etc., and he does not possess the verb to be. He does not say, I am Abipan, but, me Abipan. 13. But by degrees the child and primitive man carry over the name and the idea of the first persons and things they have known to all the persons and things which present a real or fictitious resemblances with them. They elaborate after a fashion, by way of analogy and comparison, certain general and abstract ideas embracing groups of objects, more or less extended, and sometimes the proper name of one object becomes the symbolic term of the abstract idea representing the group of objects having analogies with the object for which the word had been coined. Plato maintains that the general ideas thus obtained, which classify objects without taking account of their individual differences, are essences of divine origin. Socrates in the 10th book of the Republic says that the idea of bed is an essence of divine creation, because it is immutable, always identical with itself, while the beds created by cabinet makers all differ among themselves. The human mind has often brought together the most dissimilar objects having only a vague point of resemblance among themselves. Thus by a process of anthropomorphism man has taken his own members for terms of comparison, as is proved by the metaphors which persist in civilized languages although they date from the beginning of humanity, such as the bowels of the earth, the veins of a mine, the heart of an oak, tooth of a saw, the gorge of a mountain, the arm of the sea, etc. When the abstract idea of measure takes shape in his brain, he takes for a unit of measure his foot, his hand, his thumb, his arms, or jaya, a Greek measure equal to 2 arms extended. So every measure is a metaphor. When we speak of an object 3 feet, 2 inches in extent, we mean that it is as long as 3 feet 2 thumbs. But with the development of civilization, people were forced to resort to other units of measure. Thus the Greeks took the stadion, the distance traversed in the foot race at the Olympic Games, and the Latins jugarum, the surface which could be plowed in one day by a jugum, a yoke of oxen. An abstract word, as Max Muller remarks, is often only an adjective transformed into a substantive, that is to say the attribute of an object metamorphosed into a personage, into a metaphysical entity, into an imaginary being, and it is by way of metaphor that this metempsychosis is accomplished. The metaphor is one of the principal ways by which the abstract penetrates into the human brain. In the preceding metaphors, they speak of the mouth of a cavern, a tongue of land, because the mouth presents an opening and the tongue an elongated form. The same process has served to procure new terms of comparison in proportion as the need of them has made itself felt, and it is always the most salient property of the object, that which consequently impresses the senses most vividly, which is made the term of comparison. A great number of savage languages have no words for the abstract ideas of hardness, roundness, warmth, etc., and they are deprived of them because the savage has not yet succeeded in creating the imaginary beings or metaphysical entities which correspond to these terms. Thus, for hard he says like stone, or round like the moon, for hot, like the sun, because the qualities of hard, round and hot are in his brain inseparable from stone, moon, and sun. It is only after a long process of brain work that these qualities are detached, abstracted from these concrete objects to be metamorphosed into imaginary beings. Then the qualifying term becomes a substantive and stands for the abstract idea formed in the brain. No savage tribes have been found without the idea of number, the abstract idea par excellence, although the numeration of certain savages does not go beyond 20. It is probable that even animals can count up to 2. Here is an observation I have made, which is easy to repeat, and which would seem to prove it. The pigeon, although sitting on 2 eggs, with very rare exceptions, nevertheless has the property of laying eggs at will. If, after she has laid 2 eggs, one is taken away, the female lays a third and even a fourth and fifth if the eggs are taken as fast as she lays them. She requires 2 eggs in the nest before she begins to sit. The domestic pigeon, overfed, may sometimes lay 3 eggs. When that happens she pushes one out of the nest, or else leaves it if she cannot push out the superfluous egg. It would seem that the abstract idea of number, contrary to Vico's opinion, is one of the first, if not the first, to be formed in the brain of animals and man, for if all objects have not the property of being round, hard or hot, etc., they have nevertheless one quality which is common to them, that of being distinct from one another, by their form and the relative position which they occupy, and this duality is the point of departure of numeration. 14. The brain substance must have the idea of number, that is to say, be able to distinguish the objects from each other, in order to carry on its function. This was recognized by the Pythagorean Philoios, the first who, according to Diogenes of Laertia, affirmed that the motion of the earth described a circle, when he declared that number resides in all that is, and without it nothing can be known and nothing can be thought. But the extension of numeration beyond the number 2 was one of the most painful of Herculean labors ever imposed upon the human brain, as is proved by the mystical character attributed to the first 10 numbers, 15, and the mythological and legendary memories attached to certain figures, 10, Siege of Troy and of Veii, which lasted exactly 10 years, 12, the 12 gods of Olympus, 12 labors of Hercules, 12 apostles, etc., 50 sons of Priam, the 50 Danaids, Endymion, according to Pausanias. Made Selene the mother of 50 daughters, Actaeon hunted with 50 braces of hounds when Diana metamorphosed him, the boat constructed by Danaus according to the instructions of Minerva, had 50 oars, as had that of Hercules at the time of his expedition against Troy. These numbers are so many stages at which the human mind halted after the efforts made to reach the points, and it has marked them with legends to preserve their memory. The savage, when he arrives at the end of his numeration, says many to indicate the objects which remain over and which he cannot count for lack of numbers. Vico remarks that for the Romans 60, then 100, then 1000 were innumerable quantities. The Hovis of Madagascar say for 1000 evening, for 10,000 night, and the word tapatrisa, which they use to indicate a million, is literally translated by the end of counting. It was the same for us, but since the war of 1870 to 1871 it is a billion which marks the limit of our popular numeration. Language shows us that man has taken his hand, his foot, and his arms for units of length. He still uses his fingers and toes for counting. F. Nansen says the Eskimo, with whom he lived more than a year, have no name for any figure beyond 5. They count on the fingers of the right hand and then stop when all the fingers have been named and touched. For 6 they take the left hand and say the first finger of the other hand. For 7, the second finger, thus on to 10. Afterwards they count in the same fashion on the toes and stop at 20, the limit of their enumeration, but the great mathematicians go further and for 21 they say the first finger of the other man and begin again, passing over the hands and feet. 20 is 1 man, 100 is 5 men. The Roman figures which were used until the introduction of the Arabic figures preserve the memory of this primitive mode of numeration. 1 is 1 finger, 2 is 2 fingers, 5 is a hand with the 3 middle fingers folded while the little finger and the thumb are straight, 10 is 2 fives or 2 hands crossed. But when it was necessary to count beyond the 100 and the 1000, they were obliged to resort to other objects than the human members. The Romans took pebbles, calculi, from which is derived the word calculus in modern languages. The Latin expressions calculum ponere, to place the pebble, and subducere calculum, to take away the pebble, indicate that it was by adding and taking away pebbles that they added and subtracted. At the Families tier of guys I saw the first 2 arithmetical operations taught by a similar process to children of 5 and 6 years. Pebbles were the obvious things for this use, they had already served for drawing lots in the distribution of booty and land. Savages cannot figure in their heads. They must have before their eyes the objects which they are counting. Thus, when they make exchanges they place on the ground the objects which they are giving opposite those they receive. This primitive equation, which in the last analysis is simply a tangible metaphor, is the only thing which can satisfy their minds. Numbers, in their heads, as in those of children, are concrete ideas. When they say 2, 3, or 5, they see 2, 3, or 5 fingers, pebbles or any other objects. In many savage tongues the first 5 figures bear the names of the fingers. It is only by a process of intellectual distillation that the numbers come to strip themselves in the head of the civilized adult of any form corresponding to a certain object, and to keep only the form of conventional signs. 16. The most idealistic metaphysician cannot think without words nor calculate without signs, that is to say without concrete objects. The Greek philosophers, when they began their inquiries on the properties of numbers, gave them geometrical forms. They divided them into 3 groups, the group of linear numbers, mikos, the group of the numbers of planes, squares, epipodon, the group of the numbers of 3 dimensions, cubes, trichogs. 17. The modern mathematicians have still preserved the expression linear number for a root number. The savage, for long, hard, round or hot, says like the foot, stone, moon, sun, but feet are of unequal length. Stones are more or less hard, the moon is not always round, the sun is hotter in summer than in winter, so when the human mind felt the need of a higher degree of exactness, it recognized the insufficiency of the terms of comparison which it had till then used. It then imagined types of length, hardness, roundness, and heat to be employed as terms of comparison. It is thus that in abstract mechanics, the mathematicians imagined a lever absolutely rigid and without thickness and a wedge absolutely incompressible in order to continue their theoretical investigations, arrested by the imperfections of the levers and wedges of reality. But the wedge and the lever of the mathematicians, like the types of length, roundness, hardness, although derived from real objects whose attributes had been submitted to intellectual distillation, no longer correspond to any real object but to ideas formed in the human head. Because the objects of reality differ among themselves and from the imaginary type, always one and identical with itself, Plato calls the real objects vain and deceptive images and the ideal type an essence of divine creation. In that case, as in a multitude of others, God, the Creator, is man thinking. Artists by an analogous process have given birth to chimeras, whose bodies, although composed of detached organs abstracted from different animals, correspond to nothing real but to a phantasm of the imagination. The chimera is an abstract idea, as abstract as any idea you please of the beautiful, the good, the just, time or cause, but Plato, himself, did not dare to class it in the number of his divine essences. Man, probably when barbarous tribes began to differentiate into classes, separated himself from the animal kingdom and raised himself to the rank of a supernatural being, whose destinies are the constant preoccupation of the gods and the celestial bodies. Later on he isolated the brain from the other organs to make it the seat of the soul. Natural science reintegrates man in the animal series of which he is the sum and crown, the socialist philosophy will restore the brain to the series of organs. The brain has the property of thinking as the stomach has that of digesting. It cannot think but by the aid of ideas, which it fabricates with the materials furnished it by the natural environment and the social or artificial environment in which man evolves. Paul Lafargue 1899. Our goal. Source, Le Socialist, April 23 and 30, 1899. Translated, for Marxists.org by Mitch Abider. Socialism is the science that brings a solution to the situation created by capitalist centralization. Socialism proclaims that no change beneficial to the workers of the shop floor, the fields, or the offices can be carried out as long as the political and administrative leadership of the country are monopolized by the capitalist class, and as long as the producers, organized in a class party, have not taken control of public powers, the first and most powerful instrument of social reforms. Socialism maintains and proves that there is only one solution to the social question as it presents itself in capitalist civilization. It's that all the centralized labor instruments, such as the railroads, factories, textile works, mines, large farming properties, banks, etc., become national property and be given over to the associated workers, who will operate them with a contract laying out conditions, not for the profit of a few capitalists, do-nothings, and thieves, but for the profit of the entire nation. The International Socialist Party, which organizes and fights in all the civilized countries, has only undertaken the conquest of public powers in order to fulfill this goal, which is not a utopia, but to the contrary is the inevitable outcome of the movement of capitalist production. One need only look around to see that the state, which is nothing but the thing of the capitalists, has already taken from private industry the railroads, metal works, telegraphs, post offices, tobacco, the manufacturing of money, etc., and that inevitably other private industries will also fall under its control in a more or less near future. If the industries already taken over by the state, which instead of representing the interests of all the classes of the nation function for the profit of the capitalist class alone, don't fulfill the socialist ideal, it's because they aren't run by the associated workers in the interests of the nation, but by functionaries in a budgetary interest. But this monopolization, which takes place against the private interests of categories of capitalists, indicates the march that industrial and commercial evolution necessarily follows in our era. Expropriate the capitalist class for the profit of the nation, put the major instruments of labor at the disposition of workers organized in production societies, taking in all the intellectual and manual capacities indispensable for their sound operation. This is the goal of the Workers' Party. This transformation of capitalist property into national property will create social well-being. The anarchic production of capitalist civilization, which only knows how to engender the poverty of the producers with its overabundances of merchandise and its periods of overwork and of unemployment, will be replaced by nationally and internationally regulated production, calculated according to the needs that are to be satisfied. Industrial inventions and improvements, no longer serving to enrich a few individuals, will increase the means of leisure and enjoyment of all members of society. Capitalism has only known how to cause humanity unhappiness. Socialism will establish peace and happiness among men. Paul Lafargue. The Bankruptcy of Capitalism. 1900. Written, 1900. Source, The Right to be Lazy and Other Studies. Translated, Charles Kerr. Online version, Lafargue Internet Archive, Marxists.org, 2000. Transcription/markup, Sally Ryan and Inda O'Callaghan for the Marxists Internet Archive. The 19th century was the century of capitalism. Capitalism filled that century to overflowing with its commerce, its industry, its manners, its fashions, its literature, its art, its science, its philosophy, its religion, its politics and its civil code, more universal than the laws imposed by Rome upon the nations of the ancient world. The capitalist movement, starting from England, the United States and France, has shaken the foundations of Europe and of the world. It has forced the old feudal monarchies of Austria and Germany and the barbaric despotism of Russia to put themselves in line, and in these last days it has gone into the extreme east, into Japan, where it has overthrown the feudal system and implanted the industry and the politics of capitalism. Capitalism has taken possession of our planet, its fleets bring together the continents which oceans had separated, its railroads, spanning mountains and deserts, furrow the earth, the electric wires, the nervous system of the globe, bind all nations together, and their palpitations reverberate in the great centers of population. Now for the first time there is a contemporary history of the world. Events in Australia, the Transvaal, China, are known in London, Paris, New York. At the moment they are brought about, precisely as if they happened in the outskirts of the city where the news is published. Civilized nations live off the products of the whole earth. Egypt, India, Louisiana, furnish the cotton, Australia the wool. Japan the silk, China the tea, Brazil the coffee, New Zealand and the United States the meat and grain. The capitalist carries in his stomach and on his back the spoils of the universe. The study of natural phenomena has undergone an unprecedented, and unheard of, development. New sciences, geology, chemistry, physics, etc., have arisen. The industrial application of the forces of nature and of the discoveries of science has taken on a still more startling development. Some of the geometrical discoveries of the scientists of Alexandria, 2,000 years old, have for the first time been utilized. The production of machine industry can provide for all demand and more. The mechanical application of the forces of nature has increased man's productive forces tenfold, 100-fold. A few hours daily labor, furnished by the able-bodied members of the nation, would produce enough to satisfy the material and intellectual needs of all. But what has come of the colossal and wonderful development of science, industry, and commerce in the 19th century? Has it made humanity stronger, healthier, happier? Has it given leisure to the producers? Has it brought comfort and contentment to the people? Never has work been so prolonged, so exhausting, so injurious to man's body and so fatal to his intelligence. Never has the industrial labor which undermines health, shortens life, and starves the intellect been so general, been imposed on such ever-growing masses of laborers. The men, women, and children of the proletariat are bent under the iron yoke of machine industry. Poverty is their reward when they work, starvation when they lose their jobs. In former stages of society, famine appeared only when the earth refused her harvests. In capitalist society, famine sits at the hearth of the working class when granaries and cellars burst with the fruits of the earth, and when the market is gorged with the products of industry. All the toil, all the production, all the suffering of the working class has but served to heighten its physical and mental destitution, to drag it down from poverty into wretchedness. Capitalism, controlling the means of production and directing the social and political life of a century of science and industry, has become bankrupt. The capitalists have not even proved competent, like the owners of chattel slaves, to guarantee to their toilers the work to provide their miserable livelihood. Capitalism massacred them when they dared demand the right to work, a slave's right. The capitalist class has also made a failure of itself. It has seized upon the social wealth to enjoy it, and never was the ruling class more incapable of enjoyment. The newly rich, those who have built up their fortunes by accumulating the filchings from labor, live like strangers in the midst of luxury and artistic treasures, with which they surround themselves through a foolish vanity, to pay homage to their millions. The leading capitalists, the millionaires and billionaires, are sad specimens of the human race, useless and hurtful. The mark of degeneracy is upon them. Their sickly offspring are old at birth. Their organs are sapped with diseases. Exquisite meats and wines load down their tables, but the stomach refuses to digest them. Women expert in love perfume their couches with youth and beauty, but their senses are benumbed. They own palatial dwellings in enchanting sites, and they have no eyes, no feeling for joyful nature, with its eternal youth and change. Sated and disgusted with everything, they are followed everywhere by ennui as by their shadows. They yawn at rising and when they go to bed. They yawn at their fests and at their orgies. They began yawning in their mother's womb. The pessimism which, in the wake of capitalist property, made its appearance in ancient Greece 6 centuries before Jesus Christ, and which has since formed the foundation of the moral and religious philosophy of the capitalist class, became the leading characteristic of the philosophy of the second half of the 19th century. The pessimism of Theonis sprang from the uncertainties and vicissitudes of life in the Greek cities, torn by the perpetual wars between rich and poor. The pessimism of the capitalist is the bitter fruit of satiety, ennui, and the impoverishment of the blood. The capitalist class is falling into its second childhood, its decrepitude appears in its literature, now returning to its starting point. Romantic literature, the literary form proper to the capitalist class, which started out with the romantic Christianity of Chateaubriand, is returning to the same point, after passing through the historical novel and the character novel. Capitalism, which in its virile and combative youth in the 18th century had wished to emancipate itself from Christianity, resigns itself in its old age to practices of the grossest superstition. The capitalist class, bankrupt, old, useless and hurtful, has finished its historic mission. It persists as ruling class only through its acquired momentum. The proletariat of the 20th century will execute the decree of history, will drive it from its position of social control. Then the stupendous work in science and industry accomplished by civilized humanity, at the price of such toil and suffering, will engender peace and happiness. Then will this vale of tears be transformed into an earthly paradise. Paul Lafargue. The Rights of the Horse and the Rights of Man. 1900. Written, ca. 1900. Source, The Right to be Lazy and Other Studies. Translated, Charles Kerr. Online version, Lafargue Internet Archive, Marxists.org, 2000. Transcription/markup, Sally Ryan and Inda O'Callaghan for the Marxists Internet Archive. Capitalist civilization has endowed the wage worker with the metaphysical rights of man, but this is only to rivet him more closely and more firmly to his economic duty. I make you free, so speak the rights of man to the laborer, free to earn a wretched living and turn your employer into a millionaire, free to sell him your liberty for a mouthful of bread. He will imprison you 10 hours or 12 hours in his workshops, he will not let you go till you are wearied to the marrow of your bones, till you have just enough strength left to gulp down your soup and sink into a heavy sleep. You have but one of your rights that you may not sell, and that is the right to pay taxes. Progress and civilization may be hard on wage-working humanity, but they have all a mother's tenderness for the animals which stupid bips call lower. Civilization has especially favored the equine race. It would be too great a task to go through the long list of its benefactions. I will name but a few, of general notoriety, that I may awaken and inflame the passionate desires of the workers, now torpid in their misery. Horses are divided into distinct classes. The equine aristocracy enjoys so many and so oppressive privileges, that if the human-faced brutes which serve them as jockeys, trainers, stable valets, and grooms were not morally degraded to the point of not feeling their shame, they would have rebelled against their lords and masters, whom they rub down, groom, brush and comb, also making their beds, cleaning up their excrements and receiving bites and kicks by way of thanks. Aristocratic horses, like capitalists, do not work, and when they exercise themselves in the fields they look disdainfully, with a contempt, upon the human animals which plough and seed the lands, mow and rake the meadows, to provide them with oats, clover, timothy, and other succulent plants. These four-footed favorites of civilization command such social influence that they impose their wills upon the capitalists, their brothers in privilege. They force the loftiest of them to come with their beautiful ladies and take tea in the stables, inhaling the acrid perfumes of their solid and liquid evacuations. And when these lords consent to parade in public, they require from 10 to 20,000 men and women to stack themselves up on uncomfortable seats, under the broiling sun, to admire their exquisitely chiseled forms and their feats of running and leaping. They respect none of the social dignities before which the votaries of the rights of man bow in reverence. At Chantilly not long ago one of the favorites for the grand prize launched a kick at the King of Belgium, because it did not like the looks of his head. His Royal Majesty, who adores horses, murmured an apology and withdrew. It is fortunate that these horses, who can count more authentic ancestors than the houses of Orleans and Hohenzollern, have not been corrupted by their high social station. Had they taken it into their heads to rival the capitalists in aesthetic pretensions, profligate luxury and depraved tastes, such as wearing lace and diamonds, and drinking champagne and Chateau Margaux, a blacker misery and more overwhelming drudgery would he impending over the class of wage workers. Thrice happy is it for proletarian humanity that these equine aristocrats have not taken the fancy of feeding upon human flesh, like the old Bengal tigers which rove around the villages of India to carry off women and children. If unhappily the horses had been man-eaters, the capitalists, who can refuse them nothing, would have built slaughter-houses for wage workers, where they could carve out and dress boy sirloins, woman hams, and girl roasts to satisfy their anthropophagic tastes. The proletarian horses, not so well endowed, have to work for their peck of oats, but the capitalist class, through deference for the aristocrats of the equine race, concedes to the working horses rights that are far more solid and real than those inscribed in the rights of man. The first of rights, the right to existence, which no civilized society will recognize for laborers, is possessed by horses. The colt, even before his birth, while still in the fetus state, begins to enjoy the right to existence. His mother, when her pregnancy has scarcely begun, is discharged from all work and sent into the country to fashion the new being in peace and comfort. She remains near him to suckle him and teach him to choose the delicious grasses of the meadow, in which he gambols until he is grown. The moralists and politicians of the rights of man think it would be monstrous to grant such rights to the laborers. I raised a tempest in the Chamber of Deputies when I asked that women, 2 months before and 2 months after confinement, should have the right and the means to absent themselves from the factory. My proposition upset the ethics of civilization and shook the capitalist order. What an abominable abomination, to demand for babies the rights of colts. As for the young proletarians, they can scarcely trot on their little toes before they are condemned to hard labor in the prisons of capitalism. While the colts develop freely under kindly nature, care is taken that they be completely formed before they are set to work, and their tasks are proportioned to their strength with a tender care. This care on the part of the capitalists follows them all through their lives. We may still recall the noble indignation of the bourgeois press when it learned that the omnibus company was using peat and tannery waste in its stalls as a substitute for straw. To think of the unhappy horses having such poor litters. The more delicate souls of the bourgeoisie have in every capitalist country organized societies for the protection of animals, in order to prove that they cannot be excited by the fate of the small victims of industry. Schopenhauer, the bourgeois philosopher, in whom was incarnated so perfectly the gross egoism of the Philistine, could not hear the cracking of a whip without his heart being torn by it. This same omnibus company, which works its laborers from 14 to 16 hours a day, requires from its dear horses only 5 to 7 hours. It has bought green meadows in which they may recuperate from fatigue or indisposition. Its policy is to expend more for the entertainment of a quadruped than for paying the wages of a bipt. It has never occurred to any legislator nor to any fanatical advocate of the rights of man to reduce the horse's daily pittance in order to assure him a retreat that would be of service to him only after his death. The rights of horses have not been posted up, they are unwritten rights, as Socrates called the laws implanted by nature in the consciousness of all men. The horse has shown his wisdom in contenting himself with these rights, with no thought of demanding those of the citizen. He has judged that he would have been as stupid as man if he had sacrificed his mess of lentils for the metaphysical banquet of rights to revolt, to equality, to liberty, and other trivialities which to the proletariat are about as useful as a cautery on a wooden leg. Civilization, though partial to the equine race, has not shown herself indifferent to the fate of the other animals. Sheep, like cannons, pass their days in pleasant and plentiful idleness. They are fed in the stable on barley, lucerne, rutabagas, and other roots, raised by wage workers, shepherds conduct them to feed in fat pastures, and when the sun parches the plain, they are carried to where they can browse on the tender grass of the mountains. The Church, which has burned her heretics, and regrets that she cannot again bring up her faithful sons in the love of mutton, represents Jesus, under the form of a kind shepherd, bearing upon his shoulders a weary lamb. True, the love for the ram and the ewe is in the last analysis only the love for the leg of mutton and the cutlet, just as the liberty of the rights of man is nothing but the slavery of the wage worker, since our Jesuitical civilization always disguises capitalist exploitation in eternal principles and bourgeois egoism in noble sentiments, yet at least the bourgeois tends and fattens the sheep up to the day of the sacrifice, while he seizes the laborer still warm from the workshop and lean from toil to send him to the shambles of Tonquin or Madagascar. Laborers of all crafts, you who toil so hard to create your poverty in producing the wealth of the capitalists, arise, arise. Since the buffoons of Parliament unfurl the rights of man, do you boldly demand for yourselves, your wives and your children the rights of the horse. Paul Lafargue. The Socialist Ideal. 1900. Written, ca. 1900. Source, The Right to be Lazy and Other Studies. Translated, Charles Kerr. Online version, Lafargue Internet Archive, Marxists.org, 2000. Transcription/markup, Sally Ryan and Inda O'Callaghan for the Marxists Internet Archive. Our comrades in Germany were discussing some time since the question whether socialism is a science. Socialism is not and cannot be a science for the simple reason that it is a political party and must disappear when its work is accomplished after the abolition of the classes which gave birth to it, but the end which it pursues is scientific. Guizot, who had a vague idea of the theory of the class struggle, himself a product of the revolution, which was a dramatic struggle between classes, said with good reason that a class cannot emancipate itself until it possesses the qualities requisite for taking the leadership of society. Now one of these qualities is to have a more or less definite conception of the social order which it proposes to substitute for that which is oppressing it. This conception cannot but be a social ideal, or, to employ a scientific word, a social hypothesis, but an hypothesis, as well in the natural sciences as in social science, may be utopian or scientific. Socialism, because it is a political parts of the oppressed class, has therefore an ideal. It groups and organizes the efforts of the individuals who wish to build on the ruins of capitalist society, based upon individual property, an ideal or hypothetical society based upon common property in the means of production. Only through the class struggle can modern socialism realize its social ideal, which possesses the dualities demanded of any hypothesis that claims a scientific character. The fact of choosing a scientific goal, and of trying to reach it only through the class struggle, distinguishes it from the socialism of 1848, which was pursuing through the reconciliation of classes a social ideal which could not but be utopian considering the historic moment in which it was conceived. Socialism has thus evolved from utopia into science. Engels has traced the main lines of this evolution in his memorable pamphlet, Socialism, Utopian and Scientific. It is the same with all sciences, which begin with utopia to arrive at positive knowledge. This course is imposed by the very nature of the human mind. Man progresses in social life as in intellectual life, only by starting from the known and traveling toward the unknown, and that unknown must be represented by the imagination. That imaginary conception of the unknown, which cannot but be hypothetical, is one of the most powerful incentives to action. It is the very condition of every forward step. It is natural that men like Bernstein in Germany and Jaurès in France should seek to domesticate socialism and to put it in tow of liberalism, accusing it of hypnotizing its soldiers with an ideal of the year 3000, which makes them live in the expectation of a messianic catastrophe and reject the immediate advantages of an understanding and cooperation with bourgeois parties, and which blinds them to their shocking errors regarding the concentration of wealth, the disappearance of small industry and the middle class, the increase of class antagonisms, the spreading and intensification of the misery of the working class, etc. These errors may have been plausible hypotheses before 1848, but since then events have shown their falsity. This unfortunate ideal prevents them from descending from the revolutionary heights to accept the responsibilities of power and of setting aside the cause of labor to devote themselves entirely tongue and pen, to the rehabilitation of a millionaire leader. It obliges them to oppose all exterior policies and acts, to vote not a cent nor a soldier for colonial expeditions, which carry labor, Christianity, syphilis, and the alcoholism of civilization to the barbaric tribes. The Neo-Methodists of the ancient and outworn gospel of the brotherhood of classes advise the socialists to suppress their ideal, or, since it unfortunately captivates the masses of the people, to speak of it without caring for it, as George does, that they may consecrate themselves to practical necessities, to the vast plans of agricultural and industrial cooperation, to popular universities, etc. The dilettantes of politics, these practical groundlings of opportunism, nevertheless hold themselves up for transcendent idealists and march with their eyes fixed upon the stars, because they substitute for ideas a brilliant orchestra of sonorous words and eternal principles. These bourgeois idealists edge their way in everywhere. After the revolution of 1789 they rebuked the scientists for their hypotheses and their theories. According to them, science should have stopped with the study of facts in themselves without dreaming of uniting them into a general system. Plus, what is the use of cutting stones without putting up a building? Plus, replied Geoffroy Saint-Hilaire, the genial disciple of Lamarck, who lived to see the extinction of his theory on the continuity of species, which, only 30 years after his death, was to take on a new birth with Darwin. They are still reproaching the physiologists for wasting their time in elaborating hypotheses which last on an average only 3 years and which cannot explain what takes place in a muscle which contracts and in a brain which thinks. They grumble against the hypotheses of the physicists, who do not know the real nature of elasticity, of electrical conductivity, or even what happens when a particle of sugar is dissolved. They would like to prohibit scientists from any speculation because it is disastrous and may lead into error. But the latter protest and declare that imagination is one of the first and most indispensable faculties of the scientist, and that the hypotheses to which they give birth, even though they be erroneous and able to survive only 3 years, are nevertheless the necessary condition of all scientific progress. If the communist ideal were an hypothesis undemonstrable and false, it would still be a propelling force of social progress, but such is not the case. The hypothesis in science, as in the social field, is the more undemonstrable and susceptible of error in proportion as the data contributing to its elaboration are less numerous and more uncertain. Greek science, which had to furnish a conception of the world when the data regarding the phenomena of nature were of the most rudimentary, was obliged to resort to hypotheses which for boldness and intuitive accuracy are marvels of history and of thought. After having admitted, according to the vulgar opinion, that the earth was flat, and that the temple of Delphi was situated at its center, they put forth the hypothesis of its spherical form, then undemonstrable. Socialism, which dates from the first years of the 19th century, started, like Greek science, from hypotheses the more erroneous, and from ideal the more utopian, in that the social world which it proposed to transform was less known, and at that epoch could not be known for the excellent reason that it was in course of formation. The machine operated by steam was beginning to edge into industry where the tool, managed by the artisan, was moved by human power, and in some rare circumstances by animals, wind, or waterfalls. The socialist thinkers, as Engels observes, were then obliged to draw from their own brain the social ideal which they could not extract from the tumultuous economic environment in full course of transformation. They grasped again, infusing new life into it, the communist ideal which has slumbered in the mind of man since he emerged from the communism of primitive society which the poetic Greek mythology calls the Golden Age, and which has awakened to shine here and there with a glorious splendor at great epochs of social upheaval. They sought, then, to establish communism, not because the economic environment was ready for its introduction, but because men were miserable, because the laws of justice and equality were violated, because the precepts of the Christ could not be followed in their purity. The communistic ideal, not springing from economic reality, was then but an unconscious reminiscence of a prehistoric past, and came only from idealistic notions upon a justice and equality and a gospel law no less idealistic. It is then idealistic in the second degree, and consequently utopian. The socialists of the first half of the 19th century, who rekindled the communist ideal, had the rare merit of giving it a consistency less idealistic. They spoke little of the Christian religion, of justice, and of equality. Robert Owen laid the responsibilities of social evils upon the family, property, and religion. Charles Fourier criticizes the ideas of justice and morality introduced by the bourgeois revolution of '89 with incomparable animation and irony. They did not weep over the misery of the poor, but left that to Victor Hugo and the charlatans of Romanticism. They preached the social problem from its realistic side, the only side from which it can be solved. They used their talents to prove that a social organization of production would succeed in satisfying the desires of all without reducing the share of any, not even that of the privileged capitalist class. Meanwhile, the recent application of steam and machinery demanded also a new organization of labor, and this was the constant concern of the industrial bourgeoisie. The socialists were thus pursuing the same end as the industrials. Bourgeois and socialists might consequently come to an understanding. We therefore find in the socialist sects of that epoch industrials, engineers, and financiers who in the second half of the century cast away their sympathy for the workers and occupied an important place in capitalist society. The socialism of that epoch could not under these conditions be anything else than pacific. Instead of entering on the struggle with the capitalists, the socialists thought only of converting them to their system of social reform from which they were to be the first to benefit. They proclaimed the association of capital, intelligence, and labor, the interests of which according to them, were identical. They preached a mutual understanding between the employer and the employed, between the exploiter and the exploited. They know no class struggle. They condemned strikes and all political agitation, especially if it were revolutionary. They desired order in the street and harmony in the workshop. They demanded, finally, nothing more than was desired by the new industrial bourgeoisie. They foresaw that industry, strengthened by the motive power of steam, machinery, and the concentration of the instruments of labor, would have a colossal producing power, and they had the simplicity to believe that the capitalists would content themselves with taking only a reasonable part of the wealth thus created, and would leave to their cooperators, the manual and intellectual laborers, a portion sufficient to enable them to live in comfort. This socialism was marvelously agreeable to capital, since it promised an increase of wealth and advised an understanding between the laborer and the employer. It recruited the great majority of its adepts in the educational hotbeds of the bourgeoisie. It was utopian, therefore it was the socialism of the intellectuals. But precisely because it was utopian, the laborers, in constant antagonism with their employers on questions of labor and hours, looked on it with suspicion. They could understand nothing of this socialism which condemned strikes and political action and which assumed to harmonize the interests of capital and labor, of the exploiter and exploited. They kept aloof from the socialists and gave all their sympathies to the bourgeois republicans, because they were revolutionary. They joined their secret societies and climbed with them upon the barricades to make riots and political revolutions. Marx and Engels took socialism at the point to which the great utopians had brought it, but instead of torturing their brains to improvise the organization of labor and of production, they studied that which was already created by the very necessities of the new mechanical industry which had arrived at a degree of development sufficient to permit its power and its tendency to be apparent. Its productivity was so enormous, as Fourier and Saint-Simon had foreseen, that it was capable of providing abundantly for the normal needs of all the members of society. This was the first time in history that such a productive power had been observed, and it was because capitalist production could satisfy all needs, and for that reason alone, that it is possible to reintroduce communism, that is to say the equal participation of all in social wealth, and the free and complete development of the physical, intellectual, and moral faculties. Communism is no longer a utopia but a possibility. Machinery replaces the individualistic production of the small industry, by the communistic production of the capitalistic factory, but property in the means of labor has remained individual, as in the time of the small industry. There is then a contradiction between the individualistic mode of possession and the communist mode of production, and this contradiction translates itself into the antagonism between the laborer and the capitalist employer. The producers, who form the immense majority of the nation, no longer possess the instruments of labor, the possession of which is centralized in the idle hands of a decreasing minority. The social problem imposed by mechanical production will be solved, as the social problems imposed by preceding modes of production have been solved, by precipitating the evolution begun by economic force, by finishing the expropriation of the individual in the means of production, by giving to the communistic mode of possession which it demands. The communism of contemporary socialists no longer proceeds, like that of former times, from the cerebral lucubrations of gifted thinkers. It proceeds from economic reality. It is the final goal of the economic forces which, without attracting the attention of the capitalists and their intellectuals, have fashioned the communistic mold of a new society, the coming of which we only have to hasten. Communism, then, is no longer a utopian hypothesis, it is a scientific ideal. It may be added that never has the economic structure of any society been better and more completely analyzed than capitalist society, and that never was a social ideal conceived with such numerous and positive data as the communist idea of modern socialism. Although it is the economic forces which fashion men at the pleasure and spur them to action, and although these constitute the mysterious force determining the great currents of history which the Christians attribute to God, and the free-thinking bourgeois assign to progress, to civilization, to the immortal principles and other similar manitous, worthy of savage tribes, they are nevertheless the product of human activity. Man, who created them and brought them into the world, has thus far let himself be guided by them, yet now that he has understood their nature and grasped their tendency, he can act upon their evolution. The socialists who are accused of being stricken by Oriental fatalism and of relying upon the good pleasure of economic forces to bring to light the communist society instead of crossing their arms like the fakirs of official economics, and of bending the knee before its fundamental dogma, laissez-faire, laissez-passer, propose on the contrary to subdue them, as the blind forces of nature have been subdued, and force them to do good to men instead of leaving them to work misery to the toilers of civilization. They do not wait for their ideal to fall from heaven as the Christians hope for the grace of God, and the capitalists for wealth. They prepare, on the contrary, to realize it, not by appealing to the intelligence of the capitalist class and to its sentiments of justice and humanity, but by fighting it, by expropriating it from its political power, which protects its economic despotism. Socialism, because it possesses a social ideal, has in consequence a criticism of its own. Every class which struggles for its enfranchisement seeks to realize a social ideal, in complete opposition with that of the ruling class. The struggle is waged at first in the ideological world before the physical shock of the revolutionary battle. It thus begins the criticism of the ideas of the society which must be revolted against, for plus the ideas of the ruling class are the ideas of society plus or these ideas are the intellectual reflection of its material interests. Thus, the wealth of the ruling class is produced by slave labor. Religion, ethics, philosophy, and literature agree in authorizing slavery. The ugly God of the Jews and Christianity strikes with his curse the progeny of Ham, that it may furnish slaves. Aristotle, the encyclopedic thinker of Greek philosophy, declares that slaves are predestined by nature and that no rights exist for them, for there can be no rights except between equals. Euripides in his tragedies preaches the doctrine of servile morality. St. Paul, St. Augustine and the Church teach slaves submission to their earthly masters that they may deserve the favor of their heavenly master. Christian civilization introduced slavery into America and maintains it there until economic phenomena prove that slave labor is a method of exploitation more costly, and less profitable than free labor. At the epoch when the Greco-Roman civilization was dissolving, when the labor of artisans and free workers began to be substituted for slave labor, pagan religion, philosophy, and literature decided to accord them certain rights. The same Euripides who advised the slave to lose his personality in that of the master does not wish him to be despised. Plus there is nothing shameful in slavery but the name, plus says the pedagogue in Ion, plus the slave, moreover, is not inferior to the free man when he has a noble heart, plus the mysteries of Eleusis and of Orphism, like Christianity, which continues their work, admit slaves among their initiated and promise them liberty, equality, and happiness after death. The dominating class of the Middle Ages being military, the Christian religion and social ethics condemned lending money at interest, and covered the lender with infamy. To take interest for money loaned was then something so ignominious that the Jewish race, obliged to specialize itself in the trade of money, still bears the shame of it. But today, now that the Christians have become Jews, and the ruling class lives on the interest of its capital, the trade of the lender at interest is the most honorable, the most desirable, the most exclusive. The oppressed class, although the ideology of the oppressing class is imposed upon it, nevertheless elaborates religious, ethical, and political ideas corresponding to its condition of life, vague and secret at first, the gain in precision and force in proportion as the oppressed class takes definite form and acquires the consciousness of its social utility and of its strength, and the hour of its emancipation is near when its conception of nature and of society opposes itself openly and boldly to that of the ruling class. The economic conditions in which the bourgeois moves and evolves make of it a class essentially religious. Christianity is its work and will last as long as this class shall rule society. 7 or 8 centuries before Christ, when the bourgeoisie had its birth in the commercial and industrial cities of the Mediterranean Sea, we may observe the elaboration of a new religion. The gods of paganism created by warrior tribes could not be suited to a class consecrated to the production and sale of merchandise. Mysterious cults, the mysteries of the Cabiri, of Demeter, of Dionysus, etc., revive the religious traditions of the prehistoric matriarchal period. The idea of a soul and its existence after death revive. The idea of posthumous punishments and rewards to compensate for acts of social injustice are introduced, etc. These religious elements, combined with the intellectual data of Greek philosophy, contribute to form Christianity, the religion, par excellence, of societies which have for their foundation property belonging to the individual and the class which enrich themselves by the exploitation of wage labor. For 15 centuries all the movements of the bourgeoisie, either for organization, or for self-emancipation, or for the acquisition of power have been accompanied and complicated by religious crises, but always Christianity more or less modified remains the religion of society. The revolutionists of 1789, who in the ardor of the struggle promised themselves to dechristianize France, were eager when the bourgeoisie were victorious to raise again the altars they had overthrown and to reintroduce the cult that they had proscribed. The economic environment which produces the proletariat relieves it on the contrary from every idea of sentiment. There is not seen either in Europe nor in America among the laboring masses of the great industries any anxiety to elaborate a religion to replace Christianity, nor any desire to reform it. The economic and political organizations of the working class are completely uninterested as to any doctrinal discussion of religious and spiritual dogmas, although they combat the priests of all cults because they are the lackeys of the capitalist class. The victory of the proletariat will deliver humanity from the nightmare of religion. The belief in superior beings to explain the natural world and the social inequality, and to prolong the dominion of the ruling class, and the belief in the posthumous existence of the soul to recompense the inequality of fate will have no more justification once man, who has already grasped the general causes of the phenomena of nature, shall live in a communist society from whence shall have disappeared the inequality and the injustice of capitalistic society. The militant socialists, following the example of the encyclopedists of the 18th century, have to make a merciless criticism of the economic, political, historical, philosophical, moral, and religious ideas of the capitalist class in order to prepare in all spheres of thought the triumph of the new ideology which the proletariat introduces into the world. Paul Lafargue. Socialism and the Intellectuals. 1900. Written, March 1900. Source, The Right to be Lazy and Other Studies. Translated, Charles Kerr. Online version, Lafargue Internet Archive, Marxists.org, 2000. Transcription/markup, Sally Ryan and Inda O'Callaghan for the Marxists Internet Archive. Address delivered at Paris March 23, 1900, at a meeting called by the group of collectivist students attached to the Parti ouvrier français. Ladies and gentlemen, I am happy to deliver this address under the presidency of Valiant, because it is a pledge of the close and lasting union between our two organizations, and because Valiant is one of the intellectuals of the Socialist Party. He is acknowledged to be the most learned of French socialists and perhaps of European socialists, now that Marx, Engels, and Lavrov are no longer with us. The group of collectivist students which has organized this conference, has been led to choose this subject, because French socialism has just passed through a crisis which is not exactly one of growth, though such it has been called, but which has been caused by the arrival of a certain number of bourgeois intellectuals within the ranks of the party. It is therefore interesting to examine the situation of the intellectuals in capitalist society, their historic role since the revolution of 1789, and the manner in which the bourgeoisie has kept the promises it made them when it was struggling against the aristocracy. The 18th century was the century of reason. Everything, religion, philosophy, science, politics, privileges of classes, of the state, of municipalities, was submitted to its pitiless criticism. Never in history has there been such a fermentation of ideas and such a revolutionary preparation of men's minds. Mirabeau, who himself played a great role in the ideological agitation, might well say in the National Assembly, "We have no time to think, but happily, we have a supply of ideas." All that was needed was to realize them. Capitalism, to reward the intellectuals who had labored with so much enthusiasm for the coming of its revolution, promised them honors and favors, intelligence and wisdom, as well as virtue, should be the sole privileges of the society it was founding upon the ruins of the old order. Promises cost it little. It announced to all men that it brought them joy and happiness, with liberty, equality, and fraternity, which, although eternal principles, were now born for the first time. Its social world was to be so new that even before the Republic was proclaimed, Camille Desmoulins demanded that they begin a new era which should date from the taking of the Bastille. I need not teach you what application capitalism has made of these eternal principles which by way of cynical raillery, the Republic carves on the lintels of her prisons, her penitentiaries, her barracks, and her halls of state. I will only remind you that savage and barbarous tribes, uncorrupted by civilization, living under the regime of common property, without inscribing anywhere these eternal principles, without even formulating them, practice them in a manner more perfect than ever was dreamed of by the capitalists who discovered them in 1789. It did not take long to determine the value of the promises of capitalism. The very day it opened its political shop, it commenced proceedings in bankruptcy. The Constituent Assembly, which formulated the rights of man and of the citizen and proclaimed equality before the law, discussed and voted, in 1790, an electoral act which established inequality before the law. No one was to be a voter but the active citizen, paying in money a direct tax equal to 3 days' labor, and no one was to be eligible to office but the citizen paying a direct tax of a silver mark, about 55 francs. But under the law of the silver mark, clamored Loustalot, Desmoulins, and the intellectualists without real estate. Jean-Jacques Rousseau, whose social contract is the Bible of the Revolution, would be capable neither of voting nor of holding office. The electoral law deprived so many citizens of political rights, that in the municipal elections of 1790, at Paris, a city which counted about 500,000 inhabitants, there were but 12,000 voters. Bailly was chosen mayor by 10,000 votes. If the eternal principles were not new, it is also true that the flattering promises made by the intellectuals had already begun to be realized before the advent of capitalism to power. The Church, which is a theocratic democracy, opens her bosom to all. That they may enter, all lay aside their titles and privileges, and all can aspire to the highest positions. Popes have risen from the lower ranks of society. Sixtus V had in his youth tended swine. The Church of the Middle Ages jealously attracted to herself the thinkers and men of learning, although she respected the preference of those who wished to remain laymen, but extended over them her protection and her favors. She allowed them all boldness of thought, on the single condition of keeping up the appearance of faith, and never leaving her enclosure to lavish themselves upon the vulgar. Thus Copernicus might write and dedicate to the Pope his treatise on the revolutions of the celestial bodies, in which, contrary to the teaching of the Bible, he proves that the earth turns around the sun. But Copernicus was a canon at Frauenburg and he wrote in Latin. When a century later Galileo, who was not identified with the clergy and who on the contrary sought the protection of the secular authorities, professed publicly, at Venice and Florence, the theories of Copernicus, the Vatican stretched out its terrible hand over him and forced the illustrious old man to deny his scientific belief. Even after the crisis of Protestantism, the Church preserved its liberality toward the scientists who belonged to it. Mersenne, a monk of the Order of the Minims, one of the great geometers of the 17th century, a precursor and friend of Descartes, corresponded freely with Hobbes, the father of modern materialism. The notes of the French edition of Desive contain fragments of this correspondence. The Church, in keeping up this liberal conduct, may have been animated by a disinterested love of pure science, but what chiefly concerned her was the interest of her dominancy. She wished to monopolize the intellectuals and science, just as in the old theocratic Egypt the priests had done to whom the Greek thinkers resorted in search of the first elements of science and philosophy. It would be insulting capitalism to attribute to it a disinterested love of science, which from its point of view has but one reason for existence, that of utilizing natural forces to the enhancement of its wealth. It cares nothing for pure speculation, and it is by way of self-defense that it allows its scientists to devote their mental energy to theoretic researches instead of exhausting it on practical applications. This contempt for pure speculation is shown under a philosophic form in the positivism of Auguste Comte, who embodies so well the narrowness of the groveling spirit of capitalism. But if science apart from its industrial applications does not interest the bourgeoisie, their solicitude for the intellectuals takes on none of the forms which we saw in that of the Church, and nowhere is their indifference to them better shown than in the relative position of material property and of intellectual property before the law. Material property, whatever its origin, is by capitalist law a thing eternal. It is forever assured to its possessor, it is handed down from father to son to the end of the centuries, and no civil or political power may lay upon it a sacrilegious hand. We have lately seen a characteristic example of this inviolability of material property. The keeper of the signal station at Durban transmitted to the Boers heliographic dispatches informing them regarding the ships which entered the harbor, the men, the horses, and the munitions of war which they transported. His treason brought him 125,000 francs, which, like an intelligent capitalist, he deposited in the bank. The English military authorities seized the traitor, condemned him and shot him, but they respected his property so honorably acquired, and his widow and son are now its legitimate possessors. The law, apart from certain variations, being the same in all capitalist countries, things go on in France as in England. No authority could lap hand on the property of Bazin, nor make de Lesseps, Cotu, and their families disgorge the millions artfully extracted from the lambs on Panama Canal stock. This legal sanctity of property is a new thing. In France it dates from the Revolution of 1789. The old regime, which had small respect for this sort of property, authorized the confiscation of the property of those legally condemned, and the abolition of confiscation is one of the first reforms demanded in the petitions of Paris and several provincial cities to the States General. Capitalism, by forbidding the confiscation of property obtained by fraudulent and infamous means, proclaims that the source of its fortune is quite as fraudulent and infamous as that of criminals and traitors. Capitalist law has none of these amenities for intellectual property. Literary and artistic property such as the law protects at all has but a precarious life, limited to the life of the author and a certain time after his death, 50 years according to the latest legislation. That time passed, it lapses into common property. For example, beginning with March of this year, Any publisher has the right to bring out for his own profit the works of Balzac, the genius of Romantic literature. Literary property, though a matter of interest to publishers, who are certainly few in number, brings no benefit to the mass of the capitalist class, but not so with property in inventions, which is of prime importance to all the manufacturing and mercantile capitalists. Consequently, over it the law extends no protection. The inventor, if he wishes to defend his intellectual property against capitalist pirates, must begin by buying that right, taking out a patent, which he must renew every year. On the day he misses a payment, his intellectual property becomes the lawful prey of the robbers of capitalism. Even if he pays, he can secure that right only for a time, in France, 14 years. And during these few years, not long enough generally to get his invention fully introduced into practical industry, it is he, the inventor, who at his own expense has to set in motion the machinery of the law against the capitalist pirates who rob him. The trademark, which is a capitalistic property that never required ally intellectual effort, is on the contrary indefinitely protected by law like material property. It is with reluctance that the capitalist class has granted the inventor the right of defending his intellectual property, for by virtue of its position as the ruling class it regards itself as entitled to the fruits of intellectual labor as well as of manual labor, just as the feudal lord asserted his right of possession over the property of his serfs. The history of the inventors of our century is the monstrous story of their spoliation by the capitalists. It is a long and melancholy roll of martyrs. The inventor, by the very fact of his genius, is condemned with his family to ruin and suffering. It is not only inventions requiring long and laborious study, heavy outlay for their completion and long time for their introduction, that plunge the inventor into the inferno of poverty. This is equally true of inventions that are most simple, most immediately applicable and most fertile in rich results. I will mention but one example. There lately died at Paris in extreme poverty a man whose invention saves millions of francs a year to the railroads and mining companies. He had discovered a way to utilize the mountains of coal dust that encumbered the neighborhood of wharfs and mines by converting it into briquettes, such as are today in common use for fuel. The capitalist bourgeoisie, the most revolutionary class that ever oppressed human societies, cannot increase its wealth without continuously revolutionizing the means of production, continuously incorporating into its industrial equipment new applications of mechanics, chemistry, and physics. Its thirst for inventions is so insatiable that it creates factories for inventions. Certain American capitalists united in constructing for Edison at Menlo Park the most wonderful laboratory in the world, and in putting at his disposal trained scientists, chosen workmen, and the ordinary materials necessary to make and keep on making inventions which the capitalists patent, exploit or sell. Edison, who is himself a shrewd businessman, has taken care to secure for himself a part of the benefits brought by the Menlo Park inventions. But not all inventors are able like Edison to dictate terms to the capitalists who equip invention factories. The Thomson-Houston Company at Paris and Siemens at London and Berlin, in connection with their plants for turning out electrical machinery, have laboratories where ingenious men are kept busy searching out new applications of electricity. At Frankfurt the manufactory of aniline dyes, the largest in the world, where antipyrine, that mineral quinine, was discovered, keeps on its payroll more than 100 chemists to discover new products of coal tar. Each discovery is at once patented by the house, which, by way of encouragement, gives a reward to the inventor. We may up to a certain point regard all factories and workshops as laboratories for inventions, since a considerable number of improvements in machinery have been devised by workmen in the course of their work. The inventor having no money to patent and apply his discovery, the employer takes out the patent in his own name, and in accordance with the spirit of capitalist justice, it is he who reaps all the benefit. When the government takes it into its head to rewards talent, it is the employer who receives the decoration. The inventive workman, who is not an intellectual, continues to revolve like the other machines under the black and greasy number which distinguishes him, and as in this capitalist world he must be content with little, he consoles himself for his poverty by the reflection that his invention is bringing wealth and honor to his employer. The capitalist class, which to increase its wealth is in pressing need of inventions, is in even more imperative need of intellectuals to supervise their application and to direct its industrial machinery. The capitalists, before they equipped invention factories, had organized factories to turn out intellectuals. Dollfuss, Schurer Kästner and other employees of Alsace, the most intelligent, most philanthropic, and consequently the heaviest exploiters in France before the war, had founded with their spare pennies at Mulhouse, schools of design, of chemistry, and of physics, where the brightest children of their workmen were instructed gratis, in order that they might always have at hand and at reasonable figure the intellectual capacities required for carrying on their industries. 20 years ago the directors of the Mulhouse School persuaded the Municipal Council of Paris to establish the City School of Chemistry and Physics. At the beginning, whether it is still the case I do not know, the pupils were recruited in the common schools, they received a higher education, gratis, a dinner at noon at the school, and 50 francs a month to indemnify the parents for the loss from the fact that their sons were not in the workshop. On the platform of the Constituent Assembly of 1790 the Marquis of Foucault could declare that to be a laborer it was not necessary to know how to read and write. The necessities of industrial production compel the capitalist of today to speak in language altogether different, his economic interests and not his love of humanity and of science force him to encourage and to develop both elementary and higher education. But the slave merchants of ancient Rome were, by the same title, patrons of education. To the more intelligent of their human merchandise they gave instruction in medicine, philosophy, Greek literature, music, science, etc. The education of the slave enhanced his market value. The slave who was an expert cook brought a better figure than the slave doctor, philosopher, or literator. In our days it is still so, the big capitalists pay their chief cooks better than the state pays the professors of liberal arts, even though they be members of the institute. But contrary to the practice of the Roman slave merchants, our capitalist class lavishes instruction only in order to depress the selling price of intellectual capacity. Greek mythology tells how Midas had the gift of turning everything into gold. The capitalist class has a similar property, it transforms everything that it touches into merchandise. It has done this for intellectual capacities. Chemists, engineers, and Latin scholars are bought like cheeses and guano. A voice, and they buy deputies, too. People who have no tallow nor veal nor socks to sell have their conscience and their votes. When they are deputies, they are bought. When intellectual capacities become merchandise they have to be treated like other merchandise, and they are. When there are many oysters in the market the price of oysters goes down, but when the arrivals are scarce the price goes up. When chemists and engineers are plenty on the labor market, the price of inventors and of chemists goes down. Now that the Central School and the School of Physics and Chemistry turn out yearly upon the pavements of Paris chemists by the dozen, their price has considerably gone down. 20 years ago the capitalist paid a chemist reasonably, he gave him $100 to $120 a month and engaged him by the year. The employers whose regard for an employee is measured by what they have to pay him, were full of politeness and consideration for their chemists who cost so dear. But since they have been abundant, their price has fallen to $40 and $30 a month. In the north they are not engaged by the year but for the sugar season, which lasts 3 or 4 months, at the end of which they are discharged with the workmen. Go and shift for yourself, says the employer. Next fall when the beets come I know I shall find chemists to superintend making them into sugar. The chemists are not exceptional, you know only too well that in all branches there is an overproduction of intellectuals, and that when a place is vacant, tens and hundreds offer themselves to fill it, and it is this pressure which permits the capitalists to lower the price of the intellectuals and to put it even below the wage of the manual laborer. Poverty is harder for the intellectual than for the working man, it bruises him morally and physically. The working man, enduring hardships from childhood and knocking about the street and the shops, is accustomed to enduring the troubles of life. The intellectual, brought up in a hothouse, has the life bleached out of him by the shadow of the college walls, his nervous system is overdeveloped and takes on an unhealthy impressionability. What the working man endures thoughtlessly is to him a painful shock. The intellectual is wounded to the depths of his moral being by the exigencies of a wage worker's life. With the same or even a higher wage, the intellectual is in a worse economic condition than the laborer, for the latter may dress as cheaply as he likes, but the former, if only not to offend the eye of his employer and his chiefs with whom he is brought in contact, is obliged to dress expensively and even elegantly. He must save on his food what he has to spend on his clothing. The capitalists have degraded the intellectuals below the economic level of the manual laborers. This is their reward for having so magnificently prepared the way for the bourgeois revolution of the 18th century. Jaurès, in his preface to the Socialist History of France, says that the intellectual bourgeoisie, offended by a brutal and commercial society and disenchanted with the bourgeois power, is rallying to the support of socialism. Unfortunately, nothing could be less exact. This transformation of the intellectual faculties into merchandise, which ought to have filled the intellectuals with wrath and indignation, leaves them indifferent. Never would the free citizen of the ancient republics of Athens and Rome have submitted to such degradation. The free man who sells his work, says Cicero, lowers himself to the rank of the slaves. Socrates and Plato were indignant against the sophists who required pay for their philosophic teaching, for to Socrates and Plato thought was too noble a thing to be bought and sold like carrots and shoes. Even the French clergy of 1789 resented as a mortal insult the proposition to pay a salary for worship. But our intellectuals are accustoming themselves to such degradation. Spurred on by the mercantile passion, they are never better satisfied with themselves or with society than when they succeed in selling their intellectual merchandise at a good price. They have even come to the point of making its selling price the measure of its value. Zola, who is one of the most distinguished representatives of literary intellectualism, estimates the artistic value of a novel by the number of editions sold. To sell their intellectual merchandise has become in them such an all-absorbing principle that if one speaks to them of socialism, before they inquire into its theories, they ask whether in the socialistic society intellectual labor will be paid for and whether it will be rewarded equally with manual labor. Imbeciles! They have eyes, but they see not that it is the capitalist bourgeoisie which establishes that degrading equality, and to increase its wealth degrades intellectual labor to the point of paying it at a lower rate than manual labor. We should have to put off the triumph of socialism not to the year 2000 but to the end of the world if we had to wait upon the delicate, shrinking and impressionable hesitancy of the intellectuals. The history of the century is at hand to teach us just how much we have a right to expect from these gentlemen. Since 1789 governments of the most diverse and opposed character have succeeded each other in France, and always, without hesitation, the intellectuals have hastened to offer their devoted services. I am not merely speaking of those 2% intellectuals who litter up the newspapers, the parliaments, and the economic associations, but I mean the scientists, the university professors, the members of the institute. The higher they raise their heads, the lower they bow the knee. Princes of science, who ought to have conversed on equal terms with kings and emperors, have marketed their glory to buy offices and favors from ephemeral ministers. Cuvier, one of the mightiest geniuses of the modern era, whom the revolution took from the household of a nobleman to make of him at 25 years one of the museum professors, Cuvier took the oath of allegiance and served with fidelity the Republic. Napoleon, Louis XVIII, Charles X and Louis Philippe, the last of whom created him a peer of France to reward him for his career of servility. To devote oneself to all governments without distinction is not enough. Pasteur placed his glorious name at the service of the financiers, who placed him in the administrative council of the Credit Foncier, side by side with Jules Simon, with dukes and counts, with senators, deputies and ex-ministers, in order to entrap the lambs. When de Lesseps was equipping his colossal swindle of the Panama Canal, he enrolled the intellectuals of the Institute, of the French Academy, of literature, of the clergy, of all the circles of higher life. It is not in the circle of the intellectuals, degraded by centuries of capitalist oppression, that we must seek examples of civic courage and moral dignity. They have not even the sense of professional class consciousness. At the time of the Dreyfus affair, a certain minister discharged, as if he had been a mere prison guard, one of the professors of chemistry in the Polytechnic school who had had the rare courage to give public expression to his opinion. When in a factory the employer dismisses a workman in too arbitrary a fashion, his comrades grumble, and sometimes quit work, even though misery and hunger await them in the street. All his colleagues in the Polytechnic school bowed their heads in silence, each one crouched in self-regarding fear, and what is still more characteristic, not a single partisan of Dreyfus in the Society of the Rights of Man or in the ranks of the press raised a voice to remind them of the idea of professional solidarity. The intellectuals, who on all occasions display their transcendental ethics, have still a long road to travel before they reach the moral plane of the working class and of the Socialist Party. The scientists have not only sold themselves to the governments and the financiers, they have also sold science itself to the capitalist bourgeoisie. When in the 18th century there was need to prepare the minds of men for the revolution, by sapping the ideologic foundations of aristocratic society, then science fulfilled its sublime mission of freedom. It was revolutionary, it furiously attacked Christianity and the intuitional philosophy. But when the victorious bourgeoisie decided to base its new power on religion, it commanded its scientists, its philosophers, and its men of letters to raise up what they had overthrown. They responded to the need with enthusiasm. They reconstructed what they had demolished. They proved by scientific, sentimental, and romantic argument the existence of God the Father, of Jesus the Son, and of Mary the Virgin Mother. I do not believe history offers a spectacle equal to that presented in the first years of the 19th century by the philosophers, the scientists, and the literary men, who from revolutionaries and materialists suddenly transformed themselves into reactionaries, intuitionalists, and Catholics. This backward movement still continues. When Darwin published his Origin of Species, which took away from God his role of creator in the organic world, as Franklin had despoiled him of his thunderbolt, we saw the scientists, big and little, university professors and members of the Institute, enrolling themselves under the orders of Flourens, who for his own part had at least his 80 years for an excuse, that they might demolish the Darwinian theory, which was displeasing to the government and hurtful to religious beliefs. The intellectuals exhibited that painful spectacle in the fatherland of Lamarck and of Geoffroy Saint-Hilaire, the creators of the evolution theory, which Darwin completed and made proof against criticism. Today, now that the clerical anxiety is somewhat appeased, the scientists venture to profess the evolution theory, which they never opposed without a protest from their scientific conscience, but they turn it against socialism so as to keep in the good graces of the capitalists. Herbert Spencer, Haeckel, and the greatest men in the school of Darwinism demonstrate that the classification of individuals into rich and poor, idlers and laborers, capitalists anti-wage earners, is the necessary result of the inevitable laws of nature, instead of being the fulfillment of the will and the justice of God. Natural selection, they say, which has differentiated the organs of the human body, has forever fixed the ranks and the functions of the social body. They have, through servility, even lost the logical spirit. They are indignant against Aristotle because he, being unable to conceive of the abolition of slavery, declared that the slave was marked off by nature, but they fail to see that they are saving something equally monstrous when they affirm that natural selection assigns to each one his place in society. Thus it is no longer God or religion which condemn the workers to wretchedness, it is science. Never was there all intellectual bankruptcy more fraudulent. M. Brunetiers, one of those intellectuals who do not feel their degradation and who joyfully fulfill their servile task, was right when he proclaimed the failure of science. He does not suspect how colossal this bankruptcy is. Science, the great emancipator, that has tamed the powers of nature, and might in so doing have freed man from toil to allow him to develop freely his faculties of mind and body, science, become the slave of capital, has done nothing but supply means for capitalists to increase their wealth, and to intensify their exploitation of the working class. Its most wonderful applications to industrial technique have brought to the children, the women, and the men of the working class nothing but overwork and misery. The middle-class revolutionary party of 1789 cried out in horror and indignation against the lords, who through the long summer nights compelled their serfs to beat the ponds near their castles in order to keep the frogs from croaking. What would they say if they saw what we see? Improvements in lighting date from the capitalist period. At the end of the last century Argand and Carcel invented the lamp with a double current of air, at the beginning of this Chevreul invented the stearic candle, then gas was discovered, then petroleum, then the electric light, turning night into day. What benefits have these scientific improvements in lighting brought to the workers? They have enabled employers to impose night work upon millions of proletarians, not in the midsummer nights and in the balmy air of the fields, but through nights of summer and winter in the poisonous air of the workshops and factories. The industrial applications of mechanics and chemistry have transformed the happy and stimulating work of the artisan into a torture which exhausts and kills the proletarian. When science subdued the forces of nature to the service of man, ought she not to have given leisure to the workers that they might develop themselves physically and intellectually? Ought she not to have changed the vale of tears into a dwelling place of peace and joy? I ask you, has not science failed in her mission of emancipation? The obtuse capitalist himself is conscious of this failure, so he directs his economists and his other intellectual domestics to prove to the working class that it has never been so happy and that its lot goes on improving. The economists, considering that to deserve the good graces of the capitalists it was not enough to falsify economic facts, are suppressing economic science, which is becoming dangerous for the domination of capital. Ever since Adam Smith and Ricardo they go on repeating the same errors regarding value, regarding the productivity of the predatory and idle capitalist, compiling facts and arranging statistics which guide the capitalists in their speculations, but they dare not draw conclusions and build systems with the materials that they have accumulated. When Ricardo wrote, "The phenomena of modern production were beginnings their evolution, their communist tendencies could not be perceived, one could then study them without taking sides and could build up a science without fear of wounding the interests of capital. But now that they have arrived at their full development and show clearly their communal tendencies, the economists shut their eyes that they may not see, and they wage war against the principles established by Ricardo, which after having served as a basis for the old bourgeois economy, have become the points of departure of the Marxian economy. To take a whack at the socialist theories and put themselves at the service of the financiers, like barkers and fakirs of their bogus goods, are the intellectual functions of the economists. Latterly the owners of silver mines have enlisted them to sing the praises of bimetallism, while Cecil Rhodes, Barnato, Beit, Robbers and Company called them in to boom the Transvaal gold mines. The intellectuals of art and literature, like the jesters of the old feudal courts, are the entertainers of the class which pays them. To satisfy the tastes of the capitalists and beguile their leisure, this is their sole artistic aim. The men of letters are so well broken to this servile duty that they do not understand the spirit of Molière, their great ancestor, all the while that they adore the letter of his works. Molière is the writer most written about in France. Learned men have devoted themselves to gathering up the scattered fragments of his erratic and careless youth, to fixing the date and the hour of the representations of his comedies. If they had unearthed an authentic piece of excrement from him they would have set it in gold and would kiss it devotedly, but the spirit of Molière escapes them. You have read, as I have, many critical analyses of his dramas. Did you ever find one of them which brought out in clear light the role of this militant playwright, who more than a century before Beaumarchais and before Revolution, at Versailles, in the very court of the great monarch, thrust at the nobility of the court and of the provinces, attacked the church before which Descartes and the rest trembled, hurled his jests at Aristotle, the unquestioned authority of La Sorbonne, that secular church, who ridiculed the Pyrrhonism which the Neo-Kantians of our own days opposed to the materialist philosophy of Marxian socialism, but which then was the weapon of the Catholics, of Pascal, of Hude, the Bishop of Avranches, to strike and to overthrow human reason, with its impudent desire or reaching knowledge by its own strength. Pitiful, wretched reason, clamored these Kantians before Kant, you can know nothing without the aid of faith. Molière is unique in European literature, you must go back to the epoch of glorious Athens to find his counterpart in Aristophanes. If the bourgeois critics timidly and unintelligently mention this side of Molière, there is another of which their ignorance is complete. Molière was the man of his class, the champion of the bourgeois class. Like the socialists who say to the workers, break with the liberal bourgeoisie, which deceives you when it does not slaughter you, he cried to the Georges Dandins and to the bourgeois noblemen. Avoid the nobles like pests, they deceive you, mock you, and rob you. The great capitalist bourgeoisie does not choose to work, either with its hands or its brain, it chooses merely to drink, to eat, to practice lewdness and to look dignified in its beastly and cumbersome luxury. It does not even deign to occupy itself with politics. Men like Rothschild, de Lesseps, Vanderbilt, Carnegie, Rockefeller, do not run for office. They find it more economical to buy the deputies than the voters, and more convenient to put their clerks into the ministries than to take part in parliamentary struggles. The big capitalists interest themselves only in the operations of the stock exchange, which afford the delights of gambling. They dignify these by the pompous name of speculations, a word formerly reserved for the highest processes of philosophical or mathematical thought. The capitalists are getting themselves replaced in the supervision and management of the great industrial and commercial enterprises by intellectuals, who carry them on, and usually are well paid for doing so. These intellectuals of industry and politics, the privileged portion of the wage class, imagine that they are an integral part of the capitalist class, while they are only its servants. On every occasion they take up its defense against the working class, which finds in them its worst enemies. Intellectuals of this description can never be led into socialism, their interests are too closely bound by with those of the capitalist class for them to detach themselves and turn against it. But below these favored few there is a swarming and famishing throng of intellectuals whose lot grows worse in proportion to the increase of their numbers. These intellectuals belong to socialism. They ought to be already in our ranks. Their education ought to have given them the necessary intelligence to deal with social problems, but it is this very education which obstructs their hearing and keeps them away from socialism. They think their education confers on them a social privilege, that it will permit them to get through the world by themselves, each making his own way in life by crowding out his neighbor or standing on the shoulders of everyone else. They imagine that their poverty is transitory and that they only need a stroke of good luck to transform them into capitalists. Education, they think, is the lucky number in the social lottery, and it will bring them the grand prize. They do not perceive that this ticket given them by the capitalist class is a fraud, that labor, whether manual or intellectual, has no other chance than to earn its daily pittance, that it has nothing to hope for but to be exploited, and that the more capitalism goes on developing, the more do the chances of an individual raising himself out of his class go on diminishing. And while they build castles in Spain, capital crushes them, as it has crushed the small merchants and the small manufacturers, who thought they, too, with free credit and a little luck, might become first-class capitalists, whose names should be written in the great book of the public debt. The intellectuals, in all that has to do with the understanding of the social movement, do not rise above the intellectual level of those little bourgeois who scoff so fiercely at the bungalows of 1830 and who, after being ruined and merged in the proletariat, none the less continue to detest socialism, to such a degree were their heads perverted by the religion of property. The intellectuals, whose brains are stuffed with all the prejudices of the bourgeois class, are inferior to those little bourgeois of 1830 and 1848 who at least were not afraid of gunpowder. They have not their spirit of combativeness, they are true imbeciles, if we restore to this word its original Latin meaning of unsuited for war. Without resistance they endure rebuffs and wrongs, and they do not think of uniting, of organizing themselves to defend their interests and give battle to capital on the economic field. The intellectual proletariat as we know it is a recent growth, it has especially developed in the last 40 years. When after the amnesty of the condemned of the Commune, we began again the socialist propaganda, believing that it would be easy to draw the intellectuals into the movement, we took up our dwelling in their cultured Latin quarter, Guest day taking up his residence in the Rue de la Pitié, Valiant in the Rue Monge and I in the Boulevard de Port Royal. We became acquainted with hundreds of young men, students of law, of medicines, of the sciences, but you can count on your fingers those whom we brought into the socialist camp. Our ideas attracted them one day, but the next day the wind blew from another quarter and turned their heads. An honorable merchant of Bordeaux, a prominent member of the municipal council, said in the time of the Empire to my father, who was disturbed over my socialism, "Friend Lafargue, you must let youth take its course. I was a socialist when I studied at Paris, I was connected with the secret societies and I took part in the movement for demanding of Louis Philippe the pardon of Barbes. The young men of our age turn quickly, let them get back to their homes and they develop prominent abdomens and become reactionaries. We welcome joyfully the entrance of Georges into socialism. We thought that the new form which he brought to our propaganda would make it penetrate into circles that we had not been able to touch. He has in fact made a decided impression on the university circle, and we owe it in part to him that the nurslings of the École Normale have ideas regarding the social movement which are a little less absurd and formless than those with which their learning and intelligence have hitherto been contented. Lately, joining forces with the radical politicians who had lost their working class following, they have invaded the Socialist Party. Their souls overflow with the purest intentions, if their peaceful habits prevent them from throwing themselves into the conflict, and if their lofty culture forbids them to take their place in the ranks of the comrades, they nevertheless condescend to instruct us in ethics, to polish off our ignorance, to teach us how to think, to offer us such crumbs of science as we may be able to digest, and to direct us. They modestly offer themselves to us as leaders and schoolmasters. These intellectuals who have spent their youth in the university that they might become experts on exercises, polishers of phrases, philosophers, or doctors, imagine one can improvise himself into a master of the socialist theory by attending a single lecture or by the careless reading of a single pamphlet. Naturalists who had felt the need of painful research to learn the habits of mollusks or of the polyps who live in a community on the coral banks, think that they know enough to regulate human societies, and that by keeping their stand on the first steps of the ascending ladder of animal life they can the better discern the human ideal. The philosophers, the moralists, the historians, and the politicians have aims equally lofty. They bring an abundant supply of ideas and a new method of action to replace the imperfect theory and tactics which in all capitalist countries have served to build up socialist parties strong in numbers, unity, and discipline. The class struggle is out of fashion, declare these professors of socialism. Can a line of demarcation be drawn between classes? Do not the working people have savings bank accounts of $20, $30, and $100? Bringing them 50 cents, $1.50 and $3 of interest yearly? Is it not true that the directors and managers of mines, railroads, and financial houses are wage workers, having their functions and duties in the enterprises which they manage for the account of capitalists? The argument is unanswerable, but by the same token there is no vegetable kingdom nor animal kingdom, because we cannot separate them with an axe, as it were, for the reason that at their points of contact, vegetables and animals merge into each other. There is no longer any day or any night, because the sun does not appear on the horizon at the same moment all over the earth, and because it is day at the antipodes while it is night here. The concentration of capital? A worn-out tune of 1850. The corporations buy their stocks and bonds, parcel out property, and distribute it among all the citizens. How blinded we were by our sectarianism when we thought that this new form of property, essentially capitalistic, was enabling the financiers to plunge their thieving hands into the smallest purses, to extract the last pieces of silver. The poverty of the working class. But it is diminishing and soon will disappear through the constant increase of wages, while interest on money is constantly diminishing. Some fine day it will descend to zero and the bourgeois will be overjoyed to offer their beloved capital on the altar of socialism. That tomorrow or the day after the capitalist will be forced to work, is the prediction of Mr. Waldeck Rousseau. And there are intellectuals whose condition grows worse in proportion as capitalism develops, who are stultified by the utterances of the employers to a point where they affirm that the position of wage workers is improving, and there are intellectuals who assume to possess some knowledge of political economy, who affirm that interest on money is rapidly diminishing. Could these reformers of socialism perchance be ignorant that Adam Smith calculated at the end of the 18th century that 3% was the normal interest of capital running no risk, and that the financiers of our own epoch consider that it is still around 3% or that the interest rate must fluctuate? If a few years ago this rate seemed to fall below 2.5%, it has risen today above 3%. Capital is merchandise, like intellectual capacities and carrots. As such it is subject to the fluctuations of supply and demand. It was then more offered than demanded, whereas since the development of the industrial plant of Russia, since the opening of China to European exploitation etc., the oversupply of capital has been absorbed and its price rises with its scarcity. But the intellectuals have too many trifles to think of and too many harmonious phrases to construct for giving any thought to economic phenomena. They take for sterling truths all the lies of the capitalists, and repeat with pious conviction the old litanies of the Orthodox economic church: there are no classes, wealth is coming to be distributed more and more equitably, the workers are growing richer and those living on incomes are growing poorer, and the capitalist society is the best of all possible societies. These truths shine forth like suns and none but partisans and mystics can deny them. These intellectuals propose to modify the tactics as well as the theories of the Socialist Party. They wish to impose upon it a new method of action. It must no longer strive to conquer the public powers by a great struggle, legal or revolutionary as need may be, but let itself be conquered by every minister of a Republican coalition. It is no longer to oppose the Socialist Party to all the bourgeois parties. What is needed is to put it at the service of the Liberal Party. We must no longer organize it for the class struggle, but keep it ready for all the compromises of politicians. And to further the triumph of the new method of action, they propose to disorganize the Socialist Party, to break up its old systems and to demolish the organizations which for 20 years have labored to give the workers a sense of their class interests and to group them in a party of economic and political struggle. But the intellectuals will lose their labors. Thus far they have only succeeded in drawing closer the ties uniting the socialists of the different organizations, and in making themselves ridiculous. The intellectuals ought to have been the first of all the various groups to revolt against capitalist society, in which they occupy a subordinate position so little in keeping with their hopes and their talents, but they do not even understand it. They must have such a confused idea of it that Auguste Comte, Renan, and others more or less distinguished have cherished the dream of reviving for their benefit an aristocracy copied after the model of the Chinese Mandarin system. Such an idea is a reflection of past ages in their heads, for nothing is in more absolute opposition with the modern social movement than such pretensions. The intellectuals in previous states of society formed a world outside and above that of production, having charge only of education, of the direction of religious worship, and of the political administration. The mechanic industry of these societies combine in the same producer, manual labor, and intellectual labor. It was for example the same cabinet maker who designed and executed the piece of furniture, who bought its first material and who even undertook its sale. Capitalist production has divorced two functions which once were indissolubly united. On the one side it puts the manual workers, who become more and more servants of the machine, and on the other the intellectual workers, engineers, chemists, managers, etc. But these two categories of workers, however different and contrary they may be in their education and habits, are welded together, to the point that a capitalist industry cannot be carried on without manual laborers and more than without intellectual wage workers. United in production, united under the yoke of capitalist exploitation, united they should be also in revolt against the common enemy. The intellectuals, if they understood their own real interests, would come in crowds to socialism, not through philanthropy, not through pity for the miseries of the workers, not through affectation and snobbery, but to save themselves, to assure the future welfare of their wives and children, to fulfill their duty to their class. They ought to be ashamed of being left behind in the social battle by their comrades in the manual category. They have many things to teach them, but they have still much to learn from them. The workingmen have a practical sense superior to theirs, and have given proof of an instinctive intuition of the communist tendencies of modern capitalism which is lacking to the intellectuals, who have only been able by a conscious mental effort to arrive at this conception. If only they had understood their own interests, they would long since have turned against the capitalist class the education which it has generously distributed in order better to exploit them. They would have utilized their intellectual capacities, which are enriching their masters, as so many improved weapons to fight capitalism and to conquer the freedom of their class, the wage-working class. Capitalist production, which has overthrown the old conditions of life and of work, has elaborated new forms, which already can be discerned without supernatural vision, but which to the intellectuals remain sealed under 7 seals. One of the leading lights of intellectualism, M. Durkheim, in his book, The Division of Labor, which made some noise in university circles, cannot conceive of society except on the social pattern of ancient Egypt, each laborer remaining, his life through, penned up in one single trade. However, unless one is so unfortunate as to be affected by the hopeless near-sightedness of the École Normale, one cannot help seeing that the machine is suppressing trades, one after the other, in a way to let only one survive, that of the machinist, and that when it has finished its revolutionary work which the socialists will complete by revolutionizing capitalist society, the producer of the communist society will plow and sow with the machine today, will spin, will turn wood or polish steel tomorrow, and will exercise in turn all the trades to the greater profit of his health and his intelligence. The industrial applications of mechanics, chemistry, and physics, which, monopolized by capital, oppress the worker, will, when they shall be common property, emancipate man from toil and give him leisure and liberty. Mechanical production, which under capitalist direction call only buffet the worker back and forth from periods of overwork to periods of enforced idleness, will when developed and regulated by a communist administration, require from the producer, to provide for the normal needs of society, only a maximum day of 2 or 3 hours in the workshop, and when this time of necessary social labor is fulfilled he will be able to enjoy freely the physical and intellectual pleasures of life. The artist then will paint, will sing, will dance, the writer will write, the musician will compose operas, the philosopher will build systems, the chemist will analyze substances not to gain money, to receive a salary, not to deserve applause, to win laurel wreaths, like the conquerors at the Olympic Games, but to satisfy their artistic and scientific passion, for one does not drink a glass of champagne or kiss the woman he loves for the benefit of the gallery. The artist and the scientist may then repeat the enthusiastic words of Kepler, that hero of science, the Elector of Saxony with all his wealth cannot equal the pleasure I have felt in composing the Mysterium Cosmographicum. Will not the intellectuals end by hearing the voice of the socialist calling them to the rescue, to emancipate science and art from the capitalist yoke, to liberate thought from the slavery of commercialism? Paul Lafargue. The Boycott. November 1901. From Justice, November 23, 1901, p.4. Transcribed by Ted Crawford. We take the following from an article by Paul Lafargue in the Petit Sous of last Monday. The bourgeoisie of Europe and America welcomes with great favor the idea of a universal boycott of English shipping, projected by the merchants of Holland, whose ports are frequented by more than 55% of the vessels bearing the British flag. The press of all shades of opinion encourages the organization of this new blockade. It is well understood, of course, that it is out of pure humanity, in order to force England to put an end to the Transvaal War, that the bourgeois of Europe, who have just been massacring the Chinese, and those of America, who are doing their best to exterminate the Oedipus, desire and clamor for the use of this working-class weapon against their redoubtable economic rival. This love for the Boers is an expression of covetous commercial greed. The bourgeois follow with sympathy the peripatetics of the heroic struggle of the farmers of the Transvaal, improvised soldiers, in defense of the land they have stolen from the badly armed blacks only because it will lower the prestige and power of England, their commercial and industrial competitor. They propagate the idea of a boycott of English shipping only because the workers of the ports will alone have to bear the cost and the suffering of such a boycott, and because, even if it succeeds only imperfectly, it will inflict a blow on English commerce from which it will with difficulty recover. The boycott, which the bourgeoisie regards with sentimental tenderness when directed against the trade of its commercial rival, it considers as a crime when employed by the workers in defense of their livelihood. The mere blacklisting of a workshop by a trade union is an offense, in Europe as well as in America, punished by law and the infliction of civil damages, calculated to exhaust the treasury of the union and break down the power of resistance of the workers. When a strike takes place, the bourgeoisie has only one cry: the ringleaders have fomented it. The whole of the bourgeois press raises a hue and cry against the leaders: track down, arrest, imprison these wretches, who deceive and exploit the workers, but for them the workmen would be content with their wages and conditions of labor. Those scoundrels are responsible for the ruin of national industry, for the misery and sufferings of the workers, for their massacre, for it is these who force the government to those sanguinary exploits in order to protect the liberty of labor. And now the bourgeois urge the dockers to refuse to work, to commence the strike. We know that a strike has often been fomented and organized by the capitalists in order to cause a scarcity of commodities by checking production. They profited through that by the increase of prices. We have had to denounce the hand of the capitalist in many a strike. But today the bourgeoisie throws off its Jesuitical mask, and, before all the world, foments a gigantic strike to order to deal a blow at its maritime rival. Our ears still tingle with the hot and furious declamations of French and Italian patriots against the dockers of Marseilles and Genoa. Their strikes ruined Marseilles for the profit of Genoa, and Genoa for the profit of Marseilles. Cosmopolitan gold, it was said, subsidies those anti-patriotic strikes. Yesterday the tribunals of Marseilles, amid the applause of the bourgeoisie, punished the members of the strike committee. Today, the bourgeoisie organizes an international strike against England. What effrontery! The bourgeoisie, in order to strike its economic enemy, in order to satisfy its commercial greed, tramples underfoot all its living and eternal principles: patriotism, public order, liberty of labor, in the name of which it terrorizes and massacres the workers whenever they dare to strike in defense of their labor. The great mercantile interests, colored with humanitarianism, blind the bourgeoisie to the point of making it forget its own class interests. It excites the dockers in the ports of both worlds to rise in one grand combined movement, which will consolidate and weld them together to deliver, in their own interest, and not in that of the bourgeoisie, an international battle against capital, which will teach the proletariat to place above the mean and petty interests of country, which are only the interests of the bourgeoisie, the interests of international labor, which are the interests of exploited humanity. The socialists are no fomenters of strikes. They know too well that a strike is a two-edged weapon, wounding the proletariat more deeply and more grievously than the capitalist. But, when the strike is declared, they take their part in the fight. They organize and assist the workers, protecting them against the snares of the police and the brutality of the military, and giving them such moral and material support as is in their power. The socialists, as Vaillant has said in his reply to the International Bureau at Brussels, are not called upon to take any part in the organization of the international blockade against English shipping, but if the boycott does take place they will know how to do their duty. Paul Lafargue. Paul Lafargue. Clericalism and Socialism. 1902. Response to a questionnaire from the journal Le Mouvement Socialiste. English translation in the Social Democrat, November 1903. Transcribed by Adam Buick. Marked up by Ida O'Callaghan for the Marxists' Internet Archive. Socialists, who apply the method of historical materialism of Marx, seek the causes of social phenomena in the social milieu, and regret the intervention of supernatural beings and of metaphysical entities for the explanation of human events, though they do not deny the influence of religious and spiritual ideas on the progress of society. It is because they recognize this action that they criticize religious, and especially bourgeois idealism, whose goddesses and gods, property, order, liberty, justice, country, rights of man, and c. have a much stronger hold on the popular mind than the gods of the Trinity, the Virgin Mother, and the saints of Christendom. A party is only revolutionary on condition of revolutionizing the heads of women and men called to action, and of freeing them from the idealism of the dominating class. The encyclopedists showed us how to do it. They, with admirable wit and incomparable ardor, criticized and then demolished the ideals of the aristocrats. But it is not necessary to begin again the Voltairean criticism of the myths and dogmas of Jewry and of Christianity. The most advanced party of the middle class leaves this to the low-class charlatans, like Leo Taxil, and are only interested in the history of religion. Socialists go further than the middle class. They have to find the origins of religious and metaphysical ideas, and to show their connection with the phenomena of the social milieu, which has given rise to their birth, their development, and their action on human beings. The religions of paganism were poetical and spontaneous manifestations of popular ignorance and imagination. Their worship was local. No tie attached them to any particular worship. Each family and each city had its own particular divinity. The members of the family and the citizens of the town had alone the right of taking part in the ceremonies of worship. The identification of similar gods, created locally for similar ends, took place several centuries before the Christian era, because then in the basin of the Mediterranean the need for an international religion began to be felt. There was then formed, by a kind of religious distillation, supreme gods of which the worship became general. This movement towards the unification of the divinity was greatly aided by the revival of old religions of the primitive and matriarchal communistic epoch, mysteries of Demeter, of Dionysus, of Orpheus, and c. Always, as if to spring farther, humanity begins to go back before springing forward. These religions admitted to their worship men of all nations and of all ranks. The Greek philosophers, who were elaborating the idea of a god, were initiated into these mysteries. This localization of the creeds of paganism, made it inadequate for the new needs, and prevented pagan priests, as priests, exercising great social influence. Christianity from its origin, from the quarrel between Saint Peter and Saint Paul on circumcision, declared itself to be an international religion. The internationalism of the worship and the hierarchy of the clergy made the new religion a formidable weapon against the power of the emperors of the East and the West, and later a terrible instrument of oppression in the hands of the ruling classes who have taken the priests into their service. The middle class, which before its revolution had waged a pitiless warfare against clericalism because the clergy was on the side of the aristocracy, has gone back to its vomit. Since it is the ruling class, it hymns the moralizing and civilizing virtues of Christianity and endows its priests, either directly by taxation as in France, or indirectly by rich gifts as in the United States. The English manufacturers of the first half of the last century have taught the art of making use of Protestantism for the oppression of the workers. They were in favor of their going to long sermons, so that they had no time on Sunday for thinking over their fate. John Bright, who, with Cobden, was the champion of free trade, and the determined adversary of any legal shortening of the hours of labor, used to preach on Sundays. The Catholic Church, with its schools of Christian brothers, its ceremonies, its confessionals, its pilgrimages, and its other mummeries, is too well organized for this kind of thing. It does not want employers to preach or to comment on the Bible, but it is firmly established in the industrial districts of France and Belgium. It is ready to do all things. It brings up its nuns to be for women in female workshops, its priests are ready to act as agents for the masters, and under the name of charity are prepared to give back a trifle from the sums robbed of the poor. The priests dominate the workmen by the head and by the belly. They also supervise the tradesmen who sell to the rich. The hatred against the priests which prevails among the workers and among certain sections of the middle class is as legitimate as it is intense. French socialists could not fail to make use of this for their own ends, and they did so. On the other hand, monks and nuns have gone in for production, and have exploited labor as if they belonged to the middle class. Monks have done so well in the liquor trade that the saying of the Trappists, "Brother, we must all die, is now, in the revised version, brother, we must all distill. The industrial competition of the convents has given rise to the anti-clerical hate among many of the middle class, who see that religion is necessary for the moralization of the worker, that is to say, in order to teach him to submit to his employer, and to be content with a low salary and with a long day's work. They have been glad of the suppression of the religious orders because it has got rid of dangerous competitors, and especially because no political leader, neither Waldeck Rousseau nor Jaurès has demanded, as did the socialists, the confiscation of the stolen millions. This would have been an outrage to the Holy of Holies, capitalist property, which is an accumulation of thefts from salaried wages. The logic of events, therefore, compels the Socialist Party to fight the priests, both because they are exploiting the workers and because they are the servants of the capitalists. The Socialists of France have never hesitated to enter into the struggle. But the Socialist Party wages its war against the priests at its own time and in its own way. It must not be confounded with the middle-class anti-clericalism, which is only a mountebank's trick to deceive the workers and to encourage them to enter the radical circus. The anti-clericalism of the radical tricksters is only a copy of the clericalism of the overfed middle class. Both are means of deceiving the workers and of prolonging the power of capital. But the war against the Christian priests is only a skirmish of the anti-religious war of Marxian socialists. They direct their incessant attacks against middle-class idealism and its lay priests, the philosophers, the moralists, the economists, and the politicians who render more important services to capitalists than monks and priests. Middle-class idealism is far more dangerous than Christianity. It is with its divinities, property, liberty, justice, order, country, and sea, that all the middle-class freethinkers and Catholics, priest-eaters, Jew-baiters, Republicans and monarchists, radicals and ministerial socialists will stupefy the brains of the workers and turn them aside from the class struggle. Paul Lafargue, member of the Central Council of the Socialist Party of France. Paul Lafargue, Capitalist Property. June 1903. From Justice, June 13, 1903, p.3. Originally published in Droit du Peuple. Translated by Hector Kirby. Transcribed by Tex Crawford. Marked up by Inda O'Callaghan for the Marxists' Internet Archive. Individual property can only exist in a primitive stage of human life, because of its two attributes: it is the product of the owner's labor, and it is used by him. These two qualities, regarded as indispensable to and inseparable from individual property, have left so strong an impression upon the human mind that the defenders of capitalism idiotically state that property is the reward of toil. Nevertheless, capitalist production can only exist when individual property is stripped of the two attributes which alone justify it. Personal wealth is still, indeed, the result of labor, but it no longer belongs to the workers who produce it. The means of production, land, machinery, mines, and sea, are not owned by the wage workers who use them, but by the capitalist who has not made them, and who does not work them. Capitalist property does not, consequently, possess the two attributes of individual property. The economists, the moralists, the philosophers, and the politicians puzzle their brains to discover some attributes which can give it the appearance of being justifiable. Not being able to give the capitalist the character of a producer, they give him that of a thrifty man. His wealth is the result of his saving, they say. But, as he does not work, he must, then, save on the labor of others. In other words, he robs the workers of a part of the fruits of their labor, in order to make himself rich. The thrift argument having been recognized as being as silly as it is inconvenient, the leading politicians have generously endowed the capitalist with the qualities of organizer of labor and captain of industry, which by a genial cooperation with the labor of the wage workers, beget his millions. But, reply the socialists, as these qualities are not possessed by the capitalist, but by his managers and foremen, they cannot justify his ownership of wealth. Then, arriving at the end of their inventive genius, they transform the transcendent virtues of the capitalist into a metaphysical entity. It is chance, it is blind fortune which makes him owner of property. The existence of joint stock companies demolishes these arguments, so laboriously maintained, in spite of all the evidence to the contrary. The capitalist who possesses shares in them has not the least contact with production. He may be ignorant of the place where it is carried on, as of its nature, he receives his dividends, and that is all he cares about. The joint stock company breaks the last bonds which unite the proprietor to his property. It has depersonalized property. The shares of a joint stock company can belong to Peter, Paul or Nicodemus. They can change hands every day at the stock exchange, and sometimes several times in one day, but the factories still go on producing as if the property had not changed hands. The joint stock companies, which create a kind of collectivist property possessed by shareholders, demonstrate the absolute uselessness of capitalist production and clearly show the parasitical nature of the capitalist class. It is not the possessors but the non-possessors who are useful in the field of the capitalist production, but the social revolution will sweep away these parasites. Paul Lafargue. The Historical Method of Karl Marx. 1903. Karl Marx Historischer Materialismus, Neuzeit, Stuttgart, Volume 12 Part 1, 1903/1904. From International Socialist Review, October 1907. English translation by Chas H. Kerr. Marked up by Ida O'Callaghan for the Marxists' Internet Archive. The mode of production of the physical means of life dominates as a rule the development of the social, political, and intellectual life. Karl Marx. The Socialist Critiques. Marx, half a century ago, proposed a new method for the interpretation of history, which he and Engels applied in their studies. It is not surprising that the historians, sociologists, and philosophers, fearing lest the communist thinker corrupt their innocence and cause them to lose the favor of the bourgeoisie, should ignore this method, but it is strange that socialists should hesitate to employ it, possibly for fear of arriving at conclusions which might rumple their bourgeois notions, to which they unconsciously remain prisoners. Instead of experimenting with it so as to judge it from its use, they prefer to discuss the question of its value, and they discover innumerable defects in it. It misconceives, they say, the ideal and its operation, it brutalizes eternal truths and principles, it takes no account of the individual and of his role, it leads to an economic fatalism which excuses man from all effort, etc. What would these comrades think of a carpenter who, instead of working with the hammers, saws, and planes put at his disposal, should quarrel with them? Since no perfect tools exist, he would have plenty of chance to rail at them. Criticism does not begin to be fruitful instead of futile, until it comes after experience, which, better than the most subtle reasoning, makes us sensible of imperfections and teaches us to correct them. Man first used the clumsy stone hammer, and its use taught him to transform it into more than 100 types, differing in their raw material, their weight, and their form. Leucippus and his disciple Democritus, 5 centuries before the Christian era, introduced their concept of the atom to explain the makeup of mind and matter, and during more than 2,000 years, philosophers, the idea not occurring to them of resorting to experience that they might test the atomic hypothesis, indulged in discussions on the atom in itself, on the fullness of matter indefinitely continued, on emptiness, discontinuity, etc. And it is not until the end of the 18th century that Dalton utilized the conception of Democritus to explain chemical combinations. The atom, with which the philosophers had been able to do nothing, became in the hands of the chemists one of the most powerful tools of research that human reason has succeeded in creating. But now, after its use, the marvelous tool has been found imperfect, and the radioactivity of matter obliges the physicists to pulverize the atom, that ultimate particle of matter, indivisible and impenetrable, into ultra-ultimate particles, of the same nature in all atoms, and carriers of electricity. The atomic joules, 1,000 times smaller than the atom of hydrogen, the smallest of atoms, are said to whirl with an extraordinary velocity around a central nucleus, as the planets and Earth revolve about the Sun. The atom might be a miniature solar system, and the elements of the bodies which we know might differ in themselves only in number and the gyratory movements of their atomic ules. The recent discoveries of radioactivity, which shake fundamental laws of mathematical physics, ruin the atomic base of the chemical structure. It is impossible to mention a more noteworthy example of the sterility of verbal discussions and the fertility of experience. Action alone in the material and intellectual world is fruitful. In the beginning was action. Economic determinism is a new tool put by Marx at the disposal of socialists to establish a little order in the disorder of historic facts, which the historians and philosophers have been incapable of classifying and explaining. Their class prejudices and their narrowness of mind give to the socialists the monopoly of this tool, but the latter before using it wish to convince themselves that it is absolutely perfect and that it may become the key to all the problems of history. On this account it is quite possible for them to continue during the whole of their lives to discourse and to write articles and volumes on historical materialism, without adding a single idea to the subject. Men of science are less timorous. They think that from the practical point of view it is of secondary importance that theories and hypotheses be correct provided they guide us to results in agreement with the facts. Truth, after all, is merely the best working hypothesis. Often error is the shortest road to discovery. Christopher Columbus, starting from the error in figuring made by Ptolemy, on the circumference of the earth, discovered America, when he thought he was arriving at the East Indies. Darwin recognizes that the first idea of his theory of natural selection was suggested to him by the false law of Malthus on population, which he accepted with closed eyes. Physicists can today perceive that the hypothesis of Democritus is insufficient to include the phenomena recently studied, yet that does not alter the fact that it served to build up modern chemistry. It is in fact little observed that Marx has not presented his method of historical interpretation as a body of doctrine with axioms, theorems, corollaries, and lemmas. It is for him merely an instrument of research. He formulates it in a workmanlike style and puts it to the test. It can thus be criticized only by contesting the results which it gives in his hands, for instance, by refuting his theory of the class struggle. This our historians and philosophers carefully refrain from doing. They regard it as the impure work of the demon, precisely because it has led Marx to the discovery of this powerful motive force in history. Two deistic and idealistic philosophies of history. History is such a chaos of facts beyond man's control, progressing and receding, clashing and interclashing, appearing and disappearing without apparent reason, that we are tempted to think it impossible to bind them and classify them into series from which can be discovered the causes of evolution and revolution. The collapse of systems in history has given rise in the minds of thinking men like Helmholtz to the doubt whether it is possible to formulate a historical law that reality would confirm. This doubt has become so general that the intellectuals no longer venture to construct like the philosophers of the first half of the 19th century plans of universal history. It is indeed an echo of the incredulity of the economists as to the possibility of controlling economic forces. But need we conclude from the difficulties of the historic problem and the ill success of attempts to solve it that its solution is beyond the reach of the human mind? In that case social phenomena would stand apart as the only ones which could not be logically linked to determining causes. Common sense has never admitted such an impossibility. On the contrary, men have always believed what came to them, fortunate or unfortunate, was part of a plan preconceived by a superior being. Man proposes and God disposes is a historical axiom of popular wisdom which carries as much truth as the axioms of geometry, on condition, however, that we interpret the meaning of the word God. All people have thought that a God directed their history. The cities of antiquity each possessed a state divinity or poliad as the Greeks called it, watching over their destinies and dwelling in the temple consecrated to him. The Jehovah of the Old Testament was a divinity of this kind. He was lodged in a wooden box, called Ark of the Covenant, which was transported when the tribes of Israel changed their location, and which was placed at the front of the armies in order that he might fight for his people. He took his quarrels so much to heart, according to the Bible, that he exterminated his enemies, men, women, children, and beasts. The Romans, during the Second Punic War, thought it useful as a means of resistance to Hannibal to couple up their state divinity with that of Pessinus, namely Cybele, the mother of gods. They brought over from Asia Minor her statue, a big shapeless stone, and introduced into Rome her orgiastic worship. As they were at once superstitious and astute politicians, they annexed the state divinity of each conquered city, sending its statue to the capital. They reasoned that, no longer dwelling among the conquered people, it would cease to protect them. The Christians had no other idea of divinity when, to drive out the pagan gods, they broke their statues and burned their temples, and when they called on Jesus and his eternal Father to battle with the demons who stirred up the heresies of Allah which opposed the crescent to the cross. The cities of the Middle Ages put themselves under the protection of municipal divinities. Saint Genevieve was that of Paris. The Republic of Venice, that it might have an abundance of these protecting divinities, brought over from Alexandria the skeleton of Saint Mark and stole at Montpellier that of Saint Roques. Civilized nations have never denied the pagan belief. Each monopolises for its use the only and universal God of the Christians, and makes therefrom its state divinity. Thus there are as many only and universal gods as there are Christian nations, and the former fight among themselves as soon as the latter declare war. Each nation prays its only and universal God to exterminate its rival and sings Te Deums in his honor if it is victorious, convinced that it owes its triumph only to his all-powerful intervention. The belief in the intrusion of God into human quarrels is not simulated by statesmen to please the coarse superstition of ignorant crowds. They share it. The private letters recently published, which Bismarck wrote to his wife during the War of 1870–71, show him believing that God passed his time in occupying himself with him, his son and the Prussian armies. The philosophers who have taken God for the directing guide of history share this infatuation. They imagine that this God, creator of the universe and humanity, can be interested in nothing else than their country, religion, and politics. Bossuet's discourse on universal history is one of the most successful specimens of this kind. The pagan nations exterminate each other to prepare for the coming of Christianity, his religion, and the Christian nations slaughter each other to assure the greatness of France, his country, and the glory of Louis XIV, his master. The historic movement, guided by God, culminated in the Sun King. When he was extinguished, shadows invaded the world, and the revolution, which Joseph de Maistre calls the work of Satan, burst forth. Satan triumphed over God, the state divinity of the aristocracy and the Bourbons. The bourgeoisie, the class which God held in small regard, possessed itself of power and guillotined the king he had anointed. Natural sciences, which he had cursed, triumphed and engendered for the bourgeoisie more riches than he had been able to give to his favorites, the nobles and the legitimate kings. Reason, which he had bound, broke her chains and dragged him before her tribunal. The reign of Satan had begun. The romantic poets of the first half of the 19th century composed hymns in his honor. He was the unconquerable vanquished, the great martyr, the consoler and hope of the oppressed. He symbolized the bourgeoisie in perpetual revolt against nobles, priests, and tyrants. But the victorious bourgeoisie had not the courage to take him for its state divinity. It patched up God, whom reason had slightly disfigured, and restored him to honor. Nevertheless, not having entire faith in his omnipotence, it added to him a troop of demigods: progress, justice, liberty, civilization, humanity, fatherland, etc., who were chosen to preside over the destinies of the nations who had shaken off the yoke of the aristocracy. These new gods are ideas, spiritual forces, imponderable forces. Hegel undertook to bring back this polytheism of ideas into the monotheism of the idea, which, born of itself, creates the world and history by its own unfolding. The God of historic philosophy is a mechanic who, for his amusement, constructs the universe, whose movements he regulates, and manufactures man, whose destinies he directs after a plan known to himself alone. But the philosophic historians have not perceived that this eternal God is not the creator but the creature of man, who, in proportion to his own development, remodels him, and that, far from being the director, he is the plaything of historic events. The philosophy of the idealists, in appearance less childish than that of the deists, is an unfortunate application to history of the deductive method of the abstract sciences, whose propositions, logically linked, flow from certain undemonstrable axioms which impose themselves by the principle of evidence. The mathematicians are wrong in not troubling themselves regarding the fashion in which the idea slipped into the human mind. The idealists disdain to inquire into the origin of their ideas, coming no one knows whence. They confine themselves to affirming that they exist of themselves, that they are perfectible, and that in proportion as they become perfect they modify men and social phenomena, placed under their control. Thus it is only necessary to know the evolution of ideas to acquire the laws of history. In this way Pythagoras thought that the knowledge of the properties of numbers would give knowledge of the properties of bodies. But because the axioms of mathematics cannot be demonstrated by reasoning, that does not prove that they are not properties of bodies, just like color, form, weight, and warmth, which experience alone reveals, and the idea of which exists in the brain only because man has come into contact with the bodies of nature. It is, in fact, as impossible to prove by reasoning that a body is square, colored, heavy or warm as to demonstrate that the part is smaller than the whole, that 2 and 2 make 4, etc. All we can do is to state the experimental fact and draw its logical conclusions. The ideas of progress, justice, liberty, fatherland, etc., like the axioms of mathematics, do not exist outside of themselves and outside the spiritual domain. They do not precede experience but follow it. They do not engender the events of history, but they are the consequence of the social phenomena which in evolving create them, transform them, and suppress them. They do not become active forces save as they emanate directly from the social streams. One of the tasks of history unnoticed by the philosophers is the discovery of the social causes, of which they themselves are a product, and which give them the power acting upon the brains of the men of a given epoch. Bossuet and the deist philosophers, who promoted God to the dignity of a conscious director of the historic movement, have after all merely conformed to the popular opinion of the historic role played by the divinity. The idealists who substitute for him the idea forces merely utilize in historic fashion the vulgar bourgeois opinion. Every bourgeois proclaims that his private and public acts are inspired by progress, justice, patriotism, humanity, etc. To be convinced of this we need only go through the advertisements of the manufacturers and merchants, the prospectuses of the financiers, and the electoral programs of the politicians. The ideas of progress and of evolution are modern in their origin. They are a transportation into history of that human perfectibility which became fashionable with the 18th century. It was inevitable that the bourgeoisie should regard its entrance into power as an immense step of social progress, while the aristocracy looked upon it as a disastrous setback. The French Revolution, because it occurred a century after the English Revolution, and consequently in conditions more fully ripe, substituted so suddenly and completely the bourgeoisie for the nobility that from that time the idea of progress took firm root in the public opinion of Europe. The European capitalists believed themselves founded on the power of progress. They affirmed in good faith that their habits, manners, virtues, private and public morality, social and family organization, industry and commerce were an advance over everything which had existed. The past was only ignorance, barbarity, injustice and unreason. Finally, for the first time, cried Hegel, reason was to govern the world. The bourgeois of 1793 deified her. Already in the beginning of the bourgeois period in the ancient world Plato, in the Timaeus, declared her superior to necessity, and Socrates reproached Anaxagoras with having, in his cosmogony, explained everything by material causes without having made any use of reason, from whom everything could be hoped. Phaedo. The social dominance of the bourgeoisie is the reign of reason. But a historical event, even so considerable a one as the grasping of power by the bourgeoisie, does not alone suffice to prove progress. The deists had made God the sole author of history. The idealists, not wishing it to be said that progress in the past had deported itself as a do-nothing idea, discovered that during the Middle Ages it had prepared for the triumph of the bourgeois class by organizing it, by giving it intellectual culture, and by enriching it, while it wore out the offensive and defensive fortress of the church. The idea of evolution was thus to introduce itself naturally in the train of the idea of progress. But for the bourgeoisie there is no progressive evolution save that which prepares for its own triumph, and as it is only for some 10 centuries that its historians can find definite traces of its organic development, they lose their Ariadne's thread as soon as they venture into the labyrinth of earlier history, whose facts they are satisfied to narrate without attempting to marshal them into progressive series. The goal of progressive evolution is the establishment of the social dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. That end once attained, progress must cease to progress. In fact, the bourgeois who proclaim that their capture of power is a social progress unique in history, declare that it would be a return to barbarism, to slavery, as Herbert Spencer says, if they were dislodged from power by the proletariat. The vanquished aristocracy looked upon its defeat in no other light. Belief in the decree of progress, instinctive and unconscious in the bourgeois masses, shows itself conscious and reasoned in certain bourgeois thinkers. Hegel and Comte, to cite merely two of the most famous, affirm squarely that their philosophic system closes the series, that it is the crowning and the end of the progressive evolution of thought. So, then, philosophy and social and political institutions progress only to arrive at their bourgeois form, then progress progresses no more. The bourgeoisie and its more intelligent intellectuals, who fix insurmountable limits to their progressive progress, do better still, they withdraw from its influence certain social organizations of prime importance. The economists, historians, and moralists, to demonstrate in an irrefutable fashion that the paternal form of the family and the individual form of property will not be transformed, assure us that they have existed from all time. They put forth these impudent assertions at the moment when researches which have been carried on for half a century are bringing into clear light the primitive forms of the family and of property. These bourgeois scientists are ignorant of them, or reason as if they were ignorant of them. The ideas of progress and of evolution were especially fashionable during the first years of the 19th century, when the bourgeoisie was still intoxicated with its political victory, and with the prodigious development of its economic riches. The philosophers, historians, moralists, politicians, romancers, and poets fitted their writings and their teachings to the sauce of progressive progress, which Fourier was alone or almost alone in reviling. But toward the middle of the century they were obliged to calm their immoderate enthusiasm. The apparition of the proletariat on the political stage in England and in France awoke in the mind of the bourgeoisie certain disquieting reflections on the eternal duration of its social dominance. Progressive progress lost its charms. The ideas of progress and of evolution would finally have ceased to be current in bourgeois phraseology had not the men of science, who from the end of the 18th century had grasped the idea of evolution circulating in the social environment, utilized it to explain the formation of worlds and the organization of vegetables and animals. They gave it such a scientific value and such a popularity that it was impossible to sidetrack it. But to show the progressive development of the bourgeoisie for a certain number of centuries back does not explain that historic movement any more than to trace the curve described in Falling by a Stone Thrown into the Air teaches us the causes of its fall. The philosophic historians attribute this evolution to the ceaseless action of the spiritual forces, particularly justice, the strongest of all, which according to an idealistic and academic philosopher, is always present even though it arrives only by degrees into human thought and into social facts. Bourgeois society and its way of thinking are thus the last and highest manifestations of this immanent justice, and it is to obtain these fine results that this fine lady has toiled in the mines of history. Let us consult the judicial records of the lady aforesaid for information on her character and manners. A ruling class always considers that what serves its economic and political interests is just and that what disserves them is unjust. The justice which it conceives is realized when its class interests are satisfied. The interests of the bourgeoisie are thus the guides of bourgeois justice, as the interests of the aristocracy were those of feudal justice. Thus, through unconscious irony, justice is pictured blindfolded that she may not see the mean and sordid interests which she protects with her aegis. The feudal and guild organization, injuring the bourgeoisie, was in its eyes so unjust that the immanent justice resolved to destroy it. The bourgeois historians relate that it could not tolerate the forcible robberies of the feudal barons, who knew no other means of rounding out their fields and filling their purses. All of which does not prevent their honest immanent justice from encouraging the forcible robberies which, without risking their skins, the pacific capitalists have committed by proletarians disguised as soldiers in the barbarous countries of the Old and the New World. It is not that this sort of theft pleases the virtuous lady, she solemnly approves and authorizes, with all legal sanctions, only the economic theft which, without clamorous violence, the bourgeoisie daily commits on the wage worker. Economic theft is so perfectly suited to the temperament and character of justice that she metamorphoses herself into a watchdog over bourgeois wealth because it is an accumulation of thefts as legal as they are just. Justice, who, as the philosophers say, has done marvelously in the past, who reigns in bourgeois society and who leads men toward a future of peace and happiness, is on the contrary the fertile mother of social iniquities. It is justice who gave the slaveholder the right to possess man like a chattel, it is she again who gives the capitalist the right to exploit the children, women, and men of the proletariat worse than beasts of burden. It is justice who permitted the slaveholder to chastise the slave, who hardened his heart when he lacerated him with blows. It is she again who authorizes the capitalist to grasp the surplus value created by the wage worker, and who puts his conscience at rest when he rewards with starvation wages the labor which enriches him. I stand on my right, said the slaveholder when he lashed the slave, I stand on my right, says the capitalist when he steals from the wage worker the fruits of his labor. The capitalist class, measuring everything by its own standards, decorates with the name of civilization and humanity its social order and manner of treating human beings. It is only to export civilization to the barbarous nations, only to rescue them from their gross immorality, only to ameliorate their miserable conditions of existence that it undertakes its colonial expeditions, and its civilization and its humanity manifest themselves under the specific form of stupefaction through Christianity, poisoning with alcohol, pillage and extermination of the natives. But we should be doing an injustice if we thought that it favors the barbarians and that it does not diffuse the benefits of its humanity over the laboring classes of the nations which it rules. Its civilization and its humanity may there be counted up by the mass of men, women, and children dispossessed of all property, condemned to compulsory labor day and night, to periodic vacations at their own expense, to alcoholism, consumption, rickets, by the increasing number of misdemeanors and crimes, by the multiplication of insane asylums and by the development and improvement of the penitentiary system. Never has ruling class so loudly clamored for the ideal, because never had a ruling class had such need for obscuring its actions with idealistic chatter. This ideological charlatanism is its surest and most efficacious method for political and economic trickery. The startling contradiction between its words and its acts has not prevented the historians and philosophers from taking the eternal ideas and principles for the sole motive forces of the history of the capitalized nations. Their monumental error, which passes all bounds even for the intellectuals, is an incontestable proof of the power wielded by ideas, and of the adroitness with which the bourgeoisie has succeeded in cultivating and exploiting this force so as to derive an income from it. The financiers pad their prospectuses with patriotic principles, with ideas of civilization, humanitarian sentiments, and 6% investments for fathers of families. These are infallible baits when fishing for suckers. De Lesseps could never have inflated his magnificent bubble at Panama, raking in the savings of 800,000 little people, had not that great Frenchman promised to add another glory to the halo of his fatherland, to broaden civilized humanity and to enrich the subscribers. Eternal ideas and principles are such irresistible attractions that there is no financial, industrial, or commercial prospectus, nor even an advertisement of alcoholic drink or patent medicine, but is spiced with it. Political treasons and economic frauds hoist the standard of ideas and principles. The historic philosophy of the idealists could not be other than a war of words, equally insipid and indigestible, since they have not perceived that the capitalist parades the eternal principles for no other purpose than to mask the egoistic motives of his actions, and since they have not arrived at the point of recognizing the humbug of the bourgeois ideology. But the lamentable abortions of the idealist philosophy do not prove that it is impossible to arrive at the determining causes of the organization and evolution of human societies as the chemists have succeeded in doing with those which regulate the agglomeration of molecules into complex bodies. The social world, says Vico, the father of the philosophy of history, is undeniably the work of man, whence it results that we may and must find its principles nowhere else than in the modification of human intelligence. Is it not surprising to every thinking man that the philosophers have seriously undertaken to know the world of nature, which God made and the knowledge of which he has reserved for himself, and that they have neglected to meditate over that social world, the knowledge of which men may have, since men have made it? The numerous failures of the deistic and idealistic methods compel the trial of a new method of interpreting history. 3. Vico's historical laws. Vico, scarcely ever read by the philosophical historians, although they play with a few of his phrases, which they interpret badly as often as they repeat them, formulated in his Scienza Nuova certain fundamental laws of history. He lays down as a general law of the development of societies that all nations, whatever their ethnic origin and their geographical habitat, traverse the same historic roads. Thus, the history of any nation whatever is a repetition of the history of another nation which has attained a higher degree of development. There exists, he says, an eternal ideal history traversed on earth by the histories of all nations, from whatever status of savagery, barbarism, and ferocity men set out to civilize themselves, to domesticate themselves, according to his expression. Scienza Nuova, Libre. 2, 5. Morgan, who probably had no knowledge of Vico, arrived at a conception of the same law which he formulates in a more positive and complete fashion. The historic uniformity which the Neapolitan philosopher attributed to their development according to a pre-established plan the American anthropologist assigns to two causes, to the intellectual resemblance of men and to the similarity of the obstacles which they have had to surmount in order to develop their societies. Vico also believed in their intellectual resemblance. There necessarily exists, he said, in the nature of human affairs, a universal mental language, common to all nations, which designs uniformly the substance of the things playing an active part in the social life of men and expresses it with as many modifications as there are different aspects which these things can take on. We recognize its existence in proverbs, those maxims of popular wisdom, which are of the same substance in all nations, ancient and modern, although they are expressed in so many different ways. Ib Degli Elementary XXII. The human mind, says Morgan, specifically the same in all the tribes and nations of mankind, and limited in the range of its powers, works and must work, in the same uniform channels, and within narrow limits of variation. Its results in disconnected regions of space, and in widely separated ages of time, articulate in a logically connected chain of common experiences. Elsewhere in this book Morgan shows that, like successive geological formations, the tribes of humanity may be superimposed in successive layers according to their development. Classed in this way, they reveal with a certain degree of exactness the complete march of human progress from savagery to civilization, for the paths of human experiences in the several nations have been almost parallel. Marx, who studied the path of economic experiences, confirms Morgan's idea. The country most developed industrially, he says in the preface to Capital, shows those who follow it on the industrial ladder the image of their own future. Thus, then, the ideal eternal history which according to Vico the different people of humanity must traverse each in their turn, is not a historic plan pre-established by a divine intelligence, but an historic plan of human progress conceived by the historian who, after having studied the stages traversed by every people, compares them in progressive series according to their degrees of complexity. Researches, continued for a century on the savage tribes and ancient and modern peoples, have triumphantly proved the exactness of Vico's law. They have established the fact that all men, whatever their ethnic origin or their geographical habitat, had in their development gone through the same forms of family, property, and production, as well as the social and political institutions. The Danish anthropologists were the first to recognize the fact and to divide the prehistoric period into successive ages of stone, bronze, and iron, characterized by the raw material of the tools manufactured and consequently of the mode of production. The general histories of the different nations, whether they belong to the white, black, yellow, or red race, and whether they inhabit the temperate zone, the equator, or the poles, are distinguished from each other only by Vico's stage of ideal history, only by Morgan's historic stratum, only by Marx's round of the economic ladder to which they have attained. Thus the most developed people shows to those which are less developed the image of their own future. The productions of intelligence do not escape Vico's law. The philologists and grammarians have found that for the creation of words and languages men of all races have followed the same rules. Folklorists have gathered the same tales among savage and civilized peoples. Vico had already recognized among them the same proverbs. Many of the folklorists, instead of considering the similar tales as the productions of nations which preserve them only through oral tradition, think that they were conceived in only one center, from which they were scattered over the earth. This is inadmissible and contradicts what has been observed in the social institutions and other productions, intellectual as well as material. The history of the idea of the soul and the ideas to which it has given birth is one of the most curious examples of the remarkable uniformity of the development of thought. The idea of the soul, which is found in savages, even the lowest, is one of the first intellectual inventions. The soul once invented, it was necessary to fit it out with a dwelling place, under the earth or in the sky, to lodge after death, in order to prevent it from wandering without domicile and pestering the living. The idea of the soul, very vivid in savage and barbarous nations, after having contributed to the manufacture of the Great Spirit and of God, vanishes among nations arrived at a higher degree of development, to be reborn with a new life and force when they arrive at another stage of evolution. The historians, after having pointed out in the historic nations of the Mediterranean basin the absence of the idea of the soul, which nevertheless had existed among them during the preceding savage period, recognize its rebirth some centuries before the Christian era, as well as its persistence until our own days. They content themselves with mentioning those extraordinary phenomena of the disappearance and reappearance of so fundamental an idea without attaching importance to them and without thinking of looking for the explanation which, however, they would not have found in the field of their investigations, and which we can only hope to discover by applying Marx's historical method, by seeking it in the transformations of the economic world. The scientists who have brought to light the primitive forms of the family, property, and political institutions, have been too much absorbed by the labor of research to have time to inquire into the causes of their transformations. They have only made descriptive history, and the science of the social world must be explanatory as well as descriptive. Vico thinks that man is the unconscious motive power of history and that it is not his virtues but his vices which are the active forces. It is not disinterestedness, generosity, and humanity, but ferocity, avarice, and ambition which create and develop societies. These three vices which lead the human race astray, produce the army, commerce, and political power, and consequently the courage, wealth, and wisdom of republics, so that these vices, which are capable of destroying the human race on earth, produce civil felicity. This unexpected result furnished to Vico the proof of the existence of a divine providence, a divine intelligence, which, out of the passions of men, absorbed entirely by their private interests, which might make them live in solitudes like fierce beasts, organize civil order, thus permitting us to live in a human society. The divine providence which directs the evil passions of men is a second edition of the popular axiom, man proposes and God disposes. This divine providence of the Neapolitan philosopher and this God of popular wisdom who leads man by the aid of his vices and his passions, what are they? The mode of production, says Marx. Vico, in accordance with the popular judgment, affirms that man alone furnishes the motive power of history. But his passions, bad and good, and his needs are not in variable quantities as the idealists suppose, for whom man has always remained the same. For example, maternal love, that heritage from the animals, without which man in the savage state could not have lived and perpetuated himself, diminishes in civilization to the point of disappearing in the mothers of the rich class, who from its birth relieve themselves of the child and entrust it to the care of hirelings. Other civilized women feel so little the need of maternity that they make vows of virginity. 1. Paternal love and sexual jealousy, which cannot show themselves in savage and barbarous tribes during the polyandrous period, are on the contrary highly developed among civilized people. The sentiment of equality, vivid and imperious in savages and barbarians, who live in communities, to the point of forbidding any one the possession of an object which the others could not possess, has become so fully obliterated since man has lived under the system of individual property, that the poor and the wage workers of civilization accept resignedly and as a divine and natural destiny their social inferiority. Thus, then, in the course of human development, fundamental passions are transformed, reduced, and extinguished, while others arise and grow. To seek only in man the determining causes of their production and evolution would be to admit that although living in nature and society, he does not submit to the influence of the surrounding reality. Such a supposition cannot arise even in the brain of the most extreme idealist, for he would not dare to assume that we should meet the same sentiment of modesty in the respectable mother of the household and the unfortunate earning her living with her sex, the same swiftness of calculation in the bank clerk and the philosopher, the same agility of the fingers of the professional pianist and the ditch digger. It is thus undeniable that man on the physical, intellectual, and moral sides is subject unconsciously, but profoundly, to the action of the environment in which he moves. For the natural environment and the artificial or social environment. The action of the environment is not merely direct, it is exercised not merely upon the organ which functions, upon the hand in the case of the pianist and the ditch digger, upon the moral sense in that of the honest woman and prostitute, it is again indirect and reacts upon all the organs. This generalization of the action of the environment, which Geoffrey St. Hilaire designated under the characteristic name of subordination of the organs and which modern naturalists call law of correlation, Cuvier explains thus: every organized being forms a whole, a unique and closed system, whose parts correspond to each other and contribute to the same definite action by a reciprocal action. None of these parts can change without the other parts also changing. For example, the form of the teeth of an animal cannot be modified from any cause whatever without involving modifications in the jaws, the muscles which move them, the bones of the skull to which they are attached, the brain which the skull encases, the bones and muscles which support the head, the form and length of the intestines, indeed in all parts of the body. The modifications which are produced in the four limbs as soon as they have ceased to serve for walking have led to organic transformations which have definitely separated man from the anthropoid apes. It is not always possible to foresee and understand the modifications involved by the change which has occurred in any certain organ, for example, why the breaking of a leg or the removal of a testicle in the stag family causes the atrophy of the horn on the opposite side, why white cats are deaf, why mammals with hooves are herbivorous and those with 5 toes armed with claws are carnivorous. A simple change in the habits, by subjecting one or more organs to an unaccustomed use, sometimes results in radical modifications in the whole organism. Darwin says that the mere fact of constantly browsing on steep slopes has occasioned variations in the skeletons of certain breeds of Scottish cows. Naturalists agree in regarding the cetacean, whales, cachalots and dolphins, as former terrestrial mammals which, finding in the seafood more abundant and easier to procure, became swimmers and divers. This new sort of life transformed their organs, reducing to a rudimentary state those no longer used, developing the others and adapting them to the needs of the aquatic environment. The plants of the Sahara Desert, to adapt themselves to the arid environment, have been obliged to dwarf themselves, to reduce the number of their leaves to 2 or 4, to take on a layer of wax to prevent evaporation, and to prolong their roots enormously in search of moisture. Their periodic changes come counter to the ordinary seasons. They are dormant in summer during the hot season and vegetate in the winter, in the season relatively cold and moist. Plants in other deserts present analogous characteristics. A given environment implies the existence of beings showing a combination of definite characteristics. The cosmic or natural environments, to which vegetables and animals must adapt themselves under pain of death, constitute, like the organized being of which Cuvier speaks, combinations, complex systems without precise limits in space, the parts of which are, the geologic formation and composition of the soil, nearness to the equator, elevation above the sea level, courses of rivers which irrigate it, quantity of rain which it receives and the solar heat which it stores up, etc., and plants and animals which live in it. These parts correspond to each other in such a way that one of them cannot change without involving change in the other parts. The changes in the natural environment, although less rapid than those produced in organized beings, are nevertheless appreciable. The forests, for example, have an influence on the temperature and the rains, consequently on the humidity and the physical composition of the soil. Darwin has shown that animals apparently insignificant, like the worm, have played a considerable part in the formation of vegetable mold. Berthelot and the agricultural experts Hellriegel and Wilfarth have proved that the bacteria which swarm in the protuberances of the roots of the leguminosae are active in fertilizing the soil. Man by tillage and cultivation exercises a marked influence over the natural environment. Forest clearings begun by the Romans have transformed fertile countries in Asia and Africa into uninhabitable deserts. Vegetables, animals, and man in a state of nature, all of which are subject to the action of the natural environment, without other means of resistance than the faculty of adaptation of their organs, must end by differentiating themselves, even though they might have a common origin, if, during hundreds and thousands of generations they live in different natural environments. The unlike natural environments thus tend to diversify men as well as plants and animals. It is, in fact, during the savage period that the different human races were formed. Man does not merely modify by his industry the environment in which he lives, but he creates out of whole cloth an artificial or social environment, which permits him, if not to remove his organism from the natural environment, at least to reduce this action considerably. But this artificial environment in its turn operates upon man as he comes to it from his natural environment. Man, like the domesticated plant and animal, thus undergoes the action of two environments. The artificial or social environments which men have successively created differ among themselves in their degree of elaboration and complexity, but environments of the same degree of elaboration and complexity offer great resemblances among themselves, whatever may be the human races which have created them, and whatever may be their geographical habitats, so that if men continue to undergo the diversifying action of unlike natural environments, they are equally subject to the action of similar artificial environments which operate to diminish the differences of races and to develop in them the same needs, the same interests, the same passions and the same mentality. Moreover, the same natural environments, as for example, those situated at the same latitude and altitude, exercise an equal unifying action on the vegetables and animals which live in them. They have an analogous flora and fauna. Like artificial environments thus tend to unify the human species, which unlike natural environments, have diversified into races and sub-races. The natural environment evolves with such extreme slowness that the vegetable and animal species which adapt themselves to it seem immutable. The artificial environment, on the contrary, evolves with an increasing rapidity. Thus the history of man and of his societies compared with that of animals and vegetables is extraordinarily mobile. The artificial environments, like organized being and the natural environment, form combinations, complex systems without precise limits in space and time, the parts of which correspond to each other and are so closely bound together that one alone cannot be modified without all the others being shaken and being compelled to undergo retouchings in their turn. The artificial or social environment, of an extreme simplicity and consisting of a small number of parts in savage peoples, becomes complicated in proportion as man progresses by the addition of new parts and by the development of those already existing. It has been formed, since the historic period, by economic, social, political, and legal institutions, by traditions, customs, manners and morals, by common sense and public opinion, by religious literatures, arts, philosophies, sciences, modes of production and exchange, etc., and by the men who live in it. These parts, by transforming themselves and by reacting on each other, have given birth to a series of social environments more and more complex and extended, which, in proportion to the extension, have modified men, for, like the natural environment, a given social environment implies the existence of men presenting a certain combination of analogous characteristics, physical and moral. If all these corresponding parts were stable or varied only with excessive slowness, like those of the natural environment, the artificial environment would remain in equilibrium and there would be no history. Its equilibrium, on the contrary, is extremely and increasingly unstable, constantly put out of balance by the changes working in one or another of the parts, which then reacts on all the others. The parts of an organized being, like those of a natural environment, react upon each other directly, mechanically, so to speak. When in the course of animal evolution the upright posture was definitely acquired by man, it became the point of departure for transformation of all the organs, when the head, instead of being carried by the powerful muscles at the back of the neck, as in the other animals, was supported by the spinal column. These muscles, and the bones to which they are attached, became modified, and with their modifications modified the skull, the brain, etc. When the layer of vegetable soil in a locality increases through any cause whatever, instead of bearing stunted plants it nourishes a forest, which increases the rainfall, which again increases the volume of the water courses, etc. But the parts of an artificial environment can react on each other only through the intermediary of man. The part modified must begin by transforming physically and mentally the men whom it causes to function, and must suggest to them the modifications which they must bring to the other parts to put them on the level of the progress realized in it, in order that they may not hinder it in its development, and in order that they may again correspond to it. The parts not modified manifest their inconvenience precisely by the useful qualities which formerly constituted their good side, which by becoming superannuated are hurtful and then constitute so many bad sides. They are the more insupportable according as the modifications which they should have undergone are more important. The re-establishment of the equilibrium in the parts of the artificial environment is often accomplished only after struggles between the men particularly interested in the part in course of transformation and the men concerned in the other parts. A few historical facts, too recent to be forgotten, will illustrate the interplay of the various parts of the artificial environment through the medium of man. When industry had utilized the elasticity of steam as a motor power, it demanded new means of transportation to carry its fuel, its raw material and its products. It suggested to the interested manufacturers the idea of steam traction on iron rails, which began to be practiced in the coal fields of Gard in 1830 and in those of the Loire in 1832. It was in 1829 that Stephenson's first locomotive drew a train in England. But when it was desired to extend this mode of locomotion, active and various opposition was encountered, which delayed its development for years. M. Thiers, one of the political leaders of official capitalism, and one of the authorized representatives of its common sense and public opinion, opposed it energetically, because, he declared, a railroad cannot work. Railroads, indeed, upset the most reasonable and established ideas. They required, along with other impossible things, grave changes in the mode of property, serving as a basis for the social edifice of the bourgeoisie then in power. Till then a capitalist created an industry or a mercantile establishment with his own money, increased, at the most, by that of one or two friends and acquaintances who had confidence in his honesty and skill. He directed the use of the funds and was the real and nominal proprietor of the factory or the commercial house. But the railroads were obliged to amass such enormous capitals that it was therefore necessary to induce a great number of capitalists to confide their money, which they had never left out of their sight, to people whose names they scarcely knew, still less their ability or morality. When they let go of the money they lost all control over its use. They had no personal proprietorship in the stations, cars, locomotives, etc., which it served to create. Instead of pieces of gold or silver, having volume, weight, and other solid qualities, they received back a narrow, light sheet of paper, representing fictitiously, an intangible morsel of the collective property, the name of which it bore, printed in big letters. Never in bourgeois memory had property taken on such a metaphysical form. This new form, which depersonalized property, was in such violent contradiction with that which summed up the joys of the capitalists, that which they had known and handed down for generations, that to defend it and propagate it no one could be found but the men charged with all the crimes and denounced as the worst disturbers of social order, the socialists. Fourier and Saint-Simon welcomed the mobilization of property in paper stock certificates. We find in the ranks of their disciples the manufacturers, engineers, and financiers who prepared the revolution of 1848 and were the plotters of December 2. They profited by the political revolution to revolutionize the economic environment by centralizing the 9 provincial banks into the Bank of France, by legalizing the new form of property and causing it to be accepted by public opinion, and by creating the network of French railways. The great mechanical industry, which must draw its fuel and its raw material from a distance, and which must scatter its products widely, cannot tolerate the parceling of a nation into little autonomous states, with tariffs, laws, weights and measures, coins, paper currencies, etc., of their own. It requires, on the contrary, the development of unified and centralized nations. Italy and Germany have met these requirements of the great industry, but only at the cost of bloody wars. Thiers and Proudhon, who had numerous points of resemblance, and who represented the political interests of the little industry, became ardent defenders of the independence of the states of the Church and the Italian princes. Since man successively creates and modifies the parts of the social environment, therefore, in him reside the motive forces of history, so Vico and popular wisdom hold, rather than in justice, progress, liberty, and other metaphysical entities, as the most philosophical historians stupidly repeat. These confused and inexact ideas vary according to the historical epochs and according to the groups or even the individuals of the same epoch, for they are the mental reflections of the phenomena produced in the different parts of the artificial environment. For example, the capitalist, the magistrate, and the wage worker have different ideas of justice. The socialist understands by justice the restitution to the wage-working producers of the wealth which has been stolen from them, while to the capitalist justice is the conservation of this stolen wealth, and as the latter possesses the economic and political power, his notion predominates and makes the law, which, for the magistrate, becomes justice. Precisely because the same word covers contradictory notions, the capitalist class has made of these ideas an instrument of deceit and of domination. That portion of the artificial or social environment in which a man functions gives him a physical, intellectual, and moral education. This education by things, which engenders ideas in him and excites his passions, is unconscious, so when he acts, he imagines he is following freely the impulses of his passions and ideas, while he is only yielding to the influences exercised on him by one of the parts of the artificial environment, which can react on the other parts only through the intermediary of his ideas and passions. Obeying instinctively the indirect pressure of the environment, he attributes the direction of his actions and emotions to a God, a divine intelligence, or to ideas of justice, progress, humanity, etc. If the march of history is unconscious, since as Hegel says, man always finishes with a result other than that which he sought, it is because thus far he has been unconscious of the cause which makes him act and directs his actions. What is the most unstable part of the social environment, that which is changed oftenest in quantity and quality, that which is most apt to disturb the whole? The mode of production, answers Marx. By mode of production Marx means not what is produced but the way of producing it. Thus there has been weaving from prehistoric times, but it is only for about a century that there has been machine weaving. Machine production is the essential characteristic of modern industry. We have under our eyes an unparalleled example of its terrible and irresistible power to transform the social, economic, political, and legal institutions of a nation. Its introduction into Japan has lifted that country in one generation from the feudal state of the Middle Ages into the constitutional state of the capitalist world, and has placed it in the front rank of world powers. Multiple causes unite in assuring to the mode of production this omnipotence of action. Production absorbs, directly or indirectly, the energy of an immense majority of the individuals of a nation, while in the other parts constituting the social environment, politics, religion, literature, etc., a slender minority is occupied, and even this minority cannot but be interested in procuring the means of existence, material and intellectual. Consequently all men undergo mentally and physically, more or less, the modifying influence of the mode of production, while but a very small number of men are subjected to that of the other portions. Now, as it is through the intermediary of men that the different parts of the social environment act on each other, that which modifies the most men possesses of necessity the most energy for moving the whole mass. The mode of production, relatively unimportant in the social environment of the savage, takes on a preponderant and ever-growing importance through the incessant incorporation into production of the forces of nature, in proportion as man learns to know them. Prehistoric man began this incorporation by using stones for weapons and tools. Progress in the mode of production is relatively rapid, not only because production occupies an enormous mass of men, but again because, by enkindling three furies of private interest, it puts into play the three vices which, for Vico, are the moving forces of history: hard-heartedness, avarice, and ambition. Progress in the mode of production has become so headlong for the last 2 centuries that the men interested in production must constantly remodel the corresponding parts of the social environment to keep them on the level. The resistances which they encounter give rise to incessant conflicts, economic and political. Thus, to discover the first causes of historic movements, we must seek them in the mode of production of material life, which, as Marx says, dominates in general the development of the social, political, and intellectual life. Marx's economic determinism takes away from Vico's law of the unity of historical development its character of predetermination, which would carry the idea that the historic phases through which a nation passes, like the embryonic phases of an animal, are, as Geoffrey St. Hilaire thought, indissolubly linked to its very nature and determined by the inevitable action of an inner force, an evolutionary force, which would conduct it along pre-established paths toward ends marked out in advance, whence it would follow that all nations must progress, always and whether or no, at an equal pace and along one and the same path. The law of the unity of development, thus conceived, would be verified by the development of not one nation. History, on the contrary, shows nations as they are, some limping through certain stages of evolution, which others traverse like race horses, while others again go back from stages already reached. These delays, progressions, and recessions are explained only when we examine the social, political, and intellectual history of the several nations in the light of the history of the artificial environments in which they have evolved. The changes in these environments, determined by the mode of production, determine in their turn historic events. Since artificial environments are transformed only at the cost of national and international struggles, the historic events of a nation are thus subjected to relations which arise between the artificial environment to be transformed and the nation, fashioned as it has been by its natural environment and its hereditary and acquired characteristics. The natural environment and the historic past have impressed upon each nation certain original characteristics, so it follows that the same mode of production does not produce, with mathematical exactness, the same artificial or social environments, and consequently does not occasion historical events absolutely alike in different nations and at all moments in history, since vital international competition increases and intensifies in proportion to the growth in the number of nations arriving at the higher stages of civilization. The historic evolution of nations, then, is not predetermined, any more than the embryonic evolution of individuals, if it passes through similar organizations of family, property, law, and politics, and through analogous forms of thought in philosophy, religion, art, and literature. It is because nations, whatever their race and geographical habitat, experience in their development material and intellectual wants which are substantially alike and must inevitably resort, for the satisfaction of these wants, to the same methods of production. Paul Lafargue. Simple Socialist Truths. 1903. From The Socialist, September 1903. Transcribed by Adam Buick. Marked up by Ida O'Callaghan for the Marxists' Internet Archive. Worker. But if there were no masters, who would give me work? Socialist. That's a question I am often asked, let us examine it. In order to work, 3 things are required: a workshop, machines, and raw material. W. Right. S. Who builds the workshop? W. Masons. S. Who made the machines? W. Engineers. S. Who grew the cotton you weave, who sheared the wool your wife spins, who dug the mineral your son forges? W. Husbandmen, shepherds, miners, workers like myself. S. Consequently, you, your wife, and your son can only work because these various other workers have already supplied you with buildings, machinery, and raw material. W. That's so, I could not weave calico without cotton and without a loom. S. Well then, it is not the capitalist or master who gives you work, but the mason, the engineer, the ploughman. Do you know how your master has procured all that is necessary for your work? W. He bought it. S. Who gave him the money? W. How do I know? His father had left him a little, today he is a millionaire. S. Has he earned his million by working his machines and weaving his cotton? W. Not very likely, it is by making us work that he gained his million. S. Then he has grown rich by loafing, that is the only way to make a fortune. Those who work get just enough to live on. But, tell me, if you and your fellow workers did not work, would not your master's machines rust, and his cotton be eaten by insects? W. Everything in the workshop would got to wreck and ruin if we did not work. S. Consequently, by working you are preserving the machines and raw material necessary for your labor. W. That is true, I had never thought of that. S. Does your master look after what goes on in his works? W. Not much, he makes a daily round to see us at our work, but he keeps his hands in his pockets for fear of dirtying them. In the spinning mill, where my wife and daughter work, the masters are never seen, although there are 4 of them, still less so in the foundry, where my son works, the masters are never seen nor ever known, not even their shadow is seen. 3/4 It is a limited liability company that owns the works. Suppose you and I had 500 francs saved up, we could buy a share, and become one of the masters, without ever having put, or without putting, a foot in the place. S. Who, then, directs and superintends the work in this place belonging to the shareholding masters, and in your own shop of one master, seeing the masters are never there, or so seldom that it doesn't count? W. Managers and foremen. S. But if it is workers who have built the workshop, made the machines, and produced the raw materials, if it is workers who keep the machines going, and managers and foremen who direct the work 3/4 what does the master do, then? W. Nothing but twiddle his thumbs. S. If there were a railway from here to the moon, we could send the masters there, without a return ticket, and your weaving, your wife's spinning, your son's molding, would go on as before. Do you know what the profit was realized by your master last year? W. We calculate that he must have got 100,000 francs. S. How many workers does he employ? 3/4 men, women, and children, all included. W. 100. S. What wages do they get? W. On an average, about 1,000 francs, counting in the salaries of managers and foremen. S. So that the 100 workers in the work receive altogether 100,000 francs in wages, just enough to keep them from dying of hunger, while your master pocketed 100,000 francs 3/4 for doing nothing. Where did these 200,000 francs come from? W. Not from the sky, I never saw it rain francs. S. It is the workers in his works who have produced the 100,000 francs they received in wages, and, besides, the 100,000 francs profit of the master, who has employed part of that in buying new machines. W. There is no denying that. S. Then it is the workers who produce the money which the master devotes to buying new machines to make them work. It is the managers and foremen, wage slaves like yourself, who direct the production. Where, then, does the master come in? What's he good for? W. For exploiting labor. S. Say rather, for robbing the laborer, that is clearer and more exact. Paul Lafargue. A Forecast of the Coming Revolution. Interview with Paul Lafargue. November 1904. From the Socialist Standard, November 1904. Transcribed by Adam Buick. Marked up by Inda O'Callaghan for the Marxists' Internet Archive. Amongst the best-known leaders of socialist thought is our comrade Paul Lafargue, author of The Evolution of Property, Socialism, and the Intellectuals, and many other volumes and pamphlets of great value to international socialism. A visit to Paris brought us in touch with a French comrade, through whose kindly offices we received an invitation to visit the veteran debater at his pleasant retreat in a little village some dozen miles from the French capital. Lafargue and his wife, once known personally to English socialists as Laura Marx, received us with the true comradeship, which in palpable form made it plain that liberty, equality, fraternity, is no empty phrase amongst socialists. Mindful of the interests of the party, we secured from our comrade the following interesting expression of his views upon some vital topics of moment. The two countries which will benefit from the Russo-Japanese War, said Lafargue, in answer to a query, are America and England. Though the Japs succeed in expelling Russia from Manchuria, they are at the same time weakening themselves for a long period, and thus limiting their capacity for industrial competition. Again, the financiers of England and America, principally the former, will draw from Japan a great deal even of such profit as may accrue to her in return for their present assistance. Japan has for years been developing extraordinarily, but the war hinders this. The resources she is squandering in war are lost to industry. And the results of all this upon our policy in the Far East, comrade. The most important thing is the appearance of Japan upon the scene as the strong power of the East, so strong that no European country can compete with it. The rise of Japan marks the conclusion of European piracy in the Far East. Nobody expected such an extraordinary power. Further, Japan will organize China, industrially and politically. What is your view, comrade, of the industrial position in Japan? The rise of Japan industrially has been so rapid that the horrors of child and female labor in the England of the early 19th century have been reproduced, with the great difference that the intermediate stages from the England of the 15th century were totally absent in Japan. The psychological difference is enormous, and must produce a revolt, but the form we cannot forecast. In England and France the revolt was against the machine, and whilst this may not prove so in Japan, this we know, the Japs start with a socialist movement such as was not, and could not be, in England and France in the initial stages of capitalism. Just as the Japs adopt and adapt the ready-made science of Europe, so the social science of the new age finds there a ready soil. We may expect the Japanese people, who have shown such extraordinary courage on the battlefield, to show in the social struggle the same indomitable energy and enterprise. Now, as to the war again, comrade, what are its results upon Europe? This war has shown that Russia has made a fool of Europe with a show of power. Particularly has Tsarism befooled France. That show has enabled her to draw from France about 11 milliards of francs, some 400 million pounds, by state loans and financial companies for the industrial exploitation of Russia. The latter investments have been chiefly for coal mining and metal works. These found prosperity as long as the Russian state was a huge customer for railway construction, and but insofar as they have a revival, it is only the artificial stimulus of wartime, which will have its due reaction. Even now the lack of money is strangling this revival. Either victory or defeat for Russia now means revolution, a bourgeois or constitutional revolution. The first thing that the new power will have to do will be to proclaim the bankruptcy of Russia, as the best means to obtain credit. You will recollect a similar process in the French Revolution. The new rulers of Russia will be the more ready to declare this bankruptcy, in that the losers will be, not the Russians but the French. The international effects will be felt primarily in France, where the chief debt of Russia is held. The fall of the present Russian political system will shake the whole fabric of European society. What is the likely effect upon socialism in France of the loss of all this capital through the fraud and folly of the bourgeois politicians and the financial magnates who dominate them? Ah, that is the question. Remember the fuss about Panama involving only 1.5 milliards of francs. You will see why I anticipate great results from the loss of some 8 times as much. Only the Socialist Party of France has opposed itself to the Franco-Prussian alliances and denounced it as a fraud upon the French people. The discrediting of all the bourgeois parties must mean the immense growth of the party of the proletariat. Only the Socialist Party of France, the revolutionists of France, had the courage and insight to oppose the alliance with despotism. Very good, comrade, so much for the economic factors. What of other forces? Russia is a compound of different nationalities. In the center the Slavs, surrounded by Poles, Finns, Caucasians, Armenians, and held down by main force. These will spring into position again on the occasion of the revolution, and Poland principally, the Ireland of Russia, which has never lost the sense of nationality, despite the tyranny of centuries, will make her influence felt. She will want to reconstitute her nationality with the Austrian and the German Poles. Thus I believe that the next few years will bring us the European Revolution, which, if socialists are sufficiently bold and well organized, will mean also the social revolution. This concluded, as far as the war is concerned, one of the most instructive conversations in which I ever had the pleasure of participating. In a future issue I hope to reproduce some expressions of our comrade upon trade unionism, but with which it would be a pity to complicate this article. The difference between the socialists and the pseudo-socialists can easily be seen by a comparison of the large-mindedness and grip of the situation disclosed by our comrade, with the puny reflection of capitalist sentimentality exhibited by Jaurès in dealing with this same position. The attitude of the reformists in France sufficiently indicates the absurdity of the claim of such superficial politicians to in any sense represent socialism either in France or elsewhere. Jaurès and his school are straining every nerve in a stop-the-war agitation, on the surface in the interests of peace, but in reality designed to, if possible, stave off the evil day of capitalist collapse. It was not for nothing that our comrades of the Socialist Party of France moved the resolution at the recent International Congress, which declared against compromise and intrigue with capitalist parties. The Socialists of France have fought and are fighting the same battle against treachery and folly of opportunism, which we of the Socialist Party of Great Britain are waging in this country. I am sure every socialist in England joins with us in reciprocating the fraternal greetings extended by Paul and Laura Lafargue to the unofficial representatives of British socialism to whom this interview was accorded. H.J. Hawkins. Paul Lafargue. A Forecast of the Coming Revolution. Interview with Paul Lafargue. November 1904. From the Socialist Standard, November 1904. Transcribed by Adam Buick. Marked up by Ida O'Callaghan for the Marxists' Internet Archive. Amongst the best-known leaders of socialist thought is our comrade Paul Lafargue, author of The Evolution of Property, Socialism and the Intellectuals, and many other volumes and pamphlets of great value to international socialism. A visit to Paris brought us in touch with a French comrade, through whose kindly offices we received an invitation to visit the veteran debater at his pleasant retreat in a little village some dozen miles from the French capital. Lafargue and his wife, once known personally to English socialists as Laura Marx, received us with the true comradeship, which in palpable form made it plain that liberty, equality, fraternity, is no empty phrase amongst socialists. Mindful of the interests of the party, we secured from our comrade the following interesting expression of his views upon some vital topics of moment. The two countries which will benefit from the Russo-Japanese War, said Lafargue, in answer to a query, are America and England. Though the Japs succeed in expelling Russia from Manchuria, they are at the same time weakening themselves for a long period, and thus limiting their capacity for industrial competition. Again, the financiers of England and America, principally the former, will draw from Japan a great deal even of such profit as may accrue to her in return for their present assistance. Japan has for years been developing extraordinarily, but the war hinders this. The resources she is squandering in war are lost to industry. And the results of all this upon our policy in the Far East, comrade. The most important thing is the appearance of Japan upon the scene as the strong power of the East, so strong that no European country can compete with it. The rise of Japan marks the conclusion of European piracy in the Far East. Nobody expected such an extraordinary power. Further, Japan will organize China, industrially and politically. What is your view, comrade, of the industrial position in Japan? The rise of Japan industrially has been so rapid that the horrors of child and female labor in the England of the early 19th century have been reproduced, with the great difference that the intermediate stages from the England of the 15th century were totally absent in Japan. The psychological difference is enormous, and must produce a revolt, but the form we cannot forecast. In England and France the revolt was against the machine, and whilst this may not prove so in Japan, this we know, the Japs start with a socialist movement such as was not, and could not be, in England and France in the initial stages of capitalism. Just as the Japs adopt and adapt the ready-made science of Europe, so the social science of the New Age finds there a ready soil. We may expect the Japanese people, who have shown such extraordinary courage on the battlefield, to show in the social struggle the same indomitable energy and enterprise. Now, as to the war again, comrade, what are its results upon Europe? This war has shown that Russia has made a fool of Europe with a show of power. Particularly has Tsarism befooled France. That show has enabled her to draw from France about 11 milliards of francs, some 400 million pounds, by state loans and financial companies for the industrial exploitation of Russia. The latter investments have been chiefly for coal mining and metal works. These found prosperity as long as the Russian state was a huge customer for railway construction, and sea, but insofar as they have a revival, it is only the artificial stimulus of wartime, which will have its due reaction. Even now the lack of money is strangling this revival. Either victory or defeat for Russia now means revolution, a bourgeois or constitutional revolution. The first thing that the new power will have to do will be to proclaim the bankruptcy of Russia, as the best means to obtain credit. You will recollect a similar process in the French Revolution. The new rulers of Russia will be the more ready to declare this bankruptcy, in that the losers will be, not the Russians but the French. The international effects will be felt primarily in France, where the chief debt of Russia is held. The fall of the present Russian political system will shake the whole fabric of European society. What is the likely effect upon socialism in France of the loss of all this capital through the fraud and folly of the bourgeois politicians and the financial magnates who dominate them? Ah, that is the question. Remember the fuss about Panama involving only 1.5 milliards of francs. You will see why I anticipate great results from the loss of some 8 times as much. Only the Socialist Party of France has opposed itself to the Franco-Prussian alliances and denounced it as a fraud upon the French people. The discrediting of all the bourgeois parties must mean the immense growth of the party of the proletariat. Only the Socialist Party of France, the revolutionists of France, had the courage and insight to oppose the alliance with despotism. Very good, comrade, so much for the economic factors. What of other forces? Russia is a compound of different nationalities. In the center the Slavs, surrounded by Poles, Finns, Caucasians, Armenians, and C, held down by main force. These will spring into position again on the occasion of the revolution, and Poland principally, the Ireland of Russia, which has never lost the sense of nationality, despite the tyranny of centuries, will make her influence felt. She will want to reconstitute her nationality with the Austrian and the German Poles. Thus I believe that the next few years will bring us the European Revolution, which, if socialists are sufficiently bold and well organized, will mean also the social revolution. This concluded, as far as the war is concerned, one of the most instructive conversations in which I ever had the pleasure of participating. In a future issue I hope to reproduce some expressions of our comrade upon trade unionism, but with which it would be a pity to complicate this article. The difference between the socialists and the pseudo-socialists can easily be seen by a comparison of the large-mindedness and grip of the situation disclosed by our comrade, with the puny reflection of capitalist sentimentality exhibited by Jors in dealing with this same position. The attitude of the reformists in France sufficiently indicates the absurdity of the claim of such superficial politicians to in any sense represent socialism either in France or elsewhere. Jors and his school are straining every nerve in a stop-the-war agitation, on the surface in the interests of peace, but in reality designed to, if possible, stave off the evil day of capitalist collapse. It was not for nothing that our comrades of the Socialist Party of France moved the resolution at the recent International Congress, which declared against compromise and intrigue with capitalist parties. The Socialists of France have fought and are fighting the same battle against treachery and folly of opportunism, which we of the Socialist Party of Great Britain are waging in this country. I am sure every socialist in England joins with us in reciprocating the fraternal greetings extended by Paul and Laura Lafargue to the unofficial representatives of British socialism to whom this interview was accorded. H.J. Hawkins. Paul Lafargue. The Woman Question. 1904. Written, 1904, first published in French as La Question de la Femme in Editions de l'Œuvre Nouvelle, Paris 1904. Source, The Right to be Lazy and Other Studies. Published, Charles Kerr. Online version, Lafargue Internet Archive, Marxists.org, 2000. Transcription/markup, Sally Ryan and Inda O'Callaghan for the Marxists Internet Archive. Tables checked and corrected with reference to the German version. The bourgeois has thought and still thinks that woman ought to remain at home and devote her activity to supervising and directing the housekeeping, caring for her husband, and manufacturing and nourishing children. Even Xenophon, at the time when the bourgeoisie was newly born and was taking its shape in ancient society, traced the main outlines of this ideal of woman. But if through the course of centuries, this ideal may have appeared reasonable, because it corresponded to economic conditions which prevailed, it is no longer anything more than an ideological survival, since these conditions have ceased to exist. The domestication of woman presupposes that she fulfills in the household certain numerous functions which absorb all her energy. Now, the most important and the most exacting of these domestic labors, the spinning of wool and linen, the cutting and making up of clothing, laundry work, baking, etc., are carried on by capitalistic industry. It furthermore presupposes that man by his contribution to the family capital and his earnings provides for the material needs of the family. Now, among the comfortable bourgeoisie, marriage is as much an association of capitals one as a union of persons, and often the capital contributed by the wife exceeds that of the husband, and in the small bourgeoisie the gains of the father of the family have fallen so low that the children, girls as well as boys, are compelled to earn their living in business, railroad offices, banks, teaching, civil service positions, etc., while it often happens that the young wife continues to work outside in order to help out the resources of the housekeeping, when the earnings of the husband do not suffice to cover the expenses. The daughters and wives of the small bourgeoisie, as well as those of the working class, thus enter into competition with their father, brothers, and husband. This economic antagonism, which the bourgeoisie had prevented from developing by confining the wife to the family dwelling, is becoming general and is intensified in proportion as capitalistic production develops. It invades the fields of the liberal profession, medicine, law, literature, journalism, the sciences, etc., where man had reserved for himself a monopoly, which he imagined was to be eternal. The laborers, as is always the case, have been the first to draw the logical consequences of the participation of woman in social production. They have replaced the ideal of the artisan, the wife who is nothing but a housekeeper, by a new ideal, woman as a companion in their economic and political struggles for the raising of wages and the emancipation of labor. The bourgeois has not yet succeeded in understanding that his ideal is already long since out of date and that it must be remodeled to correspond to the new conditions of the social environment. Nevertheless, since the first half of the 19th century, the ladies of the bourgeoisie have begun to protest against their inferior position in the family, so much the more intolerable in that their dowry placed them on a footing of equality with the husband. They rebelled against the domestic slavery and the parsimonious life to which they were condemned, as well as the deprivation of intellectual and material enjoyments which was imposed upon them. The bolder ones went so far as to demand free love and to ally themselves with the utopian sects which preached the emancipation of woman. 2. The philosophers and the moralists had the simplicity to believe that they would stop the woman movement by opposing to it the sacred interest of the family, which they declared could not survive without the subjection of woman to the labors of the household, the sewing on of shirt buttons, the mending of hose, etc. Her duty was to devote herself to these obscure and thankless labors, in order that man might freely unfold and display his brilliant and superior faculties. These same philosophers, who lectured the rebellious ladies on the cult of the family, sang the praises of capitalist industry, which, by forcing the wife away from the domestic hearth and her child's cradle to condemn her to the forced labor of the factory, destroys the working-class family. The bourgeois ladies laughed at the sermons, equally imbecile and ethical, of these solemn philosophers. They kept on their way and attained the end they set for themselves. Like the patrician lady of ancient Rome and the countess of the 18th century, they threw off the cares of housekeeping and of the nursing of the child upon mercenaries, that they might devote themselves wholly to the toilet, that they might be the most luxuriously arrayed dolls in the capitalist world, and in order to make business move. The daughters and wives of American plutocracy have attained the extreme limits of this sort of emancipation. They are transforming their fathers and husbands into accumulators of millions, which they squander madly. Since the toilet does not exhaust the entire activity of the ladies of capitalism, they find amusement in breaking the marriage contract in order to assert their independence and improve the race. The Communist Manifesto remarks that the innumerable divorce suits in which adultery is alleged are indisputable proofs of the respect inspired in the bourgeois of both sexes by the sacred bonds of marriage which the licentious socialists talk of loosening. When the daughters and wives of the small bourgeoisie, obliged to earn their living and to increase the resources of the family, began to invade the stores, the offices, the civil service and the liberal professions, the bourgeois were seized with anxiety for their means of existence already so reduced. Feminine competition would reduce them still further. The intellectuals who took up the defense of the males, thought it prudent not to start afresh with the ethical sermons which had miscarried so piteously in the case of the wealthy bourgeois ladies. They appealed to science. They demonstrated by reasons which were irrefutable and loftily scientific that woman cannot emerge from the occupations of housekeeping without violating the laws of nature and history. They proved to their complete satisfaction that woman is an inferior being, incapable of receiving a higher intellectual education and of furnishing the combination of attention, energy, and agility demanded by the professions in which she was entering into competition with man. Her brain, less voluminous, less heavy and less complex than that of man, is a child's brain. Her less developed muscles have not the strength for attack and for resistance. The bones of her forearm, her pelvis, her femur, and in fact all her osseous, muscular and nervous system do not permit her to undertake more than the routine of the household. Nature designed her in all her organization to be the servant of man, just as the odious God of the Jews and Christians marked out the race of Ham for slavery. History contributed its startling confirmation of these ultra-scientific truths. The philosophers and the historians affirmed that always and everywhere the wife, subordinate to the man, had been shut up in the house, in the woman's apartments. If such had been her lot in the past, such was to be her destiny in the future, was the positive declaration of Auguste Comte, the profoundest of bourgeois philosophers. Lombroso, the illustrious comedian, went him one better. He seriously declared that social statistics proclaimed the inferiority of woman, since the number of female criminals is below that of male criminals. While buried in these figures, he might have added that the statistics of insanity demonstrate the same inferiority. Thus we see that ethics, anatomy, physiology, social statistics, and history riveted forever upon woman the chains of domestic servitude. 2. Bachofen, Morgan, and a crowd of anthropologists have revised the opinion of the historians and philosophers upon the role played by woman in the past. They have shown that everywhere the paternal family, which subordinated woman to man, had been preceded by the maternal family, which gave the first place to woman. The Greek language contains the record of her two conditions, while the Spartans, among whom matriarchal customs persisted, still continued to call her Despoinia, the mistress of the house, the sovereign. The other Greeks gave to the wife the name Damer, the subdued, the vanquished. The Odyssey, in characterizing Nausicaa, says that she is part Henos Admes, the girl not subdued, that is to say, without a husband, without a master. The modern expression yoke of marriage preserves the ancient idea. Hesiod, in opposition to Homer, who tells only of patriarchal customs, preserves precious recollections of the matriarchal family. He tells us that when it existed man, even if he were 100 years old, lived with his prudent mother, he was fed in her house like a great child. Works and Days, v. 129-130. It was not the woman who then had the child's brain, but the man. Everything seems in fact to prove that her intelligence was the first to develop. This intellectual superiority caused her to be deified before man in the primitive religions of Egypt, the Indies, Asia, and Greece, and caused the first inventions of the arts and trades, with the exception of metal working, to be attributed to goddesses and not to gods. The Muses, originally 3 in number, were in Greece, even in preference to Apollo, the goddesses of poetry, music, and the dance. Isis, mother of corn ears and lady of bread, and Demeter, lawgiver, had taught the Egyptians and Greeks the tillage of barley and wheat and made them renounce their anthropophagic repasts. The woman appeared to the pre-patriarchal man, like the Germans whom Tacitus knew, as having within herself something holy and providential, alicid sanctum et providum, Germania 8. Her prudence and foresight gave her this divine character. Must we conclude that this intellectual superiority, which manifested itself when the economic environment is rudimentary, is a natural phenomenon? It may be objected that man, leading a more active life, is more subject to accidents, diseases, and other causes of death, and that consequently the prolonged life of woman does not prove the higher vitality of her organism, but the advantages of a life less subject to accident. The answer to this objection is found in the statistics of the various nations. There is in no country a perfect equilibrium between the number of women and that of men. For 1,000 men there are in Belgium 1,005 women, in France 1,014, in England 1,062, in Scotland 1,071 and in Norway 1,091. Nevertheless, in these countries with the feminine preponderance there is an excess of masculine births. Of the whole of Western Europe, for every 1,000 girls there are born from 1,040 to 1,060 boys. If, in spite of this excess of masculine births, more girls survive, it is because the greater mortality of the boys shows the balance in favor of the girls, and this higher mortality cannot be explained by the life of man being more subject to accident, since it is observed at an early age, notably during the first 2 years. All the diseases of childhood, with the exception of diphtheria and whooping cough, are to a perceptible extent more fatal among boys than among girls. From 0 to 5 years the male sex is particularly frail. At all ages, except between 10 and 15 years, the male mortality is in excess of the female. The superior vitality of the female sex is also noticeable in the greater ease with which it builds up its organism. Emirab, superintendent of the sanitarium of Hendaye, to which are sent Parisian children from 3 to 14 years of age, who are afflicted with anemia, incipient tuberculosis, scrofula, and rickets, reports that at the time of their dismissal, at the end of 6 months, the progress in weight, girth, and chest development is incomparably higher in the girls than in the boys. The increase in weight is double and often more. The same statement has been made by other superintendents of sanitariums. Bulletin Medical, number 81, 1903. Woman undeniably possesses a greater vitality than man. M. Gustave Loisel has made inquiry as to whether this difference existed in embryonic life, and what may be its cause. He has communicated the results of his inquiries to the Biological Society of Paris, which published them in its bulletin of November 6, 1903. 3. The superior organization possessed by woman at birth, assuring her throughout her life a much greater vitality, is probably demanded by the part she plays in the production of the species, a part altogether more prolonged and exhausting than that of the man who, when fertilization is accomplished, has no more to do, while then the travail of woman begins, to continue during long months, through pregnancy, and after birth. The women of savage tribes suckle their children for 2 years and more. It sometimes happens that the male pays dear for his inutility. After union, the bees kill the males, and the male spider must hastily take himself off that he may not be devoured by the larger and stronger female. Among the Sakawas, at the annual feast of Mylitta Anaitis, they sacrificed at Babylon the handsome slave who had just united with the priestess who incarnated the Assyrian goddess. This bloody religious ceremonial must have been a reproduction of an Amazonian custom. The life of savagery and barbarism permits woman to develop her superiority from birth. Each sex there has its special function, it is the division of labor in embryo. The man, whose muscular system is more developed, fights, hunts, fishes and sits down. According to the Australian native, he regards all the rest as under the jurisdiction of woman, whose function puts brain activity into play at an earlier epoch. She has charge of the communal house, which often shelters a clan of more than 100 individuals. She prepares clothing from skins and other raw materials. She charges herself with the cultivation of the garden, the rearing of domestic animals and the manufacture of household utensils. She preserves, economizes, cooks, distributes the provisions, vegetable and animal, which have been gathered during the course of the year, and like the Valkyries of the Scandinavians and the Kirs of the pre-Homeric Greeks, she accompanies the warrior on the field battle, aids in the fray, raises him up if he is wounded and cares for him. Her assistance is so appreciated that, according to Tacitus, the barbarians who under the leadership of Civilis revolted against Vespasian, were seized with pity for the Roman soldiers because their wives did not accompany them when they marched to combat. Plato likewise, who, like the chosen ones initiated in the Eleusinian mysteries, was more informed regarding ancient customs than is supposed, makes the women to be present in the battles of the warriors of his republic. These multiple and diverse functions, which obliged woman to reflect, to calculate, to think of the morrow and to look ahead at long range, must necessarily have developed her intellectual faculties. Thus the craniologists say that only a slight difference exists between the cranial capacity of the two sexes in the Negroes, the Australians, and the Redskins, while they find that it goes on increasing among civilized people. Woman is for the careless and improvident savage, a providence. She is the prudent and prescient being who presides over his destinies from birth to death. Man, making his religions with the events and the intellectual acquisitions of his daily life, was thus obliged to begin by deifying woman. The pre-Homeric Greeks and Romans had placed their destinies under the control of goddesses, the Fates, Moirai, Parsi, whose name signifies in the Latin language sparing, economic, and in the Greek the part which falls to each one in the distribution of food or of booty. If we relieve the rich and poetical Greek mythology of the symbolical, allegorical, and mystical lucubrations with which the philosophers and the poets of the classical epoch and the Alexandrine period have overloaded and complicated it, and which the German mythologists, servilely copied by those of France and England, have carried on to their own more perfect confusion, it becomes an inestimable storehouse of prehistoric customs which preserves the memory of the manners which travelers and anthropologists now observe living again among the savages and barbarous nations of Africa and the New World. The mythological legend furnishes us with information of the relative value of feminine and masculine intelligence among the Greeks, before there had entered upon the patriarchal period. Jupiter, the father of the gods, as Homer, Hesiod, and Aeschylus call him, after having driven the feminine divinities from Olympus, enthroned there the patriarchate, which for some generations had been established upon earth. The religious heaven always reflects terrestrial manners as the moon reflects the light of the sun. But Jupiter, who like every barbarian, knew how to use his fists, Iliad 15:228, who boasted that he was the strongest of the gods, and who to dominate the others kept next his throne two servants, force and violence, always ready to obey his orders, was inadequately prepared by his intellectual dualities to replace woman in the government of the Olympian family. In order to supply the capacities which were lacking to him, Hesiod tells us that he married Metis, the wisest among mortals and gods. The savage and the barbarian, that he may take into himself the courage of a fallen enemy, devours his throbbing heart. Jupiter carried off Metis to assimilate her cunning, her prudence and her wisdom, for her name in the Greek language has these diverse meanings. These qualities were considered as belonging to woman. But the process of assimilation took some time, if we may judge from the rascally farce played upon him by Prometheus. The latter killed and butchered an enormous ox. In one pile he placed the flesh which he covered with the skin upon which he deposited the entrails, in another pile lie put the bare bones which he adroitly concealed under heaps of fat. "You have divided the parts very badly," said the father of gods and men. "Most worthy Jupiter, greatest of living gods, take the part that your wisdom counsels you to choose," replied the astute Prometheus. The ruler of the heavens, listening only to his gluttony, laid both hands upon the heap of fat amid the laughter of the Olympians. His wrath was terrible when he saw the bare bones. Theogony 435 ETSEQ. Such a farce would hardly have been played in the Olympian heaven had it not been that on the earth similar tests had been required to prove to the father that his intellectual faculties did not justify him in taking the place of the mother in the leadership of the family and the management of its property. The higher position in the family and society, which man conquered by brute force, while it compelled him to a mental activity to which he was little accustomed, at the same time put at his disposal opportunities for reflection and development which constantly increased. Woman, subdued, as the Greek expression has it, shut up in the narrow circle of the family, the leadership of which had been taken from her, and having little or no contact with the outside world, saw on the contrary a great reduction of the means of development which she had enjoyed, and to complete her subjection she was forbidden the intellectual culture which was given to man. If in spite of these fetters and these disadvantages, the disastrous effects of which cannot be exaggerated, the brain of woman continued to evolve, it was because woman's intelligence profited through the progress realized by the masculine brain, for one sex transmits to the other the qualities which it has acquired. Thus pullets of certain varieties inherit the spurs which are highly developed among the cocks, while in other varieties they transmit to the males their exaggerated crests. It is fortunate, says Darwin upon this point, that the equal transmission of the characteristics of both sexes has been a general rule in the whole series of mammals. Otherwise, it is probable that man would have become as superior to woman in intellectual power as the peacock is to the female in ornamental plumage. Descent of Man, Sexual Selection, 8 and 19. But defects as well as valuable qualities are transmitted from one sex to the other. If woman has profited by the brain growth of man, he has in his turn been retarded in his development by the sluggishness in the development of woman's brain, produced by the reduction to the smallest minimum of intellectual activity to which he has condemned her. The breeders who seek the choicest results are as careful to have irreproachable females as males. Amateur cockfighters attach as much importance to the selection of the pullets as to the cocks, the produce only from those which are armed with spurs and which have the fighting spirit. It may be said that humanity, since it emerged from communism of the clan to live under the system of private property, has been developed by the efforts of one sex alone, and that its evolution has been retarded through the obstacles interposed by the other sex. Man, by systematically depriving woman of the means of development, material and intellectual, has made of her a force retarding human progress. In fact, if we study and compare the different periods of savagery and barbarism, we cannot but observe the continuous and remarkable progress in human mind, because women and men, exercising freely their physical and mental faculties, contribute equally to the evolution of the species. This has been retarded ever since humanity entered into the period of civilization and private property, because then woman, constrained and confined in her development, cannot contribute to it in so effective a way. The senile stagnation in which China has vegetated for more than 1,000 years can only be attributed to the degradation of woman, which has gone to the point of the cruel mutilation of her feet that she may be imprisoned the more closely in the woman's quarters. Europe also suffers from the degradation of woman, since in spite of the extraordinary material progress of these last 2,000 years and the increasing and no less extraordinary accumulation of human knowledge, it cannot be maintained that the brain of the civilized modern exceeds in power and capacity that of the Greeks of the classic epoch, which extends from the 7th to the 4th century before the Christian era. It is certain that a Victor Hugo, a Zola, or any university graduate or doctor has stored in his brain an abundance of positive and diversified conceptions not possessed by Aeschylus, Anaxagoras, Protagoras and Aristotle, but that does not prove that his imagination and his intelligence, or that of his contemporaries, is more rich, more varied, and more vast than that of the generations of Ionia and Attica, who were the artificers of that incomparable budding and blossoming of science, philosophy, literature and art at which history marvels, and who reveled in that subtle and paradoxical play of sophistical philosophy, the like of which has not again been seen. The sophists, Protagoras, Gorgias, Socrates, Plato, etc., stated, discussed and solved the problems of the spiritualistic philosophy and many others besides, yet the Hellenes of Asia Minor and of Greece had emerged from barbarism only a few centuries before. Many reasons may be cited to explain this arrest in human development, but the principal one is the subjection of woman. 4. Capitalist production, which takes charge of most of the labors to which woman devoted herself in the Gentile house, has levied into its army of wage workers in factory, shop, office, and schoolroom, the wives and daughters of the working class and of the small bourgeoisie, in order to procure cheap labor. Its pressing need of intellectual capacities has set aside the venerable and venerated axiom of masculine ethics, to read, write, and count ought to be all of a woman's knowledge. It has required that girls like boys be instructed in the rudiments of the sciences. The first step once taken, they could not be forbidden to enter the universities. They proved that the feminine brain, which the intellectuals had declared a child's brain, was as capable as the masculine brain of receiving all scientific instruction. The abstract sciences, mathematics, geometry, mechanics, etc., the first whose study had been accessible to women, were also the first in which they could give the measure of their intellectual capacities. They are now attacking the experimental sciences, physiology, physics, chemistry, applied mechanics, etc. In America and Europe there arises a throng of women who are marching on a level with men in spite of the inferiority of the conditions of development in which they have lived since their first infancy. As capitalism has not snatched woman from the domestic hearth and launched her into social production to emancipate her, but to exploit her more ferociously than man, so it has been careful not to overthrow the economic, legal, political, and moral barriers which had been raised to seclude her in the marital dwelling. Woman, exploited by capital, endures the miseries of the free laborer and bears in addition her chains of the past. Her economic misery is aggravated, instead of being supported by her father or husband, to whose rule she still submits, she is obliged to earn her living, and under the pretext that she has fewer necessities than man, her labor is paid less, and when her daily toil in the shop, the office, or school is ended, her labor in the household begins. Motherhood, the sacred, the highest of social functions, becomes in capitalistic society a cause of horrible misery, economic and physiologic. The social and economic condition of woman is a danger for the reproduction of the species. But this crushing and pitiful condition announces the end of her servitude, which begins with the establishment of private property and which can end only with its abolition. Civilized humanity, oppressed by the mechanical mode of production, turns its face toward a society, based on common property, in which woman, delivered from the economic, legal, and moral chains which bind her, may develop freely her physical and intellectual faculties, as in the time of the communism of the savages. The savages, to forbid primitive promiscuity and successfully restrain the circle of sexual relations, found no other means than to separate the sexes. There are reasons for believing that the women took the initiative in this separation, which the specialization of their functions consolidated and emphasized. This was manifested socially by religious ceremonials and secret languages peculiar to each set, and even by struggles. 6. And after having taken the character of violent antagonism, it ended in the brutal subjection of woman, which still survives, although it is progressively attenuated in proportion as the competition of the two sexes becomes more general and intense upon the economic field. But the modern antagonism will not end with the victory of one sex over the other, for it is one of the phenomena of the struggle of labor against capital, which will find its solution in the emancipation of the working class, in which women as well as men are incorporated. The technique of production which tends to suppress the specialization of trades and functions and to replace muscular effort by attention and intellectual skill, and which, the more it is perfected, mingles and confounds man and woman the more in social labor, will prevent the return of the conditions which in savage and barbarous nations had maintained the separation of the sexes. Common property will put an end to the economic antagonism of specialization. But if it is possible to catch a glimpse of the end of female servitude and of the antagonism of the sexes, and to conceive for the human species an era of incomparable bodily and mental progress, brought about by women and men of a high development in muscle and brain, it is impossible to foresee the sexual relations of free and equal women and men who will not be united nor separated by sordid material interests and by the gross ethics engendered by such interests. But if we may judge by the present and the past, men, in whom the genetic passion is more violent and more continuous than in women, the same phenomenon is observed in the males and females of the whole animal series, will be obliged to exhibit their physical and intellectual qualities to win their sweethearts. Sexual selection, which, as Darwin has shown, fulfilled an important role in the development of the animal species, and which, with rare exceptions, has ceased to play this part in the Indo-European races for about 3,000 years, will again become one of the most active factors in the perfecting of the human race. Motherhood and love will permit woman to regain the higher position which she occupied in primitive societies, the memory of which had been preserved by the legends and myths of the ancient religions. Paul Lafargue, 1905. Frederick Engels. Source: The Social Democrat, Volume 9. Number 8, August 15, 1905, pages 483 to 488. Translated, by Jacques Bonhomme. Transcribed, by Ted Crawford. Frederick Engels, the friend and co-worker of Karl Marx, died in London on August 5, 1895. Eulogistic articles have appeared in the socialist papers in Germany and Austria, and the following is a translation of an article by Marx's son-in-law, which was published in Die Neue Zeit on July 29 of this year. Personal recollections of Engels. I made the acquaintance of Engels in 1867, the year in which the first volume of Capital was published. I must introduce you to Engels, said Marx to me, as you are engaged to my daughter, and we went together to Manchester. Engels lived with his wife and her niece, who was then 6 or 7 years old, in a little house in the suburbs of the town, only a little way from the open country. He was then partner in a firm which his father had established. Like Marx, he had fled to London from the continent, after the failure of the Revolution I, and he still took a part in political agitation, and still studied. Marx had lost his property and that of his wife in the revolutionary storm, and Engels had no money, and he had to agree to go to Manchester, and become a clerk in his father's business, which he had left in 1845, while Marx became a weekly correspondent of the New York Tribune, and thus obtained money for the needs of his family. Engels, till 1870, led a kind of double life. On 6 days of the week, from 10 till 4, he was a merchant, who superintended the correspondence, in many languages, of his firm, and went to the exchange. He had an office in the center of the town, where he received his commercial friends. But he received his political and scientific friends in his small house. Among these were the chemist Schorlemmer and Samuel Moore, who afterwards translated the first volume of the Capital into English. His wife, who was of Irish origin, and a warm patriot, was in close relation with the Irish, who were numerous in Manchester, and knew of their plans. Many Fenians sought refuge in her house, and among them the man who planned the rescue of the Irish prisoners from the prison van. Engels, who was interested in the Fenian question, had collected documents for a history of the English rule in Ireland. These must still be with his papers, for they were carefully copied and preserved. In the evening, free from business slavery, he returned to his little home, where he was once more a free man. He not only took part in the industrial life of Manchester, but also partook of its pleasures, attended meetings, banquets, and sports. He had a hunter, and rode to hounds, and he was a very bold rider, jumping walls, ditches, and sea, as he liked to be in at the death. "I am always afraid," said Marx to me, "that one day I shall hear that he has met with an accident." I do not know whether his middle-class acquaintances were aware of his previous life. Englishmen are uncommonly discreet, and do not care to meddle with things which do not concern them too, and at all events they could not have known anything of the value of the man whom they saw every day, for Engels did not talk about his ideas. The man whom Marx considered the most learned man of Europe was only looked upon as a jolly companion who enjoyed his glass. Once Madame Marx heard a lady say in 1848, "Engels is a frivolous man," and that was the opinion of the Manchester merchants. No learned man was ever less pedantic than he. Till the end of his days he remained a hasty traveler and a pleasant comrade. He loved the society of the young, and he was a model host. Many London socialists, passing travelers, exiles from all countries, have gathered at his friendly table on Sundays, and they all left his house delighted with the evening they had spent, enlivened by his cheerful hospitality, his wit, and his great vivacity. It is impossible to speak about Engels without referring at the same time to Marx. The web of their lives was so closely interwoven that it was as if it were only one life, and yet they were quite different personalities, not only owing to outward circumstances, but to different character and temperament. They knew each other in November 1842 after a visit which Engels paid to the office of the Rheinische-Zeitung. When Marx, owing to the suppression of that paper, took the opportunity of getting married and going to France, Engels paid him a visit of a few days in Paris in September 1844. "We both," writes Engels in his biography of Marx, "were engaged on the Deutsch-Französischen Jahrbuchern, and corresponded, and from that date began our joint labors, which lasted till the death of Marx." In 1845, at the request of the Prussian government, Guizot expelled Marx from France, and he went to Brussels. When the revolution of 1848 was the cause of the reappearance of the Rheinische-Zeitung, Engels again came to help Marx, and edited the paper in his absence. Yet Engels never acquired the same influence as Marx over the writers of that paper, who were full of talent, revolutionary ardor, and love of fighting. Marx told me that once when he came back from a journey to Vienna he found everybody at loggerheads, which Engels could not quell, and differences were so great that it was thought they would have to be settled by duels, and it required all Marx's diplomatic gifts to restore peace. Marx was a born leader of men. He exercised his influence over all those with whom he came in contact. Engels was the first to recognize this. Often has he said to me that Marx from his earliest youth had asserted the clearness and precision of his nature. He was a real leader in whom everybody had complete confidence and even solved problems by his tact which seemed at first sight beyond his skill. For instance, Wolfe, to whom the first volume of Capital is dedicated, was very ill at Manchester, where he lived. The doctors gave him up, but Engels and his friends would not believe it and all said that Marx must be summoned by telegraph in order that his opinion might be ascertained. Engels, who had lived in England and had studied there the theories of political economy, the condition of the workers, the rise of industry, and the Chartist movement, exercised an undoubted influence on the mind of Marx, who, up till then, had been mainly interested with philosophy, history, law, and mathematics. It was Engels who first advised him to turn his attention to political economy, of which his family and the professors at the university had only a very poor opinion. Soon it became clear to Marx that in the study of economics was to be found the key to the history of society and of ideas. Engels told me that Marx in 1844, in Paris, at the Café de la Régence, one of the first centers of the Revolution of 1789, had first sketched out to him the outlines of his theory of the materialist conception of history. Engels and Marx had acquired the habit of working together. Engels in this way often acted as a stimulus on Marx, who did not like to begin his work till he had got everything well in hand and was at times too diffident to begin. After the downfall of the revolution, the two friends had to separate. Engels went to Manchester, Marx went to London, but though separated they lived together in thought. Nearly every day during 17 years they corresponded and thus kept each other informed of the progress of their studies and communicated their thoughts on political affairs. This correspondence still exists. Engels left Manchester as soon as he could become free from his business yoke, and went to London, where he settled in Regent's Park Road, 10 minutes' distance from Maitland Park where Marx lived. Every day about 1 o'clock he went to see Marx, and if the weather were fine and Marx felt in good form, they used to go for a walk on Hampstead Heath. If they did not go out they would stay together for 1 or 2 hours to talk, walking up and down in Marx's study, each walking diagonally across the room. I remember a discussion on the Albigenses which lasted for several days. Marx had studied the part played in the Middle Ages by the Jewish and Christian financiers. When they were not together they used to study the same subjects in order to communicate to each other the results of their researches. They had the highest opinion of each other and did not think so highly of criticisms from other sources. Marx was never weary of expressing astonishment at the universality of the knowledge of Engels, as well as the wonderful keenness of his mind, which enabled him to see things with lightning rapidity, and Engels was always ready to recognize the powers of Marx's analysis and synthesis. Certainly, he said to me one day, people had always seen that there was a great deal of importance to be attached to capitalist production, and that it was necessary to ascertain and explain the laws of its development, but this had demanded too much time and the work had only been done in parts and in fragments. Marx alone was prepared to show as a whole the effects of economic causes, to exhibit the dependence of their relations with each other, and thus, so to speak, to reconstruct the whole of the theoretic monument of economics and to show the importance of it in the evolution of society. Not only did they work together, but they were united by the warmest friendship, each one was always thinking how he could serve the other, and each was proud of the other. One day Marx received a letter from his Hamburg publisher telling him that Engels had been to see him and that he had been pleased to see so agreeable a man. "I should like to see anyone," exclaimed Marx on reading the letter, "who did not find Fred as amiable as he is learned." They had everything in common, both their purse and their knowledge. When Marx was appointed correspondent for the New York Tribune, he was learning English. Engels translated his articles, and even wrote them if that were necessary. And when Engels was working at his Anti-Düring, Marx put his work on one side in order to write an introduction on economics, of which Engels made use in parts, as he has publicly stated. Engels was friendly with the whole family, the daughters of Marx looked upon Engels as their second father, and his friendship lasted beyond the grave. After Marx's death it was his duty to look through his manuscripts and to prepare for the press his unpublished works. Engels put on one side all that he had prepared relating to his universal philosophy of knowledge, at which he had been working for more than 10 years, and for which he had made a survey of all sciences and their latest progress in order to devote himself to the preparation of the 2 last volumes of Capital. Engels loved knowledge for its own sake, everything interested him. After the failure of the revolution in 1849, He went on board a sailing vessel to come to England from Genoa because the journey from Switzerland through France was unsafe. He used this opportunity to acquire a knowledge of navigation. He kept a journal on the ship in which he entered every day the position of the sun, the direction of the wind, the state of the sea, etc. This journal must still be in existence, for Engels was very methodical. He looked after everything and made notes with most praiseworthy care. Philology and strategy were his first loves. He was ever true to them and followed their progress very fully. He was extremely careful even to the most minute detail. I remember how he read aloud with his friend Mesa, who was a Spaniard, the Romancers, without ever having to look out a word in the dictionary. His knowledge of European languages and of their dialects was extraordinarily great. When after the fall of the Commune I was traveling with members of the National Council of the International in Spain, they told me that a certain Angels was General Secretary for Spain, and that he corresponded in the finest Castilian. This Angels was the Spanish way of writing Engels. When I went to Lisbon, Francia, the Secretary of the National Council for Portugal, told me that he had received from Engels letters written in faultless Portuguese, which is extraordinary when we think of the resemblances and small differences between the two languages, and I have been told that he was equally familiar with Italian. He was rather particular to write in their own language to persons with whom he corresponded. He wrote in Russian to Lavarov III, in French to Frenchmen, in Polish to Poles, and so on. He was also proficient in local dialects. He was eager to study the local writings of Bignami, which are written in the local dialect of Milan. On the sands at Ramsgate there was a performing dwarf, a clown, who was surrounded by a crowd of small boys. He was dressed as a Brazilian general. Engels spoke to him in Portuguese, then in Spanish, but got no answer. At last the general spoke a word. "Ah," called out Engels, "this Brazilian is an Irishman." And he addressed him in his own language. The poor wretch wept with joy when he heard him talk. Engels stutters in 20 languages, said an exile from the Commune, when he was being amused at hearing him stutter. No subject was alien to him. In his last years he began to read works on obstetrics, because a friend of his, Madame F., was reading for a medical examination. Marx told him that he was wasting time in working at so many subjects, and that he would do better not to think about them, but to work for the good of the world. Engels replied that he would willingly give him the papers relating to the rise of property in Russia, as they had prevented him for many years from finishing Capital. Marx had learned Russian because one of his friends, D., from St. Petersburg, had sent him many thick reports relating to an inquiry on landed property in Russia, and of which the Russian government had forbidden the publication, on account of the frightful evidence contained therein. One must be astonished by the amount of work done by Engels, when one considers the small amount of time at his disposal, and it is wonderful that he was able to accumulate so much knowledge. He showed an extraordinary zeal for work, and great ability in acquiring the mastery of any subject. He learned quickly, and was indefatigable. In his two big, light studies, of which the walls were covered with bookshelves, there was not a scrap of paper on the floor, and the books, with the exception of about a dozen on the study table, were all in order. The room seemed more like drawing rooms than the library of a student. His own person was also very neat, and his clothes were always well brushed as if he was going to be passed in review by a general, like when he served in the Prussian army as a 1-year's volunteer. I know nobody who wore the same clothes so long without their being creased. While he was so saving for himself, yet he was very generous so far as the party was concerned. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Engels lived in Manchester when the International was founded. Though he was somewhat sceptical on the prospects of a revival of the communistic school, which he thought had received a great blow at the revolution of 1848, yet he supported the movement for the sake of Marx. He also contributed to the International and worked for its paper The Commonwealth, which was founded by the General Council. After the Franco-German War of 1870, and his going to London, he still went on working with the zeal which distinguished him in all things. This war of 1870 showed his military talents as a tactician. From day to day he followed the armies, and more than once he anticipated the results of the German General Staff by articles in the Pall Mall Gazette. 2 days before Sedan he predicted the downfall of the French army. This was much noticed in the English press, and Marx's eldest daughter, Jenny, used to call him the General. After the fall of the French Empire he had only one wish and one hope, the triumph of the French Republic. Engels and Marx had no fatherland, they were, as Marx said, citizens of the world. Paul Lafargue 1905. Socialism and Internationalism. Source, Social Democrat, 1905, Volume 9. Number 10, October 15, 1905, pages 606 to 607, continued from last month. Transcribed, by Ted Crawford. The country's flag is a commercial asset, said the celebrated patriot, Cecil Rhodes, but this commercial asset only represents the economic and political interests of the capitalist classes. The middle class only beats the big drum in praise of love of country and honor of the flag in order to beguile the proletariat, so that it should sacrifice itself in defense of the riches which the middle class has stolen. The ruling classes of the republics of Greece and Rome did not make use of the patriotic charlatanism of the middle class, because they jealously kept to themselves the privilege of governing, and of defending their country. They neither allowed the working classes or the slaves the right of carrying arms. If it were necessary to arm slaves to defend the country, they were first made free men and given land. Never in history was there such fervent patriotism, which did not hesitate to sacrifice the individual for the good of the community. The modern middle class adopted a different method. First it formed armies of mercenaries, as in England, or by conscription, as in France. And now it still successfully bamboozles the proletariat. The proletariat will not really have a fatherland till it has politically and economically displaced the middle class. This can only be done by each nation in turn, and it is for this reason that the proletariat is national, as the Communistic Manifesto explains. The middle class is nationalist, since it must exploit the proletariat of its own nation, but at a certain time of the economic development it must assume a certain international character, in order that the surplus of goods which it has captured from the wage earners may be sold. If the proletariat of a nation, in order to throw off the yoke of the governing class, must be organized nationally and rise nationally, yet it will be unable to attain its final emancipation until there has been effected an international agreement with the proletariats of other capitalist nations. Any social revolution must necessarily be international. The middle class of the 18th century was only able to overthrow the aristocracy and seize power by proclaiming the brotherhood of nations and by calling on them to make common cause against tyrants. To be a patriot meant for middle-class revolutionists not to love France, Germany, or Italy, but to love the revolution. When the revolution was over, the middle class became again nationalist in order to organize nationally its dictature and its class exploitation. The revolutionary proletariat will have neither to keep its ancient nationalities nor to constitute new ones, because by becoming free it will abolish classes, the world will be its fatherland. Paul Lafargue. Paul Lafargue. Economic Determinism and the Natural and Mathematical Sciences. March 1906. Source, Social Democrat, Volume 10 Number 3, March 1906, pages 137, 145. Transcribed, Ted Crawford. For the Marxists' Internet Archive. Will you afford me a little space in which to refute an assertion of Bax? Not that I wish to substitute myself for Rothstein, who needs no one to answer for him, nor do I desire to discuss the value in itself of the Marxist method. I avoid the scholastic discussions beloved of Bax's metaphysical mind. Bax claims to demonstrate the imperfection of the method in affirming that the natural and mathematical sciences are not attached by any connection to the economic conditions, or if such connections exist they are of insignificant importance. This is a rather bold assertion. Bax says, with perfect justice, that man attained to natural knowledge essentially through observation of fact, supplemented later on by experiment, and reasoning from fact. But are not the everyday experiences and observations made constantly by men in procuring the means of existence 1,000 times more numerous and varied than those made by savants in their petty scientific laboratories? Are those observations which are made in the gigantic economic laboratory not susceptible of forcing man to reason and to seek out general laws? The doctrine of natural selection which Bax has cited in support of his thesis is on the contrary an excellent example of the superiority of the method that he condemns. In effect, Darwin gathered in the economic world the observations and the experiences which he needed to complete the observations which he and the naturalists had made in the natural world, and to conceive his doctrine. Let Bax open the Origin of Species and he will read that Darwin says that the first suggestion of his theory was afforded him by Malthus's law of population, which placed to the account of divine providence the miseries of the workers engendered by capitalist production, just as Aristotle made nature responsible for slavery. It was by starting from the social struggles of man that Darwin conceived the idea of the natural struggles of animals. But industrial and commercial competition, which, on the one hand, deteriorated the producer by poverty and excessive toil, and, on the other, transformed the capitalist into a social parasite, could not furnish him with the idea of progressive evolution, that was suggested to him by economic phenomena of another order. He saw and admired the farmers and breeders around him, who experimented upon the various animals, long before the naturalists had dreamt of doing so, and who, by artificial selection, perfected horses and other animals in order to increase their exchange value. Darwin is, perhaps, the naturalist who has devoted the most attention to the variations of domestic animals. He was led to think that nature did unconsciously what the farmers did intentionally for the sake of profit. It may, therefore, be advanced that the doctrine of natural selection could only have been produced in an epoch of ferocious commercial competition, and in a country in which methodical and intelligent breeding was carried on. It is necessary to add that the works of constructing the railways, and of mining coal, which have given birth to a new science, geology, by drawing from the bowels of the earth the remains of extinct plants and animals, have incontestably prepared the scientific mind for the idea of the progressive evolution of the organic world. The history of mathematics is a crucial refutation of the one-sided Marxian view, says Bax. Let us see. He is obliged to recognize that geometry had its origin in land measurement may be perfectly true. But it is the correctness of the formulation of the space relations involved in it that is the crucial point for the science as such. The practical necessities which led men's attention to these relations is the mere superficial and proximate cause. Quite too metaphysical is this disdain for the practical necessities which have caused men to count and to calculate, and which have furnished the axioms of mathematics. It is not because the mathematical sciences make abstraction of the properties of things and consider only a few of them, number in arithmetic and algebra, the point and the line in geometry. It is not because in the abstract sciences observation and experimentation are consequently useless and are replaced by speculation, that one ought, as philosopher of the thing in itself, to declare that they owe nothing to experience. They are groups of speculative theorems rigorously deduced from a small number of axioms of an incontestable and incontested truth. The axioms, then, are of capital importance. If they are not found, mathematical sciences cannot exist, and if they are erroneous, the rigorous speculative deductions are false. But the axioms, 2 and 2 make 4, a straight line is the shortest way from one point to another. From a given point we can only draw one line parallel to another straight line, etc. This third and important axiom bears the name of the postulatum of Euclid, are undemonstrable. Leibniz has vainly endeavored to demonstrate that 2 and 2 make 4. They have been given to us not by reasoning but by experience, and, I would add, by economic experience. It is probable that animals have bequeathed us many axioms. For example, ducks in going to the water follow a straight line as being the shortest way. Pigeons know that 1 and 1 make 2, since they do not sit until they have laid 2 eggs, etc. Economic experience has given a value to the axioms inherited from the animals and has caused others to be discovered of equal importance, as, for instance, the postulatum of Euclid. We know that numeration is very limited among savages, that many of them can only count up to 20 and that the first figures have, in their language, the names of the fingers because they count by naming and touching the fingers one after the other. The savage must extend his numeration in proportion as the number of animals and other objects he may possess increases. When they are too numerous to be counted on the fingers, he makes use of pebbles, as is shown by the word calculate, which comes from the Latin calculus, signifying pebble. In order to obtain an account of their augmentation, he is obliged to invent addition, the beginning of arithmetic, and algebra, the operations of which are only additions transformed, complicated by unknown and imaginary quantities, and simplified, and in order to state any decrease in their numbers he must invent subtraction, which is only the addition of that which remains to that which has disappeared, the unknown quantity to be found. The Romans performed these two operations with pebbles, as is evidenced by the expressions calculum ponere, to place the pebble, and calculum subducere, to withdraw the pebble, which indicated that they added and subtracted, by adding or taking away pebbles. As exchanges multiplied, it became necessary to calculate the number of objects to be given in order to obtain some other. In order for anyone to estimate his wealth in animals and other objects, he had to invent multiplication, which is only a long addition simplified. The traders of the maritime cities of Asia Minor and of Greece made multiplications long before Pythagoras had erected the table which bore his name, and which, perhaps, they had invented. When they had to share out the gains of a commercial expedition according to the number of participants, they discovered division, which is a complicated operation of multiplications and subtractions. Many centuries after economic necessity had compelled men to find the four rules of arithmetic, the mathematicians made their theoretical demonstration. If the possession of flocks and herds and other objects developed numeration, and brought forth the invention of the rules of arithmetic, the manufacture of baskets and of receptacles for liquids engendered the idea of capacity, and the production of precious liquids, such as wine and oil, taught the measurement of the capacity of vessels. The savage, while he lived by fishing, the chase, and on the wild fruits of the earth, did not dream of measuring the land, but when he became a cultivator and had to divide the arable land among the different families, he had to learn to measure it. The Greek philosopher attributed to the Egyptians the invention of geometry, because after each inundation of the Nile it was necessary to redistribute the fields, the bounds of which had been swept away by the overflowing river. The men of all countries had no need to go to the school of the Egyptians. The agrarian divisions they made every year were the masters that taught them the first elements of geometry. The savage cultivators, not knowing how to measure surfaces, solved the problem of equal division of land, by dividing the field to be shared out, generally a level ground more or less plain, by long and narrow bands, which, having the same length and the same breadth, were equal. These bands were quadrilaterals, the sides of which were parallels, as the straight furrows which bounded them were of an equal distance from each other. The obtaining of these straight furrows had such an importance that in many languages the word straight has come to signify that which is just. 2. The equal length of the furrows was obtained by passing over each an equal number of tines a staff which served as measure. This measuring staff had in their eyes so august a character that in the Egyptian hieroglyphics it signified justice and truth, while among the Russian peasants the staves used for measuring in the division of land are called sacred measures. Haxthausen, who, about 1846, assisted at one of these divisions in Russia, declared that the measurements are made as accurately by the illiterate peasants as they would be by scientific land surveyors. This primitive land measurement, which may still be seen in India, gives birth, says Paul Tannery, the erudite historian of the science Hellene, to a collection of processes, but loosely related, serving for the solution of the usual problems of life, and the demonstration of which, when it was made, found its support on propositions regarded as evident, but which were rigorously proved very much later. One of these propositions is the famous postulatum of Euclid, on which rests geometry. This empirical geometry, long before the creation of scientific geometry, enabled the Egyptians, the Greeks, and, in fact, all peoples, to construct monuments which, by their grandeur, their solidity, and their harmonious proportions awaken the wonder and admiration of modern engineers. The primitive cultivators divided level lands which they regarded as plane. The geometry of Euclid starts from the hypothesis that space is absolutely plane. Consequently, two straight lines at equal distance from each other are parallel and can never meet, as well in the level lands of the primitive cultivators as in Euclidean space. But the idea of curved space was introduced in science towards the middle of the 19th century. Łączewski, Rickman, Helmholtz, Sophus-Lie, and other mathematicians, rejecting the postulatum of Euclid, created what has been called the non-Euclidean geometry, of which the rigorously deduced theorems are, however, in complete contradiction to the theorems of the Euclidean geometry taught for 2000 years as the absolute truth. The illustrious mathematician Gauss, who, at the end of the 18th century, already foresaw the possibility of a non-Euclidean geometry, dared only to speak of it in private letters, which have been published recently, for fear of arousing the clamours of the Boeotians. The solutions of the new geometry, which overthrow all accepted ideas, are, according to the mathematicians, more simple from the purely mathematical point of view, than the solutions of the old geometry, which, however, retains its practical utility because surveyors, engineers, and architects, operating on surfaces of small extent, neglect, like the primitive cultivators, all their unimportant curves. The creators of the new geometry, and the contrary, take account of every curvature in space, however slight it may be, and they also think there will be as many non-Euclidean geometries as there are places on the terrestrial globe. From whence came this idea of the curve of space? The savage cultivators regarded the level lands they divided among themselves as plane. When men conceived an idea of the earth, they imagined it to be flat, like a disc, said Archelaus. But their voyages having shown to the traders of the Mediterranean cities that different places of the earth were lighted one after the other by the sun, they represented the earth as a hollow half-sphere, the border of which was lighted before the bottom, but as a result of astronomical observations, the Greeks, towards the 5th century BC, regarded the earth as a solid sphere. But the idea of the sphericity of the earth remained barren practically and theoretically. It led to no practical result until the 15th century, when Columbus, misled by art error of calculation of Ptolemy, discovered America instead of the maritime route which he sought for commerce with the Indies and which the Venetians monopolized. It was necessary still to wait some centuries before the sphericity of the earth, demonstrated everyday merchant ships, determined the mathematicians to deduce from it the theoretical consequences. The geometric eons, after having taken account of the observations collected by sailors, merchants, travelers, and savants, conceived the earth as a sphere, flattened at the two poles, and enveloped in an atmosphere corresponding to its solid form. All the plans constructed on the earth or in space would, therefore, be necessarily curved. All the lines traced on these plans would, perforce, be curved. The line which describes the flight of a cannon ball, whatever may its initial velocity, is a curved line. The curvature these plans and these lines must vary as the place which they are traced is more or less distant from the equator. The postulatum of Euclid, on which geometry rests, and which cannot be demonstrated by reasoning, is then false experimentally. The non-Euclidean geometries, which appeared to be erroneous, opposed to reason, because they contradicted the truths to which men had been accustomed for thousands of years, are then a superior approximation to the truth. Absolutely plane space, which the necessities of agrarian divisions and of architectural constructions had introduced into the heads of the mathematicians, began to be elbowed out by the idea of curved space only after commercial voyages and expeditions on land and sea had popularized the idea of the sphericity of the earth and of its atmospheric envelope. Bax, therefore, cannot say that the history of mathematics is a crucial refutation of the Marxist method. I may remark, in conclusion, that Marx did not present economic determinism as a doctrine, but as a tool for historical research, valuable only according to the ability of him who uses it. In his hands it has given us the theory of the class struggle, which explains the political history of human society. If after an essay with economic determinism Bax finds it defective, it is because, like all metaphysicians, he has been unskillful in applying it, and, like the bad workman, he ascribes his own want of skill to the tools. Paul Lafargue. Paul Lafargue. Britain coming into line. April 28, 1906. Britain coming into line, letter to Quelch, Justice, April 28, 1906, p.5. Transcribed by Ted Crawford. Marked up by Inda O'Callaghan for the Marxists Internet Archive. Dear Comrade Quelch, this 1st of May the socialists of the two worlds unite fraternally in heart and thought with English socialists in celebrating the electoral victory of the working class of Great Britain. Its victory is the victory of international socialism. It is not the number of those elected, nor of the votes obtained, which constitutes the worldwide importance of this event, it is the entry, en masse, of the British working class, with its economic organizations, on the political field of battle, which it has deserted ever since the defeat of Chartism. The trade unions, which then organized themselves, inscribed in their rules abstention from all political action. The workers neglected to concern themselves with the general interests of their class. They decided that it was necessary humbly to await reforms from the philanthropy of the dominant class instead of wresting them from that class against its will. They abandoned to the landlords and capitalists, of which the ministers, Tory, Whig, Liberal and Radical, are only the agents, the power to legislate, to apply the laws and govern the nation with the sole object of enriching themselves. The English working classes were the admiration of the capitalists of the continent. Their economists and their politicians would say to us, imitate these wise and admirable trade unions, who have nothing to do with politics and do not concern themselves with socialism. In fact, politics are no good except for capitalists, and socialism commends itself to none but the crack-brained. But we no longer hear this silly and discouraging song. Our capitalists have received with as much uneasiness as we have of joy, the news of your victory. The political axis of England is changing its pivot. The trade unions, these formidable organizations which have brigaded some hundreds of thousands of workers, which have accumulated some millions in their funds, which have fought economic battles extending over long months, have now thrown their weight into the political balance. At last they understand that these heroic struggles, in which their members have proved their inflexible solidity, supporting with a stoical courage the horrors of starvation, not only for themselves, but, what is 1,000 times more terrible, for their women and children, have not been able to change, and cannot change, the situation of the working class, rendered more and more precarious by the concentration of capital and the incessant application of new machines to the work of production. The marvelous discoveries of science which enrich the capitalists, result only in intensifying labor in the workshop and increasing the number of unemployed in the streets. The trade unions at last understand that their ideal, a fair day's wage for a fair day's work, recedes in proportion to the development of capitalist production. They understand at last that in order to ameliorate their lot and to benefit by the wealth which they alone produce, the workers must form themselves into a class political party, for the purpose of expropriating the capitalist class from political and economic power. It is a revolution which is beginning. Certainly the movement is confused, uncertain, unconscious. There will be hesitation, difficulties and collisions. But it is by tottering, by knocking against obstacles, and with occasional tumbles, that the child learns to walk. But we Continentals, we have confidence in the cool energy of the British working class. We know that no effort will weary it, that no defeat will discourage it, that every step it takes forward is ground conquered forever. International socialism counts another army in course of formation. The success that it will achieve will shake the world and precipitate the hour of the emancipation of labor. On the 1st of May, international socialists, in celebrating tin electoral victory of the British working class, will render homage to the courageous and tenacious perseverance of the comrades who, for 25 years, have carried on the propaganda of socialism in England amid the most discouraging indifference. Paul Lafargue. Paul Lafargue. The Law of Value and the Dearness of Commodities. 1908. From Socialist Standard, May 1908. 1. Transcribed by Adam Buick. Marked up by Ynda O'Callaghan for the Marxists' Internet Archive. Economic materialism, or to be more exact, economic determinism, which allows us to explain human evolution and which provides a scientific basis for history, and the law of value, the key to the secrets of commodity production, dominate the theoretic work of Marx. The law of value demonstrates that the value of a commodity is constituted by the quantity of human labor therein incorporated. Allow that, says the Belgian economist Lavely, and Marx will prove to you, with his iron logic, that capital is unpaid labor, stolen labor. The law of value, which culminates in such a frightful conclusion, has been the nightmare of the economists. Those amongst them who have any scientific pretensions have taken the field to overthrow it. All those who have attacked it have proclaimed, with as much exultation as the socialistic intellectuals, who for this 10 years past announce from time to time the decomposition of Marxism, that they have demolished the law of value, although this does not prevent new combatants, judging incomplete and in vain the wrecking work of their forerunners, from going on the warpath to make mincemeat of it. The law of value, which has victoriously withstood all the assaults of the economists, alone can explain the general rise in the prices of commodities, the cause of which has been vainly sought. I will try to demonstrate this. To propagate communism, to organize the workers in a class party and to struggle for the conquest of the public powers, to study the theoretic work of Marx and to use the two powerful intellectual tools, economic determinism and the law of value, that he has put at our disposal for interpreting historical events and economic phenomena, are yet some of the best ways to honor the memory of the militant agitator and communist thinker. The rise in the prices of commodities is general in the commodity-producing countries of Europe and America. It is felt as far as China, which is scarcely beginning to enter capitalist civilization. This rise is the more extraordinary as a general fall in prices would rather be expected, since, one after the other, industries are using more and more perfect machinery, which, in multiplying tenfold and 100-fold human productivity, lower the prices of their products. The dearness of necessaries weighs heavily upon the workers, who, if they do not buy iron girders, electric machines, silken stuffs and other industrial products, live upon bread which should be cheaper, since the production of wheat, which 40 years ago, was in France from 14 to 15 hectoliters to the hectare, is today, thanks to agricultural progress, from 19 to 20 hectoliters. Newspapers and magazines inquire into the causes of this disconcerting economic phenomenon. The recognized defenders of capital, without bothering their heads very much, have unearthed the true cause. They declare unanimously that the workers' higher wages and expenditure for luxuries and holidays let loose the tide of rising prices in the capitalist world. This cream tart has not quite satisfied the economists, who attribute its loosing to gold. Some say that the quantity of gold serving commercial transactions is insufficient, although it increases every year by 500,000 francs. Gold being relatively rare, its price, according to the law of competition, should rise, that is to say that the same quantity of gold should buy more merchandise, and it is precisely the contrary, one must give more gold for the same quantity of merchandise. Others pretend that gold abounds, that the mines of Africa and America have thrown so much of it upon the market, that its price, still according to the law of competition, is depreciated every day, and that it is to stop this decline that the Transvaal mining companies are trying to form a trust. However, during these last 60 years, whatever has been the quantity of gold produced, it has always been immediately and completely absorbed by the needs of commercial transactions, of which the volume increases yet more rapidly than the amount of gold thrown upon the market. The American crisis precisely began by an insufficiency in the quantity of gold that the banks of New York and other cities had at their disposal, and in order to curb this financial crisis, which, as always, preceded the crisis of overproduction, it was necessary to import from Europe all the gold available. Nevertheless, it is in the variations of the value of gold that we must seek for the cause of the general rise in the prices of commodities. Gold and silver, because of their special qualities, have been chosen from all the metals to be monetized and to serve for national and international means of exchange. The capitalist nations thought that once for all their values could be established in the proportion of 1 to 15, that is to say that 1 gram of gold was worth 15 grams of silver, and it is according to this proportion that they have struck their gold and silver money. For example, a 20-franc gold piece weighs 6.6 grams, while 20 silver franc pieces weigh 100 grams. But this legal proportion, guaranteed by the governments of the bourgeois nations, is a lying fiction, as are the institutions and the principles of capitalist society. Melt down 3 1-franc pieces and you will get a little mass of silver weighing 15 grams, take it to a dealer in precious metals and ask him to exchange it for 1 gram of gold, he will refuse. He will ask of you 36 grams of silver for 1 gram of gold, for at the current rate the kilogram of gold is worth 3,427 francs and the kilogram of silver 95 francs, that is, only 1/36 as much. And if he knows a little of the history of monetized metals, he will tell you that since 1838 the legal proportion between gold and silver has been real but once, in 1861, and he will add that from 1833 to 1864 the variations of the legal proportion were maintained within narrow limits, but that in 1872 began the fall in the value of silver, and that in 1876 an English commission was appointed to inquire into the depreciation of this metal. The values of gold and of silver, then, are not fixed quantities, since they have continually varied in the course of 3/4 of a century. Why have they varied? From 1833 to 1852 the value of silver falls, since one must give 15 grams and a fraction of silver for 1 gram of gold. During the period 1852 to 1859 the mines of Australia and of California had thrown their gold upon the market. An economist said that gold was depreciated by its abundance. However, in 1857 there broke out in the United States a financial crisis, because, as in 1907, there was not enough gold, because there was disproportion between the volume of business and the quantity of money capital necessary for the transactions. But 2 years later gold goes up again and one must give 15 grams of silver for 1 gram of gold. And from 1872 down to our day the value of silver decreases constantly. During the period from 1872 to 1908, gold and silver have been produced in great quantity. It is then not their scarcity in the market that can have caused their variations in value. The reasons given by the economists, therefore, cannot explain these variations in value of gold and of silver, which are explainable only by the Marxian law of value. From 1833 to 1852 only the old gold and silver mines are worked and the methods of extraction remain the same, that is why the values of gold and of silver are about constant. But from 1852 begins the working of the Australian and Californian gold mines, which being very rich, exact less human labor for the extraction of the metal. Gold consequently loses value, while silver, which continues to be extracted with the same quantity of human labor, keeps its value. When the Australian and Californian mines become worked out, the extraction of the metal exacts more human labor, the value of gold goes up again, and in 1861 gold and silver are at par, that is to say, their values correspond with the legal proportion. From 1864 on, silver mines of extraordinary richness are worked in the United States and in Mexico, and for the same reasons the value of silver falls, while gold keeps its value. During the course of the last 75 years gold and silver have alternatively lost value, because the metal extracted contained less human labor, as according to Marx's law, the value of all commodities of capitalist society, wheat, precious metals, boots, cotton stuffs, etc., is measured by the quantity of human labor that it was necessary to expend in order to produce them. When in an industry the introduction of a machine reduces the required labor, not only the commodities produced with this machine lose value, but also, the commodities of the same industry that are produced without its aid. For the same reason the quantities of gold extracted in California and in Australia from 1852 to 1859 and the quantities of silver extracted in the United States and in Mexico from 1872 to 1908 have, not alone fallen in value, but have lowered the value of all gold and of all silver circulating in the capitalist world. The exhaustion of the Australian and Californian gold mines, in rendering mining as costly in human labor as before, caused the value of gold to rise again. The working of the rich gold mines of the Transvaal with the aid of new mechanical and chemical processes, which reduce the necessary labor, together with the employment of Negroes, of Chinese and Hindus, but very poorly paid, lowers once again the value of gold. Silver money, which has lost 52.5% of its value, since a 1 franc piece is worth but Fr 0.475, is no longer employed in international exchange. It is current but in its own country because, like the banknote, it is legal tender and can be exchanged for the gold money, which alone can be employed in international exchange, because gold is the monetary standard of capitalist nations. But gold also has lost some of its value. The metallurgy of gold has been revolutionized in the Transvaal. It there combines in such a superior manner the resources of mechanics and chemistry that it is profitable even when quartz is treated, which contains but a few grams of gold to the ton. Le Génie Civil, December 28, 1907, describes the great establishment for the working of auriferous quartz in New Kleinfontein, which treats 280 tons of quartz per hour, of any grade, with a very reduced staff of hands. Steam engines work 3 dynamos of 500 horsepower, 2 air compressors for 75 perforating machines and the extracting machine. The quartz is brought upon an endless transporting band into the mill hoppers of the crushing mill, where 200 stamps weighing each from 620 to 650 kilos crush it at the rate of 5 tons in 24 hours. The mud obtained goes through sieves which contain 400 meshes to the square centimeter. Then it is conducted, still mechanically, onto the amalgamating tables. The residue of these tables, again crushed, and the auriferous mercury, are refined. The muddy water in which these mechanical and chemical operations have been conducted, are treated with lime and sodio-potassium cyanide, then filtered upon zinc filings which precipitate the gold. Water plays a preponderating role in the new cryosurgical, gold working, industry, which extracts even the largest particles of gold from the quartz that it treats with an extremely reduced staff of hands. One must, in consequence, give a greater quantity of gold than formerly for the same quantity of other commodities. It is, therefore, not goods that have increased in value, but gold that has fallen in value, because its extraction exacts a less expenditure of human labor.